It has been said that traversing dimensions is indeed a skillful endeavor. The methods of crossing over are myriad. Some individuals stumble upon luck to find themselves transported, while others are reincarnators who traverse endlessly. There are those who meet their demise by choking on water, succumbing to exhaustion from overtime work, or being struck by lightning, only to find themselves in another realm. However, Ma In's experience was distinct. He was trapped to death before his transition. This peculiar circumstance arose during the National Day holiday when Ma In, having neither worked nor returned home, found himself locked out after forgetting his keys while stepping out to dine. Ordinarily, this would not pose a significant issue, but alas, his landlord's family had returned to their hometown for the festivities and would not be back until the holiday concluded. The distant help was of little use in an urgent situation, and with it being late, Ma En was compelled to pay an additional 100 yuan for night service to unlock the door. Adhering to the principle of frugality, he purchased a bottle of water from a roadside shop and agreed with the shopkeeper to engage in a gaming duel until dawn. Defeat. The nighttime hours are notorious for the presence of streamers and skilled players, and Ma In, alongside the shopkeeper, was thoroughly beaten by the opposing team, suffering bruises and injuries. Even a 2-0 scenario resulted in their defeat, leaving them utterly disheartened. The physical discomfort from kneeling throughout the night led Ma In to decline yet another invitation from the shopkeeper to form a team. Instead, he logged off and turned to read a novel. As he delved deeper into the story, his eyelids grew heavy, and he nodded off, ultimately collapsing into a fetid pile of corpses. What? Awakening to the acrid stench that permeated the air, Ma In, clutching a phone with merely 20% battery remaining, opened his eyes in bewilderment. Before he could comprehend the drastic changes in his surroundings, Ma In was startled into a scream by a grotesque face looming nearby. His scream was abruptly silenced as a large hand firmly covered his mouth, disregarding his frantic struggles as he was dragged into the depths of darkness. If you wish to live, do not make a sound. The low, gravelly voice that pierced his ears sounded surprisingly youthful. What on earth is happening? Realizing that he seemed to be abducted, Ma In reduced his resistance upon hearing the threat, allowing the captor to lead him to the back of a partially collapsed wall. This was not a surrender, rather. He understood that futile struggles could provoke the kidnapper and lead to his own harm. In such circumstances, shouting would be the height of folly. It was far more prudent to assess the situation and devise a calm strategy for escape. All right, we are safe for now. Beneath the collapsed wall lay a dark void blocked by a massive stone. Ma In watched as the captor effortlessly kicked the stone aside with his toe, a chill running down his spine as he silently rejoiced for not having provoked him with excessive resistance. Otherwise, with such terrifying strength, a mere pinch could inflict considerable pain. However, what did temporarily safe truly mean? As he pondered this, a sudden shove from behind sent Ma In tumbling into the pitch-black void. Thud! Unceremoniously falling in a rather undignified manner, Ma In, whose health was perpetually subpar, promptly lost consciousness, faintly hearing a melodious gasp before succumbing to darkness. Whoa! Thunder rumbled ominously. The dim sky flashed with lightning, silver serpents dancing across the heavens, transforming the night into a brief illusion of daylight, illuminating a world steeped in silence. The patter of heavy rain cascaded down, cloaking the earth in a veil, as droplets descended from the heavens. Yet they did not immediately reach the soil. Instead, they landed upon a multitude of lifeless bodies. These corpses varied. Some appeared indistinguishable from ordinary humans, while others exhibited grotesque, traits-avian heads, scaly armor, fish gills, wings, and skin resembling stone textures. They seemed like failed genetic experiments, carelessly discarded and piled within a pit, awaiting their fate of collective incineration. A thunderous boom startled Maine awake, as he rubbed his aching forehead and the horrifying images from his dreams clung to his consciousness. Where am I? Startled by the nightmare, Maine's foggy mind gradually cleared as he surveyed his surroundings, recalling the incident of his abduction. It was evident that he had fallen beneath the black hole, the space not expansive enough to accommodate more than 5 individuals. A dimly lit desk lamp flickered in the corner, casting a hazy glow, seemingly on the brink of extinguishment, evoking a sense of apocalyptic desolation. The scene before him was laid bare, yet Maine could not discern the figure that had captured him. though beside him lay a piece of bread and a bottle of water. Well, it seems I've truly become a hostage. Buzz buzz. At that moment, the phone he had been gripping tightly vibrated. Suddenly the alarm had gone off. Huh, an alarm? I never set an alarm. As he reached out to silence the alarm, a sudden recollection of peculiar tales regarding the internet surfaced in his mind, causing a shiver to run down Ma In's spine. He found himself at a loss on how to handle this suspicious alarm. Fortunately, the vibrations soon ceased, and no ghastly visage materialized on the screen, allowing Ma In to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to swipe the screen to access the main interface, the name of the alarm caught his eye, prompting him to frown. Read the first note. It felt as if an invisible entity was conversing with him from afar, and Ma In was nearly compelled to discard his phone in fright. Yet, he hesitated, torn between complying with the request and ignoring the message. Reading this note will help you comprehend your current predicament. It is of utmost importance. In the midst of Ma In's turmoil, the vibrations of the second alarm tipped the balance in his mind. The tone of the unknown presence appeared devoid of malice. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and swiped to the main interface, entering the notes. Greetings, Ma In. I am you. There is no need for contemplation or alarm, for I am your future self, delivering a message from a month ahead. Regrettably, I must inform you that you have traversed time. You find yourself in the original timeline of X-Men, Days of Future Past, a desperate world where Sentinel robots have exterminated mutants. I am utilizing the powers of Shadowcat to navigate through time, leaving you answers on your phone to aid you in swiftly overcoming the initial confusion. My mind cannot withstand prolonged time travel, so I shall be succinct. After experiencing the traversal, our bodies underwent a certain mutation, endowing us with extraordinary abilities, which the Sentinel robots classify as mutants. Therefore, when you encounter a Sentinel robot, do not hesitate, flee. Before you mature, you are no match for them. Why do I assert this? Do you recall the novel you read before the traversal? We have acquired the powers of a notorious antagonist within its pages, the Other God. Our ability, known as power replication, allows us to absorb the genetic chains of extraordinary abilities, thereby acquiring multiple powers. It is imperative to note the term absorb, which signifies that in order to gain new abilities, we must deprive the original holders of their genetic chains, likely leading to their demise. Consequently, I currently possess limited powers as I await Wolverine's reversal of fate. Once the new timeline begins to overwrite the original, I will consume the gene of the fallen X-Men and subsequently escape this timeline. Bear in mind that due to the overwhelming burden of the extraordinary genetic chains, our bodies cannot endure an excess of them. Until our bodies are sufficiently reinforced, we can absorb a maximum of 3 genetic chains, exclusive of the original replication. This means we can only additionally possess 3 abilities. I am aware of your thoughts, yet the truth remains, you cannot enhance the genetic chain capacity by absorbing Wolverine's gene, for he is a pivotal figure in the success of the reversal of fate, and this risk cannot be taken. Moreover, Wolverine's prowess manifests in his extraordinary regenerative abilities, rather than an enhancement of his physical constitution, which offers little assistance in augmenting the upper limits of his genetic load. The strength of Steel Man's capabilities necessitates continuous activation to bolster his corporeal fortitude. I assume you would be reluctant to transform yourself into a mere mass of iron for the sake of acquiring additional powers, as I certainly am. What I am about to convey is of utmost importance. Please remember that we are outsiders, existing solely within this singular, desolate timeline, and we have yet to traverse the past. Once a new timeline envelopes us, I am uncertain if we will continue to exist. Therefore, prior to this temporal convergence, you must swiftly consume the necessary powers and depart, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. The ability of Flicker is the key to our escape from this realm, and it is imperative that you reserve 1 slot in your extraordinary capabilities for her. Before you proceed, you must locate an Asian boy clad in suspenders and sporting a center-parted hairstyle amid the heaps of corpses on the ground, and absorb his gene. This is a crucial step. Attached is a rudimentary map for guidance. His unique ability is potential activation, which, although not on par with Apocalypse's amplification, is sufficient to elevate Flicker's teleportation prowess to a higher echelon, facilitating our departure. As for the final slot for an extraordinary ability, I have yet to make a decision, leaving that choice to you. Having reached this point, I trust you now possess a clearer understanding of your predicament. Act swiftly. Do not remain in place awaiting the return of the kidnapper, for he is not a captor, but rather your savior. Had it not been for his intervention, your piercing scream would have summoned the Sentinel robots, who would have swiftly dispatched us. Do not entertain thoughts of searching for him at this very moment. He is likely deceased, having been discovered and mercilessly struck down by a Sentinel. Once you have satisfied your hunger and thirst, you must set forth. The current underground chambers are fraught with danger, and you are required to reach Moscow within a month to locate the surviving X-Men. Time is of the essence. It is time to embody General Tay and shed any lingering confusion. After perusing the last note, a notification appeared on the phone indicating that only 2% of battery life remained. Ma-In rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his expression a portrait of bewilderment. Is this truly happening? I merely dozed off and have been thrust into a world where the future has been altered. Is there no justice in this universe? Buzz, the alarm's vibration echoed once more. Before the phone's battery depleted, Ma-In glimpsed the alarm's title, No Justice. Spare us the melancholic musings and take swift action. Chapter 2. Extraordinary Abilities and Potential Awakening in the Heart of Moscow, the capital of Russia. A group of the remaining X-Men members gathered within the confines of an abandoned factory, evading the relentless pursuit of the Sentinels. With the formidable army of Sentinels hunting them down, only a few members remained, excluding the secretly concealed Professor X and Magneto. Among the survivors were Shadowcat, Wolverine, Storm, Iceman, Blink, Gateway, Sunspot, Colossus, and Lucas Bishop, also known as Bishop. However, only 7 of them sought refuge in this desolate space. Blink, Iceman, Gateway, Sunspot, Colossus, Shadowcat, and Bishop, alongside a newly awakened young mutant. Maine, did you say you wanted me to transfer your consciousness back to a month ago? Why? Have you altered anything? On a stainless steel table within the factory, the X-Men indulged in the wild game they had hunted, preparing for their next battle. Shadowcat, with grease from a chicken leg smeared across her mouth, turned her gaze toward Maine, who had suddenly claimed to have completed a time loop. As the initiator of time travel, Shadowcat was well aware of Maine's implications. The so-called time loop refers to altering the past at a specific temporal juncture, allowing a consciousness from a non-existent timeline to return, bearing the weight of its history into a new timeline, thus completing the cycle. Otherwise, if the future cannot return to the past, then the past remains immutable. Yet, should the past be altered, the once possible futures would cease to exist, plunging us into a paradox. This conundrum can only be resolved if a unique anchor exists to support and tether that lost chapter of history. This pivotal anchor is the memory of the time traveler. When the moment of the new timeline coincides with the temporal juncture where the old timeline commenced its traversal, the time traveler's memories awaken. Fulfilling the condition of time travel will occur in the future through a duality of recollection, silently achieving the remarkable feat of reversing the future. Aside from the time traveler, no one retains the memories of the old timeline. Even the initiator of the abilities is unaware that they once sent a soul back to the past. Indeed, I ensured that my past self mastered these abilities thoroughly. Otherwise, your enhancements might not have been as profound as they are now. Although my name bears no distinction from those in Western cultures, my features unmistakably reflect pure-blooded East Asian heritage. Ma-In nodded, half-truthfully explaining without disclosing the full extent of his actions. More than once, Ma-In has been grateful that his parents bestowed upon him a name that transcends cultural boundaries, and he appreciates his affinity for American television, which has facilitated his English communication and spared him considerable hassle. So that's how it is. Well done, your abilities have truly been invaluable, Bobby Drake, the Iceman, exclaimed with sudden clarity, lifting a bottle of cola to blow a refreshing breeze before passing it to Ma-In. Indeed, your talents are remarkably beneficial. It is merely unfortunate that you were born in the wrong era. You could have achieved so much more. The others chimed in, expressing a hint of wistfulness. A few days ago, a young man named Man unexpectedly appeared at their hideout, proclaiming himself a newly awakened mutant capable of unlocking their potential and enhancing their odds against the Sentinel robots. Though it seemed fortuitous, the Phantasm Cat and her companions harbored no suspicions. They were acutely aware that Sentinel robots could detect mutant genes within a radius of several kilometers, rendering the use of lowly strategies such as mutant spies unnecessary. A comprehensive search coupled with a bit of time, would assuredly capture those mutants concealed in various locations. In their despair over the future of mutants, the X-Men embraced this fresh infusion of talent, soon reaping the rewards. The ability, powers, potential enhancement could marginally amplify their powers, yet it fell short of reaching the theoretical pinnacle of those abilities. It bore resemblance to Apocalypse's powers, albeit with less dramatic effects. After undergoing Man's enhancement, the X-Men's abilities noticeably improved, allowing them to engage the Sentinel robots for several additional rounds. Through their experiences, Man surmised that this ability likely created an illusion of power progression by optimizing the compatibility between the individual and their genetic chain, merely enabling the genes to better adapt to the body, thus relieving a fraction of the burden, while they remained incapable of defeating the Sentinels, who shared a comprehensive gene chain database. They could at least prolong their struggle, allowing Phantasm Cat to send her comrades' consciousness back in time, alerting them to the impending attack and facilitating an early evacuation. It is not necessarily the case. It is said that Magneto, in his earlier years, did not advocate for peace and shared a similar ideology with the Sentinels. There is a possibility that he might capture me and use me as a power amplifier to create an army of mutants with the intent of exterminating humanity. Accepting the artificially chilled cola from Iceman, I took a refreshing sip, and Marin shrugged, countering the notion. He had watched the films as well. Magneto is not a benevolent character. If we were to venture into another X-Men universe, it would be imperative that Magneto remains oblivious to my capabilities, at least until I acquire the strength to dominate the scene should I refrain from disclosing it. Indeed, if Magneto were to discover your abilities, your fate would undoubtedly be dire. Iceman nodded in agreement, for he had partaken in several skirmishes between the X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants, fully aware that Marin's assessment was devoid of error. In his early days, Magneto was indeed capable of such actions. Magneto and Professor X represent the two extremes of mutant ideology, while Professor X advocates for peaceful coexistence with humanity and the creation of a beautiful new home. Magneto champions war, seeking to seize rightful status and rights through force, envisioning a nation for mutants. The moment Magneto learns that Marin's abilities can amplify those of other mutants, he will undoubtedly go to great lengths to capture him, much like he once did with the mischievous individual who could absorb the powers of other mutants. Marin, since you have already experienced time travel, the forthcoming alerts will be entrusted to you. Shadowcat, for the next alert. Allow Marin to facilitate the traversal while the rest of us engage in battle. As Maan maintained an unperturbed expression while discussing time travel, he recalled the excruciating pain that had felt as though it would cleave his mind in twain during his own temporal journey. A letter M was imprinted at the corner of his eye. Bishop, sporting dreadlocks, entrusted a significant task to Ma-En, only to be met with the merciless derision of Phantom Cat. Bishop, really? Time travel may be painful, but it is undeniably fascinating. I acknowledge its allure. Yet I have outgrown the age of seeking to appear cool. Opportunities should be reserved for the youth. Unfazed by Phantom Cat's provocation, Bishop calmly and resolutely passed the responsibility of time warning to Ma-En. He had no desire to endure another time travel experience. The thought of his mind fracturing was unbearable. Bearing the weight of an unreal memory alone was hardly a source of joy. No worries, I shall take it on. After all, I lack combat prowess, making me the perfect counterpart to Phantom Cat in this underwhelming duo. Ma-En shrugged nonchalantly as he accepted the baton of time warning. Phantom Cat, visibly displeased, retorted, "The great savior of countless lives, and you dare label me as weak? Though I lack direct combat capabilities, I am far from feeble." Determined to amplify her abilities during the next time warning, Phantom Cat resolved to demonstrate to him the true meaning of weakness. The act of traversing time effectively split the soul, allowing one to exist within two temporal realms simultaneously. She was confident that Ma-En would not remain silent. With a mischievous intent brewing within her, Phantom Cat failed to consider that due to the alteration of the timeline, she would never truly know whether Ma-En had cried out or not, rendering her mischief largely inconsequential. Unbeknownst to Shadowcat, who is contemplating a slight punishment for herself, Maine regards Bishop's assignment of the temporal warning task with indifference. If circumstances permitted, he would even wish to exploit the unique aspect of timeline reconstruction to repeatedly reset his abilities and ascertain which powers would best suit his current self. As for the potential repercussions of altering the past, Maine has yet to discern any adverse effects beyond a successful reset and the acquisition of additional memories. Indeed, Maine is aware that the ability associated with the middle part hairstyle is latent potential activation, and he possesses extensive knowledge regarding his own capabilities and their limits. All thanks to an experience in a particular timeline where he had once overindulged in the consumption of 5 mutant genes. Among these was an ability that allows him to probe the specific powers of other mutants. He is not merely a second-round player. Now, that timeline has been obliterated, and rather than courting disaster in the new timeline, Maine chose to heed the guidance of his future self, consuming only the gene chain associated with potential activation. He then swiftly followed the path laid out by the future, arriving at the X-Men's hideout. His ascendance to the status of a temporal player is primarily due to Shadowcat's avoidance of prolonged time transport. Each transfer remained within the bounds of his existence in this world, thus preserving him from erasure by temporal correction. He cannot afford to linger. Should he miss the pivotal moment to reverse the future, the encroachment of decades of timeline would likely result in the complete obliteration of his existence. He is akin to those mutants born in the Dark Age. Once this apocalyptic timeline is erased, they will lose the foundation of their existence, and no one will remember that they ever lived. Chapter 3. It is you who shall decide. Night has fallen, and the stars are dim. In the abandoned factory, after satiating his hunger, Maine reclines upon the roof, gazing at the sparse, celestial tapestry above. Influenced by this desolate world, even the night sky has lost its former brilliance. In this dark era, all registered mutants must bear the letter engraved at the corners of their eyes as a mark of their kind. Additionally, they are required to have power suppressors implanted at the nape of their necks, forbidding the use of any mutant abilities. As mutants, their social standing is woefully low. They are permitted only to toil within factories overseen by Sentinel robots, becoming mere cogs in the production line, contributing their time and lives to pure-blood humans. With no hope of ascendance, any mutant who dares to rebel, as well as those humans who would assist them, face relentless persecution. The presence of Sentinel robots spans every continent, ruthlessly constricting the survival space of fleeing mutants. Not only mutants, but even those who carry dormant mutant genes suffer brutal extermination at the hands of Sentinel robots. Humanity is resolute in its intent to eradicate this race. Born of humanity, yet stronger than it. To this day, aside from the enslaved mutants, wild mutants are nearly extinct. Even the once-renowned X-Men have dwindled to a mere team of fewer than 10, utterly powerless against the Sentinel robots. Truly, it is a wretched world. Recalling the harrowing scene witnessed a month prior in the graveyard of mutants, Mayan still feels a chilling dread. Had it not been for the multitude of mutant corpses that littered the ground, the fluctuating mutant gene reactions might have compromised the Sentinel's detection device, potentially rendering him one of the deceased. Fortunately, mutants possess the formidable ability to alter timelines, allowing for a desperate counterattack. If memory serves correctly regarding the storyline, he should soon be able to escape this realm. With his hands clasped behind his head, Mayan eagerly anticipates the swift arrival of Professor X and Wolverine, hoping for their reunion to commence the reversal of fate. He could scarcely endure another moment in this desolate hellscape. Yet, it is often within the depths of despair that monumental opportunities lie hidden. Were it not for the genetic strain affecting his powers, his frail constitution would not hinder his potential, transforming this world into a treasure trove of enhancement. If he could merely replicate dozens, if not hundreds, of potent mutant abilities, he is confident he could navigate the Marvel Universe with ease. Even the most formidable Sentinels would pale in comparison. Alas, in this realm saturated with mutant genes, he finds no means to augment his life's vitality. Otherwise, he could have harnessed additional abilities before departing. Mayan sighed wistfully, understanding that to elevate the threshold of his genetic burden, he must enhance the essence of his life itself, rather than merely seek transient boosts in physical strength or accelerated healing capabilities. He once believed that Wolverine's abilities would meet his requirements, but upon further reflection, he realized this was not the case. Wolverine merely possessed accelerated healing capabilities, with little enhancement to physical strength, which did not aid in increasing the upper limits of his genetic load. Conversely, Colossus's powers were indeed aligned with his needs. However, the transformation into a steel man was something he found intolerable. Furthermore, this enhancement stemmed from mutant abilities. And should he encounter a young boy with the capacity to nullify mutant powers, Maine feared he might reveal his true form and succumb to overload, leading to a catastrophic collapse of his genetic chain. Enhancing one's physique cannot be approached through shortcuts, as there are considerable risks involved. For the time being, the three abilities he possessed were sufficient, one for assisting in potential activation, another for escape through teleportation, which could also serve as a defensive technique. What he lacked was an offensive capability, and with that, he could barely establish a balanced system of offense and defense. As for other matters, they could be addressed later. Regarding the third ability, Main had yet to decide which to choose. He had heard that Iceman's powers were of Omega level, with the potential to freeze entire planets. Although the cinematic portrayals had diminished this impression, showcasing rather mediocre results. Truth be told, Main felt a strong inclination towards this ability. Yet he was apprehensive about mastering such formidable powers. Iceman had spent years developing his abilities to the semi-elemental stage, and he could not even assimilate with the environment to transfer damage, achieving a complete elemental life form. Main did not believe he possessed the innate talent to execute feats such as freezing time and space. As for the abilities of Old Man Logan, they were indeed quite useful, yet they also came with limitations. Should he find himself in another realm and engaged in combat at sea, what would he wield to fight? A nuclear submarine? As for Professor X's telepathy, he is not yet psychologically prepared to confront the malice of the world without succumbing to madness. Throughout the years, many have marveled at the potency of Professor X's psychic abilities, yet few have acknowledged the immense effort he expends to shield himself from the negative thoughts of others. As an online keyboard warrior, Mayan feels he lacks such formidable willpower, should he embrace telepathy. The number of individuals he might inadvertently harm through the digital ether would be considerable, contradicting his philosophy of modest development. Professor X's psychic gifts can only be wielded by those with robust mental fortitude, and for someone like Mayan, who can shatter a phone in a fit of gaming rage, it's best to refrain. The notion of possessing a power that could annihilate an entire city in a moment of anger is chilling. The mere thought of countless lives extinguished, their minds reduced to pulp, sends a shiver down his spine, deterring any fanciful aspirations regarding such abilities. Regarding the character known as Little Mischief, who appeared in the extended version of the film, Ma-In dismisses her as a consideration altogether, although her ability to absorb anything is formidable. And the Sentinels are genetically engineered from her and Mystique's DNA. Ma-In himself possesses the capacity to consume the genetic chains of others, rendering the overlap of powers redundant and not worth the expenditure of an ability slot. Moreover, Little Mischief is confined for research, making any interaction with her improbable, and he has no desire to court misfortune. Having eliminated several prime candidates and disregarded some inconsequential options, the ultimate answer emerges clearly. With unwavering resolve, Ma-In finalizes his choice of ability after weighing the pros and cons. It has been decided, you shall be the one, Storm. In comparison to other specialists, Storm's abilities are remarkably comprehensive. She possesses the power to fly through the winds and control the weather, conjuring terrifying natural disasters such as thunderstorms and tornadoes. Truly a humanoid meteorological weapon of astonishing destructive capability. Moreover, although Matthew has not delved deeply into the comics, he did catch a glimpse in a short video, seemingly indicating that Storm's rank has been elevated to Omega level, rivaling the other abilities, making her a worthy acquisition. When the Sentinel robots descend and Storm meets her demise, I shall swiftly absorb and replicate her powers, then make my hasty escape through teleportation. As Matthew contemplated his plan to escape the timeline, a shadow suddenly enveloped him. Looking up, he saw it was Blink, the mutant known as Clarice Ferguson, who possesses the ability of spatial teleportation. "What are you watching?" she inquired. Having teleported to the rooftop and settled beside him, her curiosity piqued. The sky was thick with clouds, a dark and oppressive mass. What could possibly be so captivating? "I am reminiscing about my homeland," Matthew replied. He was unsure of Blink's true origins, but perhaps influenced by her actor, she spoke Chinese and could understand his words. Yet, he wondered if she paid taxes before the Sentinel apocalypse. "With the moon hidden, what do you have to reminisce about your homeland?" Blink shot him a glance, as if to say that this world seemed frozen in a dark simulation of mutant abilities, where nearly all moments were shrouded in an oppressive gloom, suffocating in its weight. "Do not dwell on the nostalgia for our homeland. Let us engage in merriment instead." Ma-In reclined on the rooftop, his hands cradling his head, when Shan Shu, with a sudden flourish, turned and mounted him, leaning in to whisper conspiratorially in his ear. Unperturbed, Ma-In allowed Shan Shu to playfully manipulate him. Under the immense weight of impending doom, This was one of the few avenues for emotional release available to the beleaguered mutants in flight. Aside from the couple formed by the Iceman and the Phantom Cat, who had evaded the opportunity to board, the remaining members of the X-Men had already engaged in their share of intimacy. None were left behind. Oh, save for Sunspot, who must refrain from excessive excitement, lest he ignite spontaneously, potentially setting ablaze everything around him. Thus, he was destined to be a warm-hearted man forever alone. Chapter 4. Temporal warning. The following day, at noon, a group of X-Men surrounded a dining table, sharing dry biscuits and canned food with a novice mutant among them. The wild game from the previous day had been a mere fluke. With patrolling Sentinel robots omnipresent, no one was willing to venture out for a meal. Thus they made do with whatever they could scavenge. Moreover, such dry rations as biscuits and cans were conveniently portable, suitable for their fugitive existence. I sense that the Sentinel robots are closing in on us. The speaker was the mutant known as Jing Tu, who had an older brother called Thunderbird. Previously featured in the television series X-Men, The Gifted, and who was romantically linked with Shanshu. Ma, amused. Well, they do resemble each other. And the actors portraying Shanshu are not the same person, so I can accept that. Ahem. Returning to the matter at hand. The capabilities of the journey allow for extensive sensing and tracking of adversaries, rendering it akin to a humanoid radar. It was he who first detected the previous assaults by the Sentinel robots, thereby granting Phantom Cat the precious time necessary to teleport. I share this sentiment, I concurred. Tossing 2 cards onto the table toward Iceman. He is a bona fide, classically trained member of the X-Men, endowed with a wealth of combat intuition, and has already sensed the prelude to an impending confrontation. Not a chance, Steel Titan remarked, hardly glancing at the cards in his hand. Even without activating his ability to embody the archetype of the ironclad man, his mind, in its normal state, is composed entirely of steel, rendering him incapable of engaging in such a card game. After their meal, the X-Men found themselves somewhat bored. After all, their sole responsibility was to evade capture, not to save the world. Thus, they formed a card game to pass the time. Blink, have you located a suitable hideout? Sunspot refrained from participating in the game, fearing that an overzealous outburst might transform him into a solar corona, incinerating the cards and leaving everyone devoid of means for recreation. He opted instead to spectate, occasionally exclaiming in excitement. The answer is yes. Within the borders of China, there exists a concealed temple atop a steep cliff, Blink replied, reclining with her legs crossed, diligently filing her nails with a calibrated steel ruler. Each time they settled down, Blink assumed the responsibility of searching for the next safe point, as the teleportation portals can vary in size. Thus, she need not risk an on-site reconnaissance. A simple small opening to confirm the absence of Sentinel robots on the other side suffices, proving to be exceedingly convenient. Moreover, portals of insufficient size do not reveal the mutant genes within Blink, rendering the Sentinel robots incapable of detection. It is precisely due to Blink's teleportation abilities that they have managed to remain concealed from the Sentinels. Otherwise, even if Shadowcat could teleport through time, they would be at a loss as to where to hide from the obstructive Sentinel robots. While teleportation is an invaluable asset, Blink is acutely aware that their already limited advantages are waning. The Sentinels have begun to trace the X-Men's whereabouts, resulting in an increasing presence of Sentinel robots across the Eurasian continent, with the surrounding perimeter quietly taking shape. Sentinel aerial transport ships are ubiquitous, and the safe points Blink can access are dwindling and becoming increasingly distant, leaving only a few remote forests that meet their criteria. It is estimated that the next encounter may leave them with no avenue of escape, unless she can open a portal to the Arctic tundra, thus momentarily evading pursuit. Blink set aside the steel ruler she had been using to file her nails, a look of concern crossing her face, her tone tinged with melancholy. With Iceman and Sunspot present, they would not perish from the frigid temperatures of the Arctic immediately. However, the limitation of Blink's teleportation powers prevents her from reaching places that are invisible to the naked eye or lacking a clear mental image, as this could lead to her becoming trapped within a wall. Shadowcat, has the professor reached out to you? Steel Force inquired with a glimmer of hope, only to receive a negative shake of the head in response. This Steel Force is not the one from Deadpool, lacking the penchant for embodying a stereotypical Iron Man persona and maintaining a normal physique, which is merely a head taller than that of the average man. The last time the professor contacted me, he was with Magneto and others, assisting the survivors. I remain unaware of their return. Shadowcat rested her chin on her hands, reminiscing about the professor's instructions. Due to the relentless pursuit of the Sentinel robots, few wild mutants remain. As the spiritual leaders of the two major factions of mutants, these once adversarial allies have reunited after decades apart, determined to transport the last surviving mutants to a secluded sanctuary away from the Sentinel's grasp. Although their living space has drastically diminished, the mutants possess a myriad of extraordinary abilities, ensuring they are not entirely devoid of resistance. The presence of the illustrious X-Men is increasingly detected, not only due to the rising number of Sentinels, but also because they deliberately expose themselves to safeguard the Professor and his team's operations. While they may not be able to save the world, they are resolute in their commitment to protect their remaining kin. We hope the Professor can find us soon. As the backbone and most formidable intellect of the X-Men, the absence of the Professor instills a profound sense of unease in Shadowcat. With an uncertain future ahead, despair enveloped the group, extinguishing any desire for diversion, as they pulled out photographs from a bygone era, succumbing to nostalgia. As Manifold surveyed his surroundings, he decided to open a music app to enhance the somber atmosphere, inadvertently selecting an upbeat song that blared at full volume. Good luck to you. The lively and exuberant melody erupted, drawing the ire of 7 furious gazes. In a moment of clumsiness, Mayan found himself collapsing onto the shimmering thigh beside him, succumbing to slumber despite his verbal protests. The X-Men, realizing the situation, suspected an imminent attack from the Sentinel robots. As Shimmer reached out to check Mayan's breath, confirming his survival, Bishop and the others shared knowing glances, deducing that Mayan had been momentarily traversed by his future self, thus losing consciousness unexpectedly. As one of the previous time warning executors, Bishop was well acquainted with this phenomenon. 2 consciousnesses could not coexist simultaneously. When the future self returned to the past body, it would temporarily usurp the present consciousness until the moment of departure. Indeed, after a tranquil half-minute, Ma-In awakened languidly, delivering a warning about the Sentinel robots launching their assault at 3 o'clock that very night. Observing Ma-In's graceful fainting after providing the temporal alert, the group exchanged bemused glances, hastily beginning to gather their belongings. Upon opening his eyes, Ma-In noticed the flurry of activity around him. As his memories were disjointed due to the incomplete time loop, he comfortably rested on Shimmer's leg, a sense of suspicion creeping into his mind. What just happened? He inquired. Your future self provided a time warning. We must relocate, came the casual explanation from Jingtu, who was laboring past him with a large wooden crate. You should lend a hand as well. Don't monopolize Shimmer's leg. She still needs to open the portal. As the X-Men entered a state of heightened alert, Mon could not afford to lag behind, dutifully following Shadowcat as they gathered their belongings and traversed a portal to a temple perched atop a lofty peak. The chill was palpable. The higher the altitude, the colder the air. The mountains were beset by fierce winds, yet the temple remained intact, deeply embedded within the mountainside, providing shelter from the elements. Among the team was a veritable artificial sun, whose warmth could be felt by simply standing near him. Sunspot, the quintessential warm-hearted gentleman, regrettably destined to remain a bachelor, for mere mortals could hardly withstand his sun-like fervor. Observing Ma-In huddled close for warmth, Sunspot's lips twitched with exasperation, prompting him to instruct Colossus to dismantle a few wooden beams without compromising the temple's integrity. With a flicker of his powers, he ignited a fire, urging everyone to sit by the warmth and refrain from causing disturbances. He guided Ma-In to a spot by the fire before turning away to light the candles within the temple. Chapter 5. A chance for a turnaround. As the candles flickered to life, the interior of the temple was illuminated, casting dancing shadows upon each face. The process of relocation was not cumbersome. For the X-Men, serving as bait, it merely entailed shifting their provisions and sleeping quarters, a change of little significance. Once the food was arranged and sleeping arrangements established, they found themselves with ample time on their hands, left to wait for Blink to locate the next safe haven. At the new safe point, we can at least enjoy a few days of respite, Shadowcat remarked, observing Blink as she created one portal after another, each the size of a hand. The incessant relocations have left everyone feeling suffocated, yearning for a means to put an end to it all. Yet, they are acutely aware that mutants exist in a state of absolute disadvantage. Even when temporarily safe, their faces are clouded with anxiety, preoccupied with concerns for the future. As Maan observed the demoralized X-Men, his mind began to whirl with possibilities. It seemed they had yet to consider harnessing Shadowcat's abilities to reshape history. The previous time alerts had merely constituted minor skirmishes. They had not ventured further into time to execute a dimensional strike. The fundamental reason for this hesitance lay in the inability of anyone to maintain consciousness over such an extensive temporal span. Even the so-called strongest mind, Professor X, could not endure it. Bishop's aversion to time alerts stemmed from the heavy burden time travel imposed on the soul. Were it not for the timeline corrections that refreshed his state, he would likely have succumbed long ago, rendering continuous alerts impossible. A strategy to remind them was imperative. Currently, the optimal candidate, Wolverine, has yet to arrive on the battlefield. Due to the absence of this pivotal element, no one perceives a dimensional strike as feasible. However, Ma-In recognized that Logan's mind is remarkably resilient. Even when reduced to a pulp, it can regenerate rapidly, making him ideally suited for such a high-pressure task. I have an idea that I am uncertain whether to voice. Observing the X-Men once more sinking into despair, Ma-In raised his hand to pose a question, drawing the attention of the assembly. What notion do you have? Since Shadowcat can facilitate our time travel and alter history, why not return to the era before the emergence of the Sentinel robots and eradicate their future existence in one fell swoop? As anticipated, upon hearing Marx's proposal, the crowd shook their heads in unison, expressing their belief that this path was unfeasible. They had contemplated such a method long before, yet the sensation described by Bishop, who had completed the temporal loop, rendered it clear that enduring such an extensive span of time was utterly impossible. The relentless erosion of time would cause their consciousness to dissipate. Even if they succeeded in returning to the past, they would likely end up as mere shadows of their former selves, incapable of altering history. The intricacies of rewriting history are formidable. Time travel would bifurcate the consciousness of the traveler, existing simultaneously within two bodies at different points in time. The longer the interval between these points, the more severe the degradation of consciousness, a fact you are surely aware of, as you too have traversed the temporal loop. Bishop, a man of considerable experience, elaborated on the challenges involved, having served as an executor during previous temporal warnings. Moreover, even if one were to withstand the trials of the temporal river and return to the past, this would not signify the cessation of degradation. It would persist, significantly curtailing the duration the time traveler could remain active. I once conducted an experiment, and under the condition of a 1-month interval, I could muster no more than half a day of operational time. To effect meaningful change in history, half a day is woefully insufficient, and the decades-long span presents an insurmountable challenge. Even if one were to successfully return to the past, their active time might well be less than half a day, leaving little room for action, most likely squandered in transit, rendering it utterly futile. Though harsh, these words ring true. The X-Men, unwilling to cling to futile hopes, ceased to mention this unviable path upon realizing its impracticality, instead resorting to temporal warnings to prolong their existence. Furthermore, Bishop harbored an unexpressed thought. Should history diverge towards an alternate future, certain mutants destined for birth might simply vanish. As a member of the mutant community branded by their identity, Bishop stood as the sole individual to join the X-Men, his perspectives reflecting, to some extent, those of his kin. Thus, he felt a sense of relief that the scheme to alter history had faltered, sparing him from confronting this dilemma. However, traversing such an extensive timeline in one fell swoop would overwhelm any mind, as the strain would be insurmountable, leading to considerable degradation. Bishop's explanation could not deter the eager spoiler, Ma-In, who began to speculate. What if we were to consider a mind impervious to wear? Pure numerical values won't suffice, but perhaps a mechanized entity could do the trick? Mechanisms must be employed to unravel mechanisms. What do you mean? What have you conceived? Observing Ma-In's apparent insight, the others leaned in with rapt attention. Even the flickering sparks from the portal momentarily ceased their dance as they listened intently. You assert that the foremost challenge of time travel lies in the degradation of consciousness, leading to confusion or insufficient operational time. Indeed. Then let us substitute it with a consciousness that is resilient to wear. The river of time resembles a blade that incessantly dulls awareness. While a single cut may not prove fatal, over time it can lead to one's demise. Therefore, we ought to adopt the consciousness capable of rapid recovery. Akin to a self-healer, utterly unfazed by the blade. With but a breath, it rejuvenates, wholly impervious to deterioration. Ma-In pouted and spread his hands, wearing an expression that seemed to convey, How can you not comprehend such a simple question? This provoked the Phantom Cat and his companions, inciting them to consider resorting to violence against him. However, upon further reflection, it appeared that this notion could indeed be feasible. Despite their irritation, Phantom Cat and the Iceman, being genuine X-Men graduates of X Academy, quickly regained their composure and recognized a shared understanding in each other's gazes. Moreover, their faction happened to possess an ideal candidate capable of realizing this idea. They fervently hoped that the professor would contact them swiftly. As mutants, they still held a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Bishop, witnessing his comrades discovering a viable plan to alter their fate, felt a twinge of conflict within himself. Ultimately, he resignedly shook his head, intending to leave the decision-making to his peers. Professor X, endowed with formidable telepathic abilities, could reach out to their brethren residing in the mutant shelters controlled by Sentinel robots, inquiring whether they would be willing to sacrifice their potential opportunities for a chance at a brighter future that may remain beyond their sight. His solitary voice did not suffice. In the depths of the Atlantic Ocean, within the enigmatic Bermuda Triangle, 3 nuclear submarines lay concealed beneath the deep blue waters, utilizing the triangle's peculiar magnetic field and mysterious legends to evade the relentless pursuit of Sentinel robots. This location served as the last refuge for mutants. Professor, would you care for a drink? Inside the central submarine, Wolverine, clad in a custom battle suit, produced a bottle of beer from seemingly nowhere and thrust it towards Professor Charles Xavier. The professor declined the offer. Your loss. After all, every bottle counts these days. The towering and robust Wolverine sat with his head bowed beside Charles, sulking as he sipped a beer. Logan, cheer up. We have not yet lost. Charles, seated in his hovering wheelchair, observed the despondent aura emanating from Wolverine and felt the palpable negativity in the air, subtly twitching his lips. Logan lifted his gaze to glare at Charles, dismissing his unwelcome optimism and neglecting to respond. With only 3 submarines of wild mutants remaining, his skepticism about the professor's concern for their well-being deepened. Having been ambushed in less than 6 minutes, he wondered about the enormity of Charles's confidence in a turnaround. Of course I care about your lives. I care about every single life on this planet. Noticing Logan drowning his sorrows in alcohol without absorbing his words, Charles remained unperturbed and quietly deactivated the functioning brainwave amplifier. They had already discovered a means to turn the tide. Chapter 6. The elderly group approaches the battlefield. Charles, you did not deceive us, did you? You truly found a way to alter our fate. In the command room of the central submarine, Magneto, Eric Lensher, having received Charles's mental communique, halted the 3 submarines and hurriedly made his way to Charles's chamber, asking urgently, as mutants unite against the looming threat of genocide, bound by a shared enemy and a common objective, Magneto forgoes his specialized helmet designed to shield his mind from psychic intrusion. This allows Charles to penetrate his thoughts, weaving in and out effortlessly, molding them into various forms. When have I ever deceived you, my old friend? Charles muses, observing his excited companion, withholding the method until his student, Storm, arrives with the full force of their allies. Only then does he divulge the plan he inadvertently overheard while utilizing a brainwave amplifier to track other students. Are you certain this is feasible, Professor? Logan's eyes spark with interest upon learning that the time travel plan necessitates a self-healing mutant. He eagerly seeks the professor's validation, desperate for assurance regarding the plan's viability. He is utterly fatigued by this desolate world. His mutant abilities prove ineffective against the Sentinel robots, rendering him unfit for frontline duty. During battles, he feels reduced to mere token participation, a situation intolerable to someone of his pride, who yearns to make a meaningful contribution. If he must face death, he would prefer to do so in pursuit of a noble cause rather than succumb to a single blow from a Sentinel. If your healing rate can keep pace with the wear of time, then theoretically, this plan holds promise, Charles acknowledges, recognizing Logan's remarkable regenerative powers, which even the Dark Phoenix could not dismantle. Confronting the ravages of time would be a task he could handle with relative ease. Although the battle with Phoenix bore its share of embellishments, it nevertheless attests to the resilience of his self-healing capabilities. Moreover, even if Logan's regenerative abilities are not particularly advanced, the students have recently recruited a mutant capable of unlocking latent powers. If they can awaken Logan's deeper abilities before executing the time travel plan, they should be able to overcome the challenges ahead. Unexpectedly, there remains hope for us mutants. Storm, with a sigh of relief, released years of pent-up frustration. A glimmer of hope blossoming within her. Should this plan succeed, her counterpart in an alternate timeline would likely still be at the academy, imparting knowledge to students. As memories of the past flooded her mind, a smile graced Storm's face, only to be swiftly concealed as she assumed a calm demeanor, embodying the essence of unpredictability. Truly befitting her title. Now is not the time for celebration. A mutant capable of unlocking potential is a formidable asset that must not fall into Charles's hands. Magneto's focus was peculiarly fixated on securing this humanoid amplifier for himself. Yet the knowledge that Wolverine stood firmly with Charles prevented him from relaying any information to his past self, leaving him with a sense of frustration. Why did his faction lack individuals capable of standing independently? If only he could recruit some into the Brotherhood of Mutants. Glancing at his seemingly oblivious ally, Magneto tucked away his inner musings, regretting not donning his helmet. They were still in the same boat, and it was unwise to quarrel over trivial matters. However, he and Charles shared a deep bond, having been lifelong friends. With his thick skin, he feared nothing, even if his thoughts were overheard. As long as he refrains from articulating it, it remains a non-issue. Without further ado, let us embark. Magneto raised his hand to summon his helmet, displaying an eagerness that could not be contained. Given the ability to alter the very fate of the mutant populace, the significance of the Mutant Sanctuary plan diminishes considerably. No matter how sophisticated or concealed the sanctuary facilities may be, as long as the Sentinels remain, they are merely prolonging the inevitable, suffering a slow demise. The time for the mutants to retaliate has arrived. Wait a moment, Storm, Charles interjected, halting his exuberant companion. Please, go and explain matters to the others, and select a few leaders. During our absence, someone must be entrusted with the responsibility of guiding them. Understood, Storm nodded and turned to depart. Is it truly necessary? Once history is altered, their existence will cease to matter. Chaos becomes inconsequential. Magneto remained somewhat dismissive, believing that the act of changing the past would inherently resolve all conflicts. I am pleased to see your optimism, Eric, but I have never claimed that this plan is guaranteed to succeed. We cannot simply abandon them. Should we fail, they represent the last flicker of hope. Charles shook his head, instructing Magneto to locate an area of reduced magnetic interference within the Bermuda Triangle, where they could conceal the submarine fleet, enabling them to pilot their aircraft away. The Bermuda Triangle's erratic magnetic field is capable of concealing signals and disrupting the Sentinels' detection systems, which is precisely why they chose to relocate the sanctuary to this region. Soon, Storm returned, notifying the other two submarines through the communication channel. 6 agents, both primary and secondary, were selected to lead the survivors. It was time to commence. With everything in readiness, Charles nodded towards Magneto, who, with a sweeping gesture of his hand, summoned an invisible force that surged forth, intertwining the senses of the 3 submarines and drawing them up from the depths of the ocean. After years of being hunted, the mutants had little knowledge of operating submarines. Their survival in the Bermuda Triangle was solely due to Magneto's formidable strength. Just as now, with a thunderous roar, under the influence of his unseen hand, the 3 submarines surfaced almost simultaneously, the waves churning and creating a series of small whirlpools. This area of sea remained relatively calm, allowing them to linger a while longer. After meticulously sensing the surrounding magnetic field, Magneto opened his eyes, indicating that they were in a safe zone and could proceed without any lingering concerns about saving the world. With that, they set forth. The group opened the hatch and stepped outside the submarine. With a wave of his hand, Magneto pulled down the aircraft from the sky, and the group swiftly boarded, racing towards the Eurasian continent. In a temple, at 3 in the morning, the structure was perched upon a steep cliff, deeply embedded within the mountain. The candles in the grand hall had long since extinguished, plunging everything into darkness, save for a heap of glowing charcoal that crackled intermittently. In the corner, on a rudimentary wooden bed, Ma-In was sleeping soundly when a vivid memory intruded upon his dreams, shattering his aspirations of conquering the starry seas. The dream collapsed, and he could only awaken slowly. A temporal loop? Asmane is the executor of this temporal warning. In accordance with the prophecy that the Sentinel robot will launch a surprise attack at 3 in the morning, the moment has indeed arrived for him to complete the temporal loop. With his eyes closed, he was absorbing memories when suddenly, it seemed he glimpsed something extraordinary. Mane jolted upright, the sudden movement causing the wooden bed beneath him to creak under the strain, nearly rousing those around him. Yet, Maine paid no heed to such trivialities. He had just uncovered something monumental. Before departing from this world, he might acquire 5 additional abilities. Chapter 7. Extraordinary Power. Energy Absorption. Could Bishop's ability be utilized in this manner? With great care to control his movements and remain silent, Maine reclined once more on the wooden planks, suppressing his exhilaration as he meticulously analyzed each frame of the memories. Bishop's ability allowed him to absorb and store energy, thereby enhancing his physical prowess and offensive capabilities. Prior to encountering Maine, due to the sluggish rate of energy absorption, his primary means of recharging was through the rapid energy supplied by solar flares, which he then converted into ammunition for his energy gun. He could also release the absorbed energy in a specific manner without any tools, though this would incur a certain loss, yielding only 70 to 80% of its original potency and additionally depleting his stamina. Consequently, his principal combat strategy involved strengthening his physique with a portion of the absorbed energy, rendering himself less fragile, while reserving the remainder for energy projectiles. In summary, the ability to absorb energy constitutes the essence of Bishop's prowess. Following the enhancement of his capabilities by Ma-En, he can absorb any form of energy, although he cannot attain the formidable strength of the Black Emperor. However, he possesses a flaw, regardless of the type of energy absorbed. He must allocate a portion to bolster his physique, akin to a passive skill. Given that light and sound energies fall within his absorption range, Bishop's physical form significantly surpasses that of ordinary individuals under normal circumstances. Nevertheless, the low density of ambient energy results in his physique merely reaching the threshold of superhuman levels. As for Ma-En's profound understanding of Bishop's abilities, it does not stem from a close friendship where Bishop divulged all his secrets. Rather, it is rooted in a timeline that has since been erased, during which Ma-En briefly possessed this very capability. The passive absorption of energy to enhance one's physique, albeit to a modest extent, is sufficient for me to acquire an additional ability slot. With adequate supply, even 2 slots may not be out of reach. Curling up in his blanket, Ma-En cast a fervent glance towards the sleeping Bishop before redirecting his gaze, striving to soothe his restless heart. The sole caution is that this approach may encounter challenges similar to those faced when utilizing the abilities of a steel man as a foundation, namely, in scenarios where abilities falter. I risk demise due to genetic collapse. Although Bishop's ability is considered passive, it ultimately remains a mutant power, susceptible to suppression. The distinction lies in the fact that the energy accumulated within him may not dissipate immediately. Even if his ability is silenced, he will not instantaneously perish from an explosive release. At the very least, he will not be compelled to perpetually embody the archetype of a staunch, unyielding man. Ma-En's eyes flickered, glimmering faintly in the darkness. If he could acquire 2 additional skills, his survival rate during teleportation would undoubtedly increase. Particularly, the ability to absorb energy would allow him to draw strength from his surroundings at any moment, enhancing his physical resilience. In other words, it would elevate his energy resistance. A truly remarkable skill. Although there are limitations, which could lead to being overwhelmed, he possesses the art of spatial transfer, making it exceedingly difficult for enemies to reach him. With a determined heart, Ma-En resolved to seize the opportunity for greater power, knowing that after this endeavor, he could survive for an extended period. 5 extraordinary abilities would be sufficient to navigate the world. It was not that he looked down upon the steadfast individuals. The allure of energy absorption was simply irresistible. Well, perhaps he did harbor some disdain for them, so what? Having firmly decided to take the risk to acquire more abilities, Ma-En contemplated whom to assign his final ability slot to before once again succumbing to slumber. The following morning, having risen early, Ma-En approached the shimmering figure, bearing a piece of bread and a bottle of water. Observing the purple spatial energy pulsating in her hands, he curiously inquired, "How exactly does your ability activate?" In the previous abandoned timelines, he had never had the chance to grasp the nature of her powers. In preparation for their inevitable escape, he deemed it prudent to gain insight into her abilities. Although Ma-En was uncertain whether her power could indeed facilitate his departure from this world, it was the only option that came to mind. He recalled having recently watched the unforgettable The Lady with the Pancake Face 2, which left a lasting impression regarding the birth of cosmic rifts. Since the barriers between the cosmos can be breached, it follows that the ability to manipulate spatial properties has become Flicker's sole hope. It is quite simple. With a mere toss, it can be accomplished. A mischievous smile graced Flicker's face as the spatial energy in his hand coalesced into a slender, crystalline violet dart gun, which he hurled outward, instantly unveiling a portal the size of a barrel. He reached through the portal, grasped the food on the other side, and withdrew his arm, now holding a box of cookies and yogurt. How convenient. Marn's face displayed a look of envy, but he soon regained his focus and redirected the conversation. What I wish to inquire is how you discern the destination when you open a portal. Gently biting into a cookie, he requested Flicker's assistance in unwrapping the yogurt straw. Flicker pointed to his mutated green pupils with his free hand and explained, "The world I perceive differs from yours. My eyes can discern the folds of space. Much like an infinitely fractured mirror, these myriad spatial mirrors reflect every corner of this world. While my ability may seem to merely open portals, it is, in fact, a process of utilizing the energy within me to pierce through the folds of two spaces, expanding them to spontaneously form a gateway. When I activate a portal, I can catch a glimpse of vague imagery through the spatial mirrors, which allows me to ascertain the eventual destination. However, this indistinct imagery may not always be reliable. Thus, unless I have a mental impression or can visually identify the location, I cannot guarantee safety for any other destination." Seizing the strawberry-flavored yogurt with a straw inserted by Ma-In, Shanshu flickered gracefully as she took a sip, elucidating her ability's operational mode. It turned out to be this way. After listening attentively, Ma-In gained a certain understanding of Shanshu's power, alongside a few personal speculations. In essence, Shanshu's ability does not generate portals from thin air through energy manipulation. Rather, it involves penetrating the spatial folds observed within her field of vision using energy, thereby forming stable portals by suppressing the natural healing of space. Once she ceases to channel her ability, the energy suppression dissipates, and the ruptured spatial fissures begin to heal spontaneously, with the healing speed inversely proportional to the size of the portal. This phenomenon is what is referred to as skill cooldown. It is no wonder that in the film, she was ambushed by the Sentinel robots. The portals were simply too large, necessitating time for recovery. Ma-In stroked his slightly prickly beard, pondering how Shanshu's skill description perfectly elucidates her relegation to a purely supportive role in the film, rather than wielding her dimensional slash to dispatch all the Sentinel robots. After penetrating the spatial folds, the position of the resultant portal is fixed. Only if a Sentinel robot actively steps through the portal and occupies the central position can the conditions for the dimensional slash be met. Of course, while there is some difficulty in practical execution, the dimensional slash is not insurmountably complex. It merely illustrates that reversing the future is not a solo superhero narrative, as the screenwriters did not permit her to single-handedly dominate and elevate everyone else, thus relegating her to merely opening portals as a token gesture. The energy capable of piercing through spatial dimensions should also be able to breach the barriers of the multiverse. A glimmer of light flashed in Ma-In's eyes, a blend of fear and anticipation for the fate that awaited him. Chapter 8. The Digital Camera. Ladies and gentlemen, I have received a profound message from the professor. As the flickering cat engaged in casual conversation while finishing breakfast, Ma-In was about to rise when, upon turning, he heard the phantom cat rushing in, calling everyone into the temple with urgency. What news? Are the mutants settled? Thanks to the presence of the humanoid radar, Jing-Tu, there was no need for anyone to patrol. A mere call would gather everyone swiftly. The phantom cat's gaze fell upon the last mutant to enter, the Iceman, and nodded in acknowledgement. The mutant sanctuary had safely docked in the Bermuda Triangle, providing temporary security. The professor and the others were en route. After a brief pause, the phantom cat continued, "The esteemed professor has become aware of our discussions regarding the alteration of history and perceives it as an opportunity. Does the professor deem it feasible?" At this revelation, the eyes of the gathered individuals sparkled with hope. If the most brilliant mind concurs with this plan, it signifies that the path is indeed correct and may lead to success. Indeed, Logan will join forces with the professor and the others. He possesses regenerative abilities, making him an ideal candidate for this endeavor. However, your assistance, Ma-In, may be required when the time comes. With that, the phantom cat directed his gaze towards Ma-In. "No problem. I will strive to unlock his full potential." Ma-In, suppressing the excitement within, nodded calmly, indicating his commitment to elevate Wolverine's abilities to new heights. The reversal of the future is finally about to commence. At last, I can escape this desolate world. Lifting his gaze to the exuberant X-Men, Ma-En stroked his chin thoughtfully before turning to Blink's side. Could you assist me in locating something? What is it? Blink's face illuminated with a smile of hope. Her expression relaxed. A digital camera. Ma-En's eyes darkened, flickering with a glimmer of fleeting light. As he prepared to embark on his journey away from this realm, he desired to leave behind a token, a record of his existence in this world, and the extraordinary individuals he had encountered. While a mobile phone is undeniably convenient, it cannot compare to the professional quality of a digital camera, which captures images in stunning clarity. Though a digital camera may seem of little practical use, Ma-En understood that even if he successfully shattered the fabric of space to enter other universes, it is highly probable that he would still remain within the Marvel multiverse, as this world is but a fragment of it. Despite Marvel's earnest attempts to streamline the timeline, everyone is aware that unless it is part of a singular film series, these narratives exist merely as parallel timelines, sharing only a semblance of background. In such moments, the utility of a digital camera becomes apparent. Through its photographs, he could swiftly forge connections with his counterparts. Should fortune favor him, it is likely that upon breaching the cosmic barriers, he would find himself in the primary universe of the films. After all, in the post-credit scenes of WandaVision and Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, mutants have undeniably returned. The mutant universe may very well lie adjacent to the Avengers' primary universe. As time raced by amidst Ma-En's anxious sentiments, the second night of their stay at the temple arrived in the blink of an eye. During this period of idleness, Ma-En contemplated the abilities at his disposal, weighing their respective merits and disadvantages, ultimately solidifying his 5 extraordinary slots: ability, potential activation, ability, teleportation, ability, meteorology, ability, energy absorption, and ability, freezing. Excluding the first, an auxiliary ability provided by an unknown source, the other 4 were generously offered by renowned X-Men, rendering them exceedingly powerful. Initially, Ma-En intended to reserve the last slot for sunspots, aiming to further enhance the absorption rate of ability, energy absorption, to rapidly augment his physical prowess. However, upon reflection, he realized that such strength would ultimately rely on mutant abilities rather than a fundamental transformation of his essence, which would inevitably succumb to the suppressive forces and revert to its original state. Thus, he ultimately opted for Iceman's powers. Although the cinematic portrayal of Iceman was diminished, the very essence of his abilities belongs to a rule-level category. The lack of expression reaching the Omega tier merely suggests underdevelopment or narrative constraints. In simpler terms, Iceman's limitations do not equate to the inadequacy of his powers. With all extraordinary slots firmly established, Ma-En felt an immediate sense of relaxation. Adjusting his mindset in preparation for the pivotal turning point that would alter the course of fate, glancing at his phone, he noted the time displayed as 8:17 in the evening. He turned to observe the X-Men gathered around the campfire, engaged in a game of truth or dare. As a faint twitch curled the corners of his mouth, aware that the success of the time travel plan would overwrite their memories, erasing all recollection of their current activities, they indulged in various socially mortifying antics, embracing an open spirit. As he observed the X-Men, each adorned with a charcoal-drawn black turtle on their faces, Maine retrieved a digital camera acquired for a mere $0 from an abandoned shop. He captured several snapshots, ensuring that each individual's visage and the turtle were simultaneously framed. He took photos of everyone present, particularly of Iceman and Shadowcat, capturing multiple moments as they shared a kiss. Should he ever traverse to another X-Men universe, he could brandish this photograph in front of the mischievous one, curious to see if it might drain Iceman of his essence. They had arrived. Iceman and Shadowcat were in a playful contest, attempting to share a cookie without kissing, when suddenly, the onlooker, Journey, ceased his foolish grin and assumed a serious demeanor. At this proclamation, the group was momentarily taken aback, before hurriedly tidying the scene of their playful antics, presenting themselves as the composed new generation of X-Men as they exited the temple to greet their esteemed leaders, Professor X and Magneto. Thunder rumbled. The sky remained shrouded in dense clouds, the unchanging expanse evoking a sense of oppression, draining the world of vibrant hues, leaving only a heavy gray. A bright light pierced through the cloud cover, and an all-black, trident-shaped aircraft cleaved through the heavens, descending vertically onto the clearing before the temple. The hatch slowly opened, revealing Storm, clad in a black uniform with silver hair, who was the first to appear before the gathering. Her eyes transformed into a pure white, dispersing the dark clouds above, unveiling a radiant silver moon. Following her, Wolverine, cigar in mouth, descended the ramp with unrecognizable steps. His expression calm to the point of embodying a sense of resolute acceptance of fate. Dressed in a sleek black uniform and donning a psychic protection helmet, Magneto made his penultimate entrance. However, surrounded by members of the X-Men, he did not linger in the spotlight for long, stepping aside to allow his close friend, who was seated in a floating chair, to take center stage. Finally, Professor X maneuvered his chair from the confines of the aircraft down to the ground, observing with satisfaction the lineup of X-Men gathered at the temple's entrance. This assembly was the fruit of his years of effort, far superior in cohesion to the disbanded Brotherhood of Mutants, possessing a unity of an entirely different caliber. Professor, Bobby, after a prolonged separation, the convergence of the two mutant factions swiftly transformed into a grand reunion. Storm and Wolverine eagerly embraced their student, Iceman, showering him with affection, while Shadowcat led her companion, M, toward the professor, casting wary glances at Magneto. She could not shake the memories of her mischievous encounters with him, leaving her unable to fully trust his presence. Professor, this is M. He has the ability to unlock the latent potential of mutants, enhancing their powers. Shadowcat introduced M to Professor X, who, upon gazing at the smooth, gleaming dome of the young man's head, found his mind wandering to a whimsical thought. Would he be met with a forceful restraint should he dare to capture this shiny head in a photograph, only to have his memories erased afterward, leaving no trace of the incident? Or, if he were to reach out and tousle it, would M use his abilities to immobilize his hands, or would he yield graciously, recognizing the professor's own extraordinary talents? Your abilities are quite remarkable, young man, but I would advise you to refrain from entertaining thoughts of meddling with my mind. With a gaze that inexplicably scrutinized the seemingly dazed Ma-En, Charles, relying on his formidable mental prowess without activating his abilities, passively absorbed some fleeting fragments of thought that wafted through the air. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he opened his mouth to offer a reminder. Truly, the wild mutant exhibited no semblance of respect for himself. Chapter 9. You have been enhanced. Go deliver. Mine responded. Oh, come now, you jest. How could I dare? You are, after all, the legendary psychic leader of the X-Men. I can hardly contain my admiration, let alone be so impolite. Almost forgetting that this old sage could peer into the innermost thoughts of others at any moment, Ma-En, lacking a mental shield, hastily began to count sheep in his mind, striving to conceal his higher dimensional memories. Although he did not entirely agree with Professor X's philosophies, he held a favorable view of the X-Men's cause, having once been an ordinary individual, embodying the role of the protected. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, happy sheep, beautiful sheep. Listening to the fragmented thoughts he absorbed, which were all about counting sheep, Charles actively suppressed his passive ability to avoid being bombarded by a cacophony of thoughts that could lead to brainwashing. However, he remained vigilant. Ma-En's numerous actions aimed at countering his abilities surely concealed a secret. Do not rush to count sheep just yet. I kindly ask you to enhance Logan's abilities, as well as those of our group. I can sense that the Sentinel robots nearby are increasing in number. We must act swiftly. He raised his hand to interrupt the spellcasting, dismissing the purely supportive mutant. Charles took Shadowcat's hand, discussing the intricate details of their plan. As for the fervent gaze of Magneto, Charles chose to feign ignorance. Once the timeline is altered successfully, no one would remember the events currently unfolding. Thus, even though he was aware of his dear friend's subtle sentiments, he refrained from revealing any acknowledgement. Everything would fade with the passage of time. All secrets would be entombed by history. May nodded, turning to approach Storm and Wolverine, who were engaged in casual conversation with Iceman. The other individuals, not being part of the original academy, were not particularly acquainted with the veteran members of the X-Men, opting instead to sit on the steps and observe. Colossus, although an academy member, was a stalwart and stoic figure, standing there like an inanimate object, displaying no further action. Are you the one capable of unlocking potential? On the other side, Wolverine, sporting a half-burnt cigar and styled in a way that accentuated his pointed ears, regarded Mayne with a raised eyebrow. This was a true social wolf. Kid. Upon hearing Logan's address, Mayne's lips curled into a resigned smile, choosing not to engage with this 200-year-old yet still juvenile wolf cub. Indeed, I am. You must be Wolverine, correct? The moment has arrived to showcase your rugged masculinity. Now, Please clench your jaw and endeavor to suppress any peculiar sounds. What peculiar sounds? Wolverine was somewhat perplexed when he suddenly felt a slight tremor within his adamantium skeleton. Turning his head, he discovered that Magneto had approached, gliding through the air on magnetic currents, affecting him directly. What misfortune! If one were to describe the relationship between Magneto and Professor X as a passionate, yet tumultuous affair, then the connection between him and Wolverine could be likened to a tragic entanglement. The once formidable Wolverine, who could easily close in on and dispatch Magneto, had become a mere puppet after the infusion of adamantium, manipulated into various poses, yet utterly powerless to resist. This newly formed dynamic of restraint stirred Wolverine's ire. Every time he laid eyes on Magneto, he felt an overwhelming urge to distance himself, fearing he might succumb to the temptation of delivering a clawed strike, only to be promptly subdued. Maine cast a sidelong glance at Magneto, who had appeared ghost-like at his side, and tried to ignore the intense gaze directed at him. He reached out, intending to press against Wolverine's crown, but the latter seized his hand with a wary glare. "What do you intend to do?" "To enhance you, then to send you off," Maine replied. As he attempted to touch the forehead before him, he found that although Wolverine appeared less formidable than Colossus, the adamantium within him was the hardest of metals. With such a skeleton, Wolverine could even compete with Colossus in an arm-wrestling match without losing ground, let alone someone with Maine's ordinary physical capabilities. Seeing Maine and the oblivious Wolverine locked in a tense standoff, Iceman, who had previously experienced power augmentation, quickly intervened to reassure the slightly apprehensive Wolverine, fearing he might suddenly lash out with his claws at Maine. "Logan, relax. Maine's ability requires physical contact to activate. He doesn't mean to attack you." "Really?" Wolverine's gaze was filled with suspicion. Why must they insist on pressing against his forehead instead of simply shaking hands? Ever since he had been shot in the forehead and lost his memory, he had developed a reflexive response to any attack directed at his head. A simple handshake would suffice. Releasing the arm of the young man with latent potential, Wolverine scratched the back of his head, intending to indicate that physical contact could be achieved in a less invasive manner. Yet, to his astonishment, the claws hidden within his arm extended uncontrollably, and in an instant, 3 sharp, single-edged spikes erupted forth, forming his lethal claws. In a flash, as Wolverine's claws shot out, poised to slice through Marrow's arm, before Iceman or Storm could intervene, Magneto, who had been playing the role of the Invisible Man, waved his hand gently. In an instant, the towering figure of Wolverine was pinned to the ground, lying in a big shape, utterly immobilized. His cape billowed in the breeze as Magneto, maintaining his arm aloft, approached with an air of grace. "Logan, this mutant is our salvation. How could you ever contemplate harming him?" Magneto glided through the air, stepping delicately on a scrap of metal that seemed to appear from nowhere. His expression one of feigned sorrow as he took the moral high ground, oblivious to the exchanged glances between Marrow and Iceman, both of whom shook their heads in unison. Marrow remarked, "Do you truly believe I am unaware of your ability to manipulate metal and magnetic fields? Those protruding claws are your handiwork." Magneto's intentions behind this elaborate scheme were unclear to Maine, while Iceman glanced around and noticed that everyone present was a member of the X-Men. Leaning in to whisper, Iceman remarked, "He likely aims to tarnish our reputation." Maine inquired, "Why would he do that?" Iceman replied, "This might compel you to join the Brotherhood of Mutants." Maine countered, "But the Brotherhood is no more." Iceman insisted, "Yet their leader still exists. As long as Magneto remains, the Brotherhood could be resurrected at any moment." Maine pondered, "After altering history, no one remembers anyone except Wolverine. What purpose does this serve for him?" Iceman mused, "Perhaps it's merely self-deception, pretending he has fought for something." Maine found a certain logic in Iceman's words, even a profound truth, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Storm, who had been eavesdropping on their whispered conversation through the currents of air, unleashed a powerful whirlwind upon Magneto, bringing him crashing down from the sky. "Magneto, at such a critical moment, do not create chaos, or I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson before the Sentinels arrive." Despite being a student of Professor X, Storm, possessing formidable abilities, was unafraid of Magneto, who was her senior in age. In this frigid, resource-scarce Highland, her destructive potential far surpassed that of Magneto, who could not leverage any metal. She could effortlessly conjure a blizzard, triggering an avalanche, firmly establishing her dominance as the foremost powerhouse. "Humph, I cannot comprehend your words, she declared. Releasing his control over the metal within Wolverine, Magneto stepped aside with a grim countenance, observing the camaraderie between Iceman and Marn. A wave of frustration washing over him. Why do these uniquely gifted mutants invariably gravitate towards their close companions? Mischievous, Phoenix, and now Marn all seem drawn to this nauseatingly idealistic utopia. Chapter 10. Reversing the Future. Marn, please commence the enhancement. Without hesitation, Storm assertively pushed Magneto back, turned to Marn with an approving nod, and reached down to assist Wolverine, who lay on the ground. Confounded and pinned down, Wolverine glared with ferocity, harboring a complicated relationship with the adamantium coursing through his veins. Rising with a surge of strength, he shot a resentful glance at the seemingly indifferent Magneto, mentally triumphing over him with a fierce determination. It mattered not that he could not strike back in reality. What was paramount was to stand his ground and return the glare. After all, he was a man whose name bore the essence of a wolf. Child, come forth and enhance me. Suddenly struck by an idea, Wolverine eagerly beckoned Marn to his side for empowerment. Gone was the previous reluctance. He even pressed Marn's palm against his forehead. He had resolved that upon returning to the past, he would discreetly inform the younger version of the Professor about Marn, ensuring that Magneto's mutant brotherhood would be soundly thrashed by the fully empowered X-Men, rendering him incapable of further mischief. With a playful pat on Wolverine's head, Marn pressed his hand against his forehead, noticing Wolverine's momentary distraction, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips as he boldly activated his powers. A delicate, euphoric sigh escaped the lips of a robust man adorned with a thick beard, capturing the attention of everyone present. I anticipated he would cry out. Despite having been forewarned, he paid no heed. Nearby, on the steps, those who had previously experienced the augmentation of their abilities by Ma-Un could not contain their laughter, their mirth echoing in waves that filled the air with a joyous atmosphere, alleviating the tension that loomed before their venture into the unknown. It became evident that Ma-Un's earlier caution to Wolverine against emitting peculiar sounds was indeed prescient. Amidst the laughter, Storm and the Professor exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the underlying truth, and both shook their heads in resignation. These children, how mischievous! Such a serious side effect should have been disclosed beforehand. Fortunately, they were not the first to undergo the enhancement. Otherwise, they would have faced utter embarrassment today. As leaders of their faction, they needed to weigh the implications of such a disreputable occurrence carefully. Whether to accept the augmentation remained a matter of contemplation. In the midst of the raucous crowd, Charles and Magneto locked eyes, discerning each other's thoughts through their gaze. This ability enhancement, perhaps it would be wiser to forego it. Unbeknownst to Ma-Un, due to a seemingly trivial side effect, 2 alpha-level mutants had resolved against accepting his enhancement, wishing to avoid personal humiliation. After all, with the alteration of the timeline, any enhancement would revert to nothingness. Thus, it mattered little whether they chose to augment or not. The priority was to ensure Wolverine was fortified enough to withstand the ravages of time, granting him an extended duration of activity. This is one of the few points of consensus among the leaders of the 2 major mutant factions. The augmentation from Apocalypse can be achieved in the blink of an eye, and similarly, Magneto's enhancement does not require much time. After a brief gasp, he withdrew his hand, allowing Wolverine, who was with his eyes closed and oblivious to the outside world, to keenly sense the magnitude of his newfound abilities. Before long, as the surrounding laughter gradually subsided, Wolverine slowly opened his eyes. His fingertips unconsciously flicked out his claws, only to retract them instantaneously, the speed significantly enhanced compared to before. After bouncing in place a couple of times, he nodded at Professor X, who had been observing intently. "How do you feel, Logan?" Storm inquired, gazing at Wolverine, who appeared unchanged post-enhancement. Her curiosity piqued. She too was tempted to undergo enhancement, reasoning that she could simply bite down on a stick to suppress any odd sounds. "I can sense that the concentration of my healing factors within has increased substantially. My healing speed is much faster than before." Moreover, Wolverine glanced down at his palm, his fingers suddenly curling into a fist. 3 claws sprang forth in an instant, and he flicked his empty left hand against the adamantium claws, perceiving no difference from before. He then retracted his claws and added, "It seems my pain receptors have been dulled. Previously, when my claws pierced flesh, the pain was excruciating. Now, while I still feel pain, it appears to be significantly lessened." A reduction in pain may seem beneficial, yet Logan did not share this sentiment. As an immortal being, intense pain served as a reminder of his existence, preventing him from becoming numb and transforming into a mere shell of a man. However, this is merely a temporary state. Once the timeline is fully rewritten, he will revert to the Wolverine who has never undergone enhancement. With a more optimistic outlook, it is possible that in this new timeline, even the adamantium skeleton may cease to exist, allowing him to apprehend Magneto and deliver a thorough beating. Concealing his thoughts deep within, Wolverine raised his gaze to meet Shadowcat's eyes, signaling that he was prepared to commence the temporal transmission. With all elements converged and conditions met, Shadowcat guided Wolverine and the others into the temple, instructing Colossus and a few others to clear a space within the stone chamber, where Wolverine's consciousness could rest while accomplishing the monumental task of altering mutant destinies. During this interval, Bishop, representing the enslaved mutant populace, approached Professor X to convey his perspective. In response, Professor X employed his telepathic abilities to communicate with the oppressed mutants from afar, receiving an overwhelmingly unanimous reply. They would prefer to vanish entirely without suffering than to endure existence in this dark and desolate world. Bishop nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He was indifferent to his own fate, merely detesting the sensation of having his destiny manipulated by others, much like the Sentinels controlled them. With his kin in agreement, he shed his psychological burdens and immersed himself in the forthcoming battle with renewed vigor. Logan, the original source of the Sentinel robots, was Raven's blood, her DNA. And at that particular moment, I am uncertain of her whereabouts. To fulfill this mission, you will require assistance from both myself and Eric upon returning to the past. Do remember to seek me out first. After addressing the matter concerning Xiao Pu, Professor X maneuvered his hovering chair into the stone chamber. Observing Wolverine reclined upon the stone table, he gently advised him to seek assistance from his younger self. I understand. Rest assured, Logan responded with a nod, subsequently closing his eyes to relax his mind. Noticing this, Shadowcat placed her hands on either side of his temples, instructing him to maintain emotional equilibrium in preparation for the activation of his abilities, which would allow his consciousness to be transported back to the past. In this pivotal moment of altering fate, the gathered onlookers collectively held their breath, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the temporal rectification plan. Suddenly, an incongruous voice emerged from the crowd, disrupting the tense atmosphere. Frowning, the spectators turned toward the source, only to discover that it was Maureen speaking, which alleviated their expressions. If the assistant has any observations to share, it would be prudent to listen. Otherwise, one might not comprehend the peril they face. What is it, Maureen? Is there anything else we should be aware of after the power enhancement? Given that Wolverine had recently undergone amplification, the crowd speculated that Maureen's abrupt interjection might be due to important instructions. Everyone leaned in attentively. Even Logan reopened his eyes. He was reluctant to engage in temporal transportation under uncertain conditions. It's nothing significant. I merely recalled what Shadowcat mentioned during the time transfer. The consciousness at both temporal points is synchronized. Should the ability cease, time will begin to overlap. Indeed, that is correct. You have experienced it yourself, have you not? Shadowcat nodded in agreement, perplexed as to why Maureen had raised this point. I understand. This is what I wish to convey. My previous experience with Bishop concerning time travel was merely a precautionary warning, a subtle hint of forthcoming information, devoid of any need for combat. After a brief pause, Maine pointed towards the unencumbered Wolverine and resumed his exposition. If Wolverine were to engage in battle in the past, would his excitement not trigger a similar combative response in his present form? What if he were to inadvertently injure you with his claws, causing his abilities to suddenly falter? The group exchanged glances, recognizing the validity of Maine's concerns. Wolverine's journey was one aimed at altering history, not merely a leisurely excursion. Conflict was inevitable, and it was difficult to dismiss the scenario he had described. Thus, it was decided. Magneto, it shall be you. Take charge. Subdue him. Chapter 11. The Assault of the Sentinel Robots. After much deliberation, the group unanimously resolved to bind Wolverine's limbs with ropes, securing him as the first line of precaution. Meanwhile, Magneto and Professor X would collaborate to monitor and restrain any erratic movements from Wolverine, serving as the second layer of security. Once again, the former comrades stood side by side in battle. A knowing glance exchanged between them signified that this would be their final collaboration. evoking a sense of nostalgia for days gone by. Back then, he had not yet limped. Back then, he had not yet lost his hair. All right, this should suffice. The spark of camaraderie between the two elderly gentlemen went unnoticed as Steelman tightened the ropes into a firm knot, patting Wolverine's restrained calf to indicate that he was secured and ready for action. Clang, clang. Logan tugged at the rope with considerable force, discovering it was securely bound. He then closed his eyes, awaiting the impending transport. Noticing Logan's readiness, the Mirage Cat cast one last glance over the assembled crowd, absorbing their unspoken hopes, before a sudden surge of white luminescence erupted from its hands, establishing a connection with Logan's mind. The excruciating, unexpected agony of soul-tearing caught the unprepared Logan off guard, and with a mighty roar, he fell into silence, clearly having detached from his consciousness and journeyed back to the past. From this moment onward, our fate rests solely upon Logan's performance. His body lay utterly still, with only the faintest sound of breath attesting to his continued existence. Professor X sighed, feeling a twinge of anxiety, not due to a lack of faith in Logan, but rather in the disheartened version of himself from that era, and the cynical Magneto. He feared that the youthful versions of himself and his close friend might hinder Logan's progress. The person who knows oneself best is oneself. With the knowledge of his own past follies, Professor X could almost foresee the scene of Logan futilely attempting to persuade his former self to join the cause, a process that would likely consume at least half a day. "Professor, may I take a picture?" With a digital camera in hand, Mon captured a photo with everyone present, even including Magneto, who humorously believed he had successfully usurped his friend's affection, although it bore no significance. Nonetheless, he cheerfully flashed a peace sign. Of course, worries arose swiftly but dissipated just as quickly. Professor X, never one to indulge in melancholic reverie, happily posed for a picture with Mayan, albeit refusing to adopt any other poses. As a revered leader, he would never raise his hands above his head in a gesture of affection. Such an act would be utterly inconceivable. No one would dare to forget it. Marin remained indifferent to this, as Professor X's agreement to take a photograph was beyond his expectations. He merely sought to collect memories, without any extravagant demands. Well, merely observing here serves no purpose. Let us venture outside to patrol and heighten our vigilance. The Storm Woman noticed the small stone chamber was overflowing with people and urged others to step outside, preparing for battle. The Sentinel robots could always locate them in various ways. It was merely a matter of time. After speaking, she turned to Marin, who had just taken the photograph, requesting his assistance in unlocking her potential. No problem. Marin readily acquiesced, joining the others in the open space before the temple. His ultimate aim was to seize the abilities of others. He certainly could not linger in the stone chamber, fishing in troubled waters. Only by positioning himself on the front line of battle would he have the opportunity to claim the spoils. Although it posed a certain degree of danger, one must be willing to take risks to reap rewards. The duration of ability replication was not lengthy. As long as he exercised sufficient caution, he should encounter no significant issues. This plan was solid. "I am prepared. Let it commence." The Storm Woman, having procured a piece of wood from somewhere, bit down on it and gestured to Marin, signaling him to enhance her abilities. Marin felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, suppressing the urge to capture the moment with his digital camera, and instead pressed his hand against her forehead. Boom! A tempest erupted, whipping through the air as everyone's hair danced wildly. The Storm Woman's eyes turned pale, as the clouds she had previously dispersed coalesced into a thick, ominous mass, occasionally illuminated by flashes of silver serpents, creating a grand spectacle. As the intense display concluded, Mayan retracted his hand and gazed upon the dense sky that had rapidly formed above him, unable to suppress a gasp of awe at the formidable abilities of Storm. Though there were factors of opportunism at play, it was sufficient to illustrate the true strength of Storm. I sensed that my own command over lightning had intensified. Slowly, Storm opened her eyes, choosing not to disperse the clouds overhead, but rather to retain them, amassing her power for a spectacular display when the Sentinel robots approached. In the land of Huaxia, at the Great Wall, lookout towers stood tall, with humanoid figures, 4 to 5 meters in height, scattered atop each tower. They resembled NPCs wandering in a game, moving back and forth within a confined area. As long as they did not trigger the mechanism, they could continue their aimless wandering until the end of time. The Sentinel robots, with their featureless faces adorned with 2 points of yellow light serving as eyes, boasted elongated limbs covered in scales that gave them the appearance of donning black, form-fitting leather suits. Under the cover of night, they seemed to meld into the shadows. As the patrolling sentinels of this region, their activity had diminished due to the sparse presence of mutants in the vast wilderness. They had not been deployed in ages, and if not for the absence of metal within their constructs, they would almost be rusting away. Suddenly, a fleet of trapezoidal transport ships materialized above the Sentinel robots, their underbellies opening to reveal the cargo holds. Almost simultaneously, the Sentinels' eye-like lights flickered in unison, and they leapt into the air, diving into the transport ships. According to satellite detection, an anomalous cloud pattern has been observed in a certain region of Huaxia. By comparing historical data, the primary system has determined that this corresponds to the ability model of the mutant storm when she unleashes gaseous energy on a large scale, thus issuing extermination orders to the Sentinel robots in the surrounding areas. As the Sentinel robots surged into the transport ships, tranquility was restored along the Great Wall. Cliffs and temples stood in silence. The Sentinel robots approached, their flowing hair dancing in the wind, adorned with black eyeshadow that resembled a dark ribbon accentuating their features. With eyes suddenly wide open, they shouted a warning to the onlookers before meticulously sensing and analyzing the enemy's numbers. A total of 15 transport ships were approaching, 12 miles away. Damn it! How did they arrive so swiftly? The crowd collectively cursed, feeling that the Sentinel robots possessed some form of tracking mutant ability, having located their hideout in merely 2 to 3 days. In a corner, Ma En, who had been asked to hide due to his lack of combat capability, furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. The Sentinels should not have discovered them so quickly. He recalled the extended version of Reverse the Future, where the Sentinel robots attacked at a critical moment because Phantom Cat was accidentally injured by an agitated Wolverine, rendering her unable to continue. Iceman proposed rescuing the mischievous one who possessed absorption abilities to replace her and stabilize Wolverine's consciousness in the past. In the endeavor to rescue the mischievous young one, the Iceman met an unfortunate demise, while the others narrowly escaped total annihilation. Professor X piloted the aircraft with a remarkable burst of acceleration, managing to elude the Sentinel. However, he failed to notice a severed arm of the Sentinel left clinging to the exterior of the aircraft, thereby exposing their current location. Had this incident not occurred, the X-Men might have achieved a flawless victory. Thus, as Ma'an observed the Iceman, Drake, emerging from the flickering portal, he disregarded the cautions of Blink and circled around the parked aircraft several times, utterly perplexed by the absence of the severed limb. What had gone awry? Chapter 12. Please die before me, Sunspot. The questions swirling in Ma'an's mind remained unanswered as the Sentinel robots were on the verge of assaulting. Everyone began to adjust their stance, bracing for the impending battle. Bishop extended his hand towards Sunspot, and upon receiving the solar radiation energy transmitted from his companion, crimson patterns flickered across his face, his eyes ignited with a fiery glow. He then directed the energy stored within him into the energy weapon he held. After completing this, Bishop and Blink exchanged a knowing glance, their unspoken understanding forged through countless battles. Blink raised her hand and tossed a shuriken that landed before Bishop, creating a portal leading directly to the approaching transport vessel. Boom! Bishop initiated the assault, launching a crimson energy projectile through the combat window, striking the dark hull of the transport ship and shearing off a significant amount of debris. Yet, it did little to hinder their advance. Amid Bishop's furious roar, Magneto emerged from the temple, raising his hand to lift the aircraft, preparing for an extraordinary long-distance throw. Due to Professor X's abilities being ineffective against the mindless Sentinel robots, and recognizing that Wolverine also requires someone to soothe and control him, he chose not to depart the chamber alongside Magneto, but instead opted to remain behind, safeguarding Shadowcat and the unconscious Wolverine. Aside from the three who stayed behind, all other mutants congregated in the clearing before the temple, dispersing to avoid being overwhelmed by concentrated fire. The indomitable Colossus, his body transformed into steel, was eager for battle, determined to ensnare at least one Sentinel robot at the cost of his own life. Unbeknownst to him, he had been reduced to a heap of scrap metal by Sentinel robots across numerous abandoned timelines. As Bishop was preoccupied with temporal alerts and had no time to concern himself with Colossus's fate, inadvertently creating the illusion of safety in this very moment, while Magneto showed no inclination to offer a warning. With his abilities focused on perception and physical prowess, his twin blades forged from vibranium drawn, he, like Colossus, lacked means for ranged energy attacks, leaving him to engage in hand-to-hand combat, a scenario in which he often found himself on his knees first. His superhuman stamina proved only beneficial in bed, rendered insignificant in the presence of a sentinel. Sunspot wore a grim expression, refraining from transforming immediately. His power derived from solar radiation, and with nightfall upon them, coupled with Storm's abilities, the skies were shrouded in thick clouds, preventing even moonlight from being absorbed, forcing him to conserve his dwindling energy. Clad in a suit of temporal armor, Blink raised her shimmering arm high, maintaining the combat portal before Bishop. Behind her trailed the incapacitated Monet, who incessantly whispered in her ear a most peculiar request. If you should fall in battle, could you teleport to my location before your demise? I possess a means to repurpose your abilities to grant Wolverine additional time. Blink responded with incredulity. Are you cursing me at this moment? Diverting her focus to sustain the spatial gateway, she disregarded Monet, swiftly opening a portal behind the stone pillar and delivering a swift kick to send him inside, instructing him to remain concealed and not to interfere. Through years of honing her powers alongside Monet's enhancements, Blink had mastered the art of simultaneously opening multiple portals, proving to be an adept controller of the battlefield. Before the portal, Bishop bellowed as he relentlessly squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of luminous projectiles imbued with raw energy, recklessly venting the surging force within him. Alone, he grappled with the diminishing levels of energy coursing through him, disheartened by the unyielding formation of their adversaries. It was akin to Thanos delivering a crushing blow only to find that Captain Marvel's hairstyle remained unruffled, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Hey, that girl, make that portal wider. A resonant and vigorous voice echoed from behind, as a shadow loomed over Bishop. In an instant, the portal before him expanded exponentially, allowing the tempest of wind and snow from the mountains to surge forth. He looked up as the mountain-shaped warplane was tugged by an unseen force, soaring over his head through the vast open portal, landing in the midst of the Sentinel transport fleet, revealing the energy core beneath. A thunderous roar erupted. The night transformed into day in an instant. Blinding white light flooded the sky, and a column of lightning, guided by Storm, struck the engine core with ferocity. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted in midair, instantly affecting the surrounding transports. Due to their close proximity, they were propelled into one another by the shockwave, triggering secondary explosions that obliterated numerous transports and Sentinel robots yet to be activated. Although they had once been adversaries, Storm and Magneto, seasoned in battle, executed a flawless coordination without the need for communication. Well done. With such a detonation, the enemy suffered at least a 50% loss, and cheers erupted among the crowd. Yet their expressions grew serious once the smoke of the explosion dissipated. Whoosh! While the destruction of the central transports had been achieved through the explosion of the warplane, the outer transports remained largely unaffected. Perhaps sensing the imminent danger, the surviving transports halted their advance, opening their hatches to release the Sentinel robots. Dozens of Sentinel robots surged forth like a swarm of locusts. A few clever ones even attempted to reach the battlefield directly through the portal, prompting a swift closure of the gateway, extending the distance between friend and foe to the 12 miles mentioned in the journey. The sheer number of Sentinel robots was overwhelming. We cannot cope with them. Iceman Drake, standing beneath Storm as she floated in midair, voiced his concern anxiously. We do not need to defeat them. We only need to hold them off. The Storm Woman's eyes glowed with an ethereal whiteness, her arms outstretched, fingers splayed with palms facing upward. As she summoned the gaseous energy accumulating above her head, she addressed the Iceman, now transformed into an embodiment of ice, saying, Bobby, unleash your powers all around. With all your might. The Iceman, his sculpted face betraying no discernible expression, revealed his confusion through his tone. Before he could voice his inquiries further, the thunderous roar of a storm answered him. Boom! Dark clouds spread ominously towards the distant horizon, further diminishing the already low visibility, with only the intermittent flashes of lightning providing fleeting illumination. In the unnoticed darkness, the Storm Woman, once with palms raised skyward, now inverted her hands, gradually pressing downward. The clouds obeyed the command of the Queen of Calamity, descending forcefully towards the ground. Whirlwinds formed under her will, each growing in magnitude. swiftly evolving into a black tornado connecting heaven and earth, with an estimated count of 20 to 30 swirling about. "Now is the time," the Storm Woman exclaimed, and the Iceman, comprehending her intention, erected a towering structure of ice to elevate his position. He then exerted all his strength to unleash his icy powers, transforming the tornado into a magnificent ice vortex. This is our combined technique. As the chilling winds intensified, bringing a biting sensation akin to knives against the skin, Maan stared in astonishment at the Storm Woman, who wielded nature's wrath with such prowess. He suddenly felt that the chances of retrieving the fallen had significantly diminished. Perhaps a more brazen approach would be necessary. The level of destruction exhibited here is not portrayed in films. Is his enhancement truly so outrageous? Chapter 13, Relay Race. Bang, bang, bang. A ferocious tornado connects the heavens and the earth, its powerful winds transforming a radius of several kilometers into a no-fly zone. Unless one wishes to experience an aerial mishap, attempting to fly in such an environment is tantamount to courting death. Affected by the gravitational pull, the swarm of Sentinel robots crashes into the surrounding mountains, erupting in numerous bursts of flames. Although these machines were developed specifically to counter mutants, adapting to any mutant power and employing targeted abilities to eliminate them, they struggle against this pseudo-natural phenomenon. They can only brace themselves against the tempest and attempt to breach the defensive barrier formed by the tornado. After losing several Sentinel robots, the remaining ones navigate through the outer ordinary tornado, only to collide head-on with 4 violent ice tornadoes encircling a mountain. The biting cold winds envelop them, causing the surfaces of the Sentinel robots to freeze instantaneously, their propulsion systems failing, and one by one, they plummet into the valleys between the mountains, shattered upon impact. As the ice tornado dissipates, the exhausted Storm Woman descends from the sky, nearly collapsing upon touching the ground. Fortunately, the Iceman, with remarkable agility, catches her and helps her to a staircase where she can rest and recuperate. For the moment, they should be safe. The Iceman settled beside Storm, the altitude and low temperature of their surroundings rendering cooling far less strenuous than in warmer climates, allowing him to conserve his strength for further combat. Time was of the essence, as the second wave of assault was imminent. Storm reclined, finding that lying down afforded her a swifter recovery than sitting. Despite the first wave being easily dispatched, the faces of the group bore no signs of relief. The emergence of Sentinel robots signified their position had been compromised. Even if they withstood this wave, the next would undoubtedly be more formidable, and with only a handful of allies. Merely stalling for time had become a luxury they could not afford. Strangely, the thought of relocating their position had not crossed their minds. They were resolute in their determination to confront the Sentinel robots head-on. Journey, can you sense any signs of the fallen Sentinel robots reactivating? As the 2 key fighters recuperated, the other mutants, having just emerged from battle, heeded Man's reminder and approached the temple's edge to assess the situation of the Sentinel robots in the valley below, ensuring they posed no threat of stealthily scaling the cliffs. "Your name is Blink, correct?" Magneto was not idle either, floating over to Blink, harboring an idea that required her unique abilities. "Indeed. Could you reopen that spatial portal from earlier? If possible, make it a bit closer." At his request, Blink cast a puzzled glance his way but refrained from further inquiry, raising her hand to hurl her shuriken and creating a spatial portal. On the other side, 7 transport ships were in the process of retreating. "Since you've arrived, do not depart. Widen the spatial gate a bit. I shall summon a few formidable entities." The Sentinel robots are devoid of metal, yet their transport vessels are not. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Magneto's eyes as he observed the rapidly expanding spatial gate before him. With a mere gesture, he exerted his will over the 7 transport ships, forcibly drawing them to this side of the gate, where they landed heavily upon the open ground in front of the temple. The area before the temple formed a semicircular platform, and Magneto, using his magnetic prowess, dismantled the power systems of the transport vessels, allowing them to descend along the periphery of the platform, thus forming a half-circle. As he regarded the weapons he had so deftly acquired, a cold smile crept upon Magneto's lips. The next time the Sentinel robots launched an assault, he would ensure they experienced the essence of a gold element version of cosmic upheaval. "Hey, everyone," there's commotion at the base of the mountain. At that moment, the voice of destiny resonated from the edge of the platform. Magneto soared into the air, the 7 transport ships floating behind him in synchrony. "What is happening?" Simultaneously controlling 7 colossal vessels did not tax Magneto. He had once commanded the Golden Gate Bridge itself. Even if a dozen more transport ships were added, it would still not equate to half the weight of the Golden Gate, posing no burden to him. If only the Sentinel robots contained metal, the X-Men would have been entirely unnecessary, and there would be no need to reverse the future. He is the future. Upon hearing the inquiry, Junta lifted his gaze to the newly appointed leader, Magneto, who had taken over from Storm and Iceman. He spoke rapidly. I can sense something moving upward from beneath the mountain. It seems that Maine's instincts were indeed correct, that recent ice tornado did not eliminate all the Sentinel robots. And there are still a few that have evaded capture. Magneto nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that the Sentinel robots could record mutant abilities, and there would always be a few that reacted swiftly enough to utilize their powers, escaping unscathed. Perfectly timed. He had just acquired what could be likened to a melee artifact, akin to a brick, and was in dire need of adversaries to empower his weapon. Leave these sentinels to me. You all stay here and guard this position. I shall return shortly. With his cloak billowing behind him, Magneto descended into the valley. His demeanor as tranquil as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll. Moments later, those on the platform felt a strong tremor emanating from the mountainside, accompanied by the sound of falling debris, prompting them to seek shelter. Standing at the temple's entrance, Maine silently nodded in approval of Eric's formidable prowess. Now resembling a king of iron, it is well known that Magneto's power varies drastically depending on the presence of metal. The former is a force to be reckoned with, while the latter can be easily dispatched by an ordinary person wielding a non-metallic firearm. However, should the moon indeed serve as an alien base, with its hollow metallic structure, he could hurl the moon at you. Even without enhancements, Magneto's combat strength is undoubtedly among the elite of mutants. All is settled. You may now focus on regaining your strength. Moments after the tremors subsided, Magneto gracefully soared back to the platform from the valley below, accompanied by several transport ships that bore visible dents, a testament to the ferocity with which he had just dispatched the Sentinel robots. The onlookers nodded in silent acknowledgement, grappling with the uncertainty of Wolverine's progress on his mission, and resolved to delay the inevitable, striving to buy him precious time. Among the crowd, the non-combatant Ma-In furrowed his brow, contemplating the strategies for the impending challenges. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the Sentinels had expedited their detection of the mutants, and thanks to his enhancements, the X-Men had withstood the initial wave of attack without sustaining casualties. The subsequent events had been completely derailed, rendering it nearly impossible for him to pinpoint the critical juncture for successfully altering the future. A single misstep could lead to their erasure from existence by the relentless flow of time. He decided to wait and see. Should the X-Men endure the second assault, he would then take action. Plans often succumb to the chaos of reality, and if his memory served him right, Wolverine had lingered in the past for several days, while the Sentinels would not bide their time for another strike. Once they realized the mutants' unwavering determination, they would unleash their full fury. He still harbored hopes of waiting until the X-Men fell, at which point he could seize the baton from their grasp and continue the race. Chapter 14. The harvest of abilities commences. The cold winds howled atop the mountains, the chill of the ice tornado lingering in the air, as magical assaults sent shivers through the bodies of those present. At the cliffside temple, a group huddled together on the steps, encircling a short man with a stern visage, seeking warmth in their collective presence. The solar flares, with a sense of helplessness, found themselves encircled by their comrades. A faint corona began to manifest around them, dispelling the chill within a 10-meter radius, leaving only the warmth reminiscent of afternoon sunlight. The solar halo, though slightly wasteful of energy, was a necessary measure in this frigid environment, particularly for mutants other than the Iceman and Steel Titan, who were ill-suited to the cold. Thus, the solar flares had no choice but to activate their powers slightly, radiating solar energy and serving as a human torch to provide warmth for all. Bishop, adhering to the principle of conservation, diligently absorbed the emitted solar radiation, managing to create an anomalous temperature point within the halo's range. Suddenly, the temple doors creaked open, revealing Magneto, who emerged to inspect Wolverine's condition, drawing the attention of the gathered crowd. "How is it? Did you succeed?" inquired the Steel Titan, whose mind was filled with steel beams and muscle. The others cast him a sidelong glance, finding it unsurprising that he would pose such a question. If it had truly succeeded, do you think you would still be standing here? Moreover, it has only been about 2 hours, saving the world cannot be accomplished so swiftly. Magneto shot him an exasperated look, suppressing the urge to use his powers to send him flying, reluctant to engage in discourse with someone of such limited intellect. Why is everyone ignoring me? Steel Titan scratched his wire-like hair, feeling somewhat aggrieved when no one responded. Marn, unable to tolerate the masculine figure's awkwardness, sighed and pulled him into the solar halo, striving to impart his lifelong knowledge about the concept of time correction. Time flowed gently under the guidance of Magneto. And approximately 2 hours later, the journey issued another alert. It sensed the arrival of the Sentinel transport ships, their numbers, 5 times that of the first wave. In the perception of the journey, a large swarm of Sentinel transport ships surged from 4 distinct directions, remotely deploying Sentinel robots without any intention of approaching. Clearly, the imagery of Magneto utilizing transport ships to bombard the Sentinel robots had been transmitted back to the main system. In an effort to diminish Magneto's combat prowess, the main system determined to deny him the opportunity to sustain his battle through further conflict. Here they came. The locust-like Sentinel robots advanced from a distance, resembling a dark cloud from afar. Storm and Iceman once again executed their combined technique, but due to their diminished stamina and the significant drop in surrounding gaseous energy, the scale of the ice tornado paled in comparison to the previous one, reduced to merely 3. The ordinary tornadoes serving as a buffer numbered only a dozen. The 2 types of tornadoes spiraled clockwise around the mountain where the temple was situated, successively sweeping away a batch of Sentinel robots serving as vanguards. However, the sheer number of enemies proved overwhelming, and many Sentinels breached the blockade, charging directly inside. Clang! Clang! The Sentinel robots that penetrated the protective circle of the ice tornado were met with a devastating blow. Inspired by the ice tornado, Magneto manipulated 7 colossal ships to spin wildly on the platform, forming a 3rd layer of spiral defense that repelled the Sentinels one by one, leaving only a vacant space above. Storm, electrify me. As the solar flares aimed to conserve energy for his own combat, Bishop turned to Storm, requesting an energy supply. He could absorb most forms of energy, lightning being among them. Boom! A series of slender lightning bolts descended from the heavens, with one striking the Sentinel robot attempting to breach their defenses from above, while another surged towards the Bishop, infusing him with energy. A familiar crimson pattern flickered across his face as the surplus energy flowed into the weapon linked to his arm. The Bishop raised his energy gun and fired into the sky. Amidst the cacophony of roars, the Sunspot completed its transformation, heating the surrounding air currents to achieve flight, unleashing streams of scarlet flames that ignited and brought down the erratically flying Sentinel robots. In the absence of ranged attacks, the trio of Jing-2, Steel Titan, and Flicker stood together, poised to exploit any opportunity to launch a surprise assault through a spatial portal. Meanwhile, Main remained hidden in the shadows, ever ready to scavenge the fallen. The situation appeared dire. This was likely their last stand. Main gazed upward at the increasing number of Sentinel robots, making a grim assessment. Although it seemed the Sentinel robots could not penetrate their defenses at present, the X-Men had also failed to inflict significant casualties. With their numbers and damage output at a disadvantage, it was merely a matter of time before their defenses were breached. Unless Iceman suddenly awakened to unleash his planet-freezing ultimate move, the X-Men, lacking in widespread area of effect damage, would be left to face inevitable defeat. They numbered fewer than 9, utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught of hundreds of Sentinel robots. Bishop, watch your step. Just as Main was momentarily distracted, the first casualty emerged. Due to the dual defensive perimeter, the Sentinel robot was compelled to launch an aerial assault. The oblivious Bishop, preoccupied with shooting at the sky, overlooked the fact that the Sentinel, besides its capacity to mimic mutant abilities, possessed a remarkable capability for nanomechanic reconstruction, enabling it to manifest an array of weaponry and tools. It was not until an unusual tremor reverberated beneath his feet that the Bishop sensed impending danger. Just as he attempted to evade, it was too late. The Sentinel, emerging from the mountainside using its tunneling technique, pierced through his chest, leading to his immediate demise, discarding the lifeless body of the mutant that hung from his grasp. The cold machine focused its targeting system on the clustered figures of Blink and her companions, charging forth without hesitation. With a resounding clang, the ironclad powerhouse, Steel, bellowed as he sprinted towards the Sentinel. As they neared one another, he executed a sudden slide, delivering a kick to the Sentinel's right leg, causing it to lose its balance. The Sentinel stumbled and fell, skidding several meters before tumbling headlong into Blink's spatial portal. The purple gateway abruptly constricted, cleaving the Sentinel in two, rendering it motionless. Blink had unleashed her dimensional slash. Main's eyes lit up at the sight, secretly rejoicing that Blink had finally mastered the correct application of the spatial portal, a truly commendable achievement. With the tunneling ambush of the Sentinel neutralized, Main noticed the bishop's corpse lying not far away and swiftly approached, unnoticed by those around him. Feeling the weight of his actions, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, then extended his fingers towards the body, splaying them open to invoke the inherent power of the other god. Ability, Replication. A faint mist of blood ascended from Bishop's lifeless body, continuously drawn into Main's palms. The genetic strands of the former disintegrated, transforming into a sanguine vapor that infiltrated Main's being. Under the influence of his replication ability, these strands underwent a reassembly within him, bestowing upon him a second extraordinary power subsequent to extraordinary ability, potential activation. Is this the sensation of energy absorption? Quite agreeable. As Bishop's genetic strands reconstituted within him, Main immediately perceived the emergence of an indistinct sensation, a subtle energy subtly coursing through his body's surface and converging within, converting into a ceaseless flow of stamina and defensive prowess. With the enhancement of his physical capacity, the threshold for his bodily load also escalated. Upon careful introspection, he discerned that he could indeed accommodate 2 additional genetic strands, affirming his prior conjecture. Who might be next? Concealing himself behind a stone pillar, Main observed the unfolding battle with anticipation, fervently snapping photographs as a makeshift war correspondent, while awaiting the emergence of the second casualty. Chapter 15. Evacuation. The number of Sentinel robots was overwhelming, and the X-Men found themselves outmatched. Main did not have to wait long. The second casualty soon appeared. Zheng Tu utilized a flickering spatial portal to leap behind a Sentinel robot, brandishing twin daggers with the intent to deliver a backstab. However, another Sentinel robot drifted in from behind, turning the tables and delivering a backstab to him instead, utilizing a blast from its face-mounted annihilator beam. Yet, Zheng Tu's ability was not on Main's harvesting list. Thus he remained still, quietly awaiting the demise of the next bearer of potential abilities. He is merely a feeble individual endowed with 3 abilities, of little assistance in any significant capacity. The team, once consisting of 8, has dwindled to 6, placing immense pressure on the remaining X-Men, as a sense of despair quietly takes root in each heart. Diminished morale invites vulnerabilities. Steel Man. No. Predictably, the one burdened with thoughts as dense as steel beams became the 3rd casualty, meeting a fate reminiscent of cinematic portrayals, overpowered by 4 Sentinel robots, his limbs and torso severed, enduring the torturous experience of dismemberment, a sight that evokes pain. Bobby, I can barely hold on. I'm coming for you. Meanwhile, Storm, who had been maintaining a freezing tornado for an extended period, found her strength waning rapidly. Upon hearing Bobby's words, Iceman swiftly turned, conjuring ice beneath his feet to glide towards her landing position, catching the exhausted Storm. The enemy numbers are overwhelming. Blink, take the professor and the others to safety first. We shall attempt to alter our fate once we find a secure location. Supported by Iceman, Storm was en route to retreat when she turned to see her anticipated escape route. Blink, overwhelmed by the Sentinel robots, had perished. Storm, Magneto, what are you doing? Why haven't you intervened to protect such crucial support? Gazing towards Magneto, Storm fell silent, for she was too fatigued to remain on the battlefield. Iceman's icy barricades offered little impediment to the high-temperature rays emitted by the Sentinel robots. Thus the burden of offense, control, and protection now rested squarely on the shoulders of the still capable Magneto. It is truly asking too much. We are doomed. Devoid of the Ice Dragon's assistance, Magneto's transport ship's spiral protective barrier proved insufficient against the omnipresent Sentinel robots. In an instant, the Sentinels filled the sky, effortlessly dispatching the errant sunspots above. Storm's countenance reflected sorrow. She remained oblivious to the fact that her manipulation of the weather had inadvertently summoned the Sentinels, only aware that they were destined to falter in this place today. The aircraft, caught in the initial wave of assault, were reduced to mere wreckage, while the teleporting Blink met her demise on the battlefield. The remaining X-Men found themselves ensnared within the temple, unable to escape. Suddenly, Storm's expression shifted dramatically. After a moment of bewilderment, she exchanged a glance with Iceman, confirming her senses were not deceiving her. With Iceman's support, she turned and sprinted into the temple's interior. Clang, clang. One by one, the Sentinel robots descended onto the platform in a superheroic fashion, their gaze fixated on the fleeing Storm and Iceman, simultaneously revealing their cannon mouths, gathering scorching energy. Bang! Witnessing this, Magneto swiftly hurled a transport ship, which collided forcefully onto the platform. The immense inertia rendered anyone defenseless, sending the charging Sentinels hurtling away and interrupting their incantation. Eric, hurry inside. We must depart, Magneto urged, donning his psychic protective helmet due to his ulterior motives. Professor X, unable to communicate a retreat through mental link as Storm and the others did, was compelled to maneuver his floating chair himself, urging his dear friend to enter the sanctuary promptly. Upon hearing this, Magneto did not even glance back. His figure, suspended in midair, retreated swiftly, employing a defensive maneuver as the transport vessel transformed into a shield, absorbing the collective assault of the Sentinel robots. Ultimately, as he withdrew to the entrance of the temple, he effectively sealed it off. The sound of metallic clashing resonated outside, accompanied by intense vibrations. Only then did Magneto turn to his trusted companion and inquire, "How do we escape?" Although the temple was constructed within a hollow cave with no apparent exits, the assurance from his ally that escape was possible instilled confidence within him. "Follow me," Professor X gestured, leading Magneto back to the stone chamber. Inside the stone chamber, Shadowcat and Wolverine had already vanished, while Storm and Iceman, who had just entered, stood facing a purple portal, causing Magneto to momentarily pause in surprise. Wasn't he that the ability of that girl who flickered? Had she somehow survived? With such questions lingering in his mind, Magneto followed Professor X through the portal, narrowly evading the Sentinel robots as they breached the door. In the skies above the Eurasian continent, at an altitude of over 2,000 meters, an abandoned RV soared through the clouds. Portals opened at unpredictable intervals, allowing the vehicle to traverse through space with sudden jumps, occasionally appearing in the north and at other times in the south, moving erratically to evade pursuers. "So, your ability is not potential activation, but rather the absorption of powers?" Magneto inquired, seated in the driver's seat, maneuvering the RV through successive portals, casting a curious glance at the relentless barrage of energy projectiles launched by man. The last individual to possess such an ability was none other than the mischievous one. It is fair to say that Ma-In nodded in acknowledgement, not denying his capacity to absorb the abilities of others. He was aware that Magneto might perceive a similarity between him and the mischievous one. However, the latter passively absorbed powers, whereas he did not. Merely in terms of control, he surpassed the mischievous one. "Fortunately, you are capable. Otherwise, we would be unable to leave today," Magneto remarked, expressing no concern regarding their decision to remain at an exposed location. Ma-In refrained from responding, as he had already contemplated employing spatial teleportation to buy time. However, due to the necessity of harvesting abilities, he had withheld his suggestion initially. What left him exasperated was the realization that, had he not mentioned it, the X-Men appeared genuinely intent on delaying through combat rather than evading, displaying an astonishing stubbornness. It was only Blink who heeded his words, teleporting before him just before her demise. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging for him to acquire the abilities in the presence of 3 Sentinel robots, let alone make an escape. Blink suggested, "Let us find a place to scavenge for supplies. We need food and water." At that moment, Iceman emerged from behind the RV, indicating their need to replenish their resources. Ma-In glanced back at Wolverine, who lay on the bed, while Shadowcat sat cross-legged atop him, maintaining the time teleportation. Storm rested in a chair, and Professor X had parked his hover chair beside the bed, ever vigilant for any signs of movement from Wolverine. For hours had elapsed since their escape, and none of them had consumed a single drop of water. They were in dire need of sustenance to replenish their strength. Where could they find food? "We cannot afford to linger for too long. I know of a place. Its location is rather concealed." Guided by the Iceman's instructions, Ma-In opened a spatial portal to a warehouse where they had scavenged food during their flight, intending to rest momentarily. "Come, Katie, open wide." Inside the warehouse, they managed to procure some chocolate, biscuits, and a few bottles of unopened beverages. The Iceman hastily returned to the RV with the provisions, unwrapped them, and tenderly fed the phantom cat, whose stomach grumbled from prolonged exertion, while gently wiping the sweat from her brow with a look of deep concern. In the passenger seat, Ma-in observed the affectionate scene through the rearview mirror, unable to suppress a resigned shake of his head as he discreetly captured a photograph, a testament to their love. Although in this timeline the Iceman and the mischievous girl had parted ways and formed a bond with the Phantom Cat, in this new timeline, the Iceman and the mischievous girl had rekindled their relationship. Ironically, during the moment when the Iceman sent Wolverine's consciousness back to the past, he had once told her that they would meet again in another timeline. Indeed, they did meet again, but not as romantic partners. Rather, they became colleagues at the same school, crossing paths daily, oblivious to the fact that they were once each other's sole love. Time cannot be trifled with. With a soft sigh, marveling at the might of time, Ma-in withdrew his gaze, contemplating when he should make his departure. Chapter 16. The infinite possibilities of the multiverse. With his head resting against the window, Ma-in appeared to be in a state of serene repose. Yet in truth, he was swiftly retracing the narrative of days of future past within the recesses of his memory. He needed to pinpoint a temporal juncture that would signal his departure, a measure to prevent his existence from being overwritten by the timeline. Certainly, he could simply leave, indifferent to the fate of the X-Men. However, he was not a being devoid of empathy. Despite possessing powers akin to those of a god, his moral compass remained steadfast, and he harbored a genuine fondness for the X-Men. Observing their demise from a distance might seem callous, yet this was predicated on the knowledge of their eventual resurrection. He was not an unfeeling individual. Wolverine's role in Days of Future Past extended beyond merely imparting apocalyptic knowledge from the future to the younger versions of Magneto and Professor X. His most significant contribution lay in serving as a conduit between the younger Professor X and his older counterpart. Following this, he largely remained a passive observer, making no remarkable contributions. Once Professor X concluded his dialogue with his younger self, the film approached its climax. Even if they were subsequently discovered by the Sentinels, and Wolverine's consciousness was forcibly returned to his body, the past had irrevocably altered, paving the way for a divergent future. This indicated that once Professor X began to communicate with his past self, it would be the opportune moment for Ma-in to make his exit. He had identified a definitive temporal landmark. The sole challenge remained the uncertainty of when this transcendent conversation would transpire. Casting a glance back at Professor X, who was similarly lost in contemplation, Ma noted the moment the latter seemed to sense something, abruptly opening his eyes to regard him. The look in his eyes was akin to that of a deity, aware of all, devoid of sorrow or joy, entirely in command. Somehow, an epiphany struck Ma-in, as he sensed that Professor X was already aware of the outcome of reversing the future, which explained his calm demeanor and the silence that accompanied their journey. If one wishes to leave this universe, perhaps one must first practice and master the newly acquired abilities. Fear not, I shall provide you with guidance while conversing with Charles, echoed Professor X's voice in Ma-in's mind, solidifying a particular suspicion. The old man had surreptitiously infiltrated his thoughts. It was unclear when this had occurred. Perhaps he had been compromised from the very beginning, and the futile tactic of counting sheep had proven utterly ineffective. He even suspected that the reason the X-Men had fought so fiercely was due to Professor X's influence. Damn the telepaths, Ma-in muttered silently, indifferent to whether Professor X could hear him, as he turned to disembark the vehicle, intending to find an open space to practice his spatial abilities. The old man had a point. If he did not practice in advance, what would happen if he faltered at a critical moment? Inside the RV, Professor X observed Ma-in's departing figure with a hint of amusement, refraining from offering any explanation. Although he had gleaned from Ma-in's memories that his universe was likely a fabrication, Professor X remained unfazed, not questioning the authenticity of his own existence. His body was real, his life was real, and his sensations were real. Since everything about him was genuine, it followed that his universe was equally authentic. In contrast to the notion of merely being a fabricated character, akin to a marionette traversing a predetermined fate, he is more inclined towards an alternative theory. This posits that the inspiration for artistic creations is but a projection from other universes, captured by the creator's mind and subsequently woven into their works. It is these other realms that serve as the wellspring of inspiration, providing the material for creators to draw upon, rather than being mere figments of imagination. Indeed, beyond the cosmos, there exists yet another universe. Within those myriad realms, individuals are penning narratives that diverge entirely from our own. It is revealed that the power residing within the instrument is known as the Phoenix Force, an unparalleled strength transcending the universe itself, embodying both creation and destruction. Mutants may appear extraordinary, yet they are but one among many wondrous races scattered across the cosmos. The universe is a vibrant tapestry, rife with both marvels and perils, and humanity requires the assistance of mutants to secure its foothold. Should the truth of the multiverse be disclosed to the young Charles? In Professor X's gaze, a flickering light of uncertainty reflects his inner turmoil regarding whether to bestow an advantage upon his former self. From the consciousness of Magneto, he glimpses the moment the multiverse unfolds, realizing that the tranquility of his own universe stems from the past isolation of these realms. However, as the three princesses of the divine realm ascend to godhood, the multiverse unleashes boundless possibilities, and he understands that his universe will inevitably encounter visitors from other realms. Gaining foresight will aid his new self in navigating similar eventualities. The splendid yet perilous multiverse, where humanity and mutants must unite their efforts to navigate the impending crises. With a newfound resolve, Professor X's previous anxieties dissipated as he discovered a means to unite humans and mutants. Superheroes from other universes may be cherished by the masses, and he firmly believed that mutants could achieve a similar reverence. It was time to adopt a more assertive approach. The metaphorical boiling frog would only lead to their demise. Professor X's gaze grew resolute as he turned to the window, observing his dear friend approaching the RV, suddenly finding him considerably more agreeable. Having long since abandoned hope for his former self, he realized that altering his perspective was not an arduous task. While he continued to harbor hope for humanity, he refused to linger in anticipation. Extraordinary circumstances warranted extraordinary measures, and he was confident that humanity would comprehend his actions. If they did not, he would ensure they came to understand whoosh. A purple dart was hurled into the air, piercing the veil of space and forming a portal of energy. The silver markings on Mayan's forehead flickered subtly, transforming his ordinary vision into an infinitely fragmented spatial perspective, enabling him to identify weak points in space and breach the entrance to the multiverse. Unlike the flickering eyes of the mutated, Mayan's gaze remained unremarkable after absorbing her power. Instead, a silver diamond-shaped emblem appeared at the center of his forehead, resembling an upright eye from a distance. This served as his spatial sensory organ, assisting him in entering the spatial vista and opening portals. Alas, it seems I may have been overly presumptuous. A myriad of spatial gateways had been unleashed, yet none yielded a fissure in the fabric of space. Concern gnawed at Maine, as trepidation settled in regarding the prospect of perishing in this forsaken realm. How, he pondered, had the antagonist in Captain Marvel 2 breached the multiverse? Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing thoughts, recalling the narrative of Captain Marvel 2. It seemed that the villain's ability to penetrate the cosmic barriers was predominantly facilitated by two divine artifacts, the Universal Weapon and the Quantum Bracelets. The former, a weapon of godly caliber, could manipulate cosmic energy, manifesting a plethora of functions in accordance with its wielder's desires. In the film, however, it merely showcased the capacity to harbor the powers of the Infinity Stones. The latter, a pair of bracelets possessed by a rather inept young girl, inherently had the ability to communicate across alternate dimensions, endowed with spatial properties. Yet, upon reflection, it appeared that the combination of the Universal Weapon and the Quantum Bracelets merely created new unstable spatial nodes within this universe. The true catalyst for fracturing the cosmic barriers was, in fact, the Quantum Bracelets. Their unleashed energy obliterated the spatial jump nodes, causing the cosmic wall to rend asunder. As the details of the universe's breach crystallized in his mind, a somewhat nebulous scientific theory resurfaced, one he had encountered previously. It postulated that the universe, on a grand scale, possesses a periodic honeycomb-like structure, thus giving rise to spatial nodes, which explain the origins of the spontaneous jump points within the Marvel Universe. Could it be that I require a spatial node to unveil the gateway to the multiverse? Maine mused aloud, his tone laced with uncertainty. It was not that spatial nodes were particularly elusive. After all, one loomed directly above him. He possesses the ability to perceive spatial anomalies, acutely aware of the unusual phenomena surrounding him. Upon raising his gaze, he observes a multitude of translucent hexagonal patches projected upon the celestial expanse, with the central patch distinctly differing in hue from its surroundings, appearing more profound in color. This marks an already established spatial node. Judging by the size of these hexagonal formations, Mayan deduces that this spatial node likely resides below the atmosphere. Occasionally, the disappearance of aircraft does not necessarily imply a plunge into the ocean. It could also indicate an encounter with a wild spatial node. Chapter 17. More peculiar than the Omega Hedgehog, it is confirmed that mere flickering abilities cannot facilitate traversal through the multiverse. After all, she is not Miss America. Perhaps, the spatial node is the key factor. After considerable contemplation, Mayan resolves to give it a try. Time is of the essence. He must swiftly discover an escape route. With a swift motion, he casts a dart gun to open a spatial portal, revealing an invisible, honeycomb-like spatial node. Once more, Mayan conjures a dart gun in hand and skillfully hurls it at a translucent hexagonal patch positioned at the periphery. Clang, accompanied by a crisp sound. The energy-formed dart does not pierce the space directly, but instead embeds itself in the translucent patch like an ordinary dart, creating several fissures. It seems to be effective. A glimmer of hope ignites in Ma-N's eyes as he launches several more dart guns imbued with spatial energy, this time aiming for the crevices between the patches, attempting to pry open the multiversal barrier. Swish, swish, swish. The spatial node was vast, and the crevices between the patches were extensive. Ma-N waved his hand and scattered a dozen dart guns, placing one at intervals. Yet even this effort failed to fill half of the gap. The manipulation of spatial gateways required mental fortitude, and Ma-N's mental energy was insufficient to open too many gateways simultaneously. After gauging the situation, he ceased throwing the dart guns and silently intoned, "Explode." The dart guns capable of creating spatial gateways detonated instantaneously, suppressing the eruption of energy that would allow the space to self-heal. The violet spatial energy gradually pried open the crevice between the translucent patches. Ma-N's gaze fixated on the transformation of the gap. He yearned to successfully open a cosmic rift, yet he harbored trepidation about damaging the cosmic barrier, as he lacked the ability to mend it. With a thunderous roar, the expanding energy masses slowly widened the fissure between the two hexagons, emitting a sound of overwhelming strain. The hexagonal patches began to concave inward, reminiscent of the new spatial nodes crafted by Deben using divine artifacts, which startled him into halting his abilities for fear of entirely tearing the cosmic barrier, risking the fusion of two universes. This line of thought was indeed correct. As long as he could widen the crevice surrounding the spatial node, the possibility of creating a cosmic rift emerged. The barriers between universes were not as stable as presumed. He could attempt to open a multiverse passage, but he needed to be cautious about the scale of the passage to avoid irreparably tearing the cosmic wall. Having discovered a potential means of escaping this universe, Ma-N revealed a relieved smile, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and resumed his endeavor to create a cosmic rift. After numerous attempts, Ma-N discerned an important truth: the ability to flicker manifests through the suppression of spatial auto-repair, thereby forming spatial gateways. Consequently, upon the withdrawal of this power, the fissures between spatial nodes would gradually mend. As long as he maintained awareness of the extent to which these fissures were pried open, there was no cause for concern regarding a complete rending of spacetime, which could precipitate a cataclysmic cosmic collision. In simpler terms, as long as one refrains from carving a substantial hole in the cosmic fabric, there is no need to fear the tearing of spacetime. It would naturally heal itself. With a sigh of relief, he realized the success of his endeavor. Armed with this newfound knowledge, he could now access pathways to alternate universes whenever spatial nodes existed. The thought of traversing the multiverse like Miss America ignited a spark of anticipation within Ma-N. He wondered how many universes he would traverse before reaching the primary universe of the Avengers. In contrast to the mutant universe, where beings were still entangled in earthly conflicts, the Avengers' main universe, which had already ventured into interstellar society, appeared far more vibrant. If given the opportunity, he yearned to settle in that realm. As for the notion of returning to his earthly origins, while not entirely absent from his mind, he deemed it futile to dwell on such seemingly fanciful ideas until his powers exceeded the limits of the Marvel Universe. Until he could extricate himself from the confines of that universe, contemplating a return home seemed utterly impractical. In Australia, above the desert expanse, after a brief respite at their hideout, Ma-N and his companions resumed their flight, piloting their RV, and utilized the spatial gateway to evade the pursuing Sentinel robots. After a series of twists and turns, the group arrived in Australia. In contrast to North America, where the Sentinel headquarters is located, Australia. With its vast lands and sparse population, harbors significantly fewer Sentinel robots, making it an ideal place to conceal themselves. Throughout the journey, Mayan refrained from engaging in conversation with Professor X, oblivious to how many of his memories had been extracted by the old man, nor did he wish to know. After all, his mind felt as vulnerable as an exposed maiden, incapable of resistance, so he chose to ignore it. The upheaval of his worldview did not concern him. Katie, can you still hold on? In the rear of the RV, Iceman gently tucked the stray strands of hair behind the ears of the weary phantom cat, his heart aching at the sight of his exhausted girlfriend. She had been continuously expending her powers for 2 days without rest, draining her strength to the point of utter exhaustion, dark circles under her eyes betraying her precarious state, resembling someone on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for Professor X stimulating her mind with his abilities to prevent her from slipping into slumber, she would likely have succumbed to sleep, and Wolverine's consciousness would have returned to the past, rendering all efforts and sacrifices futile. Notably, half a day prior, Wolverine had suddenly gone berserk, unleashing his claws, only to be subdued by the swift intervention of Magneto and Professor X, preventing any harm to Phantom Cat. Witnessing this, Mayan felt a chill run down his spine. Acutely aware that his time was running short, and a sense of urgency began to settle within him. I am fine, I can still endure. The concern of Iceman revitalized Phantom Cat to some extent. With a resolute expression, she shook her head defiantly. Upon meeting her boyfriend's anxious gaze, she managed to offer a pale, weary smile and reassured him, I can sense that Logan is on the verge of success. I cannot afford to give up at this moment. In response, Iceman nodded, choosing not to engage her further in conversation to conserve her dwindling strength. Through the rearview mirror, Mayan observed the interaction between Iceman and Phantom Cat, feeling a peculiar discomfort. This unease stemmed not only from the fact that they were not in a romantic relationship in this new timeline, but also because, if his memory served him right, the actress portraying Phantom Cat had undergone gender reassignment surgery, transforming into a male. Thus, Iceman was, in essence, in a romantic connection with a man. How strange, he stole another glance. Let there be no misunderstanding. He held no objections to love between individuals of the same sex. However, the fluidity of gender was indeed bewildering. No wonder America had delineated 64 different sexual orientations, which were even more eccentric than those of the Omega-level Hedgehog Man. The RV once again fell into silence. Professor X sat with his eyes closed, seemingly engaged in some contemplation. Storm mourned for the comrades they had lost, while Wolverine lay prostrate, pretending to be a corpse. Magneto, on the other hand, wore a serene expression, seemingly untroubled by the outcome of their endeavor to reverse the future. Considering that his psychic protection helmet had not been worn since their escape, Mayan speculated that he must have received some insight from Professor X, radiating an aura of confidence. Were it not for the constraints of Mayan's spatial portal, he might have driven the RV into outer space. Mayan, the time has come, you must depart. In the midst of conjuring a spear gun to open the next spatial gateway, Professor X's voice resonated unexpectedly within his mind. Man, instantly alert, noticed that the RV was descending in place. Glancing at the driver, he observed Magneto's vacant gaze, clearly a victim of mental manipulation. Turning back, he met the piercing gaze of Professor X, who nodded slightly at him while directing Iceman and Storm to extend their hands toward him. It was evident that Professor X was acutely aware of Man's desired abilities. Man thought to himself, cursed telepath. Chapter 18. Fate may arrive too late for salvation, but 1S locks may still be saved. Time rewinds to 1 minute earlier. In 1973, New York, Westchester, in the basement of a castle-like estate, the long-haired young Professor X placed his hand upon Wolverine's temple, delving into his mind. Through the consciousness of a time traveler, he traced back to 2023, his essence manifesting within a flying RV. Most of the individuals aboard were strangers to him, save for Magneto, whom he recognized, along with himself, though it took him nearly half a minute to do so. The reason for this delay was simply the striking nature of his future hairstyle, prompting him to absent-mindedly touch his own full head of hair in a moment of hesitant recognition. Could it be that the overwhelming pressure of mutant apocalypse had caused him to lose his hair? A chill ran down Charles's spine as he began to devise a strategy. Regardless of whether he could prevent the Sentinel robots from emerging, he resolved that upon his return, he must hire a professional to maintain his hair. striving to alter the fate of his receding hairline. He may not have enough time to save the mutants, but he can still save his luscious locks. He has already become a cripple. He cannot afford to be bald as well. Charles, just as he mourned the tragic fate of his hair, an aged voice echoed in his mind. He gazed at his future self, seated in a floating chair, and leaned down, responding with his psychic powers. Charles, you have come. I have come. Is this our destiny? To be reduced to prey hunted by humanity? The younger Charles cast aside his grievances about baldness, a bitter smile gracing his face. Wolverine once remarked that they were survivors of this cataclysm, yet upon witnessing this meager group of fewer than 10, he could not help but feel a wave of sorrow and rage. Eric is right. We have been too soft-hearted, perpetually harboring unrealistic hopes for humanity. I concur. But that does not imply we should abandon humanity. They merely require a modicum of assistance. Professor X shifted the conversation, selectively implanting fragments of knowledge regarding the multiverse and glimpses of the future into Charles's mind, allowing him to process this vast influx of information. As he observed the myriad images flashing through his mind, the splendor of the multiverse unfolded before him. This revelation was an immense shock for someone hailing from the 20th century. Charles's face was etched with astonishment, suddenly realizing that Eric's actions had always been mere trifles, compared to the cataclysmic act of a certain purple-skinned being who could annihilate half the universe with a mere snap of his fingers. It was akin to a child throwing a tantrum for not receiving candy. Can you comprehend? Humanity is not the adversary of mutants, regardless of our disputes. We are united in the eyes of other civilizations and universes. Professor X spoke softly, unveiling a vast yet dark multiverse to his younger self, intending to utterly dismantle his worldview and subsequently reconstruct it, while subtly implanting new ideas. How could you possibly know such things? Charles inquired, bewildered. The truth of the multiverse was so astonishing that it rendered him, who had always perceived himself as immensely powerful, acutely aware of his own insignificance. I have received assistance from a traveler of the multiverse. Professor X refrained from mentioning the existence of Mon, yet he left a sealed message in Charles's mind, which would automatically unseal should his counterpart from the new timeline encounter Mon again, aiding in understanding him and garnering his support. As one endowed with the ability to replicate, Mon could be regarded as a burgeoning apocalypse. Should he return from his travels through the multiverse, acquiring a formidable ally would undoubtedly benefit the mutants. What would you have me do? Charles, regaining his composure, asked his future self, endowed with extraordinary wisdom, seeking to activate an external brain. It would be foolish not to. I wish for you to guide humanity, preparing them for the impending tides of the multiverse. After experiencing a broader world, Professor X's thoughts gradually began to evolve. If time permitted, he would be willing to slowly take action to alter humanity's perception of them. However, time is relentless. Once the multiverse is activated, various universes will be permeated by an array of powerful beings, potentially igniting warfare. Magic, superhuman abilities, and advanced technology. There are countless means to traverse the cosmos. Their world stands vulnerable before such formidable entities, akin to the Scarlet Witch vanquishing another version of herself from across the universe, a notion that is itself unsettling. They need to establish their own superpowered armed forces to collectively safeguard their home planet. He seeks nothing more than to form an organization akin to the Illuminati of Universe 838, which would bring him great satisfaction. I understand, Charles nodded slowly, indicating his intent to serve as a bridge for communication between humans and mutants, while also bringing Eric into the fold. Given Eric's penchant for conflict, it would be prudent for him to confront the invaders directly. Not only would this protect their home, but it would also garner prestige, a veritable twofold victory. The RV descended steadily from the sky, and Maine disembarked, followed closely by the temporarily disoriented Storm and Magneto. Indeed, it was Magneto. Initially, Maine had chosen Iceman's abilities as his fifth power. However, Professor X advised against it, citing the lengthy development cycle and slow maturation of that ability, deeming it unsuitable for a multi-powered individual like him. For those endowed with multiple abilities, specializing in one is a challenging endeavor, fraught with difficulty and ultimately unworthy, as he would not limit himself to a single power, rather than acquiring abilities that require extensive development to wield formidable power. One might opt for capabilities that are inherently impressive without necessitating much enhancement. Take, for instance, Magneto's mastery over magnetic forces. In its latent state, It is akin to a mere magnet, but once fully harnessed, it transforms into the formidable Magneto, boasting a high ceiling for potential and a substantial baseline. Most notably, this ability proves remarkably effective in interstellar warfare, given that starships are predominantly constructed from metal, leaving them vulnerable to such prowess. Upon hearing this perspective, Mon found it quite compelling. His choice of abilities hinges on two factors: potential and prestige. Magneto's powers are distinguished by their high potential and grandeur. Although his capabilities are classified as alpha level, they fall short of omega level, which itself is derived from the apex of alpha abilities, representing the elite among alpha-level individuals. This implies that every alpha-level adept possesses the latent potential to ascend to omega status, contingent upon their specific capacity for development. Previously, Mon had refrained from selecting Magneto's ability, viewing Iceman's control as more formidable and recognizing that in encounters with Sentinel robots, Magneto would face severe disadvantages in a metal-less context. However, contemplating beyond the realm of such non-metallic black technology, it became apparent that in the vast expanse of interstellar conflict, Magneto's powers would serve as a devastating weapon. For instance, had Ma-In possessed Magneto's abilities during the Biological Legion's assault on Wakanda in Avengers: Infinity War, he could have single-handedly dominated the battlefield. The bioweapons that involve metallic modifications both internally and externally are, to him, akin to Wolverine, who can be shaped into various forms by Magneto at will. With a mere flick of his hand, he could obliterate a vast area, achieving efficiency far superior to engaging in combat with traditional weaponry, as practiced in Wakanda, all while remaining clean and pollution-free. It is indeed an indispensable skill for both home and travel. Given your assertion, let it be so. I shall commence the absorption of abilities. Let Professor X numb their perceptions, preventing any extreme resistance. Mon extended his hands, beginning to extract the X genes from the two individuals. He did not first enhance their abilities before extracting the X genes, for such a shortcut would prove futile. A lesson learned from his acquisition of the powers of Blink and Bishop. Each individual exhibits a unique level of adaptation to the same X gene. His enhancement ability strengthens the bond between mutants and their X genes to facilitate the progression of their powers, rather than directly affecting the X genes themselves. Thus, he would not attain an upgraded version of the X gene. Chapter 19. A New Arrow Whoosh. A fierce wind suddenly arose over the desert, swirling up a tempest of yellow sand that painted the heavens and earth in hues of gold. The chaotic sand danced and twirled, rotating clockwise with the gusts, forming towering yellow pillars linking the sky and the ground. However, just as the sandstorm was on the verge of taking shape, the violent winds abruptly calmed, causing the pillars to collapse in an instant. Countless grains of sand, under the influence of gravity, cascaded back to the earth, revealing a caravan and a figure suspended in midair. Ma-In, with his eyes tightly shut, endeavored to harness the newfound power coursing through his body. As an invisible breeze enveloped him, while distant thunder echoed ominously among the clouds, a faint allure emanated from the depths of the earth beneath his feet. Yet he had yet to acclimatize to this novel sensation, rendering him momentarily unresponsive. Power surged through him, invigorating every fiber of his being. The X gene, in its endeavor to enable the human physique to adapt, typically undertakes a degree of enhancement and modification. Man's awareness of his own physicality had markedly intensified, though it remained insufficient to accommodate the new strain of extraordinary genetic sequences. A significant gap persisted. After all, with the core ability of replication, he had already amalgamated 6 powers within himself, placing the burden of his genetic chain at its zenith. Only by augmenting his body to a certain threshold could he replicate additional extraordinary abilities. Accommodating 5 supplementary powers was already a testament to the energy absorption that fortified his physique. Any further replication of abilities was a distant prospect. Presently, his capabilities sufficed. As long as he adeptly harnessed the powers of Storm and Magneto, he would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of a cataclysmic force. The term cataclysmic referred to a superhuman tier from the novel he had read prior to his transmigration, endowed with the capacity to unleash world-ending calamities upon planetary surfaces, often termed a walking disaster. Having gained a rudimentary command over his newfound powers, he summoned the winds to gently descend to the ground, where a luminous bald head awaited. Storm and Magneto, stripped of their genetic chains, lay on the brink of exhaustion, having been drawn back into the mobile domicile by Professor X's telepathic prowess. Congratulations. You have acquired two abilities of limitless potential, he proclaimed, a smile gracing his lips, devoid of any remorse for his comrade's plight. As he expressed his gratitude to Man for his assistance, Mayan politely responded, stating that Storm and Magneto had not perished. To attempt to extract their genetic strands, one must consider not only their consent, but also the insurmountable challenge posed by the absence of pain suppression methods. The lightning that Storm could inadvertently conjure due to her pain would be more than enough to overwhelm him. Professor X's intervention proved to be an invaluable assistance. Although his methods appeared somewhat dubious, Mon was not particularly concerned. It would be naive to regard Professor X as merely a benevolent figure, for one could easily diagnose the object atop your neck as a tumor if you were to believe he was wholly virtuous. The long-haired version of Charles might befit the title of a saint, yet the elder version is seasoned in the ways of the world. Despite the seemingly reflective whiteness of his forehead, one would find darkness beneath the surface. Before you depart, I wish to express my gratitude for your assistance, Mayan declared. Selectively dismissing the negative evaluations he had harbored about himself, Professor X maneuvered his hoverchair to face Ma-In and extended his hand. No need for thanks. I too have acquired what I sought, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome. Ma-In grasped Professor X's hand in a friendly manner, revealing a dazzling smile. His teeth gleaming brightly. Professor X smiled silently, fully aware that Ma-In had misconstrued his intentions. His gratitude was directed towards the multiverse intelligence that Ma-In had provided, information far more significant than mere spatial gateways. The young professor required a substantial stimulus, and the multiverse conflict was perfectly suited for this purpose, fostering unity between humans and mutants alike. By transforming internal strife into external challenges, coupled with his inadvertent guidance, he harbored a belief that a promising future awaited both humanity and mutants. Ahem. I must take my leave now. Do take care of yourself. The smile on Professor X's face faltered as he, an entity destined to fade along the timeline, expressed his disinclination to converse further. Observing the professor's dismay, Mayan stifled a laugh while summoning a current of air to envelop himself, forming a protective wind shield, imbued with a sufficient supply of oxygen, to prevent suffocation in the vastness of space after traversing the rift. Farewell. Opening the spatial portal, Mayan stepped through, arriving near the spatial nexus. Farewell. Professor X watched as the portal shrank to a mere point in his field of vision, vanishing completely. In a final display of his telepathic prowess, he conveyed his last goodbye to Mayan, hundreds of kilometers apart, before remotely steering his hovering chair back to his caravan. He left behind a few gifts within Mayan's mind, confident that as the latter began to explore other abilities, he would discover marked differences. Professor? What has transpired? Where is Mayan? The phantasmal cat, unable to move freely while maintaining its powers, remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. It merely heard a cacophony of noise, only to find that the professor had returned alone, alongside Storm and Magneto, who lay slumped in their seats like lifeless dogs, shielded by telepathic barriers. She was unaware of any irregularities with the unconscious Iceman nearby. He has departed, embarking on his journey. Katie, I have wonderful news. We have succeeded. Before he could finish, the caravan upon the sandy ground dissipated like a mirage, leaving no trace behind, much like the dark despair of the former timeline. In the newly established timeline of 2023, in the arid expanse of Central Australia, a sweltering breeze laden with yellow dust swept through the air, while the sun blazed fiercely overhead. In the distance, several vehicles traversed the undulating sand dunes. Curiously, a few dark clouds trailed closely behind the convoy, shielding them from the relentless rays of the sun, akin to a grand umbrella woven from clouds. Jack, your abilities are rather unimpressive. Silence. Your watering can is hardly any better. Regardless, at least I am a vital component of the Oasis project and earn more than you. Hey, without my cloud cover, do you honestly think your little saplings would survive with just a sprinkle of water? Do you even get a commission? Enough squabbling. Both of you are integral members of the Oasis project, equally significant. In the penultimate vehicle of the convoy, Peggy, the special operations leader responsible for recruiting mutants, rubbed her temples in exasperation, promptly curtailing their bickering. These mutants were each more immature than the last. Could they not aspire to the maturity of the X-Men? Casting a sidelong glance at the now silent duo, Peggy's attention was drawn to a news report about the X-Men that appeared on her tablet. After a cursory glance, she found herself increasingly in awe of the genius of Charles Xavier, the founder and principal of the prestigious Academy for Gifted Youngsters, which sought to recruit mutants with extraordinary talents from around the globe. If managing a handful of rather mediocre mutants caused her such a headache, she could only imagine the immense effort Charles must exert to cultivate the remarkable superhero team that was the X-Men. Could this be the reason he became bald at such a young age many years ago? Peggy felt she had uncovered the truth and lamented the fate of her own hair. Were there mutants capable of aiding in hair growth? If such beings existed, she pondered the possibility of establishing a salon dedicated to catering to the unique needs of mutant clientele, a venture that would undoubtedly thrive. Gazing out the window, Peggy's eyes were drawn upward, where a colossal letter X was inscribed in the sky, instilling a profound sense of security in all who beheld it. This was the headquarters of the X-Men, graciously sponsored by the United Nations, referred to as the Watchtower. In New York, Westchester, at the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, Wolverine. Logan, awakened from a temporal loop, momentarily stunned by the familiar layout of the room, his mind racing with speculation. Had they successfully altered the future? The X-Men had once again achieved a remarkable feat, shattering an asteroid poised to collide with Earth and usher in a new ice age, thus saving our home planet and earning our heartfelt applause. Reports indicated that this intervention was led by Jean Grey, the vice-captain of the X-Men Alpha team, also known as the Phoenix, who was married to the team's captain, Cyclops. The holographic projector on the bedside table was playing news from an indeterminate time, leaving Wolverine speechless, struggling to grasp the reality of his consciousness. When had Jean gotten married? No, when had the X-Men become so celebrated? This was not merely a shift in the future. It felt like a defiance of fate itself. Chapter 20. Resonance of Abilities Unknown Universe Number, Earth. In the capital of Georgia, Atlanta, a devastating calamity looms over the headquarters of the Mutant Underground Organization. Whoosh. Portals of various sizes open and close erratically, dispersing purple energy imbued with spatial attributes, recklessly tearing through time and space, slicing through matter with astonishing destructive power. This chaos is evidently the result of a certain ability holder succumbing to a state of uncontrollable rage. Clarice, can you hear me? John Aushing, the mutant codenamed Thunderbird, kneels on the ground, gently tapping the face of the unconscious woman in an attempt to awaken her. The woman possesses flowing purple hair, an Asian visage, and mutated green pupils, adorned with what appears to be tattoo-like patterns. Compared to the flickering from Reversing the Future, her features are strikingly similar, save for a slight lack of refinement in her appearance. Clarice Fong, a mutant fugitive who recently escaped from a detention center, was located and brought back to the Atlanta headquarters by the leader of the underground organization. Overexertion of her abilities has plunged her into a state of uncontrolled power, inadvertently triggering a surge of spatial energy. I must leave this place. The disoriented Clarice fails to grasp Thunderbird's words, instinctively struggling to rise, only to be firmly restrained by him, rendered immobile, squirming helplessly on the floor. Hey, don't drift off. I need you to wake up, Clarice. Clarice. Crack. The sound of space tearing echoed once more. The Thunderbird, accustomed to this noise, did not turn back, but focused on rousing Clarice, hoping she would awaken in time to close the spatial portal. Otherwise, the entire headquarters would be at her mercy. To heal Clarice, his companion, Marcos Diaz, also known by the codename Eclipse, was on a quest with the mother of a new mutant to procure a special antidote. Before their return, he needed to stabilize Clarice and instruct the other mutants to evacuate. As the head of this district headquarters, he bore the responsibility for every mutant seeking refuge with him. It seems rather lively here. A strange voice emerged from behind, prompting Thunderbird to instantly become alert. Possessing formidable perception and tracking abilities, along with enhanced memory, he easily recognized that this voice was unfamiliar to him. An outsider had infiltrated the district headquarters, recalling how Clarice had mindlessly opened spatial portals along the same route, inadvertently prompting the special police force to call for backup. Thunderbird turned to face the source of the voice. Just as he prepared to assume a combat stance, what lay before him rendered him utterly astonished, causing him to momentarily forget the crawling Clarice, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an entire fist. Before him stood a stable spatial portal, its size matching that of a human. On the other side was not the special police force, nor a mundane roadway, but a solitary human figure suspended amidst the stars. The stars were not the focal point. The astonishing reality was, he was alive. An alien? No. Aliens do not converse in English. A human? It is inconceivable that humanity could survive in space without the protection of a spacesuit. Wait, can Clarice's portal actually open to outer space? Such a vast expanse. The imagery is strikingly vivid, and a torrent of thoughts raced through Thunderbird's mind, despite his composure. He was at a loss for how to respond to this extraordinary situation. Intriguingly, he had not anticipated that he would immediately trigger an energy resonance. On the far side of the moon, Maine, freshly emerged from the cosmic crevice, maintained his wind shield to ensure the stability of his environment. After surveying his surroundings, he realized he was now in the outer reaches of Earth's space, preparing to utilize the spatial portal to leap back to Earth. However, as he launched his spatial javelin, a familiar energy resonated with it, altering his destination from the lunar surface to an unspecified location on Earth. As he beheld the portal materializing before him, Maine was propelled forward by the force of his wind shield. The moment he crossed the threshold of the portal, the familiar pull of gravity enveloped him. He snapped his fingers, and the portal behind him closed instantaneously. Who are you? Are you a mutant? Thunderbird watched in trepidation as a humanoid entity with an Asian visage nonchalantly stepped through the portal into their headquarters. Anxiety coursed through him, and beads of cold sweat formed on his palms. He was uncertain whether this being could truly be classified as human. More importantly, his military instincts warned him of the palpable danger emanating from this individual. It was formidable. Mon did not respond immediately, primarily because he found the scene before him strikingly familiar. The chaotic portals swirling around, the superpowered girl sprawled on the ground, the imposing mutant, and this seemingly abandoned vault all conveyed a singular message. He had entered the universe of the television series X-Men, gifted a realm decidedly inhospitable to mutants. The formidable man before him, who questioned him, was none other than the older brother of the mutant protagonist from Days of Future Past, the mutant known as Thunderbird. These two brothers bore a striking resemblance, both possessing Asian features and flowing long hair, ample enough to evoke envy in Professor X. As for the woman writhing on the ground, she was Clarice, codenamed Blink. Ma-In remarked, "What a coincidence to encounter you again. Your appearances are remarkably frequent. Allow me to inquire once more. Who are you? Are you a mutant?" As he shielded the writhing Clarice behind him, beads of cold sweat began to form on Thunderbird's brow, as he felt that today was exceptionally unfortunate. Initially, Marcos, one of the leaders, had acted independently and nearly been captured by the Sentinel Special Operations. After a harrowing escape through the portal created by Clarice, which had ultimately spiraled out of control due to her overexertion, a portal opened into the vastness of space, summoning an entity of unknown origin. The series of unfortunate events left Thunderbird's head spinning, exclaiming his dismay. What is a chain reaction, if not this? Every step was flawlessly interconnected. Just as Thunderbird contemplated lifting Clarice to flee, the humanoid being before him finally spoke, affirming his identity as a mutant. "Do not be anxious, my name is Maine, and I am a mutant." As I spoke, the diamond pattern on my forehead faintly glimmered, as I seized control of the surrounding chaotic spatial gates, suppressing them all. "You are a mutant? Then why are you in outer space? Can your abilities sustain you in such an environment?" Thunderbird, still somewhat wary, hesitated to fully trust my words. The peculiarity of my arrival was simply too strange. Even a different restroom would have seemed more acceptable, with spatial gates manifesting. What was so remarkable about surviving in outer space? I tilted my head slightly, rendering Thunderbird momentarily speechless. Indeed, if mutants capable of tearing the fabric of space to create portals existed, what was so astonishing about surviving in the cosmos? They, the mutants, were merely a collective endowed with an array of extraordinary abilities. Surviving in space was merely par for the course. Chapter 21. Codename Cataclysm. Since you are a mutant, we must be allies. I am the mutant Thunderbird, my true name being John Aushing. Thunderbird extended his hand to me, offering a simple introduction. As for my codename, you may refer to me as Cataclysm. We shook hands amicably, and I introduced myself in kind, spontaneously conjuring a title that seamlessly integrated me into the mutant community. After confirming the identity of this world, I intended to linger temporarily, assisting its mutants through their trials while familiarizing myself with and honing my own abilities. Having inherited the X-Men's legacy and their X gene, I too could rightfully claim my place among the ranks of the X-Men. In this world where the X-Men have inexplicably vanished, he shall assume the role left vacant by their absence. Admittedly, he finds the narrative of this realm rather unappealing. Yet he is intrigued by the enigma surrounding the X-Men's mysterious disappearance, which compels him to remain. The power levels in this world are not particularly formidable. Even the combined might of the Fenris twins merely results in the destruction of a single building. With his current prowess, aside from the Fenris twins, no one poses a threat to him, allowing him the freedom to act recklessly without fear of failure. This situation seems secure. An act of God, perhaps? Your abilities enable you to manipulate the weather? The English language aptly reflects this notion. From Marn's codename, Thunderbird evokes images of natural disasters, prompting him to inquire. You could say that natural disasters are my domain. Marn nodded, silently acknowledging the swift response of Thunderbird, who, like his ally, possesses an exceptionally heightened perception, displaying remarkable sensitivity. Thunderbird, akin to his brother, possesses extraordinary sensory and tracking abilities, as well as formidable physical strength. Their powers are indistinguishable. Ouch! Thunderbird wished to articulate further. Yet Clarice's cries of pain jolted his thoughts back to reality, leading him to momentarily abandon his conversation with Marn to crouch down and comfort her. Marn, familiar with the unfolding events, understood that Clarice required medical treatment, so he settled into a spot, patiently awaiting their completion of the task at hand. His spatial abilities stem from the flickering X gene. Due to the shared origin of their powers, the surrounding spatial chaos has been subdued, rendering the headquarters temporarily secure. The mutants, initially heeding orders to evacuate, have begun to retrace their steps, one after another, reappearing in Maine's line of sight. Among these mutants, most appear outwardly normal. Yet a few exhibit more pronounced mutations, such as one entirely cloaked in darkness with a spiderweb-like fissure on the side of his head. Maine recalls his codename is Crush. Destined to perish in the conflict between the Sentinel Special Operations and the mutants. Who are you? Are you also a mutant? These mutants, both the sheltered inhabitants of the district headquarters and the personnel maintaining the underground base, are well acquainted with one another, while Maine remains a stranger, eliciting wary expressions from them. Had it not been for the lack of reaction from Thunderbird, the base's leader, they might have resorted to forceful expulsion. Since the nationwide implementation of the Anti-Mutant Act, humanity has established the Sentinel Special Operations to oppress mutants. Many fleeing mutants trust no one but their own, harboring deep animosity towards humans. It is noteworthy that, despite bearing the title of Sentinels, this Special Operations Unit does not utilize advanced robotic Sentinels, but rather employs a combination of human agents and high technology. Equipped with disabling bullets and power-suppressing collars, capable of rendering mutants helpless, leaving them to flee in terror. Do not be alarmed. His name is Maine, one of our own. The headquarters is now secure. Let those who evacuated return, and then attend to the damaged items. Seeing Clarice momentarily at peace, Thunderbird rose and instructed the others to tidy up the damaged base and rearrange the environment. He approached Mon and sat beside him. After a moment of silence, he suddenly inquired, Mon, do you possess the ability to open spatial gates? At these words, Mon turned his head in surprise, uncertain of how Thunderbird arrived at the conclusion that he could open spatial gates. After all, he had never demonstrated his spatial spear gun in front of Thunderbird. It seemed to be true. Noticing Mon merely raised an eyebrow without outright denying it, Thunderbird realized that Mon had tacitly accepted his assumption. He sighed softly and elaborated. Since your arrival, the phenomenon of Clarice's ability running amok has vanished, or rather, been suppressed. It is difficult to dismiss this as mere coincidence. Moreover, it is important to note that Clarice has hardly trained her abilities. Opening a portal spanning several dozen kilometers leaves her utterly fatigued, let alone creating a gateway to outer space, only to fortuitously encounter a mutant floating in the void. While an ordinary person might consider such an event a coincidence, one could also ponder whether Mon intended to open a spatial gate, only to be drawn by Clarice's powers, leading him to appear before them by happenstance. Thunderbird's keen intuition and imaginative reasoning had unveiled the truth, prompting Mon to silently commend him. Compared to his foolish brother, Thunderbird seemed to possess a more meticulous mind and a quicker response. Mon, he continued, you possess formidable power. I would like to invite you to join our underground mutant organization to assist us in aiding more of our mutant brethren. What are your thoughts on this? Two large men huddled in a corner, exchanging silent glances for a moment. Suddenly, Thunderbird broke the silence, extending an invitation to Mayne. A mutant capable of freely manipulating spatial gateways is a formidable asset, invaluable for both rescue operations and surprise assaults. It is imperative to secure his allegiance. Moreover, judging by his codename, this may not encompass his full array of abilities. Such a powerful mutant, if recruited into their underground organization, could undoubtedly aid in rescuing more of their brethren. Upon receiving the invitation, Mayne raised his gaze to meet Thunderbird's, hesitating before responding. Just as Thunderbird began to sense a refusal and prepared to press further, Mayne spoke slowly, "I will not join you." Thunderbird felt a pang of disappointment. However, in the next breath, "But I expect to linger here for a while, and I wouldn't mind lending a small hand." That's acceptable. The drastic fluctuations of emotion could easily overwhelm one's senses, and once he grasped the situation, Thunderbird eagerly acquiesced, fearing Mayne might change his mind. Even if it were merely to assist in rescuing Polaris, who had been captured the day before, it would be beneficial. Otherwise, he was uncertain what impulsive actions his good friend Eclipse might undertake. Impulsiveness was inevitable, as Eclipse had just learned that Polaris was carrying his child, and she would undoubtedly be suffering in prison. Love and paternal instincts could render him blind and reckless. Nonetheless, speaking of children, may I ask, what is the nature of your relationship with Clarice? Thunderbird cleared his throat, voicing the curiosity that lingered in his mind. It is widely acknowledged that the genetic traits of mutants are passed down to the next generation, with the possibility of inheriting the abilities of their parents. For instance, Polaris's powers are derived from her father, and there exists a chance that these abilities may be inherited by her unborn child. Thunderbird's inquiry stems from the striking resemblance between Mayne's spatial portal and that of Clarice, which also possesses suppressive qualities. He harbors grave suspicions regarding a potential blood relation between the two. It is a common observation that individuals of East Asian descent often exhibit a significant discrepancy between their age and appearance. Otherwise, he would have long concluded that Mayne is either Clarice's brother or even her father. What kind of relationship exists? A relationship of intimacy. Mayne silently roared within, yet outwardly remained inscrutable, casually remarking, "It is of no consequence. We merely share the same X gene, nothing more." Indeed, they share a common genetic lineage, suggesting a sibling connection, although it appears to be somewhat strained. Thunderbird nodded, feeling he had grasped the truth, his gaze towards Clarice brimming with fervor, perceiving her as an extraordinary stroke of luck. To encounter two spatial manipulators in one day was beyond his wildest dreams. Chapter 22, The Fenris Twins. Unbeknownst to Mayne, Thunderbird's mind was racing with assumptions. He merely sensed the latter's gaze upon him as unsettling, causing him considerable discomfort. "I need to step outside for some fresh air." The two men exchanged ambiguous glances, hinting at a potentially inappropriate undertone, compelling Mayne to rise and distance himself from Thunderbird. "Please, feel free. The exit is in that direction." The Thunderbird gestured towards the exit. Had it not been for the need to attend to Clarice, he might have personally guided Mayne through the headquarters. However, there was little worth visiting in such a disheveled state. Mayne nodded in understanding and turned to proceed towards the exit. As he rounded the corner, a hurried figure darted from the opposite direction and collided with Mayne's chest, nearly provoking an instinctual reaction. "My sincerest apologies," exclaimed the middle-aged woman, impeccably maintained despite her over 40 years, clad in a light green nurse's uniform. As she hurriedly made her escape, her face briefly caught Mayne's attention. It was a visage he found strikingly familiar, one he had seen in Angel of the Night and Person of Interest, and even in a cameo in Cabin in the Woods, though it seems she had no scenes with Thor. Caitlin Strack, the mother of the Fenris twins. Lauren and Andy Strack had once been a nurse with a blissful family before seeking refuge from the Sentinel service upon discovering her children were mutants. "Isn't that my sister?" With his guard lowered, Mayne offered a slight smile, observing her as she swiftly approached Clarice, administering medication to stabilize her powers and physical condition. The medication in her hand, which Mayne vaguely recognized, was a mutant-exclusive serum known as Type Supercortisone, designed to enhance a mutant's ability strength. To speak frankly, the emergence of this medication led Mayne to perceive the mutants here not as true mutants, but rather as enhanced beings, akin to the superheroes next door clad in black robes. They seemed to augment their powers through the exclusive Compound 5, rather than through the development of skills to enhance their abilities, which renders their enhancements decidedly unnatural. While the premise is somewhat similar to that of the adjacent realm, the special effects fall short in comparison, which explains the show's lackluster reception. Even if one does not expect cinematic-level visuals, there should at least be a semblance of the expressive quality exhibited by the neighboring ensemble. The presence of a human-shaped flashlight and a spatial portal feels like a mere afterthought, intended to placate the audience. Were it not for the breakout popularity of the character Polaris, who managed to revive interest, the series might have faced immediate cancellation, leaving no room for a second season. Mayans silently criticized this as he exited the building and stepped into the open space outside. Due to Clarice's rampage, the entire headquarters had been severed by unstable spatial fissures, revealing chaotic spatial energies that left irregular scars on the white walls, as if something had taken bites out of them. Do you require assistance? Is there anything we can do? Several mutants were engaged in clearing the debris of the collapsed walls. A blonde girl stood alongside a tall, slender boy with brown hair, indicating their willingness to help and requesting that the character known as Crusher assign them tasks. They are the latest incarnation of the Fenris twins, Lauren and Andy. Having inherited the powers of their ancestors, Andrea von Strucker and Andreas von Strucker, Sister Lauren possesses the extraordinary ability to create and manipulate molecular force fields, which are strong enough to support heavy objects and can even compress to seal teleportation portals. Her brother, on the other hand, wields formidable psychic powers, primarily manifesting as telekinesis, while his other mental capabilities remain largely unexpressed. The duo's powers are remarkably potent even when apart, but when they join hands, their abilities can briefly unleash a combat strength comparable to that of an ordinary alpha-level mutant. Indeed, they merely reach the conventional alpha tier, falling significantly short of Omega status. Please clear that pile of rubble blocking the way and move it into the woods, instructed Crush, who cast a glance at the newly recruited siblings, gesturing towards a heap of fallen debris from the wall, assigning them a task of moderate difficulty. Certainly, no problem at all, Lauren promptly agreed, tugging her reluctant brother along as they approached the pile of rubble, contemplating how to utilize their abilities to expedite the task. Boom. At that moment, ominous clouds began to gather in the distance, casting a shadow akin to twilight upon the land. Thunder rumbled, and silver flashes of lightning danced across the sky, while a furious wind swept through the woods adjacent to the headquarters, stirring up leaves and dust that struck the faces of the mutants busily clearing away the construction debris. Misfortune often seeks out the unfortunate. The poor mutants had just lost their homes, only to face an impending deluge. Moreover, due to the previous spatial disturbance, several large holes had formed in the headquarters ceiling, which had yet to be repaired. If rain were to fall now, the headquarters would undoubtedly suffer from leaks and flooding. Although she knew it was unwarranted, many mutants harbored grievances against Clarice, whom they deemed a harbinger of misfortune, for her arrival had plunged their home into chaos. All they desired was a sanctuary where they could exist in peace. Anyone who disrupted their haven, whether intentionally or not, was seen as a bringer of doom. Lauren sensed the pervasive air of despondency surrounding her, understanding the unspoken thoughts of those around her. She refrained from speaking much, focusing instead on clearing the debris. Her father had been taken by the Sentinel services, and until he was rescued, her family would likely remain in this place, doing their utmost to avoid conflict. The wind howled, weaving through the forest with a cacophony of rustling sounds. Suddenly, the fierce gusts shifted direction, prompting Lauren to look skyward. She noticed the tumultuous thunder gradually subsiding, as if a sword had cleaved the heavy clouds, which retreated to reveal a cerulean sky and a setting sun. How peculiar the weather seemed. She had anticipated a downpour. Andy, too, observed the odd phenomenon, the dense clouds resembling a canvas hastily erased, leaving only the original base color. Perhaps fortune smiled upon them, for after such a series of unfortunate events, surely something good must arise to compensate? Lauren replied with a dismissive comment, oblivious to the passing Marn behind her, nor did she notice his eyes transitioning from pure white to their normal hue. Mayans strolled along the narrow path, exiting the headquarters encircled by iron railings, intent on scouting the way to rescue Polaris. Unlike her boyfriend, Eclipsed, who had inherited the ideals of the X-Men and a pacifistic mindset, Polaris exhibited a temperament reminiscent of her father, believing that if mutants desired status and rights, conflict was inevitable. Unfortunately, while Ma-In admired the X-Men, he lacked Professor X's idealism and leaned more towards Magneto's camp. His soul, rooted in Huaxia, inclined him to wield force as a means of achieving peace rather than relying on mere rhetoric. Regardless, it was essential to subdue first before broaching further discussions. This raised a curious question. Given that I possess the X gene inherited from Magneto, do I qualify as Polaris's half-father? Initially, his intention was to rescue the militant Polaris to bolster his efforts for mutant reform, yet this line of thought made him feel akin to a father rescuing his daughter, especially considering that his daughter was carrying his grandchild, which altered the entire sentiment. Contemplating the profound philosophical and bioethical dilemmas, Mine harnessed the strong winds and landed in a second-hand car market. With a swift motion of his hand, under the influence of Magneto's powers, all car doors flung open simultaneously. He selected a rather appealing pickup truck and settled into the driver's seat. No fuel? Never mind, I'll leave it as is. It was only after sitting down that he realized the vehicle was out of gas. Ma grimaced as he caught sight of the irate market owner in the rearview mirror. Raising his hand, he commanded the tires to rotate, propelling the vehicle manually and swiftly departing the scene of the theft. Chapter 23, Suspended Drift, Magnetic Acceleration. In the Sentinel Special Operations Division, Atlanta Branch, Senior Field Agent Jesse Turner, his bald head gleaming under the harsh fluorescent lights, traversed a lengthy corridor until he reached the interrogation room at its end. With a decisive click, he opened the door and entered, taking a seat at the table as his piercing gaze fixated on the middle-aged man across from him. Mr. Strack, have you given it any thought? Are you willing to cooperate? Upon hearing the vexatious voice, Reed Strack raised his eyes to meet the agent's glistening dome. Disdain etched across his face as he scoffed derisively, offering no response. Having witnessed the brutal enforcement of the Sentinel Special Operations through the capture of his child and the deployment of spider-like Sentinel drones, Reed was resolute in withholding any information, fearing for the safety of his wife and child at the hands of this violent agency. Were it not for the incapacitating bullet that had struck him, leaving the lower half of his body gradually regaining sensation, he would have gladly kicked this bald man to demonstrate what it meant to be left without progeny. Mr. Strack, I understand your concerns for your family, yet your actions are not aiding them. They are merely leading them to ruin. If you would cooperate and allow your family to surrender, only to be imprisoned? For what charges? Being a mutant is not a crime. Reed interjected, his irritation palpable. As a seasoned attorney specializing in the prosecution of mutants, he was acutely aware of the dire fates that awaited those unjustly accused of public endangerment. He would not permit such a fate to befall his children. Although it is true that Andy did not intentionally incite the turmoil, the Sentinel services will not concern themselves with such nuances. Any display of abilities in public that endangers the populace will result in apprehension, regardless of intent. Once incarcerated, it matters not. Agent Jesse observed Reed's intense reaction and, after a moment of silence, shifted to psychological tactics. While being a mutant is indeed not a crime, do you recall the incident of July 15th 4 years ago, Mr. Strucku? At this mention, Reed's eyes flickered, seemingly sensing the direction of the impending narrative. He remained silent, compelled to listen as Agent Jesse's somber voice reverberated through the room. On that fateful day, an exceptionally ordinary sunny day, my family and I were enjoying a day in the park, myself, my wife, and my daughter, Grace. Rarely did I take leave, and Grace implored me to take her to the park. I could not resist her plea. Little did I know, it would become the most regrettable decision of my life. Reed turned his head slightly, wishing to conceal the stirrings within his eyes from Agent Jesse. She perished that day in the energy explosion, and I have forever remained in the dark about whether the cause was the now vanished X-Men, the Brotherhood of Mutants, or perhaps both. But guess what? I do not care. Though it was a calculated maneuver to breach Reed's psychological defenses, the tale narrated was ultimately one of personal experience. Agent Jesse, overwhelmed with emotion, pounded the table in frustration, producing a resonant echo. She was merely 7 years old, yet to experience the world, and should not meet such a tragic end. The instigators of this calamity were those accursed mutants. Just like your son, they all deserve to be incarcerated, condemned to a lifetime of confinement, never to emerge and inflict harm again. Reed gazed upon Agent Jesse, whose eyes brimmed with sorrow and fury, his lips pressed into a thin line, rendered speechless, unable to offer even the most feeble words of consolation. As a fellow father, he could empathize with Jesse's anguish. After all, prior to discovering that his own child was a mutant, his thoughts had mirrored those of Jesse, belonging to the same ideological faction. Suppressing his seething rage, A semblance of rationality returned to Jesse, who realized he had perhaps exerted himself too forcefully. Knowing that no one would wish to collaborate with him following such a display of madness, he then picked up the folder on the table and turned to leave. Alas! In the interrogation room, Reed sighed softly, acutely aware that Agent Jesse was resolute in his intention to imprison his child, rendering their collaboration nearly futile. He recognized that his escape was improbable, hoping only that Caitlin and his children would refrain from foolishly attempting to rescue him, thereby ensnaring themselves. As an attorney who had prosecuted numerous mutants, he began to reflect on every case he had handled, pondering whether he too had once compelled mutants to accept such an unjust fate, much like Agent Jesse. Alas! On the streets of Atlanta, a Ford F-150, the illustrious Raptor, was cruising along, its speed remarkably swift, drawing the attention of several drivers. It was not merely its formidable appearance that captivated them. The Raptor enjoys immense popularity in the United States, consistently ranking at the pinnacle of best-selling vehicles, thus becoming an emblematic symbol of the nation. The onlookers were captivated not only by the sheer size and power of this high-displacement behemoth, but also by the astonishingly muted sound it produced while zipping along. Could it be a newly released silent version? Roaring. At yet another intersection, Mine suddenly found himself flanked by two sports cars while waiting for the traffic light to change. Thanks to the elevated stance of the Raptor, his view was unobstructed, allowing him to discern that two sleek vehicles were encroaching upon him. Though he possessed little knowledge about cars, only recognizing Lamborghinis, he had no recollection of these two models. "Hey, buddy, where did you get that car? Did you customize it yourself?" The passenger in the left sports car rolled down her window, her attire quite revealing, and glanced up at Ma-In, relaying her boyfriend's inquiry from the driver's seat, while casting a flirtatious glance, desperately attempting to exude her allure. Ma-In quickly discerned that she was merely a socialite, seeking to charm a wealthy suitor during a joyride. He shot her a disdainful look and offered no response. As soon as the light turned green, he unleashed the Raptor with a powerful launch, surging ahead with unbridled momentum. Roaring. The sports cars, left in his wake, reacted swiftly, growling as they accelerated and closed the gap behind him. Glancing at the rearview mirror, Ma-In was oblivious to the intentions of the two vehicles behind him. He had no desire to know and was certainly not in the mood to engage in a game of cat and mouse. The formidable Raptor could not match the speed of the specialized sports cars. Observing their apparent pursuit, Ma-In maintained a stoic expression as he extended his fingers downward, grasping nothingness, and with a forceful motion, he lifted the 2-ton vehicle into the air, suspending it above the ground before executing a swift drift into the right-hand street. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder, dark clouds coalescing ominously, while flickering bolts of electricity danced momentarily within the clouds before striking the ground with uncanny precision, landing directly at the intersection where he had just drifted. The thunderclap resonated violently, and debris was sent flying, causing the sports car, closely tailing the Raptor, to jerk violently as the driver swerved desperately, narrowly avoiding a catastrophic collision with the roadside, where few pedestrians lingered. Ward, the young driver of the sports car, exited his vehicle with a lingering sense of dread, staring at the large crater smoldering with black smoke at the corner ahead. Bewildered by the seemingly orchestrated timing of the lightning strike, which felt as though it had been aimed directly at them, they had merely wished to inquire of the Raptor's owner how he had modified his vehicle to achieve such an extraordinary level of silence. They harbored no ill intent. "Oh, so you wish to race with me? Did you believe you had chosen the racing mode? Should you dare to pursue further, do not blame me for unleashing my arsenal." Though the purpose of the sports car's tailing maneuver eluded him, it did not hinder Ma-In from indulging in the most malevolent speculations regarding their motives. Retracting his gaze from the rearview mirror, Ma-In resumed control of the Raptor, employing magnetism to glide forward with inertia. Switching his abilities from ability, weather manipulation, back to ability, magnetic control. Due to the necessity of summoning thunder in a brief span, he could only concentrate on wielding one particular ability, relinquishing control over the other. Discarding his tail, Maine found a pair of sunglasses within the vehicle and utilized magnetic acceleration to propel himself toward the city center. He had inquired and learned that the headquarters of the Sentinel Special Operations was situated right in the heart of the city. A smile crept across his face, a delightful sensation akin to the essence of youth. Relishing the thrill of speed, Maine's lips curved upward as he softly hummed a familiar tune. After a floating drift, he engaged magnetic acceleration once more, disregarding the wear and tear of the vehicle, allowing the Raptor to unleash speed beyond its limits. This stretch of road had no speed restrictions. Chapter 24, Natural Disaster, Activate. The imposing and rugged Raptor maneuvered through the bustling streets. Amidst the cacophony of honking vehicles and the expletives of passers-by, Maine finally arrived before a dull yellow building, concealed within the forest of steel, and halted the vehicle. This was the Sentinel Special Operations Office. If memory served him correctly, Reed Strack should still be undergoing interrogation at this hour. As the attorney for the Polaris case, he would undoubtedly know the whereabouts of Polaris's imprisonment. Maine scrutinized the building, refraining from immediate action, as he was uncertain of Reed's location and could not directly open a spatial portal to extract him. Perhaps he could enter with his dual abilities? Maine pondered, stroking his chin, feeling somewhat tempted. The capabilities of the King of Iron, though recently acquired and not fully explored, could afford him considerable advantage against humans, given that their weapons were primarily composed of metal. However, prudence prevailed. It was best to remain composed and not act recklessly. After careful consideration, Ma-En shook his head and ultimately abandoned the notion of unleashing chaos. Instead, he resolved to utilize the impending natural disaster to frighten the occupants of the building into fleeing, allowing him to stealthily infiltrate and pilfer their possessions. It was not out of a reluctance to take lives. After all, these were the lives of imperialists and agents tasked with capturing mutants, bearing a double burden of culpability. There was little to fear in that regard. His primary concern lay in his own lack of combat experience. Despite possessing remarkable abilities, the risk of misfortune loomed large when assaulting the enemy's stronghold. Even seasoned players in Battle Royale games had encountered the embarrassment of being felled by minions due to a momentary lapse in skill. Indeed, even the original Magneto from Days of Future Past had succumbed to debris from a spaceship explosion. He did not believe that as a novice, he could rival the prowess of a masterful Magneto. Just recently, he had been caught off guard, nearly colliding with someone, showcasing his own lack of situational awareness. Understanding the art of survival, Ma-En raised his hand and firmly slapped his slightly inflated face, deflating his ego and restoring his countenance to that of a handsome youth. With that resolved, he declared, "Let the calamity commence." Boom, boom. Thunder roared once more across the sky, as fierce winds swept through the steel forest, tousling the hair of passers-by. Unbeknownst to them, the gusts lifted the skirts of certain young ladies, who shrieked in surprise, instinctively clutching at their hems, momentarily neglecting the fallen ice cream cones in their haste to preserve their modesty. Inside the vehicle, Ma-En's eyes glazed over as he noted the encroaching darkness of the stormy sky, inhaling the earthy scent that heralded the arrival of torrential rain, a sensation that filled him with a refreshing exhilaration. As I relaxed my mind, it felt as though I had entered a sage's moment. The dark clouds amassed in the sky, surging forth like an unfathomable ocean, drenching unsuspecting passers-by into drenched wretches. The sound of torrential rain poured down, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, while fierce winds lashed the windows of the Sentinel Special Operations building, creating a cacophony that ignited discussions among the onlookers. I recall the weather forecast claiming there would be no rain today. Do you truly trust such forecasts? They merely serve as a fleeting amusement, occasionally providing a handful of job openings. This rain is exceedingly peculiar. The gathering of clouds should not have occurred at such a rapid pace. Oh no, I left my windows open at home. Research has indicated that listening to the sound of rain can alleviate one's mood, releasing pent-up emotions. Even those suffering from depression may find solace in such moments. Suddenly, just as the personnel at the Sentinel Special Operations Office were disrupted from their tranquil chatter by the unexpected deluge, a thunderous crash redirected their conversation. A flash of white light flickered outside, accompanied by the shattering of glass, and they gradually came to a startling realization. They seemed to have been struck by lightning. The agents exchanged bewildered glances, pondering which rogue had so remarkably attracted the wrath of the heavens. If he were still alive, he would surely be worthy of their admiration and counsel. Boom, boom. The relentless thunder continued to roar outside, each strike battering the Sentinel Special Operations building, shattering numerous windows while simultaneously short-circuiting the electrical system, rendering it inoperative for the foreseeable future. My heavens, what exactly has that scoundrel done? It feels as though they will not rest until he meets his demise. Meanwhile, the mundane clerical personnel, ever so oblivious, persist in believing that this tempest is merely the consequence of the notorious seducer, while the seasoned field agents discerned the unmistakable scent of mutants in the air. They swiftly armed themselves, forming tactical units, braving the torrential downpour to search for those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Jesse Turner, a senior field agent who harbors an intense disdain for mutants, is naturally among them. He gazes upward at the sky illuminated by flashes of lightning, a flicker of trepidation crossing his mind. Before the disappearance of the X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants, there were indeed those mutants possessing cataclysmic powers, all meticulously documented. Each one was remarkably formidable, a far cry from the feeble mutants apprehended by the Special Operations. The ability to manipulate the weather is strikingly reminiscent of one of the X-Men members. Could it be that the X-Men have returned? This notion surfaces in the minds of the agents, and the dread of the X-Men's combat prowess compels them to grip their automatic weapons tighter, drawing from their dwindling confidence. Report: a suspicious pickup truck has been spotted. The radio crackled to life with the voice of one of his subordinates, prompting Jesse to urgently request their location. He hastens to the scene, only to discover an abandoned second-hand vehicle. Inside the driver's seat lies a note, inscribed with the chilling message, "The night has passed. The dawn of mutants is imminent. To hell with the dawn." Agent Jesse's face contorted in anguish as he crumpled the paper in his hand, wishing he could swallow it whole. However, mindful of its importance as evidence, he reluctantly smoothed the paper back out, feeling utterly frustrated. Whose name is this vehicle registered under? It belongs to a deceased old farmer, whose son recently sold the car to a used car market. The market owner claimed that the vehicle had been stolen, rendering it untraceable. Bang! Jesse slammed his hand against the car, his face flushing with a mix of anger and pain. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He glanced up at the surveillance camera on the nearby road and commanded, "Retrieve the footage. Ensure we locate this mutant." Yes. In the Sentinel Special Operations underground parking lot, a violet spatial portal emerged in the corner. While the power had yet to be restored, man quietly initiated his infiltration plan. Although his flickering ability was limited, it only applied to exceedingly long distances without a clear destination. In close proximity, there was no place he could not access, as long as it was within his line of sight. The elevator was out of service, so man entered the escape passage, intending to locate the interrogation room before teleporting in one swift motion. He was not foolish enough to search floor by floor or room by room, as that would be inefficient and likely expose him. The power outage had rendered the electronic eyes blind, but the people were not. Strolling out boldly would make no difference from being escorted. Chapter 25. The air of freedom is sweet. Inside the interrogation room, darkness enveloped the space due to the power outage. Reed Strack sat with his eyes closed, lost in a tumult of inner conflict. According to the frenzied demeanor of Agent Jesse, if his child were to be captured, imprisonment would be the inevitable consequence, leaving no room for any reprieve. However, should he acquiesce to Agent Jesse's demands and aid in the dismantling of the mutant underground organization, perhaps the children could be spared from incarceration. Yet, such a course of action would irrevocably signify that Lauren and Andy would never find acceptance among mutants, given that their father would have assisted the Sentinel agents in obliterating the very organization that embodies the legacy of the X-Men, the last bastion for mutants. In this eventuality, their existence in this world would be fraught with peril. On one hand, humans would ostracize them due to their mutant heritage, while on the other, mutants would brand them as traitors, harboring animosity towards them, rendering them outcasts in both realms. What should I do? With his hands buried in his hair, Reed found himself ensnared in a moral quandary. His emotional self argued that as a father, he could commit any immoral act for the sake of his children, bearing the weight of all indignities. Conversely, his rational mind cautioned that should he proceed down this path, starting tomorrow, their family would face a grim reality. Vengeful mutants might retaliate, and even if they did not take Lauren and Andy's lives, any public disturbance could still lead them to the inescapable fate of imprisonment. Suddenly, the sound of space tearing echoed as purple luminescence spread through the dark void, rousing Reed from his contemplation. "Oh, you can sing the Little Shampoo song too?" Upon arrival, Ma noticed Reed shampooing his hair. After a day without bathing, flakes of dandruff were scattered about, causing him to instinctively take a step back, nearly contemplating an early departure, deciding to return later. "Are you, the mutant, here to rescue me?" The sudden appearance of a figure left Reed momentarily stunned. He rubbed his eyes uncertainly, and upon realizing it was not an illusion, he burst into laughter reminiscent of a pig's grunt. astonished that someone had indeed come to his aid. At last, he was spared from the dilemma of choosing between two undesirable options. To his surprise, the mutants were so loyal, he decided then and there to align himself with them. Come on, let's go quickly. Those two giant infants at your place are yearning for their father. Mon gazed at Reed's familiar visage, silently acknowledging yet another acquaintance. If memory served him correctly, this gentleman was the husband of the mischievous actress, renowned for portraying a sophisticated vampire in adult-themed productions, not the romantic, teenage drivel of Vampire Diaries, but rather an artistic interpretation with a hint of yellow. He wondered if capturing a photograph of him would lead to the mischievous one in other universes sparing Iceman and facilitating a union with Phantom Cat. Stop dawdling, hurry inside. After some time, and having inquired of two unsuspecting passers-by, Mon finally located the interrogation room. During his journey, he overheard employees reporting on the progress of repairs. If they did not leave soon, the power would be restored. Although being discovered was not a significant concern, the suspense of a locked room escape. Ahem. A secret room escape was certainly thrilling. Whoosh. Mon hurled a spatial shuriken to open a portal, and the familiar entrance sparked questions in Reed's mind. However, he refrained from voicing them. These minor inquiries could wait until they were safe. The most pressing matter at hand was their escape. At last, freedom. Upon stepping through the portal, Reed found himself in a narrow alley, and to his surprise, the shackles on his wrists had inexplicably vanished. He inhaled deeply the air after the rain, only to realize that this liberating atmosphere was, indeed, maddeningly sweet. Ma-In cast a discreet glance at the distant chemical plant, where towering chimneys belched forth black smoke that spread ominously around. Silently, he summoned a strong wind, positioning himself in the favorable upwind. It truly was maddeningly sweet. Savor it. One breath at a time without a sound. Thank you for your assistance. I am Reed Strack. Are you also a member of the Mutant Underground Organization? Reed posed this question because, just the night before, he had narrowly missed the spatial portal of a violet-haired girl, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one the man before him possessed. He speculated that the two must share some degree of blood relation, hence awakening the same abilities. You are mistaken. I do not belong to the Mutant Underground Organization. I merely have some connections. Ma-In distanced himself from any affiliation, for he was, after all, a reserve member of the X-Men. How could he possibly lower himself to the status of a subordinate in the X-Men's organization? He would consider it only if the Hellfire Club's core circle extended an invitation. Some connections? A blood relation, perhaps? Reed was oblivious to the intricacies involved, simply assuming that Ma-In was a familial ally summoned by the violet-haired girl. Without further contemplation, he inquired about their return to the underground organization, expressing his desire to reunite with his family. We first need to rescue another individual before we return. Ma-In cast a cold glance at Reed, who was solely preoccupied with his own family, and remarked icily, You are not the only one yearning for familial reunion. Speak, where is Polaris confined? In the northwest of Georgia, at the Fulton County Jail. Captured the night before, Polaris now dons a blue prison uniform, with a glowing blue ability-suppressing collar around her neck. As the time for recreation arrives, the iron gates of the prison swing open, allowing inmates to venture into the area designated for free activities. With her vibrant green hair and porcelain skin, Polaris, unaccustomed to imprisonment, is oblivious to the fact that, stripped of her powers, she has become nothing more than a plaything for others within these walls. In her earnest desire to seek solace among fellow mutants, she is met with outright rejection. Hey, mutant, mutant, mutant. As she passes a group of inmates occupying a table, her attention is drawn to a scarred woman among them. What is your problem? Polaris crosses her arms defiantly, her demeanor unyielding. Though she claims to exude confidence, it is merely a facade of stubbornness, unwilling to submit. Let us see how things unfold. The scarred woman replies with a menacing smile. Polaris's strikingly pale skin blinds her, igniting a desire to assert dominance and reclaim her confidence, while simultaneously establishing a hierarchy to demonstrate who truly reigns supreme in the prison. Listen, mutant, I will tell you something. Outside, you possess power, but in here, I wield authority, and you shall be under my command. From this moment forth, you will work for me. Do you understand? The dark sorceress reached out to tousle the mutated green hair of Polaris, only to be met with a swift slap that sent her hand away. It seems the lesson from the mutants was insufficient. You dare to speak so insolently? That scar upon your face, Was it not left by us mutants? Polaris, with her head tilted in silence, remained oblivious to the impending consequences of her arrogance. She dusted herself off, ready to depart. Yet to provoke the prison warden and expect an easy escape was a testament to Polaris's naivety. In an instant, she was struck, blood streaming from her nose as she collapsed to the ground. You possess quite the resilience, little sister. I have heard whispers of your pregnancy. Let me see just how resilient this offspring of yours can be. With a few henchmen restraining the struggling Polaris, the dark sorceress prepared to deliver a kick to her abdomen. However, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, striking her head with precision, revealing her skeletal frame and transforming her hair into an explosive mane. Boom! Amidst the thunder and lightning, a whirlwind of wind rapidly intensified, morphing into a black tornado that enveloped the prison, isolating it from the outside world, rendering it an island amidst the storm. What formidable power! In the distance, atop a building, Reed stared in astonishment as Mayan conjured both a thunderstorm and a tornado from nothingness. The sheer magnitude of destruction was such that only the legendary X-Men could wield such might, prompting the question, who exactly was this man named Mayan? Chapter 26. Call me Uncle Mayan. Time rewound to a minute prior. Boom. As the dark sorceress lifted her foot to strike, the North Star, lying on the ground, watched in horror as the life within her womb was threatened. A taut string in her mind snapped, and she was poised to unleash her full might against the aggressor. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, roasting the dark sorceress and releasing a tantalizing aroma of cooked flesh. What transpired? Had divine intervention occurred? The sounds of turmoil surrounded her as those who had restrained her limbs rushed to assess the condition of the sorceress. The North Star faintly perceived whispers of death. Dead. How splendid. Such detritus of humanity only served to taint the world. Struggling to rise from the ground, she wiped the blood from her nose with her sleeve, tugged at the collar around her neck, attempting to remove the cursed device. If she could just rid herself of this infernal contraption, would she find herself in such a wretched state today? It was high time these madwomen witnessed the true brilliance of her emerald locks. With a sudden crack and vibration at her neck, the North Star paused in disbelief as she successfully tore off the collar. Had her words summoned reality? As the familiar surge of power coursed back into her being, she surveyed the surrounding iron bars, tables, and weights, a cruel smile playing upon her lips. A humming sound filled the air as her strength erupted, causing all metallic objects to levitate. The North Star directed her focus toward the henchmen encircling the sorceress's lifeless body, ready to strike down upon them. Thunder rolled ominously, preemptively smiting several of the assailants before she could fully grasp the strangeness of her surroundings. It appeared they were trapped within a swirling vortex. With a sudden rip, a portal materialized, revealing a stranger before her, accompanied by a lawyer who had recently accused her. Lorna Dane, your father sent me to fetch you. Hurry over. My father? The words of the unfamiliar man elicited skepticism from Polaris, as her relationship with her father was fraught with discord, and he had gone missing alongside the X-Men. The notion that he would send someone to retrieve her seemed implausible. Yet, despite her doubts, she recognized the significance of the opportunity before her. It was not one to be squandered. Wait a moment. Striding through the portal, Polaris cast a disdainful glance at Reed, the insufferable lawyer, unsure of his presence here. Noticing the stranger's lack of intent to rescue the other mutant prisoners, she hastily raised her hand to halt his closure of the portal. The ostentatious whirlwind conjured by Mon was dissipating, and upon seeing Polaris's intervention, he paid her little mind, choosing instead to observe her display. Out of respect for the favor her father had granted him, he permitted her moment of bravado, albeit with a warning for the future. Before the portal, Polaris lifted her gaze to a distinctly mutated young girl, the very individual she had hoped to ally with for mutual support. Regrettably, the girl seemed indifferent to her plight. Nevertheless, they were both mutants, and for the sake of their shared identity, she chose to overlook past grievances. With a hum, Polaris concentrated her magnetic energy. Her fists clenched as she unleashed it in a shockwave that swiftly enveloped the prison. The invisible wave surged over the power-suppressing collars around the mutant prisoners' necks, incinerating the circuitry and liberating their abilities. You must leave at once. I cannot rescue you a second time. With those parting words, Polaris beheld the portal shrinking to a mere point, leaving her unaware of the fate that awaited the mutants within the prison. Can't you use your abilities to save them? The spatial gate contracted decisively, and she distinctly saw several mutant prisoners attempting to pass through, yet the unfamiliar man appeared oblivious. After a moment's hesitation, Polaris, fully aware of the answer, nonetheless posed the question. If someone in her organization possessed such powers, she would undoubtedly orchestrate a daring raid to liberate all her imprisoned mutant brethren. Your father only permitted me to save you, not anyone else, Maine remarked indifferently, toying with a dart gun forged from concentrated spatial energy, offering no illusion that he was a free caretaker at her beck and call. Enough. I don't know who sent you to rescue me, and if you choose not to reveal it, that's fine. Don't use my father as an excuse. If you truly knew him, you would understand he doesn't care about me. He has been missing for ages, so how could he have sent you? Telepathy. Or whatever you wish to believe, Maine shrugged, not bothering to refine his crude justification. Whether she chose to believe it or not was of no consequence to him. He remained untroubled by his conscience. Moreover, if Magneto were indeed alive, he likely would not concern himself with rescuing other mutants. Although Magneto fought for mutant kind, he did not regard every mutant as significant. Those with weaker abilities were, in his view, mere cannon fodder, while only the powerful deserved the title of companion worthy of recruitment. In his eyes, the sacrifice of such fodder for the greater good of their race was entirely justifiable. Polaris listened to this dismissive rhetoric, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes. Her hair is undoubtedly green, and she is undeniably strong-willed. Yet that does not imply that her intellect is rusty, believing even the most absurd of claims. Reed, overhearing their conversation, found himself utterly perplexed. During his involvement with Polaris's case, he had not encountered any information regarding her parents. The only family member listed was her aunt, and her emergency contact was her boyfriend, Marcos. It now appeared that Polaris's father was quite significant, capable of associating with formidable mutants like Magneto, who could effortlessly manipulate the weather. Wait a moment. Did Polaris not just mention that her father was missing? Furthermore, her own ability happened to be the control of magnetism. The combination of disappearance, magnetism, and power suddenly illuminated Reed's mind, leading him to deduce Polaris's true identity. To his astonishment, she was the long-lost daughter of Magneto. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Reed felt an overwhelming urge to share the news, concocting no fewer than 10 wild stories in his mind, each more outrageous than the last. The daughter of the Brotherhood of Mutants leader joining the remnants of the X-Men. If there were no hidden truths behind this, he would refuse to believe it. How should I address you? Or would you prefer I simply use he instead? Realizing she could not overpower the unfamiliar man through sheer combat, Polaris chose to disregard the dazed Reed and inquired about the stranger's name. Suddenly recalling something, she activated her powers, controlling several steel pins embedded in her bones within her range. They were far too conspicuous to ignore, akin to a black balloon among a sea of colorful ones, provoking an irresistible urge to poke at them. Not long ago, the knee that had recently undergone surgery was beset by excruciating pain. Reed, who had just been joyfully indulging in gossip, now hopped on one leg while clutching his injured knee, yet he refrained from pleading for mercy, embodying a true tough guy demeanor. My name is Ma-In, though you may refer to me as Uncle Ma-In, for I speak the truth. I genuinely know your father. Ma did not intervene as Polaris exacted her revenge on Reed. Had he not brought Reed out, this fellow would have taken the Sentinel Special Operations to dismantle the underground mutant organization, so a lesson learned would not be amiss. Polaris chuckled softly, addressing Ma-In without the shameful title of uncle and instead opting for a direct approach. Ma, may I inquire why this individual is accompanying you? His 2 children had awakened as mutants and were currently taking refuge at your base. Since he was aware of your location, he decided to bring them along. Such a stroke of fortune? Polaris was momentarily taken aback, loosening her grip on the steel spikes, then burst into hearty laughter. The lawyer who had sent countless mutants to prison now found himself in the absurd predicament of discovering that his own children had all awakened as mutants. What a hellish joke. Wasn't he fond of sending mutants to jail? Why not continue? Seeing Polaris laugh so maniacally, Ma-In splashed a bucket of ice water over his head. They initially intended to escape to Mexico, using your information to contact Marcos Diaz for assistance. However, their plans were thwarted when the information leaked, nearly leading to their capture, which is why they remained at your base. Marcos. Upon hearing her boyfriend's name, Polaris instantly lost her composure, her powers surging anew, causing Reed to clutch his knee and wail once more. Sigh. Ma-In shook his head in exasperation. casting aside his spear as he opened the spatial portal leading to the headquarters of the division. It is no wonder that mutants in this world endure such hardships. Their leaders are utterly ineffectual. Compared to the adjacent cinematic universe, even the likes of Iceman and his peers seemed far superior. It is no surprise they failed to capture the attention of the X-Men and can only join subordinate organizations. Chapter 27. The Hidden Trove of Experience Deep Within the Mind. Lorna. Read. Dad. A violet spatial portal manifested in the lobby of the Atlanta branch of the Mutant Underground Organization, drawing the gaze of all present. As three figures emerged from the portal, both factions gasped in astonishment and rushed forward with delight. The Strucker family hurried to Reed's side, showering him with warm inquiries, while Eclipse Marcos and a long-haired beauty approached Northstar, gently assisting her to sit down with great care. Marcos, being Northstar's boyfriend, and the long-haired woman, whom Ma-In vaguely recognized as Dream Sonia, Northstar's close confidant, possessed the ability to manipulate hypnotic gas to implant or erase memories, thus qualifying her as a practitioner of psychic powers. My friend, your assistance has been invaluable. I am deeply grateful. I owe you a favor. Hearing commotion from downstairs, Thunderbird hurried over, and upon seeing the captured Northstar and Reed safely return to the base, he excitedly patted Ma-In, the true hero, on the shoulder, feeling as though this individual was his lucky star. To speak candidly, earlier, when I ventured out to seek Ma-In and was unable to locate him, I initially presumed he had fled. However, he had yet to request assistance, and then, quite unexpectedly, the individual returned Lorna and her companions. Their decisiveness was commendable. Yet, the favor you rendered holds no value to me. With a hint of disdain, Ma-In adjusted his shoulders, only to hear Lei Niao continue. Clarice has regained consciousness. Would you like to visit her? She is your partner. Why should I be the one to see her? Is this an encouragement for me to betray you? Ma-In cast a dubious glance at Lei Niao, utterly perplexed by the thoughts occupying his mind. Has life become so unbearable that he craves a hint of infidelity? That seems rather unseemly. Noticing the disappointment in Lei Niao's eyes, Ma-In shook his head. The current flicker was acceptable, yet it paled in comparison to the significance of the flicker from reversing the future in his heart. He held little interest. Do you possess any secluded areas here? I wish to hone my abilities. With today's narrative reaching a temporary conclusion, Ma-In resolved to delve into the potential of his unique powers, lest he falter in the future due to inadequate skills. There's an abandoned warehouse next door, quite spacious. We generally utilize it for training our abilities or assisting newcomers in familiarizing themselves with their powers. Lei Niao regarded him with newfound respect, astonished at Ma-In's dedication to refining his abilities. It became evident why his skills surpassed those of Clarice. He promptly indicated that there was a training facility prepared for newcomers next door. Very well, I shall make do with that. I am off to train. Do not seek me unless necessary. Ma-In expressed indifference towards the location, as he merely sought a place to validate his conjecture. Initially, he felt no unease. But as he pondered further, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. It was perplexing that, despite possessing the abilities of Storm and her companions for less than half a day, he could already conjure calamities such as thunderstorms and tornadoes, as well as manipulate magnetic forces for drifting and nitrous acceleration. This seemed to suggest an extraordinary gift. Consider that during the same time frame, Storm could perhaps only command strong winds and unleash lightning, far from the capability of summoning powerful tornadoes, while Magneto could merely control coins, needing to sacrifice a mother figure to achieve such feats. In comparison, his prowess felt akin to having cheat codes. Moreover, theoretically, his innate ability was replication. Even with remarkable talents, the manifestation of such gifts should be reflected in his primary power, rather than through acquired abilities. When employing the powers of Storm and Magneto, Ma-In sensed that his mind seemed to possess its own intentions. Whenever he aimed to utilize his abilities, his body reacted instinctively, as if guided by muscle memory, rendering the execution effortless, with experience points at maximum. He was convinced that someone had tampered with his mind, and after a brief contemplation, he swiftly pinpointed the suspect. It was you, Professor X. This old chap was quite surprising, not only gifting skills, but also bestowing a substantial experience package, significantly shortening my development period. How remarkably considerate. Without further ado, Professor X must have extracted certain fragments of memory from Storm and Magneto, implanting them within himself, resulting in a significant enhancement of his experience bar, allowing him to unconsciously wield various techniques. Understanding the cause and effect, Maine broke into a smile, whispering a couple of words into Thunderbird's ear, revealing the circumstances surrounding the Fenris twins, prompting the latter to glance at the two children of the Strucker family and nod in affirmation, indicating his determination to secure their assistance. Having said that, Maine proceeded to the abandoned warehouse to hone his skills, or rather, to absorb a bounty of experience. At the Sentinel Special Operations Headquarters, in the interrogation room, Agent Jesse stood with a grim expression in an empty chamber, the oppressive atmosphere inciting unease in the subordinate who had come to report, causing his voice to tremble. Are you telling me that such a large individual vanished without a trace, with no one witnessing his departure, right from this location? From the headquarters of our Sentinel Special Operations? Yes, indeed. We discovered 2 agents who had been incapacitated. It is evident that someone exploited the power outage to infiltrate the building and abduct Reed Strucker. This was a premeditated rescue. Agent Jesse recalled the recent calamity and pieced everything together. They feared that Reed might divulge valuable information, hence the direct attempt to extricate him. The audacity of mutants to storm the Sentinel Special Operations Headquarters in such a manner has indeed grown bolder. Jesse's expression turned cold as he turned away and dialed his superior's number. Washington had been contemplating classifying the underground mutant organization as a terrorist group for some time. However, the latter had always been like elusive shadows, never engaging in direct confrontation and merely rescuing individuals before disappearing. Thus, they had been unable to reach a definitive conclusion. He believed that this recent attack would compel them to make a resolute decision, allowing him to unleash a grand operation to eradicate the mutant underground organization in one fell swoop. Sir, we have received news from Fulton County Jail. A calamity has occurred there. Polaris has been rescued. Witnesses reported seeing a purple portal and 2 unfamiliar men, one of whom matches Reed's description. It is likely he was taken in this manner. At that moment, an agent rushed in from outside, handing Jesse a tablet displaying surveillance footage from Fulton Prison while providing a brief report. The ability to manipulate weather and teleport across distances. A slight smirk graced Jesse's lips as he forwarded the footage to his superiors, eagerly anticipating the ensuing chaos in Washington. He understood that once this video was presented, the existing order would undoubtedly be thrown into disarray. After all, with such an elusive capability, who could evade assassination? The potential for destruction wrought by such weather manipulation, if fully unleashed, could result in staggering economic losses and casualties. Thus, for the sake of their own survival, it would be wise to eliminate the mutant underground organization. Thank you for delivering such a valuable bargaining chip, mutants. Gazing at the obscured visage of the unfamiliar mutant on the surveillance footage, Agent Jesse felt a surge of elation. However, upon receiving the loss report regarding the capture of mutants from his subordinate, his mood swiftly soured. Was it truly necessary to assign such a staggering price tag, millions of dollars, for merely a handful of spider-like robots? Chapter 28. The Perils of Overindulgence in Advancement. Why can't we leave? Marcos, you promised us you would assist in crossing the border to Mexico. After a night of recuperation, the Atlanta District Headquarters regained its former order. Even the leaky ceiling was mended, thanks to the eclectic abilities of the mutants, alleviating concerns of rainwater intrusion. The Strack family, reunited and poised to embark on their previously laid plans to reside in a nation with more lenient mutant laws, found their path obstructed by a group of individuals who forbade their departure. What do you truly desire? Reed and Caitlin stood protectively behind their children, confronting Marcos, one of the 3 leaders, in a furious demand for clarity on his sudden reversal. I do not wish for this either, Reed, but your children are of utmost importance. You have no comprehension of their capabilities. If you attempt to leave recklessly, it may very well endanger your lives, Marcos replied, struggling to justify his stance. He was not one to go back on his word, yet the insights imparted by Lorna and the messages from Thunderbird echoed hauntingly in his mind, compelling him to prevent the Strack family from departing. If the combined abilities of Lauren and Andy are indeed as formidable as suggested, then even if they cannot be integrated into the underground organization, they must at the very least master their powers thoroughly before proceeding, to avoid inadvertently triggering their abilities and jeopardizing their lives. You are the descendants of 2 renowned and powerful mutants in history, known as the Fenris twins, who possessed immeasurable strength, capable of unleashing devastating power with a mere handshake. You have inherited their abilities, and I trust you would not wish to lose your lives due to a momentary mishap during a handshake, prompted by Mon's warning. Thunderbird and a mutant known as the Sage spent the entire night poring over information, meticulously compiling and printing details regarding the Strucker family, which they then thrust before Reed. Is this all true? Reed and his wife examined the documents, their expressions one of disbelief. Due to Reed's strained relationship with his father, they had never been aware of such a glorious lineage in their ancestry. According to the records, the Fenris twins were notorious for their heinous acts, committing acts of terrorism, genocide, and the slaughter of humanity. Just the two of them were enough to be classified as a terrorist organization, their infamy chilling and formidable. Lauren and Andy's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The fervor of youth led them to selectively ignore the dark legacy of the Fenris twins, focusing solely on their immense power. Eager to shake hands and witness the extent of their abilities. Of course it's true. If you doubt it, ask your father. As Mayan descended from the upper floor, he had changed into a different outfit, swapping the black uniform he had worn from the alternate future for a more casual, white Henley shirt, complemented by a checkered jacket and denim jeans, presenting himself as a quintessential university student. In truth, before his journey through time, Mayan had indeed just recently graduated from university, thus remaining true to his character. Observing Mayan's attire, Thunderbird subtly furrowed his brow, overturning his prior conjecture. It seemed that Mayan might not be Clarice's older brother, but rather her younger sibling, especially since Clarice appeared to be older. Yet, Lorna mentioned that Mayan asked her to call him uncle, which raised the possibility of him being from an older generation. How perplexing. Why do individuals of East Asian descent often appear younger or older than their actual age? This defies logic. My father is merely an ordinary. As Reed was about to finish his sentence, he realized a crucial point. If the Fenris twins were his grandparents, it would imply that his father was the child of one of the Fenris twins. With such an extraordinary father, how could he possibly be ordinary? The X gene, after all, is hereditary. Upon this revelation, Reed felt utterly unsettled, realizing that the X gene might have been passed down from him. Dad, shall we visit Grandpa? We haven't met him yet, Andy exclaimed excitedly, his enthusiasm palpable as he danced around. Having awakened his abilities due to campus bullying, he exhibited a slight inclination towards antisocial behavior and was eager to learn more about his grandparents' legacies. Reed's expression was conflicted, yet unable to resist the fervor of the two children. He resolved to explore his heritage, commonly referred to as finding Dad, while also allowing the children to meet their grandfather and perhaps acquire a few $100s for pocket money. The fate of the Strack family was of little concern to man. He understood the narrative well enough to know that even if they chose to flee America, Trask Industries would not relent, ultimately forcing them to return, seeking assistance. In a world reminiscent of the altered future, the primary antagonistic forces remained Trask Industries and the Sentinels. Though the leading researcher on mutants had shifted from the Dwarf King Bolivar, the creator of the Stormbreaker, to the second-rate character Roderick Campbell. The connection between mutant twins could expedite Dr. Campbell's research in genetic biology, enabling him to devise methods to amalgamate the powers of different mutants. Given that the Fenris twins were the most formidable known pair of mutant twins, Dr. Campbell was determined to acquire the genetic data of the next generation of Fenris twins, and he would soon approach the Sentinel Special Operations to demand their capture. Consequently, the Sentinel Special Operations would launch a comprehensive assault on all mutant safe havens, leaving countless mutants displaced and in flight. War was imminent. The establishment of a mutant nation had to be prioritized. Man vaguely recalled expressing his disdain for the unfolding events of this world. If action was to be taken, it should be monumental. Once the mutants were stabilized, he would investigate the truth behind the X-Men's disappearance. Having absorbed the treasure trove of experiences left by Professor X in his mind, man felt a dual transformation of spirit and body. He was no longer the man of old. He had become Neo-Galu Man. He had expanded. Maan stood at the edge of the staircase railing, gazing down at Thunderbird and his companions who had volunteered to escort Reed and the others. He was preparing to venture out in search of a particularly useful mutant to return with, while also seeking to establish a connection with the masterminds behind the two major mutant factions. Suddenly, Blink, now with a changed visage, obstructed his path in silence. Is there something you need? Ma inquired patiently, raising an eyebrow at her mute demeanor. He was perplexed by her sudden appearance and had little time for riddles. If she remained reticent, he would have to dismiss her, as he was pressed for time. The after-effects of having reversed the future instilled in him a persistent sense of unease regarding time. as if failing to complete tasks promptly would lead to dire consequences. Thunderbird mentioned that your spatial abilities are identical to mine, suggesting we may share a bloodline. I simply wish to know if there is any truth to this. Blink voiced her innermost concern, her anxiety palpable. Having been an adopted child, she had never encountered her biological parents. If Ma-In were indeed related to her, she yearned to ask him about the couple who had callously abandoned her. Ma-In's response was one of silent contemplation. He retracted his earlier assessment of Thunderbird's cleverness, realizing, much like his brother, that he too was a fool, hopelessly so. I've already stated that there is no connection between us. Are you incapable of understanding? I do not know what Thunderbird has conveyed to you, but I assure you, we are not related by blood, nor am I aware of the identities of your parents. As for our similar abilities, I believe you are, for the time being, unable to achieve what I can. As he spoke, energy coalesced in Ma-In's hand, manifesting into a crystalline violet crossbow. With a casual flick of his wrist, he hurled the weapon, creating a portal to another dimension. The flamboyant display left the onlooker, Shanshu, momentarily dazzled, lowering his head in contemplative silence. In this vast world, wonders abound. While the probability of encountering a similar ability may be slim, it is not entirely absent. As Ma-In continued to converse, he retreated into the portal, advising the young girl, rather than clinging to the past, it is wiser to gaze toward the future. Unless you possess a phantom cat, the past is merely an intangible illusion, devoid of significance. Chapter 29. The Cuckoo sisters having nonchalantly brushed off Shanshu's attempts at forming a connection, Ma-In stepped back through the portal and settled into a newly acquired vehicle. Graciously sponsored by Thunderbird, he drove to another sanctuary for mutants known as Perry. The mutant Ma-In sought was a telepath named Esme, one of the Cuckoo sisters. Like her two sisters, she was a member of the Hellfire Club, serving under a leadership cadre known as the Inner Circle. Tasked with infiltrating the political realm, she wielded her mind-reading and mental manipulation abilities to forge powerful connections and influence the trajectory of certain proposals. Leveraging the authority granted by his position as the head of the Thunderbird division, Ma-In had confirmed with the site leader of Perry last night that indeed, a mutant named Esme had recently joined their ranks, just a couple of days prior. In a remarkably fortuitous moment, Ma-In discerned her intentions. Her two sisters had been apprehended by the Sentinel Special Operations, and she sought to infiltrate the underground organization, leveraging her psychic manipulation abilities to navigate the situation and rescue them through the hands of the mutant underground. In response, Ma-In could only assert that as long as he was present, the underground organization would have no part in this matter. Unlike the underground organization, which passively endured and failed to retaliate, Ma-In held a greater appreciation for the principles of the Core Circle and resolved to support them as representatives of his own agenda. This would, of course, be after a thorough purge, with Riva symbolizing the Core Circle, distinct from the faction solely focused on profit. Peace has never been achieved merely through words. Humanity has shown a willingness to slaughter its own kind, let alone mutants. To compel humans to sit calmly and engage in rational discourse, one must first subdue them or possess a formidable force capable of instilling fear, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. Ma-In sought to rally the forces of the militant faction to realize his vision within this world. He regarded himself as a mere transient in this realm, not intending to linger, yet his plans could endure, carried forth by the mutants of this world. Although the underground organization constituted a vital force, its members were too idealistic. He was disinclined to wait for them to alter their perceptions. As long as he initiated the first strike, the underground organization could not remain aloof and would inevitably be drawn into the conflict, whether they desired to engage or not. Furthermore, Ma-In believed that Thunderbird and Eclipse had misinterpreted the essence of the X-Men. The X-Men he recognized were not the cowardly souls who dared not resist. I vaguely recall that at the conclusion of X-Men 2, Professor X, accompanied by a group of individuals, confronted the President of the United States at the White House. The intensity of the situation suggested that they could easily overpower the President at any moment. Nightcrawler utilized his teleportation abilities, Storm conjured thunderstorms to amplify the atmosphere, and Professor X employed collective mind control to render everyone within the White House motionless, effectively showcasing the formidable power of the mutants. This spectacle frightened the President, who was poised to declare war on mutants, compelling him to reverse his stance and advocate for peaceful coexistence and mutual prosperity, not daring to utter a word against them. Thus, it can be said that humanity, by its very nature, is restless and requires a firm hand to maintain order. Mon entered the Perry station, murmuring under his breath. And under the guidance of the station's supervisor, he found Esme, clad in a red knitted sweater. "Do we know each other?" she inquired, her golden straight hair framing a face etched with anxiety as she scrutinized the unfamiliar man before her. She refrained from immediately activating her telepathic abilities to probe his thoughts. Yet even without doing so, she could sense an ominous aura emanating from him, causing her heart to race with apprehension, fearing that her intentions had been inadvertently exposed. "I know you, but you do not know me," Mon remarked, disregarding Esme's defensive demeanor. "If you wish to rescue your two sisters, you must take me to your superior. And it must be now." Esme's eyes widened in shock, completely unprepared for the stranger to unearth her hidden motives, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Is it to feign innocence and ignorance, or to bravely acknowledge the situation to cultivate the impression of a clever individual? Esme made her choice in a fleeting moment of contemplation. Given the extent to which the other party had discerned her, continuing the charade held no purpose. With her astonishment concealed, the facade of fragility evaporated instantly. Esme adopted a languid expression and retrieved her phone. "I need to consult first." Ma nodded, and as she prepared to make the call, he added, "You can inform Rua about the matters I wish to discuss with her. She will undoubtedly be intrigued." Esme hesitated, her hand pausing mid-motion at the phone, and under Ma'an's teasing gaze, she refrained from dialing the number, resignedly returning to face him. "Let us go. I will take you to see her." There was no need for a phone call. It was utterly unnecessary. This individual was formidable, possessing an unsettling awareness that rendered her feeling exposed, as if she were devoid of clothing. Who exactly was he? How could he know so much? Following Ma'n's lead, Esme's mind raced with thoughts about his origins. What if she used her abilities to take a glance? The notion emerged, persistent and tempting. Gazing at Ma'an's retreating figure ahead, the azure light glimmering in her eyes, she recklessly activated her mind-reading ability. A pained exclamation erupted from behind her. Ma'an, ungraciously amused, did not turn to warn Esme against attempting to read his mind. Instead, he simply opened the car door and entered. Once she regained her composure and joined him in the car, he indicated the direction to proceed. In the reflection of the rearview mirror from the driver's seat, one could distinctly observe arcs of electricity flickering through Ma'an's hair, accompanied by a faint crackle of electrical currents. An electromagnetic force enveloped his forehead, thwarting the mental intrusion attempting to penetrate his mind and launching a counterattack. This maneuver was not of Ma'an's own invention. Rather, it was a skill graciously provided by the formidable telepath, Professor X, drawn from the vast reservoir of experiences he had absorbed just the day before. It was developed based on the abilities of Storm and Magneto, specifically designed to counteract those gifted with telepathy. Perhaps sensing that the transcendent memories within Ma'an's mind could lead to dire consequences if revealed, Professor X tailored this skill to suit Ma'an's specific needs, enabling him to fend off the attacks of telepaths even in the absence of any psychic abilities. That old mentor truly knows how to make things happen. And I must admit, I am quite fond of it. With this skill at his disposal, Ma'an felt liberated from the dreadful grasp of telepathy. His spirits lifted as he hummed a cheerful tune. Meanwhile, Esme, who had just experienced a psychic backlash, was far less pleased. She was acutely aware that this was Ma'an's retribution for her prying behavior. As she suspected him to be a telepath herself, she clutched her slightly tingling head and reluctantly took her seat in the passenger side, beginning to direct him. Chapter 30. The Safest Nation of Mutants. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Ma'an, code name Disaster. After driving for a short distance as per Esme's instructions, Ma'an broke the car's somber silence with his self-introduction. Ma'an took the initiative to broach the subject, and Esme had no intention of allowing the conversation to dwindle. She graciously grasped his outstretched hand and began to engage in idle chatter, seeking to glean information. Disaster. Are you also a mind reader? Esme furrowed her brow slightly. Indeed, some mutants fancied themselves akin to the X-Men, adopting titles that reflected their abilities. However, most names were closely tied to their powers, just as Marcos, who could absorb solar energy, referred to himself as Eclipse. The moniker Disaster seemed utterly disconnected from mental capabilities and more fitting for a mutant wielding elemental powers. I am not, but I can block telepathy. I trust you have experienced that, Ma'an stated candidly, harboring no intent to conceal his abilities. In this chaotic world, he felt no need for subtlety. He was, without doubt, the most striking presence on the street. Such a mutant exists, one without mental abilities, yet capable of shielding against telepathy? What is your power? Esme's expression revealed her confusion. Mutants with composite abilities were exceedingly rare, and her interest in Ma'an's capabilities gradually peaked. This is somewhat difficult to articulate. I possess a multitude of abilities. Which one are you curious about? Esme, the most emotionally expressive of the three Cuckoo sisters, was also the charming little antagonist who would eventually switch allegiance to the protagonists. Unable to resist teasing her, Ma'an intentionally obfuscated his explanation. Which one? How many abilities could you possibly have? Esme rolled her eyes, employing a subtle tactic as she resorted to provocation. If you don't wish to speak, then don't. Suddenly, a violet portal materialized, engulfing the vehicle that was traversing the highway. In the blink of an eye, the car reappeared approximately 400 meters away from its original position, as if time itself had been manipulated, swiftly advancing on the road. Esme, taken aback, gaped in astonishment at the rapidly changing scenery outside the vehicle, rendered speechless by the sheer shock. Spatial transfer. This was indeed a spatial transfer. Such an extraordinary ability signified hope for her sisters. After witnessing Main's powers, this was the foremost thought that emerged in Esme's mind. Initially, she had assumed that Main's claim of rescuing her sisters was merely a figure of speech. If it were truly that simple, she would have undertaken the rescue herself long ago. However, now she was genuinely convinced. With such an astonishing ability, surpassing even mind control, entering and exiting the Sentinel Special Operations Unit cells would be as effortless as returning home. Rescuing her sisters would be a mere trifle. With renewed hope, Esme recalled Main's earlier remarks at the shelter, growing increasingly curious about his intentions. You just mentioned that Riva would be quite interested in your proposal. What specifically do you mean by that? Main shot her a sidelong glance, refraining from an immediate response. Instead countering with a question, what do you think of the current living conditions for mutants? Why the sudden shift in topic? Esme's expression was tinged with skepticism. She assumed he simply wished to avoid the topic for the moment. Folding her arms across her chest, she candidly shared her perspective on the living conditions of mutants. To speak frankly, they are far from ideal. Since the disappearance of the X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants, ordinary mutants have lost their protective forces, resulting in an intensified oppression from humanity. The plight of mutants has plummeted to an unbearable level. Humanity has placed the blame for the conflict between the X-Men and the Brotherhood squarely on the shoulders of ordinary mutants. With their absence, numerous rights have been stripped away, and additional restrictions imposed. Pausing for a moment, she continued, following the events of the 715 incident, the anti-mutant legislation was enacted. From that point onward, any display of destructive abilities in public is classified as a mutant terrorist attack, leading to immediate apprehension by the Sentinel Task Force, with no chance for explanation. It is crucial to understand that the awakening of most mutants' powers occurs in unpredictable circumstances. Some individuals find their abilities manifesting in public for the first time, only to be seized as terrorists, condemned to a lifetime behind bars. Thus, I assert that for mutants, this world is utterly wretched. Ma nodded repeatedly, recalling his own dismay while watching the series. He too believed this world to be deplorable. Ordinary mutants lived in conditions worse than those of slaves. And even more disheartening was the inaction and infighting among the so-called virtuous protagonists, who focused solely on trivial matters rather than genuinely seeking a viable path for mutants. This ultimately resulted in dismal viewership ratings, leading to the show's cancellation. Now he has arrived in this world, determined to alter this absurd narrative and lead the mutants to forge a new destiny. Did you inquire about my proposal? Since you have genuinely asked, I shall generously reveal my ambition. I aspire to establish a realm for mutants, a sanctuary dedicated to them. Ma'an's tone was fervent, his voice resounding, infused with passion and stirring excitement, compelling one to join him in this revolutionary endeavor to construct a new homeland for mutants. However, while I do resonate with your ideals and do not wish to dampen your spirits, I must assert that even if you successfully establish a nation for mutants, it may prove challenging to become the sanctuary that resides in their hearts, at least not the most revered one. Esme's words fell like a bucket of cold water, jolting Ma'an from his reverie. He regarded the seemingly unperturbed Esme, puzzled. Why do you say that? Esme adjusted her chair's angle, reclining slightly as she elucidated. Because the sanctuary that all mutants envision has long since emerged, the only obstacle is our access to it. Is such a thing possible? Why has it not been mentioned in the narrative? Ma-In furrowed his brow, pressing for clarification. Where is this place you speak of? Is it perhaps the setting from the third season that was discarded? How could you be unaware of such common knowledge? The fabled sanctuary of mutants is none other than the ancient eastern land across the Pacific, Huaxia. Huaxia, caught off guard by the mention of his homeland, Ma-In abruptly halted the vehicle, nearly sending Esme flying out. Listening to Esme softly lament that her chest felt flattened, Ma-In couldn't help but internally scoff, remarking that she never had much of a chest to begin with. He urged her to elaborate on the nature of this sanctuary for mutants. What could it possibly be? The high degree of tolerance exhibited by the Chinese populace is remarkable. There is hardly any discrimination. Individuals possessing extraordinary abilities are viewed as akin to superheroes, with many aspiring to become mutants themselves, a stark contrast to our own situation. Even if we were to establish a nation for mutants, it would merely result in a segregation from ordinary humans, living parallel lives without interference. In this world, only China has genuinely achieved a harmonious coexistence between mutants and humans, devoid of conflict and discrimination, thus earning the moniker Sanctuary for Mutants. As Esme elaborated, Ma-In gradually grasped the origin of this title, his expression becoming increasingly animated. Particularly when he learned that the initial discovery of mutants in China was met with a familiar response, he felt a strong sense of déjà vu, suspecting that this world might actually be the narrative of an online novel. For instance, when mutants first emerged in China, the term dominating the headlines was not gene mutation, but rather the resurgence of spiritual energy. Ma-In reacted with a resigned expression. Furthermore, based on the results of an online poll, the official designation for those carrying the X gene was altered. In China, mutants are not referred to as mutants, but rather extraordinary beings. Ma-In raised an eyebrow. Subsequently, the organizations tasked with managing and regulating these extraordinary beings are known in the public sphere as the Association of Extraordinary Beings, while the military designations are the Dragon and Phoenix teams. I am astounded. Chapter 31, A Family of Mutants. The information is overwhelming. I need a moment to gather myself. Ma-In took a deep breath and resumed driving. Without comparison, there is no pain. The familiarity of home feels like paradise. While this land in America resembles a hell uniquely reserved for mutants, where even neighboring Mexico seems preferable, what happened to the promised land of freedom and sweet air? All I can perceive are the acrid scents of gunpowder and sulfur. I do not demand coexistence between mutants and humans. I merely wish for all mutants across the globe to have a place to call home. Separation is acceptable. The American mutants were only saved due to the reputation of the X-Men. Ma-In's ambition is to establish a nation for mutants worldwide, and he has already contemplated a potential location, hoping to borrow a parcel of land from the Americans. The social structure of his homeland is far too idyllic, and with such a paragon in existence, Ma-In feels an immense pressure. Fortunately, he only seeks to provide a sanctuary for mutants to rest and rejuvenate, not to create a paradise or utopia. As long as it is not compared to his homeland, it should suffice. Esme observed Ma-In's profile, sensing his deep contemplation without needing to read his thoughts, and fell silent. She too is a supporter of the Mutant Homeland Initiative. Though unable to enter the sacred land of Huaxia, they can forge their own. With a mutant of such unique abilities joining them, perhaps this endeavor can indeed succeed. At this moment, Esme, who is yet to witness Ma-In's true power, does not comprehend the genuine meaning of natural disaster. The vehicle advanced in silence, swiftly departing from Georgia and heading towards Washington, the location of the course circle. Chattanooga, Tennessee. The Strack family, under the escort of the Thunderbird and the Eclipse, arrived at the home of Reed's father, where they encountered the silver-haired Otto Strack. Initially, Otto was not welcoming of his son Reed's unexpected visit. However, upon witnessing the remarkable abilities of his grandchildren, his expression changed drastically, exclaiming that the family's curse was inescapable. Reed, who had long been aware of his lineage as a descendant of the Fenris twins, urgently implored his father to unveil the secrets of the past, insisting on no further concealment. Otto sighed and began to recount the tale. Once an employee of the Trask Industrial Group, Otto had discovered that the powers of the Fenris twins were hidden within genetic information and could manifest in their descendants. To prevent the resurgence of such formidable abilities, he utilized the resources of the Trask laboratory to develop a targeted X gene suppression serum, which he injected into his only son, rendering the Awakening Edge child a mere ordinary human. Reed, what the hell are you talking about? It was one thing for his children to be mutants, but to suggest that he was one too? Was the entire family composed of mutants? Why hadn't he mentioned it before? Had he known, he would never have pursued that dreadful career as a lawyer. The once heroic dragon slayer had become a dragon himself, and Reed found it difficult to reconcile this reality, believing himself merely to carry a latent mutant gene that would remain dormant. Yet, his father revealed that he had long desired to awaken, only to be thwarted by a single injection. A sense of helplessness and guilt surged within Reed. Over the years, believing his father did not love him, he had distanced himself from him. Yet, in the end, it was his father who had been safeguarding him, even refraining from contacting him. His boundless love rendering Reed utterly ashamed. With tears welling in his eyes, he was about to apologize to his father when Lauren and Andy suddenly intruded, whisking their grandfather away to recount tales of their ancestors, leaving him stranded, caught between tears and silence. Reed, let your father gather his belongings and come with us. You escaped from the Sentinel Special Operations, and they surely will not spare anyone associated with you. Your father is no longer safe here. Marcos lightly bit his finger, his shoulders shaking as he stifled his laughter. The lawyer who had sent numerous mutants to prison now found himself among them overnight, destined to endure the same fate. To claim he did not find a sense of satisfaction in this would be a lie. He was exhilarated, though he refrained from displaying it, mindful of the significance of the Fenris twins, not wishing to leave a negative impression. Reed nodded in agreement. Having witnessed the operational style of the Sentinel Special Operations, he held no favorable impression of their agents and understood that Marcos spoke the truth. This place was no longer secure. The grandchildren needed guidance to master their abilities. And though reluctant, Otto consented to leave, beginning to pack away his years of research, ensuring all documents were secured to prevent the Sentinel Special Operations from discovering them and using the information against mutants. Move quickly. I hear the sound of sirens. The Sentinel Special Operations are coming. As they busily gathered their belongings, the vigilant Thunderbirds suddenly rushed up from downstairs, alerting them to an impending attack. The Strack family quickened their pace, inadvertently leaving behind a considerable amount of documents. Observing the retreat through the back door, the Sentinel Marcus, who was responsible for covering their escape, ignited the study with a burst of light in his hand, incinerating vast quantities of information before making a hasty exit. Damn it, too late again. Agent Jesse, whose presence was notoriously frequent, surveyed the empty room with a curse. It must be that accursed space mutant. Long-distance teleportation is nearly impossible to guard against, making apprehension exceedingly challenging. I hope Washington responds swiftly, granting me access to heavy weaponry. With a glint of cold determination, Agent Jesse glanced at his subordinates battling the flames, then turned to communicate with his superior. Recent events had been fraught with misfortune. Captured individuals were consistently whisked away. And if he did not curry favor with this rotund superior, he risked demotion, a fate he sought to avoid. He still harbored intentions of dismantling the mutant underground organization. He needed to ensure his position was secure. In Washington, the political heart of the empire, a blue sedan slowly entered the underground parking garage of a grand building. Maine emerged from the vehicle, followed closely by Esme. This way, she instructed. Upon returning to her domain, Esme straightened her posture, her black high-heeled shoes clicking rhythmically as she strode towards the elevator, leading Maine to meet her superior, Riva. As she pressed the button for the elevator, Maine casually inquired, "Can your psychic abilities manipulate a person's thoughts for an extended period?" "Depending on the circumstances, my abilities are not particularly formidable. I can only manipulate the minds of others when they are unguarded." Esme shrugged, indicating that her individual power was limited. To maintain long-term control over someone's mind, it would be best to combine her strength with that of her two sisters, which would extend the duration of the influence. Maine pondered thoughtfully, for within his skill set lay a remarkable ability, akin to a divine technique for mutants in this world. If wielded properly, it could potentially transform the prevailing disadvantages faced by mutants, elevating their combat prowess from the realm of television to that of cinema. Although the mutants here did not enhance their abilities through skill development, relying instead on drugs, which inherently limited their potential. One could argue that the rapid effects of these substances, coupled with his latent potential, might allow for the rapid creation of a mutant army. Moreover, the methods to augment ability strength were not limited to this. Dr. Campbell's research had reached its final stages. by acquiring the capability data model of the Fenris twins. It would be possible to artificially forge a bond between two unrelated mutants, merging their powers and significantly amplifying their destructive capability. Conveniently, the other two sisters of the Cuckoo Trio were confined within Dr. Campbell's laboratory. Maine intended to strengthen the trio's abilities, enabling them to exert control over him and serve the mutant cause, turning foes into allies. Indeed, I am quite the little genius. Ding! Just as Maine was lost in his reverie, a clear sound jolted him back to reality. The core circle arrived. Chapter 32, Alliance established. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder reverberated through the air as Washington, which had been precisely predicted to remain rain-free for the next 5 days, was unexpectedly engulfed by a tempest. The wind howled ferociously, mingling with the cascades of rain that poured down like a waterfall. Passers-by glanced up at the swiftly changing sky, muttering curses under their breath, hastily donning their coats and rushing toward shelter. Such a deluge rendered umbrellas nearly futile. Figures wielding them scurried to the sides of the road, seeking brief refuge to avoid becoming half-drenched. From afar, the streets appeared desolate, save for the cars that braved the storm, with scarcely a soul swaying in the wind. In the heart of Washington, at the Hellfire Club's esteemed establishment, a thunderous roar erupted. A bolt of lightning cleaved the darkened sky, illuminating the surroundings momentarily before plunging them back into darkness. The booming thunder followed suit, arriving with a delayed resonance that sent tremors through the air, instilling a sense of dread. In a conference room adorned with slanted floor-to-ceiling windows, a glass of water on the table quivered in response to the shockwaves, ripples disturbing its surface that seemed reluctant to settle. At that moment, a hand grasped the glass and drained it in one swift motion. If one were to overlook the subtle tremor in that hand, the scene might appear entirely ordinary. At the far end of the table, Riva felt the fierce wind rushing through the shattered window, the earthy scent lingering in the air, while raindrops pelted her face. Her heightened senses attested to the reality of the situation, dispelling any notions of it being a mere dream. Who are you? How can you wield such formidable power? Riva's gaze, filled with a blend of terror and disbelief, swept across the room, taking in the sight of her fellow Corps members, now nothing more than a heap of indistinguishable charred remains, souls consumed by the wrath of thunder. In an instant, that fleeting flash of lightning had claimed their lives, leaving an indelible mark upon her psyche. She lifted her eyes to the figures standing with their back to her, poised before the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, and finally beheld the hope she had sought for years. Power. The formidable strength to command natural disasters. How could she have never heard of a mutant possessing such might? Codename Cataclysm, your future collaborator. Turning to face her, Mon's pure white eyes gradually returned to normal as he spoke. Through the window, it became evident that the torrential rain had ceased in an instant, while the dark clouds above dissipated in tandem with the restoration of his eyes, their timing nearly synchronous. Observing the stunned expressions of Riva and Esme, Mon's lips curled into a smile, elucidating his purpose. Just 2 minutes prior, following Esme's announcement, the Corps members had come to meet the legendary mutant rumored to possess the ability to open portals. They had followed Riva into the conference room. But before they could utter a single word, Mon had summoned a bolt of thunder that whisked them away, leaving no opportunity for their presence to register. It was not a targeted strike against them, but rather a reflection of the fact that only Riva met his criteria. The others were mere dross, failures among mutants. And thus, their fate was sealed. Though Riva was portrayed as the antagonist in the narrative, her intentions were ultimately benevolent. Once, she too held a belief in the principles of the X-Men, envisioning a day when humans and mutants could coexist harmoniously. However, the innocent sacrifice of a dear friend shattered this conviction, leading her to harbor animosity towards humanity. She came to the conclusion that the only path to true freedom lay in establishing a realm exclusively for mutants. This familiar backstory instantly reminded Mayan of Magneto, and it was no surprise that Polaris chose to ally with her, standing united on the same front, for indeed, those of a kind do not enter the same door. If you truly wish to forge a mutant homeland, I can assure you of my unwavering support. My resources will be entirely at your disposal. And I speak with utmost sincerity. After comprehending Mayan's intentions, Ruiva approached her, solemnly extending her hand. She was serious about creating a sanctuary for mutants. Initially, she had intended to recruit Polaris, a member of the Hellfire Club's aristocracy, to bolster her forces, but now it seemed With such an influential ally at her side, what need had she for Polaris? Rest assured, I will honor my word. Mayan clasped her hand, solidifying their alliance. The collaboration was fruitful. Outside, as the ominous clouds dissipated, the pure radiance once again illuminated the world. The sky had cleared. Can you sense the whereabouts of your sister? Mayan inquired, turning to Esme, who had been dispatched by Riva to assist her, her tone grave. The Sentinel Special Operations and the Trask Industrial Group maintain a collaborative relationship wherein certain individuals possessing unique abilities are transported to Trask's laboratories to serve as subjects for research. The locations of these laboratories are shrouded in secrecy, and the only means to rescue the other cuckoos lies in Esme's psychic link. Indeed, our minds are interconnected, allowing us to sense one another's whereabouts at any moment. Shall we embark on the rescue mission now? Esme exclaimed, eager to assist her sisters. Her desire to fly to their aid palpable. Through their mental connection, she perceived their plight. They were not faring well. Very well, let us get in the vehicle. You shall drive, Maine replied, nodding in agreement, as he entrusted Esme with the task of navigating towards the Trask laboratory, all the while planning to subdue Dr. Campbell to prevent any disruption to his grand scheme. With determination, Esme swiftly launched the vehicle, steering towards the direction indicated by their psychic bond. The car raced along the highway, and after a considerable journey, they arrived near the Trask laboratory. Esme pointed ahead to a building and declared, "That is the place. I can sense their presence. Naturally, they are aware of our approach and are preparing for an escape to meet us." Upon hearing this, Maine cast a curious glance at her and inquired, "Is it not possible for you all to share memories? If they are aware of your abilities, why embark on a jailbreak? Could they not simply await your arrival? I had assumed that hive-minded thinking allowed for complete sharing. It is indeed possible. Yet such actions carry inherent risks. Prolonged memory sharing may lead to the assimilation of our identities, transforming us into a singular entity. Therefore, we typically opt for selective memory sharing, reserving continuous exchanges for exceptional circumstances, such as when serving as human listening devices." Esme shrugged. In order to preserve their individualities, the memory sharing among the three sisters occurred intermittently, an unavoidable circumstance. Furthermore, their memory sharing was bound by distance. Once beyond the signal range, no information could be received. If the three sisters were to remain apart for an extended period, the hive mind could regress, resulting in them truly becoming distinct individuals. Man's eyes twitched slightly at this revelation. Indeed, the limitations of the televised mutants were quite numerous. "Come, follow me closely. I shall lead you to unparalleled victories," Man declared, taking the lead. Esme, who was currently sharing recent memories with her sisters, hurried to catch up, taking a moment to glance skyward. Where are the clouds? The thunder? The rain? The wind? What is this? As her sarcasm began to flow, Esme prudently chose to mute herself. The reason was simple. She had just observed a flurry of gunfire filling the air. If her eyes did not deceive her, it seemed that all metal objects within her field of vision had taken flight. Chapter 33. Who supports and who opposes Atlanta, Mutant Underground Organization. A violet portal materialized in the Grand Hall, from which Man emerged, looking travel-worn, with Esme following closely behind. The recent endeavor was executed flawlessly. The laboratory guard, inexperienced in grand affairs, failed to comprehend the significance of the elemental king, Iron. Armed with a mere handgun, he dared to confront, only to be swiftly disarmed by Maine with a single gesture, nearly losing his lips in the process. Within less than a minute, he was completely subdued. With the guard's forces rendered ineffective, Maine advanced alongside Esme, where they successfully reunited with the Cuckoo sisters. After a lively exchange, they proceeded, under Maine's direction, to take control of Roderick Campbell and secure the entire laboratory. The psychic abilities of the Cuckoo sisters were nowhere near as formidable as those of Professor X. Even after their potential was unlocked, their combined strength would scarcely equate to a mere finger of his. To maintain their mental dominion over Dr. Campbell, the sisters chose to part ways once more. Sophie and Phoebe remained within the laboratory, no longer as mere experimental subjects, but as its true proprietors. Meanwhile, Esme continued with the tasks assigned by Riva, serving as Maine's aide and messenger. "Maine, you have returned, and who might this be?" The unusual atmosphere in the hall drew attention, prompting Thunderbird to push through the crowd. Upon recognizing Maine, his eyes lit up, and he approached eagerly. Thanks to Maine's intelligence, they had managed to retain the Strack family, and with the addition of the Fenris twins, the combat capability of their underground organization surged to new heights. The leader beamed with delight, regarding Maine as his lucky star. One must strive a little harder. Just as Thunderbird was about to extend another invitation to Maine, the latter suddenly interjected, interrupting the incantation. Let us discuss this later. Why are there so many people here? Maine stood at the end of the staircase on the second floor, noticing that the crowd seemed significantly larger than when he had departed, creating a sense of congestion and noise. Below, amidst the throngs of people, many clutched pillows, blankets, and various supplies, while others formed a queue in front of Nurse Caitlin. Evidently injured, the Sentinel Special Operations had launched an assault on the shelter, abducting a number of individuals. The current assembly was less than half of what it used to be. Upon hearing this, Thunderbird sighed, which was precisely the reason he wished for Maine to join them. Clarice had developed psychological scars from her previous power surge, rendering her abilities nearly non-functional. She spent her days merely existing. He could only pin his hopes on another mutant with teleportation abilities, aspiring to utilize his powers to rescue as many mutants as possible. Yet, despite being struck down, you still have not considered retaliating? Maine frowned deeply. Perhaps due to prolonged oppression, these mutants exhibited no fighting spirit. Even at this juncture, they were contemplating retreat like timid turtles instead of retaliating and revealing their claws to show humanity that mutants were not to be trifled with. We lack the strength to confront the Sentinel Special Operations, and humanity already harbors considerable disdain towards us. If we resort to armed resistance, it would only exacerbate our plight. Although Thunderbird felt a deep sense of frustration, he had never contemplated the idea of utilizing his powers to rebel against tyranny. For he was the chosen successor of the X-Men, and the X-Men held a steadfast principle against taking lives. What a powerless stance against oppression. Observing the robust yet dispirited Thunderbird, Mon exchanged a glance with Esme beside him. In an instant, Esme's eyes illuminated with a cerulean glow as she unleashed her telepathic abilities, flooding Thunderbird's mind with the grim data from the mutant experiments conducted at Trask's laboratory, compelling him to confront the grim fate that awaited those who chose not to resist. The initiative of war does not reside with the weak. In the face of oppression, the only outcome of an action is to become prey, to face total annihilation. Only through resistance can one hope for survival. Seizing the moment while Thunderbird remained immobilized, Mon summoned a spark of lightning at his fingertips, striking the wooden floor of the first level and creating a charred crater, forcibly drawing the attention of all present. Fellow compatriots, the Sentinel Special Operations have assaulted us, leaving us nowhere to hide. I am prepared to rally the strength of mutants to forge a sanctuary, one free from persecution, a haven solely for mutants. Who among you is willing to join my cause? At his words, the gathered mutants erupted in fervor, whispering amongst themselves, caught in a tempest of discussion and hesitation. They were all refugees, weary of living in constant evasion, akin to subterranean rodents, and for a moment, they felt a stirring of hope. Their hesitation stemmed from their unfamiliarity with Mon, uncertain of his true capabilities and the confidence he possessed to lead them in establishing a sanctuary for mutants. They required a modicum of faith to galvanize their resolve, perhaps some formidable force. Mon, what are you doing? The commotion was so immense that it seemed to have ruptured both the North Star and the Eclipse. The Strack family, following closely behind, wore expressions of trepidation as they gazed at Mon, perplexed by his choice to rebel in such a tense moment. He was not even a member of the underground organization, yet wielded the pickaxe with remarkable finesse. What do you think I am doing? I am reversing the future, Mon stated, not even casting a glance at the North Star. Despite her loud outcry, it was merely a fade. She and her father shared the same belligerent disposition. It was possible that she would later stealthily approach him, seeking to join his faction, a habitual traitor. In the current situation, taking a stand was not a prudent choice. When I was apprehended, personnel from the Sentinel Special Operations revealed that the government intended to classify you as a terrorist organization. If armed conflict truly ensued, it would only embolden them to intensify their anti-terrorism efforts rather than concede. Reed, a lawyer, endeavored to persuade Mon, arguing that the mutants were outnumbered and outmatched, and any confrontation with the government would be tantamount to surrender, leaving no chance for victory. Engaging both visual and auditory senses, Mon filtered out dissenting voices. He observed the mutants, who appeared somewhat swayed yet hesitant to make a decision. Determined to give them a nudge, he waved his hand, enveloping the entire building in his grip. Crack, crack. The sound of splintering wood resonated, mingling with intense vibrations. The mutants noticed the fissuring walls, as soil and lime fell intermittently, watching in astonishment as their headquarters began to ascend. It was taking flight. A colossal edifice, boasting hundreds of rooms, ascended gracefully into the sky. Many of the mutants still within its confines gazed out at the unfolding panorama, some doubting whether they had inadvertently ingested a substance that induced hallucinations. Sensing the formidable magnetic energy, Polaris turned in disbelief to gaze at Mon, who held one hand aloft. She was certain that he was levitating the entire headquarters by manipulating the steel reinforcements within its walls. Such mastery over magnetic forces was a rarity among mutants. The only individual capable of such feats, aside from the one who had forsaken her, eluded her thoughts. Could it be that his claims were indeed true? Did he truly know my father? Polaris fell into contemplation, suddenly perceiving that joining his team might not be a detrimental choice. Such immense power could propel her far beyond her current limitations, enabling her to undertake bolder endeavors. Coupled with the abilities Mon had demonstrated when he rescued her, it was likely that this was not even his full potential. With a thunderous roar, Mon maneuvered the towering structure through the air before gently setting it back down. Amidst the reverberations, he lowered his gaze upon the assembly. Now, who is in favor, and who stands opposed? Chapter 34. Uncle Mon has you covered. There was no opposition. No one dared to voice dissent. In the realm of mutants, the strong wield the greatest authority, while the weak must rally around and depend upon them. For instance, within the underground organization of mutants, Polaris, Eclipse, and Thunderbird were the three most formidable entities in direct combat. They stood as the pillars of strength within the organization, while the others were mere dependents, tasked with heeding orders and executing the missions delegated by the powerful. In this present age, confronted by mightier adversaries, these vulnerable mutants have made their choices. I am deeply remorseful. All I desire is to survive. His strength may very well lead us towards a brighter future. The Sentinel Special Operations have launched an assault against us, and it is now our turn to retaliate. Most mutants have expressed their apologies to Polaris, who has sheltered them for many years, one by one severing ties with the underground organization, crossing through the spatial gateway created by Muir, vanishing from sight. Only a small faction remains steadfast to the tenets of the X-Men, unwilling to compromise their integrity. The Strucker family has also experienced a schism. Andy, who was integrated into the inner circle in the original narrative, has aligned himself with Muir's faction, driven by a rebellious phase and the torment of bullying, harboring a profoundly negative perception of humanity. Now, having inexplicably acquired formidable powers, he finds himself tempted to unleash his fury upon a few individuals. In summary, he is akin to a patriot who abstains from beef, unwilling to choose the life of a coward within the underground organization. Polaris, will you not join us? Under Uncle Muir's protection, trust me, no harm shall come to you. Observing Polaris resolutely standing by her boyfriend, choosing not to join his faction, Muir felt a twinge of surprise. Should she not be willing to cast aside her saintly partner for the sake of her child? After all, the child is the true love, while the boyfriend is merely an unexpected occurrence. In the original narrative, Polaris was a proponent of the Mutant Homeland Initiative. How is it that she now seeks refuge within the underground? No, you are stronger than I. You do not require my assistance. Polaris shook her head. If no one else is willing to step forward, she could reluctantly bear the burden, striving to carve out a future for her fellow mutants. However, with a tall figure looming above her, she would not assert herself, prioritizing the welfare of the child within her. Moreover, should Mon's plan falter, the mutants would still require an escape route. The existence of the underground organization for mutants still held significance, necessitating someone to uphold and manage it. It's up to you. If you ever find it unbearable, come to Washington to seek me out. Mine shrugged, not insistent. Just as she was about to summon Esme to depart through the spatial portal, Mine suddenly recalled something. She raised her hand, conjuring steel bars, binding the other half of the Fenris twins. Lauren, what are you doing? Reed and his wife were filled with a mix of anger and disbelief. It was one thing to have their son taken away, but now, to snatch their daughter right before their eyes. Was there no sense of justice? No rule of law? Sensing another force attempting to wrest control of the steel bars from her, Mayan cast a sidelong glance at Polaris, sweeping her arm to send the blonde girl, Lauren, through the spatial portal. With a casual clap of her hands, she explained, "Do not be alarmed. I merely wish for her cooperation in conducting some experiments. I assure you, not a single hair will be harmed. The others wore expressions of skepticism. The term experiment typically conjured images of dissection and mutilation. Even though they knew Ma In was unlikely to be of such a nature, their unease lingered. It was only due to the overwhelming disparity in combat prowess that they refrained from charging at her. Checking the time on her phone, Ma In remarked nonchalantly, "I should be able to return her before 6 this evening. In the meantime, you might want to prepare for a hasty exit, given the commotion I've just caused. The Sentinel Special Operations may have already taken notice of this location. If you do not leave soon, it may be too late." "Whose fault do you think this is?" The crowd fell silent, harboring a certain apprehension towards Ma In, who exhibited a hint of villainy. Yet they felt a flicker of hope regarding the Mutant Haven initiative he mentioned. If even their kind often found themselves at a loss for words in the presence of Ma In, how much more stifled must the humans feel? "Wait a moment. I am also a mutant. I will accompany you." Just as Ma In was about to turn away, a frail voice echoed from behind. He glanced back to see an elderly man with flowing white hair, whose face seemed somewhat unfamiliar. "Who are you?" "Otto Strack, a mutant and biologist. Lauren and Andy are my grandchildren." "So this is the formidable figure who developed the X gene suppression agent." Ma In's eyes brightened. This venerable scientist had been instrumental in Campbell's successful development of the mutant integration model, thanks to some of his research theories. With his involvement, Campbell's research would surely progress more swiftly. "Very well. Come with me." Ma In understood his intent was merely to ensure the safety of his grandchildren. After all, there was no ill will, so his motives were inconsequential. Upon hearing this, Otto whispered a few words to his son and then followed closely behind Ma In as they stepped through the spatial portal. "John, are you all right?" As the portal closed, the underground organization of mutants fell into a quiet stillness. Eclipse noticed Thunderbird standing at the stairway, lost in thought, and hurried over to check on him. I'm fine. Thunderbird clutched his head, overwhelmed by a torrent of memories that left his mind throbbing. Among these visions, he discerned an experiment dubbed the Hound Project, designed to utilize controlled mutants infiltrating mutant strongholds to relay information, enabling the Sentinel Special Operations to systematically eradicate them. Ma In was indeed correct. The underground organization was not the solution. Without a counterattack, humanity would only become increasingly oppressive, ultimately seeking to eliminate them entirely. Their struggle for survival under the Sentinel Special Operations was already arduous, and should the Hound Project be executed, they would find themselves besieged from all sides, vulnerable to betrayal from their own, leading to a crisis of trust. At that juncture, it might not even require the Sentinel Special Operations to act. The underground organization could very well disband on its own, without the loss of a single soldier. Having temporarily sorted through the influx of images in his mind, Thunderbird regained his composure and lifted his gaze to the dwindling members of the underground organization. He declared the abandonment of this stronghold and the necessity to relocate to establish a more clandestine base elsewhere. He also cautioned the other regional headquarters to carefully screen the mutants who sought their refuge, to prevent any hounds from infiltrating their ranks and exposing their location. Let us first observe how far Ma In can progress with his plans. The malice of humanity was indeed chilling. Thunderbird's perspective shifted. He resolved to lead the remaining members in restructuring a new stronghold while keeping a watchful eye on Ma In, assessing the potential success of his scheme. If hope were to manifest, he would not hesitate to extend his assistance, provided it did not contravene his principles. "John, where shall we venture next?" The headquarters had been uprooted, rendering it uninhabitable. The Sun Eclipse and Polaris, accompanied by the others, gathered a few belongings before turning to Thunderbird, inquiring about their next destination. "We shall proceed to Washington." Coincidentally, the leader who once recruited him to establish the underground network is also in Washington. "We can leverage her resources to reorganize our base, while simultaneously monitoring Ma In's movements. Let us depart. I hear the sound of the Sentinel Special Operations vehicle approaching. If we do not leave now, we may find ourselves trapped." After collecting their things, Thunderbird cast a lingering glance at the base he had spent 4 years cultivating before resolutely turning away. Behind them, the ever-vigilant Sun Eclipse unleashed another beam of laser, igniting everything and burying their past. Chapter 35. Research as the Ladder of Evolution. A month later, at the Trask Laboratory. It worked. I have succeeded. In a laboratory brimming with test tubes of various hues, the disheveled Dr. Campbell, sporting dark circles under his eyes, suddenly slammed his hands on the table. as if possessed by fervor. Clutching a metallic object resembling a fusion of two self-awarding trophies, he dashed out of the laboratory, shouting as he made his way to his former office. "Leader, I have succeeded." The deeply mentally manipulated Dr. Campbell placed the object on the desk, stepping back with a nervous expression, awaiting the leader's scrutiny. "Succeeded?" Setting aside a phone displaying a video adorned with a yellow and black logo. Maan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and scrutinized the object on the table. There is little to contemplate. It is merely a fusion sublimator crafted based on the entanglement model of the Fenris twins' abilities. Utilizing this device allows two relatively weak mutants to amalgamate their powers, thereby unleashing a more formidable force. Let us conduct a test to ascertain the output power and determine the extent of its amplification. After a cursory examination of the rather ungainly fusion sublimator, Maine tossed the contraption back into Dr. Campbell's embrace, dismissing him. Shortly after Campbell's departure, Reed's father, Otto, rapped on the door and entered upon receiving permission. "Leader, the Compound 5 has been successfully developed." The silver-haired Otto wore a delighted expression, his mouth uttering words that seemed almost theatrical. "Oh, what a coincidence. A stroke of good fortune indeed," Maine mused, sensing that perhaps Lady Luck had recently graced him with her presence. The name Compound 5 was merely a reflection of Maine's dark humor. It is essentially an advanced version of an agent modeled after type supercorticosteroid, a brand new iteration of the mutant ability enhancement serum, far more potent than its predecessors, promising significant enhancements post-injection. With the existence of Compound 5, combined with your abilities, we mutants can finally confront humanity head-on. Otto's aged visage radiated excitement, a stark contrast to the confusion he had felt merely a month prior when he had ventured into the den of wolves for the sake of his grandson. At this moment, he appeared to have returned home, thriving in this environment as if it were a natural habitat. A month ago, upon discovering that Ma-En possessed the extraordinary ability of potential activation, the long-dormant spirit of scientific inquiry within him was rekindled. Through extensive case studies, Otto discerned that the essence of Ma-En's ability lay in adaptation, enhancing the physical form to better align with the X gene, thus unlocking a greater reservoir of latent capabilities. In simpler terms, it was akin to equipping an arc reactor with a new model of iron armor to unleash superior performance. Inspired by the experimental data provided by the augmented mutants, Otto embarked on the improvement of the widely circulated mutant-specific serum, ultimately developing Compound Number 5. This compound bore remarkable similarities to the ability, potential activation, and most crucially, after utilizing the enhancement serum, Ma-En's amplification would not diminish. Rather, it would experience significant augmentation due to its elevated starting point, allowing the mutant's abilities to rival cinematic levels. Research stands as the ladder of evolution. Henceforth, he commanded the assembly of a cohort for serum testing, aiming for widespread implementation. With dual enhancements in play, even in the absence of alpha-level mutants, beta-level ones would undoubtedly emerge. Although Ma-En's rhetoric resonated with grand aspirations of establishing a haven for mutants, he lacked the capability to develop individuals to Omega level or possess an apocalyptic amplifier. It would be implausible to rely solely on personal strength to contend with an entire nation. Alternatively, while it might be feasible, the cost would be significant, resulting in the loss of many mutants, as he could not possibly attend to everyone's needs. Moreover, he will not remain in this world indefinitely. Upon his departure, should the nuclear arsenal of the mutants vanish, humanity's counterattack will be unprecedentedly ferocious, unless a new nuclear weapon can ascend to take his place. Presently, he is engaged in the creation of such a weapon. The Fenris twins, Polaris, and Eclipso are integral components of his plan, representing the most promising candidates for advancement to alpha-level mutants, thus qualifying them to assume the role of a nuclear weapon. Particularly the Fenris twins, whose inherent abilities are already formidable. Following two enhancements, their combined might, amplified by their innate bond, would rival the top-tier alpha-level mutants, capable of annihilating a city in a short span of time. With their presence secured, even if Ma-En were to depart in the future, the revolutionary endeavors of the mutants would not regress to square one. They would still possess the strength to negotiate at the table. However, prior to this, they must remain inconspicuous, allowing their development to mature before seizing the opportunity to triumph in the competition. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of high heels echoed from the corridor as Esme, clad in a professional woman's suit with black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, entered while cradling a tablet. Approaching, she reported, "Leader, the Sentinel Special Operations have been quite active recently. Nearly half of the underground organization's nodes have been dismantled by them. Our core circle has sheltered nearly 10,000 mutants, and the numbers continue to rise." Mine nodded, indicating his prior awareness of this unfolding narrative. Recently, the discourse surrounding mutants in Washington has undergone a notable shift. The Sentinel Special Operations have received authorization from higher authorities and are no longer content with a mere game of cat and mouse. They have deployed an array of heavy weaponry to dismantle the network of mutant underground organizations, resulting in a significant displacement of mutants who have sought refuge with another mutant faction, namely the Core Circle of Riva. With the aid of Ma-En, the escape routes of the mutants have been concealed by spatial portals, compounded by the complete information blackout enforced by Riva's Core Circle. Consequently, the Sentinel Special Operations are unable to pursue the fleeing mutants, redirecting their frustration towards the underground organizations. The remaining strongholds are being systematically eradicated, nearly uprooted entirely. Unless a force emerges to reverse this tide, the underground organization is inexorably approaching its demise, a fact that seems all but certain. Continuous surveillance of the Sentinel Special Operations is necessary, alongside the dispatch of several uniquely skilled mutants to track down Polaris and her companions. The underground organization's time is running out. Perhaps they can be persuaded to join their ranks. Ma-En raised his head and instructed that the Fenris twins should remain together rather than scattered. Given his earnest efforts to rescue their mutant kin, this group should not refuse him. After all, due to his interventions, many events in the narrative have been altered, and the Core Circle still maintains a relatively favorable reputation, making it a viable option for alliance. All right, Esme nodded, turning to leave the office in search of mutants possessing tracking abilities. Currently, the Core Circle is divided into two factions. One is the Core Circle building that Riva oversees, which shelters ordinary mutants fleeing from danger, where she intends to indoctrinate them in preparation for war. In another realm, Ma-En was engaged in research at the Trask Laboratory, focused on enhancing the strength of abilities while selectively recruiting particularly gifted mutants from Ravana for augmentation, to serve as the main force. It was time to meet the leader of the underground organization. She should possess insights regarding the truth behind the disappearance of the X-Men. He had attempted to search for clues at the X-Mansion in New York, but it had languished in desolation for many years, yielding little useful information. Thus, he could only seek knowledge from those in the know. Ma-En rose from his chair, equipped with a digital camera, preparing to meet that woman who could transform into a dragon. Chapter 36. The Truth Behind the Disappearance of the X-Men Washington. Within a law firm specializing in mutant legal affairs, Ivan Geline sat at her computer, preparing documents for the upcoming trial. Suddenly, her gaze shifted, and she closed her laptop. She was one of the leaders of the Mutant Underground Organization, having been tasked 4 years ago by the X-Men to recruit personnel. Following the departure of the X-Men, she utilized the resources they left behind to establish a nationwide network of mutant underground organizations, leading mutants in their struggle against a dark fate. Evidently, in light of recent events, she had failed to fulfill the mission entrusted to her by the X-Men. What significance did it hold? We are merely lingering in the shadows of existence. This world is destined for annihilation. Perhaps it is best to surrender and cease the struggle. The sound of the desk telephone interrupted her reverie. Ivan Geline answered, and the voice of a young receptionist came through. "Madam, a man named Maine is here to see you. He has no appointment. Would you like to meet him or send him away?" "Please bring him up," Ivan Geline replied, her expression unchanged, and then hung up. Rising from her seat, she made her way to the pantry, preparing 2 cups of coffee. Upon returning to her office, she noticed a tall figure standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling streets below. "Maine, is it? Or should I refer to you as Calamity?" Setting the coffee on the table, Ivan Geline approached the figure, joining him in observing the city beneath them, her arms crossed as she identified her visitor. "You know me well?" Maine raised an eyebrow at her inquiry. Ivan Geline appeared unfazed by his presence, as if she had anticipated his visit. "Believe me, my understanding of you far exceeds your expectations." Ivan Geline withdrew her gaze from the city and gestured for Maine to take a seat on the sofa, lifting her coffee to initiate their formal exchange. "Do enlighten me and demonstrate how well you know me." Maine remained skeptical, acknowledging that no matter her vast abilities, She could only be aware of his collaboration with Riva and a fragment of his capabilities. There was no way she could know of his origins. You hail from another universe. Cough, cough, cough. A single, understated remark from Evangeline rendered Man utterly unprepared, causing him to lose his grip on the coffee in his hand. The beverage inadvertently lodged in his throat, leading to a fit of coughing before he could regain his composure. How do you know? Without pausing to wipe the coffee that had spilled onto his hand, Man fixed his serious gaze upon Evangeline, perplexed by her knowledge of the existence of other universes. After all, there had been no mention of a multiverse within the narrative. By all accounts, she should be unaware of such realms. Could it be related to the disappearance of the X-Men? A flicker of speculation ignited within Man as he awaited Evangeline's response. I cannot access your identity information. And John mentioned that when he first encountered you, you were floating among the stars. I merely made a reasonable assumption. Evangeline's expression remained placid, as if nothing could stir her emotions. In contrast to Thunderbird and the others, I possess more information, making it easier to deduce your true origins. A person who appeared out of thin air, with no records of existence on Earth, unless one had lived in the depths of space. The only explanation that came to her mind was that this individual hailed from another universe. Have you encountered individuals from other universes? With this inquiry, Man discerned the implications beneath her words. Evangeline must have indeed met visitors from other realms to so effortlessly unveil his disguise. Of course, but they are not quite like you. They? Man pondered this term, realizing that there was not just one. Indeed, after the demise of Professor X, they appeared inexplicably at the funeral, proclaiming that the anchor of this world has perished, the timeline has collapsed, and the entire world is on the brink of annihilation. With only a few hundred years remaining, they sought to recruit the X-Men to serve their cause. Evangeline's demeanor was indifferent, as though she were recounting merely a tale rather than a factual occurrence, likely numb to the gravity of the situation. Marn, wait a moment. Why does this sound so familiar? The anchor of the world, the collapse of the timeline isn't that terminology exclusive to the TVA? How has this world, with its relatively low mutant capabilities, suddenly become entwined with the TVA? Is it merely because they are both television series? Marn expressed his discontent, asserting that while both are indeed television series, the quality of the two works is as disparate as the heavens and the earth. X-Men, The Gifted is hardly worthy of such comparisons. Caught off guard by this astonishing revelation, Marn nearly choked in disbelief. If he heard correctly, the reason for the disappearance of the X-Men in this world was due to the death of Professor X. As the Anchor's demise led to the collapse of the timeline, with Doomsday looming in a few hundred years, the TVA had intervened to recruit personnel, whisking away this batch of X-Men. Marn, winky face, wait, something seems amiss. The X-Men are not the type to abandon the entire world for their own survival. They are a team of superheroes, and at this moment, they should be devising ways to save the world, should they not? How could they possibly join the TVA? Who claims they have joined? Upon hearing Mayan's inquiry, Evangeline's previously composed demeanor finally exhibited a slight shift, akin to the discomfort of constipation. The weaponry wielded by that group is rather peculiar. A mere touch can render a person vanished. Yet, their physical prowess is not particularly formidable, merely surpassing that of the average individual to a modest degree. Mayan nodded in understanding. The combat capability of TVA agents was evident from the third installment of Deadpool, where the agents, brutally dispatched by Deadpool, revealed that their ability to execute timeline alterations hinged entirely upon their equipment, rather than any innate combat skills. And then, Mayan pressed, eager to uncover the truth behind the X-Men's mysterious disappearances. Subsequently, Magneto seized their equipment and captured them all. Mayan remarked, that seems quite reasonable. After all, one cannot fault Magneto for his explosive temperament when they intruded upon his dear friend's funeral with such raucousness. The fact that he refrained from annihilating them is a testament to his respect for the deceased Professor X. Following this, Magneto and the X-Men deliberated on seeking methods to save their world from other universes, proposing to lead the mutants into hiding, awaiting their return with a solution. They then employed the instruments of that group to open a portal, departing from their world. Mayan interjected, that sounds like a commendable plan. However, without needing further elaboration, he surmised that Magneto and his allies intended to traverse into other realms solely by means of the TVA's portal, necessitating a transfer at the TVA headquarters. According to his understanding of the TVA, It seemed that these individuals, upon stepping into the TVA, might be unceremoniously thrust into the wasteland of time's end, destined to become sustenance for Ilias. It is no wonder that this world appears so lifeless. It is indeed on the brink of demise. Chapter 37. Preparations before departure. To his astonishment, this world is on the verge of extinction. Maine executed a tactical recline, inhaling sharply, contributing significantly to global warming. Yet, upon reflection, if this world were not on the timeline of annihilation, the TVA would never permit such recklessness. Unless it were the TVA under Loki's reign. Could it be that the timeline of the main universe of the Avengers has reached that critical juncture? As this thought crossed his mind, Maine shook his head, casting aside distant concerns and concentrating on the pressing issues at hand. The enigma surrounding the disappearance of the X-Men, which had plagued him since he began watching the series, was finally elucidated, yet he felt no elation whatsoever. The world is destined to meet its end in a few centuries, which implies that his current endeavor, assisting mutants in establishing a new home, holds little significance. After all, whether sooner or later, death is inevitable. It makes no difference. The X-Men, who ventured to other universes in search of a salvation plan, are likely settled in the void by now, perhaps seeking refuge with Cassandra, Professor X's sister, or worse, having fallen prey to Ilias, thereby effectively eliminating any chance of return. Even if fortune favored them and they managed to escape the void, discovering a method to reverse the timeline's demise and alter the future of this world is exceedingly improbable. For such a method does not exist. According to Maan's understanding, the sole successful instance is Earth 10005 from Deadpool 3. In this narrative, Deadpool traverses the multiverse and brings a Wolverine from another realm back to his own, successfully prolonging his life and averting the demise of the timeline, even inducing a phenomenon of reverse aging. It appears deceptively simple. Merely locating a counterpart and integrating it into one's own world seems effortless. Nonsense. Had it not been for the direct intervention of the cosmic will of Marvel, inserting a myriad of Wolverines into Earth 10005 would not alter the inevitable decay of its timeline, let alone provoke any reversal of aging. The indigenous X-Men of this Earth, oblivious to the clandestine machinations behind the collapse of their timeline, naively believed in the possibility of salvation from other universes, foolishly venturing out and leaving behind a ravaged world. Were it not for their well-known character flaws, one might suspect they had fled for refuge. As a series abruptly truncated, Ma-In realized that this world was beyond redemption. Not even the antics of Deadpool nor the intervention of OAA would suffice. Slumped upon the visitor's sofa like a deflated doll, Ma-In's gaze became vacant as he contemplated enhancing the mutants' powers to improve their future circumstances, only to eventually resign and depart. It felt futile. Even if a nation of mutants were established, its longevity would be questionable, leaving him devoid of motivation and inclined to hastily conclude his endeavors. It is likely that the X-Men shared such sentiments. If there was no feasible way to save this world, then all efforts would be in vain. Thus, they decided to mobilize entirely in search of a solution for salvation, leaving no X-Men behind in this realm. Instead, they established a subordinate organization to continue leading the mutants, guiding them into the shadows. The elation of the savior was abruptly tempered, as the harsh truth of the world's destruction struck him like a resounding slap. Ma-In covered his face with his hand, vowing to thoroughly comprehend the world's context before instigating any further actions. Ivanka G-Line, devoid of telepathic abilities, remained oblivious to Maan's thoughts. She lifted her unsweetened coffee to her lips, taking a sip. The bitter taste seeped into her very soul, and with a heavy heart, she lamented, "For years have passed, and I have received no news of them. Perhaps they have perished, or perhaps they are still in search of a solution. Or they may have found a way, yet are unable to return. I do not know." Under the relentless assault of humanity's malice, she persevered for 4 long years, transforming from a state of utter desolation to constructing an extensive underground network that spanned the nation. However, now that the underground organization has been systematically dismantled and utterly destroyed, she has repeatedly hoped that the X-Men would return safely, bringing hope and rescuing the mutants from peril. Yet, as time relentlessly advanced, the glimmers of hope in her eyes began to fade gradually. To this day, having verified Ma-In's identity as a visitor from another universe, Ivanka G-Line was compelled to confront the grim reality that the X-Men may never return. She was aware of Main's recent endeavors and understood that he seemed intent on leading the mutants in a rebellion against oppression. When the world calls for an outsider's assistance, the fate of the X-Men becomes painfully evident. There is no longer any hope. They are unlikely to return, and this world is doomed. Main shook his head and shared what he knew about the TVA with Ivanculin, urging her to relinquish her unrealistic fantasies. The X-Men's return is an impossibility, and this world must rely solely on itself. Thus, it became clear that the arrival of beings from other universes was not a simple matter. A prison had been established at the end of time. Receiving Main's insights, Ivanculin nodded, filling in many gaps in her knowledge. She felt no particular disappointment regarding the X-Men's inability to return. She had long wished to relinquish her hopes, for she would not live to witness the world's destruction. Instead, she resolved to live her life peacefully while the world still existed. After her passing, whether the world met its demise mattered little to her. It would all be a void. As for other mutants, during her lifetime, she could only strive to provide legal assistance and support them in their battles, as she had little else to offer. Regarding Ivanculin's choices, Mayan had nothing to say. As an ordinary mutant, her options were limited and inconsequential. As long as she remained true to herself, that was sufficient. Setting aside her for the moment, even Ma in himself felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Centuries stretched out before him like an unfathomable abyss. Despite acquiring formidable powers, this was not the path of immortality. Strength was not synonymous with longevity. He remained uncertain whether he would even survive until that distant time, let alone assist this world. After exchanging a few more words, Main politely took his leave. He had gleaned a wealth of valuable information during this visit, and it was time to return and recalibrate his future plans. Farewell. Farewell. Whoosh. After bidding adieu to Ivan and G-Line, Mayan promptly activated a spatial portal, returning to the Trask laboratory. He urgently summoned a group of mutants recently selected by Otto for the injection of compound number 5. Seizing the opportunity, he employed his abilities to further enhance them, thus creating a formidable legion of augmented mutants. As long as the Fenris twins did not succumb to internal discord, such combat prowess would be sufficient to carve out a domain in this world, achieving self-sufficiency. Standing upon the steps of the training grounds, Mayan gazed down at the throng of empowered mutants below, silently reflecting. Although the world was destined for destruction, he believed that few would refuse the brief moments of joy afforded by a few hundred years before the end. The mutant home plan would continue to unfold methodically, albeit without his direct oversight. After employing every conceivable means to elevate the combat strength of the mutants, he would choose to depart, allowing them to secure their own victories and vie for status and power. Certainly, prior to that, Main would assist them in clearing certain obstacles. For instance, nuclear weapons were undoubtedly a target for theft. Even if not employed for their own use, they could significantly undermine humanity's combat capabilities, instilling a sense of caution that would deter reckless actions. Although the precise locations of these nuclear arsenals were somewhat elusive, he recalled a mutant named Wise Sage who had seemingly integrated into the core circle. Her abilities could be likened to that of a human computer, and with a little enhancement, she should be able to pinpoint the locations of the nuclear weapons. Main silently contemplated that extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. He was pressed for time and chose to refrain from unnecessary chatter. After a brief silence, Main successfully enhanced all the promising mutants and clapped his hands to open a spatial gateway, setting out to locate the concealed Polaris and Eclipse, among others. The Fenris twins required the participation of Lawrence Strack, while Reed, having awakened his abilities, also proved to be quite formidable, making him a candidate for further enhancement alongside Eclipse and the others. Despite their differing ideologies, Main felt confident that, given the apocalyptic circumstances, they would no longer decline his invitation. Chapter 38. The spatial node grows legs in the ensuing week. Main, who had been idly passing the month, found himself extraordinarily busy, laboring diligently for the ascendance of mutants. Had it not been for the passive enhancement of his physique through ability, energy absorption, dark circles might have been etched upon his visage. Fortunately, due to his unwavering efforts, the Mutant Homeland Initiative progressed steadily, with everything unfolding quite smoothly. Initially, under the convening of the core circle, Riva cast a wide net and ensnared several individuals endowed with electronic infiltration capabilities. These individuals were subsequently enhanced by Ma and integrated into a team centered around the mutant known as Sage. tasked specifically with penetrating the networks of the American government to locate nuclear missile silos. Soon after, Ma took action, utilizing the powers of ability, teleportation, and ability, magnetic control, to brazenly hurl nuclear warheads into a portal. Due to the inability to ascertain the coordinates on the other side of the spatial gateway, the American government was left with no recourse but to recognize that a mutant was behind the incident, yet they were utterly at a loss as to how to respond. In truth, even if they had known the coordinates, they would still have been powerless, for Ma had dispatched the warheads to the far side of the moon. Until humanity ventured into interstellar society, reclaiming such assets would be an impossibility. They were oblivious to the mutants' whereabouts, as well as the ultimate location of the nuclear warheads, leading to a pervasive atmosphere of unease. Even the Sentinel Special Operations, which had been particularly active of late, faced pressure from higher-ups to cease their crackdown on mutant strongholds. Fearing an imminent disaster that could manifest as a catastrophic explosion, the methods employed by the mutants were exceedingly enigmatic, prompting the White House to appoint a spokesperson who delivered a plethora of eloquent platitudes, attempting to soothe the simmering unrest among the mutants. The spokesperson assured them that a satisfactory resolution would be provided, imploring them not to act rashly. Listening to the news broadcast, Ma-In paid no heed to the politicians. Instead, he turned to Enhance Fenris, the twins, Reed, and the recently recruited Eclipse, deliberately excluding Polaris from the proceedings due to her pregnancy, in order to avert any complications that might arise from the couple's potential wrath. Although they were unable to compete, Reed had initially believed that the suppression of his X gene was permanent. His father, Otto, supported this notion, urging Mon not to involve him. However, without hesitation, Mon confronted Reed in front of Otto, unleashing a torrent of blows. In a surge of inexplicable rage from the unexpected assault, Reed awakened his abilities. Otto, realizing the transient nature of the X gene suppression serum, had no choice but to depart in disgrace, allowing Mon to enhance Reed, who possessed the power of disintegration. Reed evolved from the ability to decompose only a single wall to the capacity to spread his power and dismantle an entire building, significantly amplifying his combat prowess. With Reed's newfound strength, his children naturally kept pace. As Lauren joined in and underwent enhancement, the Fenris twins were restored to their full glory. Together, they wielded twin blades capable of effortlessly obliterating a 100-story skyscraper with a mere touch, their ultimate move functioning as a standard attack, boasting stable alpha-level combat capabilities. As for the Eclipse, in a laboratory, Mon raised his hand to shield himself from the intense light seeping through the reinforced glass door. Feeling the continuous stream of solar energy being absorbed by his body, transforming into physical strength and stamina. Soon, as the brightness gradually diminished, Mon squinted to observe the center of the laboratory, where a luminescent humanoid figure hovered in midair, nearly leading Mon to believe he was witnessing the spectacle of a miraculous being. I dare anyone to claim that the Eclipse is merely a human flashlight. Upon unleashing its potential, it transforms into an artificial sun. Ma-In silently expressed his disdain for the character of Sunspot, though he held a fondness for the actor portraying him. This actor had previously starred in a classical light comedy, where he engaged in a humorous romance with Juliet's cousin. Ahem, to return to the main topic. Compared to other mutants, Sunspot's abilities are somewhat unique. Ma-In recalled that the character of Sunspot lacks a direct counterpart in the comics. Rather, it draws inspiration from a concept, rather than being a mere replication. The essence of Sunspot's powers originates from sunspots, enabling him to absorb solar energy and store it within his body for combat. However, as a character in the television adaptation, Sunspot's abilities have been significantly diminished. He cannot transform or fly, and his capacity for energy storage is quite limited. Engaging in battle during nighttime results in rapid depletion of his energy reserves after only a few attacks. This phenomenon arises because the X gene within him, while modifying his physiology, only granted him the ability to store solar energy in his blood, creating photonic blood, without affecting other organs. Given that human blood amounts to a mere 5,000 to 6,000 milliliters, equivalent to 3 or 4 large bottles of soda, how much energy can that truly provide? Upon discovering these specifics, Ma-In initially believed that even with dual enhancements, Sunspot could never reach the heights of his prototype, the Sunspot itself. However, reality delivered a harsh blow to his expectations. Sunspot did not transform into a sunspot. Instead, he mirrored the abilities of the neighboring character, Ms. Marvel. In the center of the laboratory, radiating brilliance, Sunspot's luminous form condensed into a tangible glow as the ambient light gradually returned to normal, descending from the air to the ground. The enhancement potion significantly augmented his abilities, while Main's potential activation acted upon the physical form, transforming it to align with the X gene, endowing his cells with the capacity to store photonic energy. The upper limit of energy storage was elevated, and as he engaged in battle, his entire being radiated light, donning a new uniform and a wig. He could easily make a cameo as Captain Marvel in the adjacent film set. The special effects were so dazzling that without sunglasses, one could hardly discern faces. Observing the augmentation of his attack power, under Main's indication, the Eclipse extended his fingers, dense particles of light coalescing into minuscule lasers that swiftly sliced through a high-intensity glass door, creating a sizable aperture in no time. Impressive. Witnessing the gaping hole in the door, Eclipse was ecstatic, having long forgotten the dark history of once taking half an hour to cut through a block of concrete. He danced with unrestrained joy. Meanwhile, Main curled his lip. Although Eclipse's laser seemed formidable, it paled in comparison to his own prowess. Out of consideration for the performer's feelings, Main refrained from voicing any discouragement. He lifted the digital camera hanging from his neck and captured a photograph, completing his collection, before turning to depart. Aside from Polaris and the somewhat ineffective Thunderbird, the main cast had completed their enhancements. Main exhaled a sigh of relief, sensing his mission accomplished. Given the current circumstances, the government, wary of his significant actions, dared not provoke any major unrest, while the mutants stood strong, even if conflict arose. They were unlikely to suffer greatly. The combat prowess of the Fenris twins rivaled that of Main, sufficient to intimidate humanity. He could now depart this world with assurance and continue his journey. As he strolled back to the office, Mayan left a letter on his desk, informing Riva and others of his departure into the depths of the cosmos, urging them not to seek him out and to devote all their energies to the liberation of mutants. With a small backpack containing a prototype of the fusion sublimator and several potency-enhancing potions slung over his shoulder, Mayan summoned a gale to form a wind shield enveloped in abundant oxygen and opened a spatial gateway to the lunar far side, stepping boldly into the unknown. An hour later, Esme, clad in her secretary attire, gracefully entered the office, only to discover the absence of Mayan, who often took leisurely breaks. Just as she was about to turn and search elsewhere, her peripheral vision caught sight of a letter resting on the desk. Driven by curiosity, she approached and glanced at it, realizing it was addressed to all of them. A wave of foreboding washed over her as she picked up the envelope. An ominous feeling settled in her heart. Goodness, at such a critical juncture, he chose to abandon us? Is there no sense of camaraderie left? Clutching the letter, Esme hurriedly reported Ma'an's whereabouts to Riva, only to be met with a prolonged silence. Forget about him. The momentum for mutant liberation is undeniable. Even in his absence, we shall carve our own destiny. Reflecting on the recent miracles she had witnessed in the laboratory and the remarkable evolution of the mutants, her heart swelled with confidence. Indeed, even without Mayan, they would forge a new haven for mutants. On the lunar far side, uncertain of how many gazes had scrutinized him from the shadows, Ma'an stood with a vacant expression, his forehead's spatial sensory organ faintly aglow, signifying his entry into the realm of spatial vision. Indeed, Ma'an had traversed through a spatial portal to the far side of the moon, poised to access other universes via the local spatial node. However, upon raising his gaze, he was met with an absence of anything substantial. Where has such a vast spatial node vanished to? Has it sprouted legs and fled? Suspended on the moon's far side, invisible to human observation, Ma'an was engulfed in a tempest of thoughts until a recollection jolted him from his reverie. If memory served correctly, the solar system was not stationary, but rather racing through the Milky Way. Thus, could it be possible that the spatial node had not fled, but rather that the solar system had galloped away, leaving the spatial node behind? Chapter 39, Fatal Strike. Deadly Rooster. The situation was far from optimistic, as the sun, accompanied by its 8 planets, sped through the Milky Way, trailed by the lagging Pluto. The spatial node that once resided on the moon's far side was now an enigma, leaving Ma in a predicament where he could neither advance nor retreat. The oxygen within his protective windshield was sufficient to sustain him for a considerable duration. After a brief contemplation, he resolutely activated the spatial portal, commencing a frantic search for the spatial node amidst the surrounding cosmic expanse. By the way, the absorbed gene chain is a result of a mysterious substance released by ability, replication, which amalgamates genetic information through recombination. It does not merely exist within his body. Thus, under ordinary circumstances, Ma-In does not need to switch abilities when unleashing his powers. They can coexist, with their quantity contingent upon his mental capacity. Only when rapidly deploying certain skills with significant wind-up times does he need to concentrate, loosening his control over other abilities. Whoosh. Sound cannot traverse a vacuum. This is merely Ma-In's own conjecture as he opens one spatial gate after another, teleporting from the moon to Mars, yet he encounters not a single wild spatial node. Perhaps it is due to a differing worldview. In this universe, advanced civilizations are scarce, and no one has constructed cosmic highways, resulting in the absence of visible spatial nodes. Unlike the vast abundance found in the Avengers universe. Whoosh. Another spatial gate opens as Ma-In continues his outward exploration, heading towards Jupiter. The limit of his flickering teleportation spans the distance from Earth to the moon. Such a distance is negligible, not only for the entirety of the universe, but even within the confines of the Milky Way. Even if Ma-In were to teleport ceaselessly, he must confront the grim reality that he may become trapped in this world, as he cannot genuinely survive in a vacuum. Wait, it seems there is still hope. Arriving at the orbit of Jupiter amidst a blaze of sparks and lightning, a once dismayed Ma-In is overcome with joy. For numerous hexagonal patches appear in his field of vision, with a fleetingly open spatial node at the center. The heavens do not forsake me. Charge. A few flickering figures arrived at the spatial node, and Ma-In, employing his old tricks, pried open the crevice of the node and plunged inside. This is a world devoid of mutants. Or rather, a world that once boasted mutants, but after humanity developed genetically modified foods capable of eradicating the X gene, the naturally occurring mutants dwindled in number and diminished in power. Eventually, no new mutants emerged naturally. Only the existing mutants remained, rendered feeble and powerless under the onslaught of genetically modified foods, their former grandeur now a distant memory. Due to humanity's prejudice against mutants, they dared not reveal their identities, desperately concealing their differences to blend in with the masses, living like ordinary people in this world. The legendary superheroes, the X-Men, have long since vanished. Their tales preserved only in comic books, a testament to their past existence. By the heavens, am I back again? In an internet CAF, Ma-In glanced at the information displayed on the computer screen, then looked down at the hamburger in his hand. Without a second thought, he discarded the hamburger into the trash, then turned and dashed into the restroom, frantically gagging to expel everything he had just consumed. This is utterly intolerable. The burning sensation of gastric acid surged uncomfortably, and while Ma-In contemplated quenching it with a drink, he suddenly recalled that everything here was tainted by genetic modification, rendering him unable to consume anything. Damn it! Muttering a soft curse, Ma-In was about to press the flush button when, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed an indescribable object being delivered through a hole in the wall, brazenly exposed before him. Ma-In thought, this is America. And in a smoke-filled internet CAF at that. How utterly reasonable. Reasonable it may have been, but it certainly should not have appeared before him. Brother, you've come to the wrong place. Stepping back from the toilet stall, Ma-In raised his hand to manipulate the metal, tearing off the door panel and mercilessly slamming it down upon the protruding object. Bang! He unleashed his ultimate technique, the fatal chicken strike. A scream, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, erupted, creating a strangely delightful sound. Ma-In pressed the flush button from a distance, and amid the gurgling water and the faint sobs, he turned and left the internet CAF. From the information gathered, he was certain that he had entered the world of Logan 3. He just wondered if it had any connection to Deadpool. If it did, perhaps he could hitch a ride to the main universe of the Avengers, cutting through the journey without the need for a lengthy search. Notably, according to the background setting, the story of Logan 3 unfolds after the events of Days of Future Past, suggesting that the Wolverine, having completed the time loop, should remember him. If he did not, it indicated that this was not the universe where he participated in that timeline's alteration, but rather another universe altogether. It seemed that Old Wolf was now driving a taxi to make ends meet. Perhaps it was time to seek him out. It had been far too long since he last saw Logan, and he found himself quite nostalgic. If it is a version in which he participates, for him, it has only been a little over a month since they last met. However, for Wolverine, it has been decades. If they were to reunite, would he not offer a warm embrace? Mayne believes this unlikely, primarily because Professor X has delved into his mind, making it improbable that he would tread down that familiar path again. As long as Logan remains unwilling, not only would the development of genetically modified food targeting mutants be impossible, but humanity would also find it inconceivable to even step through the threshold with their left foot. The odds of them recognizing Mayne are exceedingly slim. Rubbing his chin, Mayne initially intended to ride the gusts of the wind away. But considering the dwindling number of mutants in this world, he refrained from drawing too much attention to himself and decided to conform to local customs, hailing a taxi. It was not Logan's vehicle, but rather an ordinary taxi, with a driver who was an elderly black man with graying hair. "Sir, where would you like to go?" "I would like to rent a car. Do you know where I can find a rental shop?" "Of course." "All right, please take me there." The driver nodded knowingly and drove Mayne to a familiar location. "Wait, I've changed my mind. Take me to the airport. I need to catch a flight." "A flight? Where are you headed?" "Back home to grab some food." 3 days later, in El Paso, Texas. This city is situated at the far western edge of Texas, with Mexico to the southeast and New Mexico to the north. For certain mutants wishing to remain hidden, this border location, with its ease of access to another country, undoubtedly presents an excellent choice. Logan, the Wolverine, shared a similar sentiment. He concealed the ailing Professor X, afflicted with cerebral atrophy, in a desolate area along the Mexican border, receiving assistance from Caliban for his care. Meanwhile, he worked as a driver in nearby El Paso, struggling to make ends meet, leading a life marked by monotony and emotional numbness, due to the professor's illness, which necessitated a plethora of costly medications and sedatives to manage both his condition and his powers. Logan toiled relentlessly, yet could only manage to fill this insatiable void with great difficulty. Consequently, he often suffered from sleep deprivation, at times even dozing off directly in his vehicle. In his youth, he could easily forego sleep for days on end without consequence. However, such resilience had waned. He was no longer youthful and vigorous, his movements had slowed, and he could no longer deny the passage of time. He was aging and no longer capable of relentless striving. With a heavy sigh, he gazed at his reflection in the rearview mirror, confronted by the visage of an elderly man with graying hair. He withdrew the newspaper containing information on yacht resale and pulled out his vibrating phone to check passenger details. After glancing at the address displayed on the screen, Logan removed his reading glasses and placed them aside, then drove off to pick up his fare. It was a day without rest. He was simply a driver at the service of others. In front of a hotel in the city center, a long Chrysler E8 glided to a halt. Logan opened the car door and stepped out, engaging in brief inquiry to successfully locate his passenger. The individual was a striking young man of Asian descent, standing tall, slightly shorter than Logan himself. He was dressed casually in a plaid shirt and jeans, with a digital camera slung around his neck, leaving one to ponder whether it was merely a hobby or something more professionally inclined. However, none of this concerned him. Logan retracted his habitual scrutiny of others and noticed the passenger dragging 2 oversized suitcases. He promptly extended his hand to take them, opened the trunk, and cautiously stowed the heavy bags inside. They were indeed quite burdensome. Even with the Edmund alloy framework, he struggled to lift them. Once secured, it felt as though the front of the car might lift from the weight, leading him to wonder if they contained stones. "Please, get in," Logan said, avoiding eye contact with the passenger. His posture was noticeably humble, his once straight spine now slightly bent, as if weighed down by the pressures of life. After opening the car door and assisting the passenger inside, Logan returned to the driver's seat and set off. "Where to, sir? Could you take me for a tour of the city? This is my first visit, and I would like to see the sights." Logan's expression faltered, hesitation creeping in. A simple drive around might be manageable, but if it meant stopping frequently and exploring every nook and cranny, he still needed to fetch medicine for Charles and couldn't be away for too long. At that moment, a stack of Franklin bills was handed to him from the back seat, the quantity appearing to exceed 10,000. Logan's breath hitched slightly, and his gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the young passenger through the rearview mirror, assessing whether he harbored ulterior motives or was merely a fool with ample wealth. "Is this insufficient? Then I shall add a bit more. Will that suffice?" Once again, a stack of Franklins, in total, 20,000. Logan's breath quickened as he confirmed through his clear, yet foolish gaze that this passenger was merely a naive individual with abundant wealth. He slipped the bills into his pocket, reluctantly accepting this fortunate windfall. "That will suffice. Thank you for your generosity." He had often heard colleagues recount tales of encountering lavish spenders, and today, it was finally his turn to reap such a fortune. With this newfound wealth, he was a step closer to realizing his dream of purchasing a yacht and whisking old Charlie away to distant shores. Caliban interjected, "So, am I truly so insignificant?" Observing the once tempestuous and proud Wolverine bowing for mere coins, Marn smiled silently, turning his gaze towards the scenery that gradually receded outside the window, intent on concealing his identity for the time being and teasing Logan a bit further. This Logan did not recognize him, which Marn realized upon their first meeting, indicating that this world was distinctly different from the one he had just traversed. Moreover, after 3 days of in-depth exploration, Marn discovered that Deadpool did not exist in this realm, suggesting that this was indeed the authentic Wolverine 3 universe. Mutants, having triumphed over the Sentinel robots, ultimately could not escape human retribution, succumbing to an alternate, grim fate, and were eventually erased from the annals of history by the passage of time. Am I truly such a misfortunate soul? Why must I endure 3 consecutive worlds steeped in tragedy? Am I unworthy of enjoying finer things? Marn suddenly perceived the irony. Feeling somewhat disheartened, uncertain of whom he had offended. "Sir, would you mind if I play the radio?" The car glided along the bustling streets, and perhaps due to the rather somber atmosphere within, which rendered one drowsy, Logan abruptly inquired if he might tune into the radio, seeking the invigorating sound of conversation. After all, it was merely a favor granted by Maine. Had it been any other passenger, he would have cranked the volume to its maximum without a second thought. This was his vehicle. He could do as he pleased. With the passenger's nod of consent, Logan gradually adjusted the radio, having no particular preference, simply desiring some noise to rouse his senses. He settled on a station where a loquacious narrator spun tales, continuing his leisurely drive with Maine. El Paso, a tapestry of multicultural fusion, held little intrigue for Maine, who made no mention of wanting to disembark and explore. He only occasionally requested Logan to reduce the speed, extending his camera out of the window to capture fleeting moments. During this time, Maine extended an invitation for lunch, to which the old wolf initially responded with reserve. However, upon arriving at the restaurant, he underwent a dramatic transformation, devouring an impressive array of dishes and, after Maine's encouragement, insisting on taking some leftovers home to share with his family. Having not experienced such care in a long while, Logan felt a warmth in his heart, his fondness for Maine soaring. He recognized that while Maine possessed certain eccentricities, ordering an extravagant feast, yet consuming none himself, all of which ultimately ended up in Logan's stomach, he was, at his core, a good person deserving of his wealth. "Mr. Maine, might we pause at the hospital for a moment? I have an appointment to collect my medication." Rest assured, it won't take too long. As Mon had been quite amiable throughout their journey, Logan proposed a brief stop at a hospital. After receiving consent, the vehicle veered towards a medical facility a few streets away. "Please bear with me. I shall return shortly," Logan assured, closing the door behind him and hastening towards the hospital. Inside the car, Ma-In observed through the glass as Logan engaged in a dubious exchange with a nurse, capturing the moment with his camera for future reference. Click! Suddenly, the right door was yanked open from the outside by a scruffy man with tousled blonde hair, who, upon noticing the presence of a passenger in the back seat, promptly reconsidered and withdrew. Donald Pierce, poised to enter Logan's vehicle, found himself caught in an awkward limbo, neither advancing nor retreating. Frustrated, he realized he had been tailing Logan for the better part of the day, initially believing Logan was merely meandering, only to discover he was accompanied by another passenger. Who was this affluent youth, so leisurely? Regardless, he thought, enough of this. Move over. As Logan turned to return, Donald pressed Ma-In to scoot over slightly before seating himself in the previous spot and closing the door, patiently awaiting Logan's return to deliver a significant surprise. Ma-In played along with the charade, solidifying the current moment in time. The escape of the X-23 subject was unfolding, with mercenaries from Alkali Corporation in pursuit. This scruffy man was one of their operatives, having tracked Logan down through a series of leads, with the objective of finding the girl Logan had encountered earlier that morning. Apologies for the interruption. As Logan returned to the vehicle, poised to resume his journey, his dulled senses detected an unusual aroma. He turned his head and was taken aback to find an unexpected presence within his car. "Who the hell are you? Get out of my vehicle. Did you think you could ride without paying? Calm down, Logan. I'm not here to confront you." Despite Logan's fierce and intimidating shout, Donald remained unfazed. calmly articulating his purpose. I am searching for a Mexican woman named Gabrielle. She mentioned she would come to find you. Have you seen her? At the mention of the name, a fleeting image of the woman Logan had encountered that morning in the cemetery crossed his mind, yet his expression remained impassive, as if he were entirely oblivious to the conversation. I haven't seen her. You have 3 seconds to get out of my car, or I will ensure you bleed. Logan's gaze was fierce, his face a mask of menace, as if he were ready to unleash his claws upon the intruder. Anyone who dared to impede his ability to earn was an enemy of Wolverine. It's not that I underestimate you, little wolf, in your weakened state. You might not stand a chance against me. Donald chuckled, revealing his mechanical prosthetic right hand, defiantly raising his middle finger at Logan, a look of smug satisfaction adorning his face. Suddenly, in Donald's horrified gaze, the mechanical limb went haywire, bending backward uncontrollably. The raised finger no longer obeyed him, precisely plunging into his own eye socket, and in an instant, all sound ceased. Everything transpired too abruptly. Logan had no opportunity to prevent himself from becoming embroiled in the chaos. He furrowed his brow at the lifeless body sprawled in the back seat. Damn it. Now I'll have to spend money on a car wash. After a fleeting moment of sympathy for the vehicle, Logan's gaze sharpened, piercing like a blade into the passenger who had consumed his time. Don't look at me. He did this to himself. Just a malfunction in the mechanical prosthetic system. A common occurrence, and it has nothing to do with me. Noticing Logan's glare, Marn shrugged nonchalantly. Logan. You think I would believe that? Chapter 41. The country folk never consume genetically modified foods. Are you a mutant? Can you manipulate metal? In a moment of realization, Logan recalled that when the punk had impaled his own eye, he felt a familiar tremor from the adamantium skeleton within him, reminiscent of his encounters with Magneto. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm just an ordinary citizen. Marn whistled, gazing out the window, feigning the demeanor of an uninvolved bystander. Observing Marn's calm demeanor beside the corpse, Logan felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. Though reckless, he was not devoid of intellect. No rational person would remain so composed after experiencing such bizarre events, unless they were the perpetrator themselves. Say what you will, but I have no interest in your abilities. Please exit the vehicle and seek another driver for your amusement, as I have no time to entertain you. Upon discovering the identity of the mutant known as Maine, Logan began to expel others from his presence. He had no desire to engage with any additional mutants. Caring for Professor X alone was already a considerable burden, and the thought of another person joining him made him contemplate whether he should simply buy a block of tofu and end it all. That, however, was not a viable option, unless you could take me to a certain place. I will not take you anywhere. Get out of the car. Despite the weight of life bending him low, Logan's temper remained as fierce as ever, typically restrained, but flaring only when trouble arrived. Maine, undeterred by the growling of his husky, leaned forward, insisting, take me to see Professor X, or in a few days, you may find yourself retrieving his corpse. Pleading with me then will be of no avail. Are you threatening me? Do you think you can bully an old wolf who can no longer fight back? Logan suddenly turned, his fingers clenched into a fist, 2 claws slowly extending from between his fingers, while another claw, just barely emerging, required manual assistance to fully extend. Maine raised a hand to restrain the metallic skeleton, halting Logan's outburst. The familiar sensation evoked memories of Magneto, for aside from their differing appearances, they were strikingly alike. What is your relationship with Magneto? Such a similar ability. Could he be Old Man's son? We've met a few times, but we are not acquainted. Maine produced a photograph from a digital camera of Magneto making a peace sign, leaving Logan in thoughtful silence. To elicit such a gesture from that old curmudgeon, one must question the claim of unfamiliarity. Just as Logan was about to retort, his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment, fixated on another image displayed by the digital camera. His face a portrait of incredulity, as though he had encountered a ghost. It was a photograph reminiscent of a family portrait, set against the backdrop of a temple, featuring the Iceman and Phantom Cat, gathered around a fire, engaged in a whimsical game of drawing on each other's faces. Tears welled in Logan's eyes as he realized that the invisible force binding him had inexplicably dissipated. He seized the camera, flipping through the album, and upon discovering images of his younger self, he was utterly unsettled. He recognized that attire. It was what he frequently wore in a timeline that had been erased. How could these mutants possess such photographs? They had never met. Even if his memory had faded with age, these images from an alternate timeline should not exist. I harbor no ill intentions, Logan. In another timeline, we were comrades on the same front. Mayan remarked, nostalgia lacing his voice as he reminisced about their youthful days. You lay back while I cheer. 666. We were the best support duo. The digital camera proved far more effective than mere words. The distance between animosity and camaraderie for Logan was bridged by a single photograph. After returning the camera to Mayan, his demeanor visibly softened. Considering the close-up of Charles's bald head captured in the camera, he begrudgingly agreed to introduce Mayan to Professor X, but with a cautionary note, warning that the professor's condition was not stable and he might speak nonsensically. Mayan nodded in understanding, and upon seeing this, Logan drove away. As for the body of the young man, he planned to find a convenient spot to bury it once they reached the border, seeking simplicity in the task. So, do you possess the ability to traverse time, or is there some other extraordinary power at play? The vehicle sped towards the Mexican border, with Logan frequently glancing at Mayan in the rearview mirror, endeavoring to excavate memories from his mind, striving to recall when he had last encountered Mayan. You are overthinking it. Escaping the constraints of the timeline is exceedingly difficult. I am not of this world. I hail from another realm that bears similarities to this one. The individuals captured by the camera are neither you nor me. They exist in an alternate universe, while I am but a drifter among universes, perpetually wandering. Mayan spread his hands in resignation. He had already traversed 2 worlds ravaged by timeline collapses and wondered when it would all come to an end. Logan, finding the topic too profound to comprehend, grasped only that Mayan was not from this world, but rather another. How do mutants fare in your world? With an inexplicable sense of anticipation, Logan posed the question that had long lingered in his mind, a flicker of hope igniting within him. If Mayan had journeyed from a different universe, it suggested that he could indeed transcend worlds. So, could it be possible to bring someone along in such a crossing? How do mutants fare in life? Upon hearing this, Mayan pondered briefly, his mind flashing through the harmonious conclusion of Days of Future Past and the era of mutant heroes depicted in Dark Phoenix. After some contemplation, he concluded, well, it's tolerable. Under the sagacious leadership of Professor X, humans and mutants coexist harmoniously, collaboratively crafting a beautiful new homeland. Reflecting on Days of Future Past, Mayan discerned a glaring inconsistency. The narrative of Logan, set 6 years after the conclusion of Days of Future Past, mentioned that no new mutants had been born for 25 years. Yet, in the resolution of Days of Future Past, the Xavier Institute was bustling with mutant students, including several very young ones. If indeed no new mutants had arisen for a quarter of a century, where did these students originate? Did they spring forth from the stones? This suggests that Logan and Days of Future Past exist in divergent universes. Should the narrative continue to traverse towards a harmonious conclusion in the Days of Future Past universe, Mayan would find it entirely unremarkable. After all, it is the Marvel Universe, where such occurrences are commonplace. Humans and mutants living in harmony. Logan's eyes sparkled with interest. He contemplated asking Charles for his opinion on whether they should leave this sorrowful place. Caliban remarked, so, just because I cannot bask in the light, I am to forever conceal myself, is that it? The vehicle swiftly crossed the border, arriving at an abandoned structure in the desert. As the iron gate swung open, a stretched limousine slowly entered, coming to a halt beside a corrugated iron water tower. Logan donned a hat, sunglasses, and a scarf, completely obscuring his face. Just as Caliban was about to greet him, he suddenly noticed a young man in the back seat. Someone he had never encountered before, causing his breath to catch. Almost immediately, his heightened senses conveyed a message. This young man was a mutant, and remarkably healthy, perhaps excessively so, as if he had not been weakened by genetically modified foods. This was Maine, hailing from another universe, one of their own. Caliban pondered. Should you not consider the implications of your words? Could Charles's cerebral atrophy be contagious? He nervously adjusted his clothing, contemplating the unsettling possibility. After all, Charles was the most formidable mind. Perhaps he could utilize his psychic abilities to distort brains, inducing degeneration and causing cerebral atrophy to spread like a mental plague. It was terrifying. If even Logan, with his self-healing abilities, could not withstand it, what chance did he, a mere mutant, stand? Ignoring Caliban's spiraling doubts, Logan attempted to enter the house, but was halted by Maine, who, under the threat of a scathing review, insisted he assist in carrying the suitcase inside. Are you going to meet the professor now? Maine queried. I must caution you. He is not quite like the professor from your world. There are some complications here. Logan gestured towards his head, indicating that Professor X's mind was afflicted. Hold on a moment. I'm a bit famished. Let me use your kitchen to prepare something to satisfy my hunger first. After contemplating for a moment, Ma-In decided to postpone his meeting with Professor X. He was well aware that the professor, prior to his medication, was akin to a mentally challenged child, lacking the capacity for meaningful conversation. It seemed more prudent to wait until Logan had received his mandatory injections. Just as Logan was about to retreat to his room for a brief respite, he was summoned by Caliban, likely to discuss the task of delivering medication to Professor X and to inquire about Ma-In's origins. Ma-In cast a fleeting glance at the scene before diverting his attention to his suitcase, extracting an assortment of vegetables such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, and carrots, as well as a supply of pristine spring water from another case. After washing and chopping the produce, he placed them into a pot to prepare a syrupy broth. Is it truly the case that your 2 large suitcases contain nothing but agricultural produce and water? Who travels with such items? Caliban appeared behind Ma-In. His understanding of the truths from other universes clouded, and he was further perplexed by Ma-In's fluid motions in the kitchen. Indeed, I hail from a rural background and find city fare unpalatable, Ma-In replied nonchalantly, glancing up at him. Weren't you said to be a mutant from another universe? Precisely. And can you fathom why mutants still exist in my world? Upon meeting Caliban's bewildered gaze, Ma-In flashed a grin and added, because we do not consume genetically modified foods. All these crops were purchased from farmers in Huaxia, cultivated from heirloom seeds, and irrigated with pure spring water, entirely natural, free from pollution, and devoid of genetic modification. Caliban, you country folk are rather refined. Chapter 42. Guess who learned the art of murder, from whom the syrupy concoction was quickly prepared, and Ma-In served himself a bowl before opening a spatial portal, hurling it into a frigid expanse to cool rapidly. Buzz. A formidable surge of psychic energy erupted suddenly, materializing into a tangible force capable of distorting the air, overwhelming 2 mutants within its vicinity and pinning them to the ground. The reason it was 2 was that 1 mutant remained unaffected, perhaps expelled from the realm of mutants by Professor X. Noticing the distorted air before him, Ma-In glanced left and right, observing that the psychic outburst from Old Char was of little consequence to him, seemingly diminished. Closing his eyes to attune himself to the sensation, he reopened them. A glimmer of realization crossing his mind. The ability, psycho power, energy absorption, could absorb not only visible material energy, but also intangible psychic forces, such as spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to him, his psychic resistance had been enhanced, a truly divine skill. Surprise flickered in Ma-In's eyes. Truly, he had made a fortuitous choice with the energy absorption ability, a remarkable boon indeed. While it appeared inconspicuous and often lacked presence, it proved to be exceedingly useful. Whoosh. The psychic explosion was swift to arise and equally swift to dissipate. Half a minute later, the psychic energy ebbed like a receding tide. Ma-In surmised that Professor X should be regaining consciousness by now, as he picked up the syrupy concoction, now cooled to an appropriate temperature, and made his way towards the adjacent water tower. Boom. The clouds above had thickened unexpectedly, coalescing into ominous black masses as distant thunder rumbled, heralding the approach of a storm. Electric arcs flickered upon his forehead, severing potential mental links. Maine raised his hand to open the entrance of the water tower and stepped inside with a graceful demeanor. Who are you? Charles, formerly known as Professor X, found himself placed onto the bed by Logan's strong embrace. No longer a teacher, he should now be referred to as Charles. He regarded the suddenly appearing Maine, his white brows furrowing in confusion, realizing he could not penetrate the veil of this individual's mind. Maine had shielded his telepathy. This was Maine, hailing from another universe, who had fought alongside them. Logan offered a brief introduction and requested Maine to lend him the camera, showcasing familiar photographs of the X-Men before Charles, enhancing his persuasive appeal. As Maine indulged in syrupy treats, he observed the poignant scene before him, a seemingly middle-aged son caring for his elderly father, yet in reality, a grandfather tending to his grandson, or even a great-grandfather nurturing his great-grandson. He blinked, narrowly suppressing a laugh. From another universe, Eric, Aurora. The familiar figures captured in the photographs lent a semblance of credibility to this absurd tale. After all, Logan had once traversed time itself. The notion of a multiverse hardly seemed astonishing. As he caressed the familiar faces depicted in the images, Charles's eyes suddenly widened in horror, as if he had glimpsed something dreadful. Charles, Old Wolf was the first to sense the anomaly, rushing forward to examine him, only to be met with an invisible mental barrier that rendered him powerless to intervene. He could only watch in helpless astonishment. "I am fine. I merely recalled certain events." The sight of the photographs stirred emotions, breaking through the seals of memory, allowing Charles, often lost in confusion due to his ailment, to reclaim fragments of his past. Indeed, he, due to his affliction, took the life of his own student, transforming from the most brilliant mind into one of the most perilous weapons in existence, utterly beyond control. Logan was correct. Confining him in this place ensures that he cannot inflict harm upon others. As Charles succumbed to painful memories, Logan turned to Mon, almost pleadingly, and asked, "Mon, could you take us away?" Had Mon not appeared, Logan had contemplated purchasing a yacht, intending to live at sea with Charles for the remainder of their days. Unperturbed by the prospect of Charles's advanced age and the consequent ailments that might arise from daily exposure to the sea breeze. Perhaps, he contemplated, it was a deliberate choice to expedite Charles's demise, liberating himself to wander to the world's end, drinking away his days, quietly succumbing in obscurity. Mon sensed he might have uncovered the truth and regarded Logan, who diligently cared for his great-grandson, with newfound respect. "Killing without a trace, learned from Professor X, did you?" Logan did not perceive any overt refusal from Mon, yet the latter remained motionless, gazing intently at him, leading Logan to hastily assure him, "Rest assured, Charles and I will not interfere with your world. We merely seek a place to exist without concealment, to quietly spend our remaining time." Caliban interjected, "So? I am weary. Do you not acknowledge my existence? It would have been best if Apocalypse had eradicated you all from the beginning." Logan comprehended the gravity of their predicament. In this world, they would never truly be safe. If Mayan's realm was as peaceful as he claimed, he and Charles could simply retreat to the forests of Canada, living as hunters or lumberjacks to sustain themselves, thereby concluding their lives without the incessant need to evade capture. However, that was not the crux of the issue. Mayan hesitated, uncertain of how to elucidate the concepts of spatial nodes and the phenomenon of interstellar racing to Logan, who was rather unversed in such matters. Any explanation would likely be lost on him. "What is the problem, then? Is your world forbidding the return of others?" Logan furrowed his brows, contemplating a potential scenario. "That is not the issue either. To be frank, I cannot return at this moment." "Why? Have you been exiled?" Logan's thought process was rather unique. He immediately reduced Mayan's identity as a time-traveling voyager to that of a fugitive from another world. Mayan rolled his eyes, resolved to elucidate the profound mysteries of the universe, to elevate his own stature and transform into a sage of interdimensional knowledge. "Logan, please, spare me the jargon about spatial barriers and galactic arms. I cannot comprehend." "Logan, what Mayan means is that he cannot take us back to his world, but he can lead us to other realms, which are equally unfamiliar to him." Charles's voice emerged from behind, revealing his presence, having eavesdropped for an unknown duration. "Indeed, that is correct," Mayan affirmed, giving Charles a thumbs up. Logan turned towards Charles, inquiring, "What do you think, Charles? Should one contemplate departing from this world?" "Why do you inquire of me? I am but a frail old man. Carry me wherever you wish, and even the prospect of bathing me leaves me powerless against you. I am wholly shaped by your desires. How could I possibly obstruct your intentions?" Charles remarked with irritation, feeling as though he had been treated like a simpleton for an entire year, and now they sought his opinion. Did they not find that somewhat redundant? "Logan, Maureen, we kindly request that you facilitate our exit from this world." Not wishing to engage with Charles further, Logan turned away, intent on persuading Maureen to lead them away. But Charles interjected, interrupting him. "Wait. What now?" Logan responded with impatience, fearing Charles might once again alter his decision. "I sense that in North Dakota, a congregation of mutant children has gathered. They are a new generation, untainted by corruption. We must take them to another realm. This world is unfit for their existence." Charles's gaze settled on Maureen, who reluctantly nodded in agreement. "It's no trouble. We can simply transport them all in a bus. If we enlarge the spatial rift a bit more, it should be achievable." Maureen felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of traversing dimensions with others, pondering the possibility of spatial collapse leading to a catastrophic cosmic event. Time sped by, and soon it was the following evening. The stretch limousine glided slowly across the border into El Paso, with Logan at the wheel, once more donning his role for this final day before retirement. He had initially planned to leave with Charles and Maine, but Charles stubbornly insisted on bringing along a group of so-called New Mutant children, claiming that one of them was in El Paso. This left Logan with no choice but to return to his old ways and go fishing. If he was not mistaken, the girl he had seen that morning was indeed the mutant child Charles had mentioned. Reflecting on the woman and child he had encountered in the cemetery the previous day, Logan opened his phone and logged into the car rental app. If she truly wished to find him, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to summon a ride for a face-to-face conversation. A brand new, unknown world lay ahead, and he could not discern whether it was a blessing or a curse. Sitting in the car, he lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a cloud of smoke, sighing as he felt a twinge of anxiety regarding his uncertain fate, fearing he had made a grave error by bringing Charles into the lion's den. Nevertheless, considering Maine's abilities eased his furrowed brow. If one world proved unwelcoming, he could traverse several others until he stumbled upon a peaceful realm. Grateful for Maine's presence, Logan lifted his gaze to the starry sky, knowing that Maine was currently searching for a traversable nexus among the stars. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, signaling a ride request. Peering through his reading glasses, he discovered the destination was a motel. Did those staying at motels really call for a stretch limousine? It must be them. Removing his glasses, Logan steered the vehicle toward the motel. Chapter 43, The Unlikely Fatherhood of Wolverine. The night had deepened. The elongated Chrysler once again made its way to the Mexican border. Logan successfully picked up the two individuals and, during the return journey, discovered that the girl previously known as X, 23, named Laura, was a product of the Alkali Transgenic Research Facility, crafted from his DNA. She possessed a self-healing ability and adamantium claws, traits inherited from him. In essence, Laura was his daughter, the offspring he shared with a Mexican woman. Speaking of the Mexican woman, Logan's gaze inadvertently flickered towards her, prompting her to quickly shake her head and clarify that it was not her. She was merely a caregiver at the facility, unworthy of becoming a subject for experimentation. Though she longed for such a chance, it had eluded her. Otherwise, Laura's mother would have been her. That was a relief. Logan exhaled, for his heart belonged to Jean, and the woman's appearance did not align with his aesthetic preferences. It was not that he held women in disdain. Rather, as a man of his striking looks, even in aging, he believed that women could hardly aspire to him. Tap, tap, tap. Could you please stop? The sound of the window control buttons emanated from the back. For Logan, who was experiencing fatherhood for the first time, there was no joy in this role. Instead, he perceived the two as a tremendous burden. Unable to suppress his irritation at the repetitive noise, he raised his voice slightly. The sound paused momentarily, and just as Logan was about to relax, a series of rapid, unceasing noises erupted from behind. Tap, 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 tap. Logan, having never personally raised a child and only having served as a caretaker for a handful of young individuals decades ago, struggled to comprehend the rebellious nature of children. The more he admonished her, the more spirited she became, as if she were determined to defy him with an unwavering resolve. His approach resembled a rather desperate treatment for low blood pressure, akin to wanting to strangle the situation and start anew. He warned her to cease her antics. Otherwise, they would never reach North Dakota in this lifetime. When the younger one proved disobedient, Logan turned his glare towards the older girl, threatening her to find a way to quiet Laura down. As a man who had endured 2 world wars and whose hands were stained with the blood of countless adversaries, Logan's seriousness emanated an aura that few could withstand. Gabriel blanched at the sight, urgently advising Laura to refrain from causing any further disturbances. Gabriel's words held weight. Laura fell silent, though she maintained a piercing gaze, scrutinizing Logan's face through the rearview mirror, harboring a profoundly negative impression of the man purported to be her father. In her youthful imagination, as she perused X-Men comic books, she envisioned her father as a gentle yet formidable figure, a paragon of strength. Yet now, those fantasies had dissipated into mere illusions, leaving only a sense of disillusionment. Who was this disheveled old man? She did not recognize him. What was happening? Were they not bound for North Dakota? As the vehicle approached the border, Gabriel, who had recently fled from Mexico into the United States, displayed a hint of caution on his face. Simultaneously, Laura leaned forward, poised for an attack. We will go there, but not just yet. Before the derelict building, Logan alighted from the vehicle and opened the iron gate. Upon returning to the car, he continued the conversation he had previously left unfinished. I have my own troubles to contend with. If you desire my assistance, you may stay here for the night, and we shall set off tomorrow morning. This statement effectively silenced Gabrielle, who was merely an ordinary caregiver. The fact that she had managed to aid Laura in evading capture for this long was already a testament to the writer's generosity with her role. She should have met her demise by now. With no further demands to make, she could only lead Laura out of the vehicle and into the abandoned structure. The following morning, after partaking in a wholesome, organic breakfast devoid of genetically modified ingredients, Logan and his companions came to a halt before the water tower. Anticipating the arrival of Maureen, who had already descended upon North Dakota, ready to activate the spatial gateway that would transport them all to safety and retrieve the mutant children. Charles, having lost the enhancement provided by the cerebral amplifier, found his precision significantly diminished, and due to his illness, he could not exert his abilities for extended periods. He could only ascertain the general vicinity of North Dakota, requiring proximity for precise location. Gabrielle, observing Logan as he wheeled out an elderly man in a wheelchair from the water tower, finally comprehended why he had previously dismissed her plea for help. It became evident that he simply lacked the energy to embody the role of a hero any longer. Caliban, wrapped like a bundle, was also present among the crowd. Having cared for Charles for an entire year, he could not bear to leave him to suffer in this world. Caliban exclaimed, "So, you do remember me, Logan? Someone is coming." At that moment, Charles, seated in his wheelchair, called a halt to the assembly. Although he refrained from actively utilizing his abilities due to the fear of a sudden health crisis, his mental prowess inevitably emanated, allowing him to sense an approaching presence with alarming intensity. Damn it, why hasn't T-Main opened the portal yet? In the distance, a convoy emerged on the highway, accompanied by 2 transport helicopters overhead. Observing this, Logan hastily retrieved his phone to contact Maine. Suddenly, a violet portal materialized, startling the inexperienced Gabriel and Laura. Such a unique ability. Hurry, don't just stand there, step inside. Over the past few days, Logan had come to understand that Maine possessed a multitude of X-Men abilities and thus displayed no surprise at the appearance of the portal. He quickly ushered everyone through the gateway, traversing from the Mexican border to North Dakota, bordering Canada, in less than a second. "Hey, where are you going? Aren't you coming with us?" Noticing Maine's intention to cross the portal, Logan grasped him firmly, inquiring, "You few are sufficient to find the child. I intend to engage with them myself." Maine brushed Logan's hand away and stepped into the portal, returning to the Mexican border. He harbored a negative perception of the antagonists from Wolverine 3 and resolved to eliminate them while simultaneously dismantling their experimental data. Indeed, as long as mutants existed, humanity's inherent malice would compel them to continue their research on the X gene and attempts at control. However, he did not ponder this for long. He simply felt a surge of frustration and sought to vent his anger on a few punching bags, and that was all. Boom, boom. The roar of engines echoed across the desolate landscape as a convoy of heavily armored modified off-road vehicles encircled an abandoned structure. Before they even issued their demands for the occupants to surrender and hand over the escaped subjects, the iron gate before them opened automatically, revealing a figure never before encountered. Who is he? Dr. Sandal Rice, a figure of considerable renown with a receding hairline, remained aboard one of the transport helicopters hovering above. Observing the feed transmitted from the cameras below, inquiring of his subordinates. Dr. Rice, a human scientist opposed to mutants, had achieved significant milestones in the development of genetically modified foods, subtly eradicating mutant genes and consequently ensuring that no new mutants had emerged for years. Nor would they in the future, unless artificially cultivated. The impact of genetically modified foods on mutant genes had gradually diminished Logan's healing abilities, leading to a deceleration in his recovery rate, thus causing him to age like an ordinary man. "We cannot locate any information on him, Commander," exclaimed a subordinate, a black man, as he furiously tapped away at the keyboard, yet failing to unearth any details regarding this enigmatic individual. Upon hearing this, Dr. Rice narrowed his eyes, poised to instruct another transport to deploy his latest prized creation when, suddenly, the helicopter beneath him seemed to succumb to some unseen force, plummeting uncontrollably to the ground and erupting in a conflagration. Before the Iron Gate, witnessing the destruction of the 2 helicopters, which had been reduced to mere scrap metal, Maine's lips curled into a slight smirk, his eyes brimming with disdain. Old Deng was indeed correct. Old Juan's abilities proved to be far more effective. With such a multitude of adversaries, a mere tug would suffice to eliminate them. Had it been Iceman, one could only wonder how many times he would have to unleash his powers. Chapter 44. Logan welcomes a son, completing the character good boom. The fuel tank erupted, and the resonating explosions were remarkably melodious. Maine gazed at the inferno of twisted metal before him, ready to turn away, when an odd sound captured his attention, drawing him toward its source. Clang, clang. A figure, charred by the blast and flames, pushed aside the distorted metal that had pinned it down. Crawling from the rubble with a grotesque countenance, its stance contorted, moving in the shadows like a vengeful demon risen from the depths of hell. Yet, this was no true demon. After all, a demon would not inject itself with adamantium. This was a replica of Wolverine, X-24. Sensing the metallic essence within the shadowy form, Maine deduced its identity, which was soon confirmed. He watched as the charred exterior began to shed, revealing tender, newly formed skin beneath. In no time, the figure transformed from a mass of darkness into a complete human form, save for its lack of clothing, which seemed rather peculiar. Maine blinked, his camera itching to capture the moment. A voyeur was brazenly displaying himself before him. Should he apprehend him and deliver a beating? Or should he hang him up and do the same? It was puzzling how Wolverine had managed to keep his trousers intact during his encounter with Phoenix. Yet here, one brush with fire had rendered them non-existent. Was it possible that inferior craftsmanship was to blame, resulting in a decline in quality? Or might it be that he was somehow superior to Phoenix? The notion that pants, which even Phoenix could not shed, would simply fall away from him without any effort, provoked a contemplative inquiry into the deeper implications of such an occurrence. Are the rumors truly credible? Roaring with ferocity, X-24, untainted by genetic modification, embodies the pinnacle of Logan's prowess, exhibiting an astonishingly rapid self-healing ability. From its inception, it was designated as an assassin and subjected to relentless brainwashing. Thus, even with its superiors long deceased, it continues to adhere to its archaic directives. Clenching its fists, it launches its razor-sharp claws forward, charging at the sole remaining target in the arena. In response, Maine can only remark that it is indeed a clone of Wolverine, possessing an equally tenacious temperament. Worthy of the title bestowed upon adamantium, the hardest metal known. Must every Wolverine endure torment before learning to steer clear of those who wield dominion over metal and magnetic fields? As X-24 lunges forward, brandishing its glistening claws poised to rend him asunder, Maine raises his hand to immobilize it. With a firm grip, he presses down, forcing it into a prone position, face first into the dirt. It is no wonder that Magneto enjoys such displays. They are undeniably cathartic and exhilarating. Having taken a moment to subdue the unclothed clone of Wolverine, Maine feels a wave of tranquility wash over him, as if his spirit has been cleansed and his soul elevated. Encountering me is indeed fortuitous. Had another traveler been present, you might have found yourself dismembered. Summoning steel, Maine renders X-24 unconscious before fashioning it a pair of iron shorts and a metallic skirt to prevent Laura from branding him a pervert. Laura, a youthful wolf cub, finds herself under the weight of an aging and weary Wolverine. To alleviate Logan's burdens, Maine resolves to seek a younger father figure for her, one who can provide life guidance and another to oversee her combat training. As the portal to another realm opened, Logan beckoned the X-24 into position, preparing to rendezvous with his companions. In North Dakota, near the Canadian border, a group of mutant children in hiding was discovered not through the efforts of Professor X, but rather thanks to Caliban's remarkable tracking abilities. After all, Logan's fondness for Charles prevented him from utilizing his powers. In fact, during the film, even when his daughter Laura was captured, Logan's first instinct was to check on Charles's well-being. Such favoritism was unmistakable. Are we truly destined to traverse other worlds? Gabriel pondered, her heart heavy as she observed the children animatedly discussing their adventure. They were youthful and naive, enamored by the thrill of exploring new realms, while only she harbored concerns about whether these alternate worlds would be conducive to their survival. Indeed, in this maddening world, one could choose to remain or depart. She would not play the role of caretaker any longer. Logan procured a bottle of liquor from an unknown source, swatting away Caliban's outstretched hand as he offered a taste of the beverage to Charles, letting out a dismissive snort. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a colossal purple portal materialized, and a yellow school bus barreled forth, coming to a steady halt before the group. With a creak, the bus doors swung open, and the makeshift driver, Logan, descended from the vehicle, clapping his hands against its exterior. Stop dawdling. The baby bus is ready to depart. Hop on. The children, unaccustomed to such grand adventures, erupted in joyous cheers, eagerly flooding into the bus and finding their seats, brimming with anticipation for their journey to a new world. Gabriel, with a resolute heart, took a seat within, having lost everything. Remaining here meant adapting to life in a foreign land. As long as the inhabitants of any world were still human, it mattered little to her. Logan, accompanied by Charles and Caliban, was the last to board the vehicle. Upon entering, he was met with a bewildering sight, another version of himself, clad in a metallic miniskirt and bound by chains in the last row of the bus. Who on earth is this? Logan squinted, gently placing Charles in a seat near the door and allowing Caliban to sit beside him, before turning to approach his doppelganger. Ah, that is your clone, X-24, possessing unweakened abilities. The intention was to bring him forth as a companion, so you would not feel so isolated, Marn remarked, peering in and shrugging. I do not require a companion. The term brother stirred painful memories within Logan, his fists clenched as he extended 5 adamantium claws, yearning to eliminate the clone. If you do not desire a brother, then let it be Charles. This body is but a husk, indoctrinated since birth, lacking any semblance of self-awareness. Transfer his consciousness into this vessel, and you may become brothers. The atrophy of the mind could cease, and perhaps you might depart from this world before him. As the most potent telepath, Charles possessed the formidable ability to transfer his consciousness into other bodies, a form of supernatural rebirth. Yet, his morality restrained him otherwise. The matter of mental deterioration would be trivial. I refuse. I am quite content as I am. Logan felt a flicker of temptation, yet Charles shook his head in refusal. The primary reason was that X-24 was far too young. If he were to assume this body, his identity would instantly transform from Logan's mentor into his son, a notion he found utterly unacceptable. Furthermore, his experience over the past year being cared for by Logan as a son made the prospect of accepting this body even more daunting, as it would irrevocably solidify that identity. Closing his eyes, Charles activated his abilities, erasing the scant memories of X-24 and reshaping his personality, compelling him to regard himself as Logan's son. Should he pass away in the future, at least Logan would have someone to accompany him. Regardless of your decisions, please secure yourselves. It is my first time transporting such a large group across worlds, and the journey may be somewhat turbulent. Bear with it. Mayan paid no further attention to them, raising his hand to manipulate the school bus, which ascended wildly, winds swirling from all directions, forming an invisible barrier of air. He then opened a spatial portal, leading everyone into the starry expanse. This was his first experience utilizing nearly all of his abilities simultaneously, leaving no room for carelessness. Chapter 45. Wade King Wilson. The universe is vast and profoundly dark. While there may be countless life-bearing planets scattered throughout, when one narrows their gaze to a specific sector of the cosmos, the ratio of habitable planets diminishes to an infinitesimal degree, significantly reducing the likelihood of intelligent species discovering their neighbors. The universe bustles with activity, yet simultaneously envelopes itself in silence. Is this the essence of the starry cosmos? How desolate it feels. In the profound depths of the universe, a yellow school bus darted through the void, shifting its position almost every second, racing toward an unknown destination. The little mutants perched by the window, gazing into the boundless darkness of the universe, were inexplicably overwhelmed by feelings of insignificance and dread. The vastness of the cosmos is immense, its diameter perpetually expanding, and with our current technology, we are unable to accurately measure its extent. In such grand proportions, the distances between the stars are stretched to extremes, rendering the space appear exceedingly desolate. While still in a state of clarity, Charles resumed his role as a mentor, incessantly enlightening the young mutants, employing real-life examples to enrich their worldview. Logan, initially seated in the driver's seat, prepared to take the wheel if necessary, soon realized that racing through space was futile. The entire journey was under the control of M1. He then turned back to observe his clone in the rear seat. To be fair, Logan harbored complex feelings towards his clone, which had come into existence because of him yet lacked self-awareness. Reduced to a mere machine driven by the instinct for slaughter, he owed the clone an apology. Perhaps he should stay and provide some guidance? Just as Logan wrestled with the decision regarding the clone's fate, the latter suddenly opened its eyes, a look of confusion locking onto Logan, transforming into admiration and reverence. Father. Logan. Father, why are you binding me? Have I done something wrong? Logan. Though I am uncertain of my transgressions, come. Punish me fiercely. Logan. Charles. Look at the predicament you've created. Damn it. Change him back. I cannot, have you forgotten? I am unwell and unable to wield my powers. What utter nonsense. Pay attention to your language. Logan, henceforth, he shall be your son. Bestow upon him a name. In your twilight years, he shall care for you, just as you have cared for me. Alas, this world is indeed peculiar. It is inhabited by mutants and the X-Men, yet they seem rather unserious. New York, Westchester. The Academy for Gifted Youngsters. Crack. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed, followed by a deafening roar. Wait, do not pursue me. That statue was already toppling before I touched it. A snarky voice resonated from within, followed by a torrent of nonsensical chatter. There are numerous photographs of elderly individuals. Who resides here? Callista Flockhart? What am I to do here? Sit in a circle like in an alcoholic support group and share our feelings? Deadpool, Wade Wilson, resembling a pink avocado, navigated the wheelchair through the expansive estate. He had recently succumbed to sorrow over the death of his girlfriend, attempting to take his own life, only to fail due to his immortality. Steelman found him, and they clashed anew, resulting in his current carefree demeanor. Or perhaps he was always devoid of care. Now it is merely exacerbated. Moreover, if this were indeed a support group, to whom would I confide? There is no one else here, only you. The epitome of a stoic man, and the boy with an excessively lengthy name, Negative Wave. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door resonated, leisurely and unhurried, as if not seeking confrontation or assistance. Wade immediately shut his mouth, gazing at Colossus with surprise. Grasping his hand, which was larger than his own face, he exclaimed with unparalleled excitement, "Have you finally decided to part with the earnings from the last film to secure a seasoned X-Men for my second installment? To elevate the spectacle and generate buzz? To draw in the masses?" Colossus replied, "I cannot comprehend your words. Also, kindly release my hand. Your nasal discharge has made contact with me. Woohoo! You all have been clandestinely scheming behind my back. Tell me, who have you hired? Is it Storm or Cyclops? Both would be eminently suitable to lead the X-Men, at least more so than you. I am not trying to jab at you, little Steel. I merely speak the truth. You know I am quite straightforward. Both of my wives have been stunning beauties, and I have no inclination to stray." Colossus countered. "Or perhaps it's the original Jean. She is quite attractive as well. Moreover, she possesses the leadership qualities ideal for guiding your motley crew. After all, there are just a handful of you, certainly not enough to warrant the presence of the X." Wade maneuvered his wheelchair to the entrance, his face alight with excitement as he swung the door open, only to find Charles, whose appearance was nearly identical to his own. The distinction lay in the few stubborn strands of white hair atop Charles' head, while Wade's scalp was devoid of anything, marked by imperfections reminiscent of the lunar surface. Thick Crab, Fox is exceedingly generous to have invited him. Now there is no need to awkwardly latch onto the neighboring Dark Phoenix. Noticing his resemblance to Professor X, Deadpool deliberately maneuvered his wheelchair in circles, stretching his legs to signify that he was not incapacitated, merely indulging in a playful jest. Charles smiled silently, embodying the essence of a truly senile elder. How grotesque he appeared. Is this truly the X-Men from another universe? How could he face the world with such a visage? Perhaps he dons a mask. I must voice my grievances. This differs markedly from the comic books I have perused. Upon witnessing Wade's indescribably hideous form as he approached to open the door, the young mutants from this new world instinctively turned their heads aside, whispering amongst themselves. The superheroes of this realm seemed rather dissimilar to their imaginings. If the price of becoming a superhero is to become ugly, then they shall no longer idolize such figures. The plight of superheroes is indeed pitiable. Let us aspire to become supervillains instead. Deadpool interjected, "Hey, I cannot simply disregard that remark. Have you consulted me, as a superhero, about your aspiration to become a supervillain? In this family film, with me, Deadpool, present, none of these young mutants are permitted to transform into villains. Wait, how can I hear their innermost thoughts? Wait." Logan, standing behind Charles, took a moment to recognize Deadpool's disfigured face, eventually piecing together the identity of his former comrade. As a being straddling two timelines, Logan retained memories from the previous timeline, although his former self may have suffered amnesia. The current version remembers the time he spent collaborating with this Wade before their paths diverged, never to cross again. Hugh, at long last, you have chosen to join my film. I am aware of your previous declarations to never reprise the role of Wolverine. Yet I firmly believe our connection is profound and unyielding. The appearance of Professor X scarcely astonished Deadpool. Rather, it was the silhouette standing behind him that ignited exhilaration within him. Deadpool hastily rose from his wheelchair and collided fiercely into Logan's ironclad embrace, feigning bashfulness as he spoke. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically, illuminated by the tantalizing glow of gossip. Though the words of Deadpool were unintelligible to them, and the identity of Hugh remained a mystery, the posture conveyed everything. Deadpool lifted his gaze, sparkling with affection, caressing Logan's graying hair, choked up as he said, "Hugh, you have aged, your hair has turned white, and you can no longer move as swiftly. Yet fear not, for the advancements in technology are remarkable. Consume a few more bottles of health supplements, and I assure you, you will have the opportunity to act until you are 90. Together, we shall dominate the superhero film industry, subduing the Avengers and compelling them to plead for our participation." Logan. Clang. The claws emerged, piercing Deadpool's heart directly. "Ah, my heart aches, Hugh. It is of no consequence. To perish by your hand leaves me without regrets. Do not grieve for me. As I depart, remember to think of me often. When you send me flowers, ensure they are red roses, 99 of them, preferably accompanied by a confession card inscribed with "Forever yours, Wolverine." Well then, my final words are thus: I shall take my leave. With that, Deadpool's head tilted, and he fell into Logan's warm embrace. Applause erupted. A rhythmic applause erupted as Logan furrowed his brow, reclaiming control over his body. With disdain, he discarded the lifeless body he had been holding onto the ground and turned to Maine, who had just manipulated him into slaying the sand sculpture, questioning, "Why did you kill him? I thought we were here seeking refuge." Rest assured, his regenerative abilities surpass even yours. Even if his brain were to explode, he wouldn't suffer from amnesia. "Dying is not so easy," Maine replied, having just witnessed a melodramatic scene between two men and concluding it with fervent applause. He then kicked the seemingly dead Deadpool, who lay on the ground feigning death, and stepped over him. Deadpool muttered, "Damn, you third-rate. Unknown extra dare to step over the great Deadpool? Do you believe I will curse you to never grow tall?" Suddenly, 6 sharp claws pierced into his shoulder, pinning him to the ground. A harsh voice resonated from behind. "Stay away from my father, or I shall dismember you and feed you to the fish." Deadpool was taken aback. Wait, when did Logan have a male child? Is it Daken or Kid Omega? Does Fox have plans for their movie? Yet, this voice sounds remarkably like Logan. Chapter 46. Deadpool. It's one thing to have a leaked script, but there's even a hidden script? Maine could never have imagined that the world adjacent to Logan's in Wolverine 3 was, in fact, Deadpool's universe. He brought a van full of children, and with Deadpool's outrageous nature, teetering between the realms of adult themes, laden with both absurdity and violence, he was uncertain whether these youngsters could withstand such an environment. Just as he contemplated venturing into the next realm, Charles intervened, opting to remain in this world with the mutant children. Once the most powerful intellect had spoken, Maine reluctantly descended with the group into this world, arriving in the New York of the X-Men. Once again, he encountered Colossus. Ignoring the antics of Logan and Deadpool at the entrance, Maine, having been pre-informed of the world's context by Charles, approached the current leader of the Genius Academy, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Although this Colossus appeared significantly larger than the one he remembered, it mattered not. He was simply elated to see his student once more. "Professor?" Colossus's metallic visage reflected sheer bewilderment as he gazed at the elder in the wheelchair, then cast his eyes upon the portrait adorning the wall. Realizing that there was little distinction between the two, he was momentarily at a loss. "Aren't you already dead?" He recalled that fateful battle against Apocalypse years ago, where the majority of the X-Men perished, and the soul of the team, Professor X, was obliterated beyond recognition. Had it not been for the intervention of the Dark Phoenix, this world would have fallen entirely under Apocalypse's dominion. "It's a long story, Colossus. I am not the professor you once knew. Furthermore, you are correct. I have suffered from cerebral atrophy and am indeed nearing the end." Charles smiled gently and began conversing with Colossus, delving into the intricacies of this world's information. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this would be their new home. "Thomas, release him." Logan's stern voice echoed at the entrance. It was only then that X, 24, who had assumed the name Thomas, let out a disdainful snort. retracting his claws and releasing the man who dared to covet his father. Thomas, is this a tribute to your deceased foster father, or a parody of Batman? Does he also have a wife named Martha? Deadpool, overhearing this amusing name, began to heel as he clambered to his feet, turning around to discern the identity of Wolverine's progeny. Good heavens. Logan, you pervert. Have you cloned yourself and raised yourself as a son? No, no. We may be an R-rated film, but this is too extreme. It defies morality and cannot be included in my movie. Gazing at the doppelganger of Logan, Deadpool was taken aback, jumping in astonishment, eager to touch him for a better examination. However, he was deterred by Thomas's threatening claws, which glinted ominously. Damn it, this is my solo film, not a Wolverine Deadpool spin-off. I am the sole protagonist. How can a lead character be so bullied? I shall withhold your appearance fee. Feeling utterly humiliated by the intimidation of a clone of Wolverine, Deadpool found himself ill-equipped, armed only with a shattered heart. Faced with the cold glow of the claws, he contemplated for a moment and decided to take the high road. Forgiving the clone's ignorance in light of Hugh Jackman's uninvited yet generous participation. With this thought in mind, Deadpool quickly adjusted the camera to focus on himself, reminding that while he may share the screen, he is undeniably the star of this film, and the spotlight must be on him. Do not tell me he is the X-Men of this world. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how this world has endured until now. Observing the nonsensical ramblings and neurotic dialogues with the air emanating from the absurd Deadpool, Logan lights a cigar and savors a delightful puff, turning to inquire with a sense of understanding from Maine regarding this world. Rest assured, the X-Men remain quite reliable. Individuals like Wade, with their foolishness, would scarcely pass the internship stage and would swiftly find themselves imprisoned upon the first scene transition. Maine gestures dismissively, entirely oblivious to the impact his words have on Deadpool. Someone is spying on my script. Deadpool, alert, perks up his ears, suspecting a leak in the script that may necessitate significant alterations to the forthcoming plot, transforming what was once a joyous family affair into an all-out battle against the Avengers. With so many disruptions, it feels as though any adjustments will inevitably lead to a disastrous outcome. What to do? Deadpool, with a furrowed brow, squats down and begins to draw circles in the dirt. While he is pleased that Fox has invited Professor X, the sheer number of arrivals is overwhelming. Soon, there will be Cable and the X-Force as well. He feels slightly outmatched, and if this continues, it is likely that Deadpool 2 will culminate in a colossal mess. Although Marvel also often finds itself in a similar predicament, they possess substantial financial resources. If the second installment flops and fails to generate box office revenue, the prospect of Wolverine's return in the third installment will be bleak. The mutants might just languish within the Fox universe, only to re-emerge in the Marvel universe as mere Easter eggs in the void of nothingness. Deadpool's gaze fixated intently on Maine, as he discerned a pivotal element from the latter's inadvertent remarks, suspecting that Maine, much like himself, possessed the ability to breach the fourth wall, categorizing him as a kindred spirit. Unperturbed by the antics of the absurd Deadpool, Maine's focus remained steadfast on the dialogue between Steelman and Charles, thereby gaining a lucid understanding of the X-Men's whereabouts, an aspect never elucidated in the Deadpool films. 6 years prior, Apocalypse, having awakened from a prolonged slumber following humanity's betrayal, emerged in a fit of rage. He promptly enlisted the Four Horsemen, endeavoring to annihilate the human realm and herald a new epic. Upon receiving intelligence, the X-Men resolutely mobilized, prompting Magneto to respond as well, leading the Brotherhood into a united front against Apocalypse. Undoubtedly, Magneto had long aspired to establish a mutant nation. However, he had a wife and children who were not mutants, and thus, the impending purge orchestrated by Apocalypse would not spare them. Reluctantly, he found himself reuniting with his old ally to confront this formidable foe. As the most ancient of mutants, Apocalypse wielded a plethora of abilities, employing a myriad of tactics that relentlessly drove the two major mutant factions into retreat, with renowned X-Men falling one by one. Ultimately, even Professor X met his demise at the hands of Apocalypse, his body obliterated, followed closely by Magneto's fate. Witnessing the slaughter of her beloved mentor plunged Jean into despair, finally shattering her mental barriers and unleashing her dark persona along with the Phoenix Force, which ultimately vanquished Apocalypse. However, the now corrupted Jean proved to be even more perilous than Apocalypse himself. As a survivor of the X-Men, Cyclops found himself powerless to harm the corrupted Jean. leaving the monumental task of halting the Dark Phoenix's cataclysmic intentions resting upon the shoulders of Wolverine, Logan. In the mournful cries of Jean, Wolverine ended her life, while Cyclops witnessed the entirety of his wife's demise, plunging him into despair. Accompanied by their son, who had been infected with Apocalypse's mechanical virus, he ventured into distant lands in search of a cure. Deeply in love with Jean, Wolverine, unable to bear the torment, chose to retreat into seclusion, his whereabouts currently unknown. Thus, the original X-Men disbanded. 2 years after the battle against Apocalypse, Colossus, who had survived due to his perceived weakness, inherited Professor X's legacy and began to reform the X-Men. Deadpool, overhearing the conversation, interjected, "How is it possible to circle back to this? Although there are minor inconsistencies, it is quite acceptable." He continued, "I haven't seen this script before. It's one thing for the script to be leaked, but there seems to be a hidden script as well. Nonetheless, this narrative feels oddly familiar. Is it not an AI creation derived from X-Men, Apocalypse and X-Men, Days of Future Past as well as the Wolverine?" In Chapter 47, Deadpool exclaimed, "Director, I request a script revision. This script is flawed. In the first installment, the hulking figure clearly stated he would bring me to meet the professor at the Xavier Institute. Why does it now claim he has long since passed? Could it be that Professor X met an untimely demise, lingering as a spirit in the mortal realm?" Deadpool had stealthily approached Maine, catching him off guard and startling him from his immersion in the world's backdrop, resulting in an instinctive slap that left Deadpool dazed. Ouch! Such audacity. Despite possessing the passive ability of energy absorption to enhance his physique, Maine felt a jarring numbness in his palm after delivering a resounding slap that sent Deadpool flying. It was as if he had struck not a soft human visage, but rather a sheet of adamantium alloy, causing him to catch his breath in astonishment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? The disoriented Deadpool, having spun like a top before collapsing, stumbled to the feet of Thomas, who had been closely tailing Logan. With a disdainful kick, Thomas sent him back to Maine's feet, where Deadpool, dazed and confused, clutched at Maine's pant leg, nearly colliding face to face with him. Yet, in the next instant, crack! A sharp, crisp sound echoed as Deadpool's bewildered eyes widened, abruptly awakening from his philosophical reverie. Ah, Canada. In that moment, Deadpool was struck as if by a thunderbolt, arching his body like a shrimp, his face flushed crimson. Gradually, he sank to his knees, overwhelmed by sorrow. Curling up on the ground. "My apologies, Wade, but your visage is truly too jarring, for the sake of my eyes and stomach. I am compelled to subject you to this." Due to Deadpool's avocado-like appearance being exceedingly hard on the eyes, Maine, fearing he might retch at the sight so close before him, unleashed his ultimate technique, the deadly chicken strike, which elicited a high-pitched shriek from Deadpool, who then rolled on the ground in a fit. "Wow, I merely lost a girlfriend, and now everyone is ganging up on me. First, they come to seize my movie sequel, and now they are shattering little Wade. How pitiful I am. Merely a temporary state of singleness. Yet the script has been meticulously crafted. It is evident that Vanessa will eventually be resurrected. She shall not remain forever unutilized. By what right do you treat me thus? Director, this script is utterly abysmal. I hereby petition for a complete overhaul. Let it be rewritten from start to finish. Delay the release indefinitely. Trust me, should this nonsensical plot air, it will result in such a catastrophic failure that even your mother would wish to reinstate you within her womb for a fresh start." Like maggots crawling in the shadows upon the wooden floor, Deadpool seized the calf of the former, vociferously condemning the atrocities committed by Maine. His lamentations filled with despair and volume, brimming with emotion and vigor. "Silence. Wade, if you persist in your incessant prattle, I shall ensure your demise is most grievous." Beside them, Logan could no longer endure. That loquacious Wade, even in a different realm, remained insufferably verbose, igniting within him the desire to rend him to pieces, if only to procure a moment of tranquility. "Why should I be silenced? You wretched usurpers, this is my film. I am to be the future savior of Marvel. And you, foolish creature, will never." Clang. With the severance of a head, silence enveloped the surroundings. Thomas, quicker than Logan, discerned his father's impatience while Logan still furrowed his brow. In a swift motion, he unleashed his claws, tearing Deadpool's mouth asunder. Aware that the latter possessed a similar regenerative ability, he deemed it insufficiently secure and proceeded to decapitate him, stowing the head in a black garbage bag before discarding it into the kitchen's compost bin. In an instant, The historically rich parlor transformed into a grisly murder scene, with blood splattered everywhere, perfectly aligning with the R-rated essence of Deadpool. "Thomas, clean this up," Logan instructed, furrowing his brow as he patted the bloodstains on his suit, delegating the task to another version of himself. After all, they were guests from afar, and it would be unbecoming to leave such a mess for others to handle. "Understood, Father," Thomas replied, promptly locating cleaning supplies and beginning his arduous task. Meanwhile, having just disentangled himself from Deadpool's antics, Maine redirected his attention to Steelman and Charles, observing that the two had swiftly reached an agreement regarding the return of the X-Men. Charles, now frail and ailing, could no longer afford to utilize his abilities frequently, lest he risk losing control once more. Yet, even in his diminished state, Charles remained a sage elder brimming with wisdom and a seasoned X-Men veteran, capable of guiding the young mutants he had brought along, nurturing them into the future X-Men. Charles had reclaimed his legacy in this world, transforming once again into a super-rich heir, free from the anxieties of scarcity. He secured a tranquil job as a gardener for the elderly Logan, liberating him from the need to drive a taxi, allowing him to reside at the Genius Academy, tending to flowers and nurturing his daughter. Logan nodded in agreement. Aware that Charles had little time left, he wished to remain by his side, and Laura needed a parent, certainly not the absent-minded Thomas to assume that role. Logan cast a glance at Thomas, who, even while engaged in his tasks, could not help but keep a watchful eye on him. He then turned to Laura, who had never regarded him with any acknowledgement. A sudden realization struck him. Being a parent was far from an effortless endeavor. He felt utterly exhausted. On the inaugural night of the otherworldly visitor's arrival in the Deadpool universe, the cafeteria of the Genius Academy was ablaze with light. The lively conversations that filled the air did not come across as cacophonous or chaotic. Rather, they transformed into an exceptionally heartwarming ambience beneath the warm, golden glow. A sense of simple, blissful contentment enveloped every individual present as they relished the culinary delights before them. Everyone, that is, except Deadpool. With a plate of spaghetti slathered in Italian meat sauce in hand, Mon approached Wade, who had been relegated to the bar due to the other's unwelcoming demeanor. He noted that Wade had already devoured his meal, leaving his plate cleaner than even a dog would manage, and was now busily typing away on an imperial typewriter that seemed to have materialized from nowhere, the rhythmic clatter of keys punctuating the air as he composed something unknown. Ever since being salvaged and pieced back together by Colossus from a dumpster, Deadpool had refrained from provoking Logan. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather a matter of fear. Thomas's deathly glare lingered ominously behind him. The moment Logan furrowed his brow, Thomas would swiftly advance to dismember Deadpool and dispose of him down the drain. Deadpool felt a heavy weight in his heart. His beloved Wolverine had acquired a new pet and was now unwilling to engage with him. He pondered whether there would be any continuation of Deadpool 3. What was this contraption? The typewriter printed directly onto the page, and as Mon scrutinized its contents, he furrowed his brow in confusion. "Are you writing a script?" "Indeed, and this is all your fault. You intruded and altered my script, and now I must devise a way to rectify it." Deadpool let out a huff, pushing the typewriter aside, exuding an air of disinterest in conversing with Maine. Maine squinted slightly. He was no stranger to Deadpool's antics. But this gesture seemed less about avoiding conversation and more about concealing something. Recalling the fleeting glimpse he had caught moments earlier, an uneasy premonition stirred within Maine. He extended his hand toward Deadpool, demanding, "Let me see it. Your judgment appears lacking. Allow me to assess whether this script is a flop, lest we face yet another Green Lantern disaster." "Ah, no." Bang. A swift punch struck Deadpool squarely on his avocado-shaped visage, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from his nose as he crouched down in lamentation. Meanwhile, Maine raised his hand to summon the typewriter, which obediently floated toward him. He picked up the script, which contained merely a few lines, insufficient to fill half a page. Wolverine had slain his beloved Jean, retreated into the depths of the wilderness to live in seclusion, and then Wolverine too, upon returning to America, discovered that due to the extraction of his healing factor, his body began to age. Yet, rather than succumb to panic, he chose to embrace death and continued his secluded existence on the North Dakota border until a little girl named Laura intruded upon his tranquil life. Gazing at the familiar script, Maine scoffed and flung it back at Deadpool's face, leaving it bruised. "Fool, you've plagiarized." "I have not. I am merely preparing for Deadpool 3's entry into the Marvel Universe." Fox is on the verge of collapse, and Disney is my next sanctuary. Furthermore, concerning the multiverse, can this truly be deemed plagiarism? This is called a parallel world. Chapter 48, the real-time update of Deadpool. Deadpool's retort left Ma speechless. Having seen Deadpool 3, he realized that the storyline was remarkably similar to the script currently being penned by Deadpool, with only minor details differing. The overarching narrative remained consistent. The death of Wolverine resulted in Deadpool's world losing its anchor, leading to the imminent dissolution of the timeline. The TVA's Mr. Paradox, tasked by higher authorities, sought out Deadpool to persuade him to join the sacred timeline. However, upon hearing that his home was at risk of vanishing, Deadpool was far from agreeable. He abducted a solitary old wolf from another universe, successfully extending his own existence. It is fair to assert that Wolverine's demise served as the key for Deadpool to enter the Marvel Universe. Although superficially, Wolverine 3 and the Deadpool universe seem entirely incompatible, the TVA merely presented a truncated clip, without claiming that the preceding narrative mirrored Wolverine 3 exactly. So, do you wish to sacrifice your beloved Hugh in order to join Marvel? Mon did not dare to underestimate the thin script in Deadpool's hands. After all, his scribbles might not come to fruition, whereas Deadpool's could very well manifest into reality. As a co-writer of the Deadpool film series, Deadpool is not only a character within this cinematic realm, but also a creator of it. In other words, this is not an ordinary piece of paper. It is the book of fate for this world. Scribbling recklessly could lead to dire consequences. Do not speak in such a manner. My utmost affection lies with Peter Parker. We even shared a kiss at the Golden Globes. If I do not join the MCU, I shall never see Peter again, which would be profoundly sorrowful. By day, I profess my love for Wolverine, while Deadpool, in a fit of jest, claims ignorance of who Hugh Jackman is, asserting that his true love is Garfield. No, it is Peter Parker, and he is determined to infiltrate the MCU to reunite with him. If we set aside his intention to sacrifice this world's Wolverine, there is a certain inspirational quality to this endeavor. Deadpool is akin to those children chasing their dreams, relentlessly striving for their aspirations, regardless of the means. You are mistaken. While there exists a Peter Parker within the MCU, he is not the one you cherish most. The one you kissed is still with Sony, hidden away. Marvel is somewhat at a loss, for engaging in discourse about the real world with a cinematic character is a singularity reserved for Deadpool. I remain undeterred. After all, there are several years before Hugh agrees to collaborate on the third installment, offering me ample time to refine the script until it pleases Marvel. Moreover, Garfield has long since made his return, and the esteemed Sherlock mage has conjured spells to transport Venom, so why not include me? I too wish to join in the revelry. No, rather, to partake in the excitement. Deadpool, undeterred, is resolute in aligning this world's backdrop with the setting of Deadpool 3. Marvel can only silently apologize to this world's Wolverine, for he is not formidable enough to contend with the deity of creation in this realm. Deadpool is merely a whimsical jester, always drawn to the lively commotion. With the recent appearances of the three symbiotes and Venom weaving through the narrative, his restlessness intensifies, prompting him to hasten his invasion of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Just then, as Wade returns to his typewriter to refine the script for Deadpool 3, Maine suddenly perceives a peculiar insight and swiftly interrupts Wade, inquiring, "How do you possess knowledge of events so far ahead?" The release of Deadpool 2, I Love My Family occurred several years prior to Spider-Man, No Way Home. From where do you derive this information? Initially oblivious to any discrepancies, Maine soon realizes that his conversation with Deadpool has transcended the current timeline, and the script Wade is penning bears an uncanny resemblance to the established concepts of Deadpool 3. Surely, this cannot be mere coincidence, can it? Oh, did I not mention? Deadpool blinks, and beneath Maine's stern demeanor, he nonchalantly gestures to dismiss an imaginary camera, pouting slightly as he continues, "To be honest, I am unsure. Upon seeing you, a surge of new information flooded my mind, akin to a data packet update, instantaneously complete. Is that so? A mere glance grants you new insights? That seems rather extraordinary. What would happen if you were to gaze a moment longer? Or perhaps you believe I possess telepathy. My superpower is cancer, not mind reading." Deadpool shrugged, unable to articulate his predicament. It was an inherent aspect of his character to interact with the external world. Ma-En, being an outsider himself, naturally had the capacity to exchange information with him, albeit only regarding matters pertinent to himself. Ma-En remained silent, fully aware that Deadpool could not read minds. The flickering electricity dancing upon his forehead was no mere ornament. It indicated that Deadpool was acquiring information about him through alternative means. Was it perhaps a high-dimensional informational state? As an entity capable of transcending the fourth wall, Deadpool boasted the ability to leap into reality and wreak havoc upon the editorial department. Yet, to Ma-En, that narrative was merely a painting within a painting. Fundamentally, Deadpool remained ensconced within a fictional realm. Otherwise, he would have long since demanded a return to the real world. Nevertheless, this tale served to underscore the sheer terror of Deadpool's ability to breach the fourth wall. In contrast, extracting a modicum of information from him, a corporeal traveler, seemed rather unremarkable. Such an ability was virtually impossible to defend against, and only Deadpool could be considered such an anomaly. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Casting a glance at Deadpool, who continued to revise the script, discarding page after page of worthless drafts while muttering to himself in an incomprehensible babble, Ma-En shook his head, pondering whether it was ultimately beneficial or detrimental to have brought the world of Wolf 3 to this place. Considering that this world would eventually be integrated into the framework of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays would be dedicated to interstellar battles, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays to cross-dimensional travelers, and Sundays reserved for a universal ceasefire. It seemed to embody a blend of both fortune and misfortune. The following morning, Logan awoke with a start, gazing at the ceiling that was both foreign and familiar. He took a considerable amount of time to realize that they had entered a new world, severing ties with the past, and no longer needed to flee. Oh, this long-awaited serenity. Yet why did it seem that joy eluded him? Logan peered out at the dimly lit window, estimating that it was probably around 4 or 5 in the morning, having slept for less than 4 hours. Charles's condition had been temporarily subdued by the ample dosage of medication, and tomorrow Hank would return to attend to him. It seemed that all problems had been resolved. Yet he could not shake off this disquiet. Tossing and turning in bed, Logan ultimately resolved to rise and seek out a drink, convinced that sufficient alcohol would banish these troubling thoughts. Suddenly, a pair of sounds echoed simultaneously, an eek, followed by a snap. Logan paused, turning his head to the left, where he discovered Gabriel, Laura's caregiver, emerging from the adjacent room. Their eyes met momentarily. "Good morning, Logan," Gabriel said, his face flushed with embarrassment. Unable to meet Logan's gaze before hurriedly departing, Logan mused. If memory served him correctly, Thomas was sleeping in the next room, his youthful replica. How perplexing it was that with such looks and physique, Thomas could still find himself tempted. Evidently, Charles had not entirely eradicated his primal instincts. In that instant, Logan realized the root of his insomnia. He felt a profound emptiness and longed for the warm embrace of Jean. In this world, the X-Men met their demise years ago, and Jean was slain by her counterpart, which undoubtedly cast a shadow over any potential joy he might have experienced, even if it meant competing for the affections of a woman. Alas, why was it not that scoundrel Scott who perished instead? Chapter 49. The fault of the multiverse as dawn broke. Laura, having finally found a moment of peace after her flight, was unable to indulge in a full 8 hours of slumber. She awoke after merely 4. Possessing a regenerative ability akin to Wolverine's, she was invigorated, able to revive herself fully within a couple of hours without the need for extensive rest. A faint murmur reached her ears from outside the door, followed by footsteps that gradually faded away, restoring the corridor to its prior tranquility. Once awake, Laura found it challenging to fall back asleep. After wandering about the room for a brief period, she entered the kitchen and discovered the door leading to the backyard ajar. A cool morning breeze rushed in, tousling her hair. With a gentle sniff, she caught a whiff of a familiar scent from outside. Peering out, she saw Logan seated alone on a bench by the lake, seemingly nursing a drink, his posture exuding a profound melancholy that inexplicably tugged at the heartstrings. Indeed, Logan was engulfed in sorrow. Charles no longer required his protection, and his daughter Laura remained distant, showing unwavering obedience to her caregiver, Gabrielle, whom she regarded as a maternal figure. Furthermore, from what he had just witnessed, it appeared that the caregiver was entangled with his own clone, and it seemed likely that the future Thomas would usurp his role, ultimately becoming Laura's father. Although it was originally the case, the nature of the situation was entirely different, leaving Logan in a state of perplexity, unsure of what emotions to harbor. It seemed that upon arriving in this new world, his worries had only multiplied, to the point of turning his hair gray. The sound of shoes scraping against the grass reached his ears, prompting him to turn around. He noticed Laura, clad in SpongeBob pajamas, approaching him, her indifferent expression subtly revealing a hint of concern and curiosity, which caused his brows to slightly lift. He admitted that in his previous world, burdened by the weight of his struggles, he had regarded this child as a nuisance. However, in this serene new environment, he found himself increasingly fond of Laura, gradually accepting the notion of her being his daughter. This illustrates how an animal's nurturing instincts are influenced by environmental factors in a world unsuitable for raising children. Logan had instinctively wished to relinquish that responsibility, but now, in a more favorable setting, he yearned to embrace parenthood, aligning with the natural instincts of animals. Can't sleep? Upon noticing Laura's unwavering gaze upon him, Logan patted the seat beside him, inviting her to sit down. Having just awakened, children possess an acute sensitivity to emotions. The reason Laura had resented her father 2 days prior was that he had mirrored her disdain. Yet now, as Logan emanated kindness, Laura, who had longed for paternal affection, readily acquiesced and took a seat, marking their first earnest interaction as they sought to understand one another. "Hey, buddy, have you ever seen a long-haired version of Professor X?" Meanwhile, Logan and his daughter were bonding by the lakeside, completely oblivious to the two perverts lurking on the rooftop behind them. In the dim light of the rooftop, Deadpool, having burned the midnight oil to revise his script, grasped a cup of espresso and observed Logan's profile, which exuded a paternal tenderness. He glanced at Laura's beaming smile and playfully prodded Maine, who was stealthily capturing candid photographs with his camera before initiating a secure call. Although they had never encountered one another in person, Maine was perplexed by Deadpool's musings. He had never met the youthful Professor X and was unaware of Deadpool's intentions. "I have uncovered a profound inconsistency. Laura is depicted as Logan's daughter here, yet in the Dark Materials trilogy, she is actually the daughter of the younger Professor X. This recalibration implies that Laura is, in fact, the shared daughter of both Logan and Professor X. To hell with Jean Grey. It is Logan and Professor X who are truly Laura's family. We all comprehend the detrimental impact a fractured family can have on a child. For Laura's emotional and psychological well-being, it is imperative that Logan and the Professor unite." Deadpool took a hearty sip of his espresso, his eyes sparkling with a newfound revelation, brimming with an unmistakable leer and malice. Maine, while comprehending Deadpool's words, found himself at a loss regarding this convoluted logic. The multiverse does not operate in such a manner. After all, if one were to follow Deadpool's reasoning to its logical conclusion, he harbored an even more explosive revelation yet to be articulated. According to his recollections from Daredevil, the Atom Project, and Avengers: Infinity War, one could deduce that Deadpool is, in essence, the offspring of Batman's ex-wife and the Hulk. Moreover, in his narrative, he grew up to turn Star-Lord green, married Gamora, and ultimately became Thanos, thereby positioning himself as Cable's son-in-law. If you truly believe so, then remember to address the elder as father-in-law when you encounter him later. And when you find yourself in the void, do not forget to call Erica mother. Once you enter the multiverse, if you happen upon Hulk, you must refer to him as Dad. Mayan struggled to stifle his laughter as he relayed to him the conclusion he derived from applying Deadpool's conversion formula, rendering him utterly dumbfounded in place. What? Hulk's son? Thanos' son-in-law? It turns out these two are actually in-laws. No. Could it be that my identity is so extraordinary? Deadpool's eyes became vacant, as if struck by lightning. But his healing factor quickly kicked in, restoring the spark in his gaze as his mind raced. So, what on earth were Hulk and Thanos fighting about? Could it be that Hulk was too impoverished to provide the dowry for my marriage, and since I absolutely must have Gamora, he sought out Thanos to pummel him, hoping to negotiate a reduction in the dowry with his fists? Deadpool swiftly acclimated to his identity and solemnly speculated that Thanos, as the sovereign of the Dark Order, looked down upon a penniless young man from Earth, not wanting to marry his daughter off to him, an action that would complicate his future acquisition of the Soul Stone. He thoroughly thrashed the unwelcome suitor Hulk, leaving him too intimidated to show his face again or bring up the dowry. After all, someone who couldn't even offer a single planet couldn't possibly be regarded as anything more than a beggar in Thanos' eyes. Listening to Deadpool's soliloquy, forcefully embellishing his own narrative, Mayan rolled his eyes in exasperation and turned to enter the house. In a world replete with infinite possibilities, one could argue that all mistakes stem from the multifaceted nature of the multiverse. There are times when actors become so immersed in their roles that they conjure images of Scarlet Witch engaging in a fierce battle against Thanos, Wolverine entangled in a suspenseful romance with Black Widow, or Loki forming an unlikely partnership with Captain Marvel. Not to mention the vampiric love story between Loki and the Ancient One. The universe is vast, teeming with scenarios limited only by the imagination. There exists nothing within the multiverse that cannot be realized. Destiny, it seems, has already unveiled its answers. Deadpool stands still, observing the serene moments shared by Logan and Laura from a distance, murmuring softly to himself. Unbeknownst to him, he has become intertwined with numerous Marvel characters, all the while clinging to the memory of Green Lantern, reminiscing about his past existence straddling the realms of both Marvel and DC. With the formidable lineage of Hulk's son and Thanos' son-in-law, it is clear that he must remain within the Marvel universe to further his journey. As for Green Lantern, he can be cast aside. Chapter 50. Charles's mind fractured at 8 in the morning. After finishing breakfast, Charles, having returned to his esteemed position as Professor X, led the children to the classroom. He retrieved a history book, intending to provide the children with a comprehensive understanding of their world. Although he was a newcomer, his late-night study had rendered him well acquainted with this reality, making it feel as familiar as home. The telekinetic youth, Kid Omega, accompanied by his girlfriend, joined in the lesson, while Logan seated his two children in the back row. Deadpool, on the other hand, found himself at the mercy of Steel Force's formidable locking technique. His mouth was sealed, and he was bound to a chair in the corner of the classroom, forced to listen in. He held on to the belief that Professor X's extraordinary wisdom could guide him towards redemption, transforming him into a true member of the X-Men. Deadpool. So what is the connection between the X-Men and world history? Are they planning to expand their operations and become the world's police? This motley crew can hardly manage to leave New York, let alone study world history. Perhaps they should first learn about American history. Given their brief stature, these children might just grasp it in a day. Everyone is attending class while Maine wanders aimlessly within the estate. Setting aside his face-to-face encounters with Deadpool, the Deadpool film is indeed quite humorous. He plans to wait until the plot unfolds before making his exit, primarily hoping to snap a picture with Cable, which would surely elicit an amusing expression when he eventually shows it to Thanos. Speaking of which, where has my backpack gone? Ah, there it is. I've heard that Hank, the Beast and a survivor of the original X-Men, will return shortly to attend to Charles. From a corner, Maine unearthed a dusty backpack and retrieved the power-enhancing serum from the world of X-Men, gifted, intending to see if it could remedy Logan's condition. Wolverine's aging is attributed to the degeneration of his X gene and the gradual depletion of his healing factor. Theoretically, if his abilities could be restored to their former glory, thereby increasing the concentration of his healing factor, he might reclaim his youth and immortality. Although Maine possesses the skill to directly enhance his capabilities, he remains uncertain whether Logan's body can endure the enhancement, so he plans to have Hank test a sample first. He had searched online and discovered that this beast was an older version, with a background setting quite similar to that of X-Men, Apocalypse. He was the head of the Mutant Affairs Department, and it was due to his existence that the American government recognized the presence of the second generation of X-Men, allowing them to serve as a sort of vigilante to prevent mutant-related crimes in light of the Apocalypse War. After absorbing this information, Ma-In nodded in understanding and remarked that Steel Man, with his thick skull, would be incapable of maintaining the advanced technology of the X-Jet. It turned out that beast was still alive. Just then, Ma-In, lost in thought, was startled by a knock at the door. He opened it to find a burly blue creature, clad in a dark striped suit and sporting a pair of reading glasses perched on his nose, which lent him a rather comical appearance. "Hank, is it? Come in. Steel Man mentioned you would be arriving." Ma-In ushered Hank inside, who stood momentarily in the doorway, surveying the long-abandoned Genius Academy. His keen senses picked up the familiar sound of a lesson being taught in an unclosed classroom, prompting him to remove his reading glasses and wipe away a tear with a handkerchief. "It's wonderful. Charles is back. The Genius Academy can finally resume." The sound of a camera shutter interrupted this poignant moment, and Hank, with his eyes reddened, shot an irate glare at Ma-In, clearly annoyed that such a disruption had occurred. "Could you not ruin the mood right now?" "Apologies. Please continue," Ma-In replied, feeling awkward after being caught in the act of taking a photo. He whistled nonchalantly while directing his gaze towards a painting on the wall. "Tears, once held back, are seldom released again." Hank cast a sidelong glance at Ma and donned his reading glasses anew, following the sound to the doorway of the classroom, where he beheld Charles. His hair a crown of white. How curious. The Charles from another realm appeared to retain a full head of hair. Quite impressive. Children, we shall pause our lessons here for today. Go forth and play, as I wish to catch up with an old friend. Upon sensing Hank's arrival, Charles promptly declared the class dismissed and maneuvered his wheelchair to face Hank, their eyes locking in recognition. It has been a long time, Charles. Indeed, it has been a long time, Hank. And me, Logan interjected, inserting himself into their exchange. Logan, you've aged. The Wolverine of this world still thrived. Thus Hank did not feel overly exhilarated. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he led the group towards the underground base of the Young Genius Academy, intending to employ advanced technology to assess the health of Charles and Logan. Your world is saturated with genetically modified substances that can assault the X gene, resulting in a decline in your abilities. This is evident in Logan's diminished healing factor, and Charles, your cognitive functions have deteriorated. In a subterranean laboratory, Beast perused the freshly minted report and addressed the two men reclining on the tables. What does this mean? Are you suggesting that Charles's illness is a result of diminished abilities? Logan felt a twinge of confusion at Hank's assertion, having assumed that Charles's affliction was merely a consequence of age. Was it not so? You may comprehend this. As the X gene within our bodies begins to manifest, our organs undergo modifications to align more harmoniously with the abilities bestowed by this gene. Hank adjusted his reading glasses and remarked, for instance, my bodily mutation is a result of adjustments made in accordance with the capabilities of the X gene. In your case, due to your regenerative abilities, there are no discernible features. However, regarding Charles, the implications of his unfinished thought were evidently understood. To put it succinctly, Charles's powers are intricately linked to his brain, hence, when his abilities falter, so too does his mind. Logan, unversed in the art of subtlety, pressed directly. Is there any possibility of healing? Whether he could heal himself was inconsequential. Despite the diminished concentration of his self-healing factor, it was not entirely absent. Even if he could no longer maintain eternal youth, he could undoubtedly outlive the average person, outlasting Charles, Hank, and even Scott. Once this circle of acquaintances had all departed, he would have little left to cherish aside from Laura, and joining them would not be an unwelcome fate. It's hard to say. I require more data to arrive at a conclusion. You have been affected for too long, making a complete reversal exceedingly difficult. Hank twisted his brow in concern, sensing the predicament was rather complex. See if this might be of assistance. At that moment, Maine produced a vial of brown liquid and tossed it over. Hank caught it, scrutinizing the vial before inquiring, what is this? It is a permanent enhancement serum, primarily designed to bolster the body in accordance with the X gene. It should prove somewhat beneficial. Hank nodded in response, indicating that he would conduct a test. Observing Mayan's actions, Laura, who had followed Logan into the laboratory, brightened her eyes and hurriedly rummaged through her backpack, producing a vial of green potion, which she handed to Hank. What is this? Hank gazed at yet another vial in his hand, somewhat speechless. Why do you interdimensional visitors have such an affinity for potions? Mayan glanced at the vial, the corner of his eye twitching slightly, while Laura, unable to find the appropriate words, explained. This is also a temporary version of a power-enhancing potion, meant for self-destruction. Utterly useless. Laura lowered her head, and then a large hand gently stroked her head. It's all right. You have already assisted me greatly, Logan reassured with a smile. Chapter 51. Rampaging Scott, you should take a longer rest, Charles. I have prepared the medication for you. Remember to take it on schedule. After completing a series of examinations and preparing Charles's medication, Hank placed the 2 vials he had received into his briefcase, intending to return to his laboratory for further research. As a government employee, he could not linger here all day. I will, Charles nodded in agreement, accompanying Hank to the door alongside Logan and the others. What shall we do now, Professor? Shall we continue the lesson? Steelman, a straightforward and earnest individual with a penchant for fitness, but no other leisure activities, suggested resuming the class now that the examinations were complete. No, I wish to have a conversation with Scott. Professor X cast a glance at the children joyfully playing, shaking his head as he instructed the Steel Man to unveil the long-forgotten cerebral enhancement chamber. Ever since the demise of Phoenix, Cyclops had languished, leaving the Genius Academy with his son, as the institution lost its most formidable mind and was rendered incapable of tracking him. To this day, his whereabouts remain shrouded in mystery. Charles, are you certain you wish to proceed? I mean, given your condition. just as Professor X gently cradled the dust-laden helmet. Brushing away the accumulated grime in preparation to don it, Logan suddenly stepped forward, halting his actions with a tone laden with concern. Under his current circumstances, forcibly utilizing the cerebral apparatus posed a significant risk, not only to the outside world but also to himself, as the amplified pressure from the cerebral waves could very well trigger a relapse of his ailment. I'm fine. As long as I don't expand my range to a global scale, I can manage. I only need to take a glance. It will be swift. Professor X reassured Logan, while also instructing him to ready a sedative, should the situation spiral out of control, to prevent any inadvertent harm to the populace. As Professor X donned the helmet and began the search for Scott's location, familiar images materialized within the cerebral device, causing Logan to instinctively tighten his grip on the syringe, ever vigilant of Charles's movements. At this moment, the fate of countless lives rested in his hands. Meanwhile, Mon observed the scene within the cerebral apparatus, the myriad of crimson stars evoking a sense of profound astonishment. He is someone who has witnessed grand spectacles, yet even he cannot help but marvel at the scene that pierces the depths of the human soul, leaving one to ponder the very existence of a collective unconscious ocean. I have found him. It is unclear how much time has passed, perhaps 10 seconds, perhaps a minute, when Charles suddenly breaks the silence, prompting Logan to exhale deeply. Cold sweat beating on his palms. Let us go, Logan. We need to meet Scott. All right. Following Professor X and Logan, Maine observes Deadpool, who seems particularly lackluster today. His usual vibrancy replaced by an air of despondency. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Maine inquires, Wade, what's wrong? The absence of his usual banter is decidedly uncharacteristic. Deadpool turns his head, responding wearily, Buddy, I showed my Deadpool 3 script to Kevin Feige. And then? He said what I wrote was a pile of rubbish. That does hold some truth. Maine reflects on the timeline of Deadpool 2. At this juncture, Marvel is in the throes of Avengers: Infinity War, the apex of a decade-long effort, and submitting a script that mirrors the narrative of Deadpool and Wolverine is undoubtedly subpar. Furthermore, Deadpool mentions still being with Fox. What does it signify to show him the script? Damn it, does he truly lack faith in Disney? They have announced their intent to acquire. Surely, it will be successful. Marvel needs the return of mutants. Deadpool, in a fit of despair, found himself unable to contain his frustration, prompting Ma-In to momentarily retreat from the spotlight. Once Deadpool had vented his grievances, Ma-In approached again, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder and reassured him, Fear not, after Avengers: Endgame, there will be no more Marvel. As the franchise begins to meander aimlessly, your script will not seem so dreadful in comparison to the others. There is still hope. Upon hearing this, Deadpool's masked eyes widened in surprise, the corners of his eyes lifting slightly. You think it's terrible too? Didn't everyone say it received a positive response? Well, how should I put this? Setting aside the Easter eggs, the plot of Deadpool and Wolverine is indeed a mess. The favorable reception stems from the familiarity and nostalgia. Ma-In scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. He genuinely found it enjoyable, not only due to the return of the beloved character, but also because the mutants were finally joining the cinematic universe, which stirred a sense of excitement within him. However, as a film meant to bridge narratives, it was undeniable that it lacked substantial plot. Audiences flocked to see Wolverine and relive fond memories, not for the storyline itself. What's wrong with appealing to nostalgia? Others aspire to do the same, but fail miserably. At the very least, the audience found enjoyment in it. No matter how thin my script may be on plot, it is certainly better than the travesty of She-Hulk, which, despite its lavish budget, only serves to assault the viewer's senses. Deadpool crossed his arms defiantly, his tone brimming with indignation. He felt slighted, considering that She-Hulk's budget could fund 2 of his films. Had his inaugural film possessed such a budget, the character of Steelman would not have appeared as a mere fool. Cursed be Fox for their stinginess. They deserve to be acquired. Indeed, in comparison to She-Hulk, Deadpool 3 is considerably more captivating. Ma-In nodded in agreement. Before his traverse, Marvel's endeavors were indeed difficult to articulate. Many of the productions he experienced were merely through commentary, and even then, he was often subjected to significant disappointment, which deterred him from frequenting cinemas. He even resorted to sourcing the Pancake-Faced Lady 2 online to spare himself the expense and avoid suffering. As Ma-In and Deadpool engaged in fervent discourse, Steelman had already piloted the X-Jet, soon arriving at a quaint wooden cabin by the lake, where he landed. With a resounding thud, the landing gear extended, stabilizing the aircraft. The group alighted and approached Scott's secluded abode, which appeared to be an idyllic place for child rearing. Logan surveyed the surroundings, sensing it to be a suitable locale for retirement. He resided alone, his child not in proximity. Professor X, upon a brief scan, discerned the presence of only one person's living traces. It seemed Scott's son was not accompanying him. Had something transpired? With heavy hearts, Logan and his companions pushed open the slightly ajar door, wheeling Professor X inside. Meanwhile, Mayan observed Deadpool clad in his black and red uniform and furrowed his brow. Pray tell, why have you donned the uniform? We are here to pay a visit, not to engage in combat. You fail to comprehend. This is a necessity of the narrative, Deadpool replied. Deadpool, feigning mystery, uttered a phrase before leaning in and whispering, "Do you remember that chubby kid, Russell, from Deadpool 2? Today marks the day he unleashes his fury. Shortly, we shall make our entrance. As X-Men trainees, we must learn to handle unforeseen circumstances, so prepare the uniforms in advance." Mon found himself at a loss for words, as a certain fool incessantly proclaimed that their intrusion would necessitate a script rewrite. Yet all that resulted from the revisions was Deadpool 3. The script for Deadpool 2 remained untouched. Just as Mon contemplated a witty retort, Deadpool, who had only just stepped through the door, was struck head-on by a crimson laser, leaving his lower half completely carbonized, so swift that there was no time to react. "Ah, my legs. I can't feel my legs. Scott, stop." The ex-professor, who had been engaging in a peaceful dialogue with him, hurriedly employed his powers to restrain the suddenly enraged Cyclops. Logan swiftly retrieved his specialized glasses and placed them upon Scott, forcibly calming him down. "It's you." Scott, now forcibly adorned with the glasses and rendered immobile, looked at Deadpool, who lay on the ground with only half of his body remaining, rapidly healing. Scott rasped out 2 words, his voice hoarse and filled with fury. An onlooker might have assumed they harbored a deep-seated vendetta. "When did you provoke him?" Mon gazed down at the wailing Deadpool, aware that the plot was entirely new and that he was oblivious to any grievances between Deadpool and Scott. "You ask me, and I ask whom?" This segment does not exist in the script. In Deadpool 2, the true antagonists are solely the director and the Red Tank, while the so-called villains are Fire Fist Russell and Scott's son, Cable, who bears no relation to Scott whatsoever. Deadpool cast an exasperated glance at Maine, uncertain of the grievances he might have with Scott. After all, prior to Maine's unexpected intrusion, he was unaware that the backdrop of his world was such. He had never even met Scott, so it was perplexing why he would launch an immediate offensive. "Scott, calm down and tell me what transpired. Why did you attack Wade?" Professor X endeavored to soothe Scott's tumultuous emotions. Once Scott regained his composure, he provided an astonishing reply that left everyone astonished. "This man abducted my son." Scott fixed a fierce gaze upon the figure clad in red and black, the familiar attire resurrecting memories from 6 years prior. On a moonless night, this individual had appeared in his home, seizing his son before vanishing without a trace. In an instant, both Maine and Deadpool comprehended the situation. The future version of Deadpool had traversed time and abducted Cable. Chapter 52. Your thermometer is revealed judging by your wide-eyed expression. I presume you are also oblivious to this segment of the narrative? Casting a glance at those who were attempting to pacify the agitated Scott, Maine gently nudged the incapacitated Deadpool with his toe, kindly draping a tattered cloth over the lower half of his 2.5-year-old frame. "What nonsense. Ever since your arrival, this world has spiraled into chaos. It is far more convoluted than the timelines and multiverses of the MCU. I can no longer make sense of it all." Deadpool murmurs softly, lamenting the uncontrollable factors that have rendered the world's setting unrecognizable. This film has become futile, and only the Deadpool from an alternate universe can take the baton to continue the filming of Deadpool 2. In other words, it is time to unleash creativity and pursue grand adventures. "Scott, I believe there might be some misunderstanding here. Wade is not the foolish character you perceive him to be." Logan, rarely speaking on behalf of Deadpool, acknowledges that while Deadpool may be brash and unruly, he possesses a moral compass. Otherwise, the X-Men would not have sought to recruit him. His faith lies not in Deadpool himself, but in the X-Men. Deadpool, suddenly feeling so moved. What should I do? Having encountered a man who truly understands him, perhaps marriage is in order? Although Logan is somewhat older, his charm and physique remain compelling, and this irradiated. Pink avocado bitten by a mutant dog is certainly a worthy prize. My apologies, Vanessa, for my heart is being stolen away. I shall not mistake him. It is in that very uniform that he has taken my son, Nathan. The Wolverine version of Scott remains quite agitated, his absurd essence unmistakable, as even in ashes. Deadpool would recognize him. I merely intended to rescue your son. You with your pink eye affliction, do you think I relish Thanos? After all, I am his son-in-law, and son-in-laws and fathers-in-law are hardly ever on good terms. Having completed his self-healing, Deadpool stands wrapped in a tattered cloth, only to find that the assembled crowd averts their gaze, save for Logan, who smirks derisively. Fool, your thermometer is exposed. The reason the rag is called a rag is due to its many holes, offering little protection. Thick-skinned crab, you have seen me in my entirety. You must take responsibility, Deadpool exclaimed, glancing down to let out a peculiar yell. He hurriedly grabbed a red plaid shirt draped over a nearby chair and wrapped it around his waist to conceal his modesty. Scott interjected, damn it, that is my favorite shirt. Let me go? I must roast this avocado today. Calm down, Scott, Professor X gently reassured, turning to Deadpool. Wait, you mentioned wanting to save Scott's son. Would you kindly elaborate? Otherwise, I fear for your safety. Deadpool did not respond immediately. Instead, he performed a rather flamboyant dance, which was diligently documented by Colossus. Once satisfied that his makeshift attire was secure and would not fall, he tilted his head and explained, to be precise. It is my future self who wishes to rescue Scott's son. I have never undertaken such a task. Did not Colossus mention that his son was afflicted by Apocalypse's mechanical virus? That kind of virus is untreatable in this era and can only be cured in the future. Sent to the future? Logan and Professor X exchanged a glance. As individuals with occasional time travel experiences, this explanation did not seem particularly implausible. However, Scott found it hard to accept. How could one save a child without informing the father? He had scoured the earth in vain, nearly losing hope. 6 years. Do you understand how I have endured these 6 years? Seeing Scott still intently gazing at him. Do not inquire how he discerned this through sunglasses. Such is the nature of the multiverse. Deadpool shrugged and nonchalantly remarked, if you don't believe me, join us on a mission. But at this moment, pardon me, I must take a glance. He raised a finger, signaling a temporary pause in their conversation, and then, under the scrutiny of all present, he removed his left glove to reveal a charming pink Hello Kitty watch adorning his wrist. After a brief 2 seconds of contemplation, he continued, at this juncture, your son has returned from the future to the present. You two can reunite. However, I must caution you that he is older than you and exhibits severe violent tendencies, with a penchant for harming children. I trust you one team mind these particulars. Scott responded. Do you think I care? Logan, Professor, do you two actually believe his ramblings? Noticing that both remained silent, seemingly in agreement with Deadpool's assertions, Scott felt a twinge of disbelief. What happened to their camaraderie? Could it truly fade across the expanse of a universe? Scott, we have traversed from other dimensions. You two have come to accept this, have you not? Professor X chimed in with a smile, presenting an irrefutable example. Scott fell into silence. Indeed, the multiverse had manifested, and the notion of time travel did not seem particularly astonishing. Given this, he resolved to meet his son and discern who appeared older. Very well, you there? The hulking figure hastened to pilot the aircraft. I am eager to make this rendezvous. Hurry, or it will be too late. Observing Ma and pulling out his phone to show him a live news broadcast, Deadpool cursed under his breath, urging everyone to board the aircraft with urgency, compelling Colossus to muster all his strength to reach the scene of the broadcast. At Essex House, the Mutant Rehabilitation Center, chaos ensued. Flames roared as terrified crowds scattered in panic. Several overturned police cars lay in disarray, while a stout young man, his fists crimson, threatened those nearby with his words. Get away. Do you wish to perish? Do not approach me. Though his demeanor appeared menacing, the situation suggested that the young man had yet to inflict harm upon anyone. He merely intimidated others, preventing them from drawing near. Surrender quietly, or we shall take action, declared a commanding African-American officer, part of a specialized unit dedicated to addressing mutant-related crimes. Whenever a mutant employed their abilities to commit offenses that jeopardized public safety, they were deployed to confine the offenders within the mutant-exclusive prison known as the Icebox. The stout young man, Russell, was no stranger to criminality. Previously, he had utilized his mutant abilities to pick locks, and now he had escalated to violently overturning police vehicles, posing a significant threat to public safety, necessitating his confinement in the Icebox for a period of reflection. Suddenly, A thunderous roar of jet engines filled the air as a sleek black aircraft descended vertically before the eyes of the media and law enforcement, gradually landing just beyond the perimeter. The X-Men have arrived. It seems there are quite a few unfamiliar faces. Is that an intern? Has he really been in the field for 2.5 years? Mayan cast a glance at the gathering crowd and through the currents of air. He overheard their discussions, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. Indeed, this was the realm of Deadpool, where the atmosphere was far more peculiar than in other X-Men worlds. The general populace exhibited a remarkable acceptance of mutants, far removed from the hostility observed in alternate realities. Such a world seemed more conducive to the survival of mutants. Stay calm. We, the X-Men, have arrived. The scene is ours to manage. Deadpool boldly took the lead, confidently claiming the spotlight before the cameras, as he yanked aside the yellow caution tape and plunged headlong into the crime scene. Don't tell me. That is my son, Scott. Trailing behind Deadpool, furrowed his brow. The chubby little boy before him bore no resemblance to him whatsoever. You're overthinking it. Your son is not so young. I've mentioned he is older than you. Did you not hear me? Deadpool glared with his vacant, fish-like eyes and suddenly pointed towards the rooftop of a distant building. That over there, John Connor, is your son. Bang! A bullet sliced through the air, aimed directly at the chubby Russell's head. Deadpool swiftly drew his carbonadium sword from his back, cleaving the bullet in two with a single stroke. With a flick of his wrist, he performed a flourish with the blade, momentarily overshadowing his ridiculous costume with an air of unexpected flair. What was that scream? Deadpool turned to see that the bullet he had split had struck a Mediterranean old man, resembling Gru from Despicable Me, and a white-clad nurse, both of whom fell lifeless to the ground. Deadpool remarked, "Do you believe me when I say it was not intentional?" Chapter 53, When in Doubt. Blame the X-Men. Curse it, he swore to the heavens that he merely wished to display his flair. He never anticipated that the ricocheted bullet would strike another. Deadpool, why are you two collaborating so well? Do you harbor any grievances against me? The two innocent bystanders. Aren't you the writer? Deadpool, I am. Although in the script, these two characters are hardly virtuous. One is an electric mage from the Anti-Superpower Center, and the other is a caretaker who abuses mutant children. Their fates seem justly deserved. If they survive this, they would surely meet their demise at the hands of a taxi driven by Dopinder. However, the conclusion should not be so grim. They should not have perished under his blade while the entire internet was streaming live. Though it may be deemed an accident, the media certainly does not share that perspective. Deadpool, believe me, this is not part of my script. Listening to the surrounding media fervently report that the X-Men in turn was responsible for the tragic deaths of two innocent individuals, he noticed the police approaching, equipped with power-suppressing collars. Casting a glance back at Colossus and the others, he sought assistance, only to find that none of them were looking his way. They were all whistling, gazing at the beautiful clear sky. Deadpool, with such benefits, they expect me to join the X-Men? Colossus, are you out of your mind? No wonder the X-Men have only managed to retain 2 members after all these years of reformation. It appears to be a heartless organization that betrays its allies at crucial moments, leaving everyone to flee. Meanwhile, Marvin watched as Deadpool lay down, adopting a posture of utter resignation, inadvertently letting out a pig-like snort of laughter. The occurrence of a bullet splitting and striking 2 individuals is a rare coincidence unless deliberately orchestrated. After all, there are no dominoes nearby to pilfer another's fortune or alter the probabilities of events. The reason this transpired is solely due to the machinations of Mayan. It was not an intentional effort to ensnare the attendant. Rather, it was a matter of convenience. After all, Cable had traversed time and space at great effort to deliver a bullet, and it would be remiss to squander such a favor. Thus, he aimed for the foreheads of 2 vile creatures, completing the cycle. This facility is indeed suspect. Outside, within the aircraft, Professor X, unable to manifest in this world due to his demise, sensed through telepathy that this so-called mutant rehabilitation center was, in fact, employing extrajudicial methods to instill fear in young mutants, coercing them into refraining from utilizing their abilities. He immediately grasped the intent behind Mayan's actions and settled into a state of calm to observe the unfolding events. Strangely, he perceived 2 entities capable of obstructing his telepathy. One was Mayan, and the other was the assassin who had just discharged the bullet. Although the latter was indeed blocking his mental probing and had become aware of him, he did not retaliate, seemingly entangled by some pressing matter that precluded him from addressing Professor X. Is this Scott's son? The ability to shield against his telepathy indicates considerable potential in the young man. Professor X was elated, as the current X-Men desperately needed fresh blood. As the son of Scott, Cable was a legitimate descendant of the X-Men and must be courted. Hey, are you lot really not going to assist me? Are you just going to allow me to be captured? Wasn't it promised that we would be a united family? Does your conscience not ache? Meanwhile, Deadpool lay on the ground for an extended period, yet no one emerged to advocate on his behalf. Suddenly, he sprang up with a swift motion. To be candid, he felt quite disillusioned with the X-Men. Such an unyielding organization hardly merited a career shift. Perhaps it was best for him to return to his former profession as a mercenary. Alas, Wade, you have inadvertently harmed innocent civilians. And for the sake of the X-Men's reputation, you must endure punishment, even if it means temporary indignity. Morrison intercepted Colossus, who was about to speak, and whispered a few words to Scott, who was contemplating seeking out his son. He then approached Deadpool, observing as the police fitted him with a power-suppressing collar. With a resigned shrug, he remarked that only a fool would cultivate a deep affection for Deadpool. Mutual interference seemed far more plausible. To hell with the X-Men. A bunch of self-righteous saints. Thankfully, I am merely an intern, which affords me the chance to extricate myself. At this moment, Deadpool was shouting vehemently. His expression obscured by his mask, but the wide-eyed gaze and relatable language suggested he was exceedingly agitated. The X-Men's actions, as a purportedly righteous organization, were chilling. Although Deadpool understood he would not perish and that he would soon escape the icebox, this did not negate the emotional toll it took on him. After all, he too possessed a heart crafted of flesh. It was merely a tad more afflicted by cancer cells. He was indeed capable of feeling pain. Moreover, he was convinced that his skills had not dulled to such an extent. Even if he could no longer deftly wield his blade to deflect every bullet, he was more than capable of controlling the trajectory of a mere 2.5 bullets, making the accidental killing of 2 individuals utterly implausible. Someone must be manipulating the situation. Presently, he harbored 2 suspects in his mind, Professor X and Ma-En. He was uncertain of their true identities. But it mattered little. Both were part of the X-Men faction, so he could easily vent his frustrations upon them without fear of error. Come along, in turn. Let us retreat to the icebox for a spell of contemplation. The scene shifted, revealing Fire Fist Russell subdued by the police, encumbered with a power-suppressing collar. Deadpool relinquished his struggles, allowing the officers to manhandle him, a palpable aura of betrayal enveloping him, drawing the officers' curious glances. As he was fitted with the collar and prepared for transport, Deadpool staggered past Colossus, turning with effort to extend a middle finger toward Colossus, Scott, and Ma-En, exclaiming, F you, and especially, F you. Ma-En, with narrowed eyes, considered summoning a bolt of lightning to strike this insolent wretch. But, given that he would endure a beating shortly thereafter, he graciously chose to forgive him. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that a divergence has arisen between the official members of the X-Men and the interns. The interns boldly confronted the X-Men, capturing the attention of the media reporters present, who eagerly began to report on the unfolding drama. Numerous microphones were thrust before the ever-present Steel Guardian, seeking his insights on the conflict with the interns, but he consistently declined to comment. Mon, what did you mean when you suggested we return first? Were you not supposed to assist in locating my son? Scott, anxious over his son's absence, felt an overwhelming urge to rush to Cable and compare their ages. Mon's intention was to convey that he would ensure Scott's son was safely returned to him, urging Scott to return to the Xavier Institute with the professor and await in tranquility. Additionally, he requested that Mon deliver a message to Professor X. After much persuasion, Mon finally succeeded in guiding both Steel Guardian and Scott back. Wolverine, too, remained aboard the aircraft, overseeing Professor X. Upon hearing Scott recount the earlier incident, he fell into a long silence, reflecting on his error. Deadpool was indeed more suited to be a mercenary, as his affiliation with the X-Men often attracted unwarranted ire. All right, let us commence our duties. As the X-Jet ascended into the sky, Mon cast a final glance at Deadpool and Fire Fist, who were being loaded onto a transport vehicle. With a graceful leap, he soared into the clouds, pursuing a hidden mutant prison nestled within the icy, desolate mountains, the icebox. From his elevated vantage point, Mon could distinctly observe a figure scaling the steep cliff face, a modified firearm slung across their back. In the 54th chapter of Warrior from the Future, we encounter the character Cable, who finds himself in a state of profound distress, serving as an enforcer tasked with apprehending mutant criminals in the future. He has repeatedly come close to capturing a pyromaniac mutant known as Fire Fist, yet has always fallen short. Frustrated by Cable's relentless pursuit, Fire Fist uncovers Cable's personal information and, during one of Cable's missions, invades his home, tragically setting fire to his wife and daughter, leaving behind only a grimy teddy bear. Upon receiving the devastating news and hastily returning home, Cable is met with the charred remains of his beloved family. Overwhelmed with grief and seething with rage, he resolves to defy the temporal travel regulations and journey back 50 years into the past to eliminate Fire Fist before he becomes a criminal, hoping to alter the tragic fate that befell his family. Reflecting on Cable's backstory, the narrator muses, why is it always 50 years in the past? If memory serves, the concept of reversing the future through time travel also points to 50 years. Is it merely for convenience, an easy reference? Or is it that, in this narrative, temporal travel is restricted to a span of less than 50 years? As the biting wind, laden with snowflakes, sweeps by, it cuts against Cable's face like daggers. While an ordinary person might wince in pain, Cable, suspended on the cliffside, remains unfazed. He is a mutant endowed with multiple abilities and a robust physique, rendering the harsh elements utterly inconsequential to him. Initially, he had devised a plan to execute a long-distance assassination of the Fire Fist, thereby minimizing the risk of revealing his presence in this era. Upon his eventual return to the future timeline, he believed that, barring any deliberate investigation, no one would be able to trace the deed back to him, an almost flawless scheme. Unfortunately, the unpredictability of circumstances thwarted his plans. A peculiar figure clad in a black and red bodysuit deftly deflected the bullet aimed at Fire Fist, resulting in the tragic demise of two innocent bystanders. In the ensuing chaos, the police apprehended Fire Fist and transported him to the Icebox prison. Faced with no alternative, Cable resolved to personally infiltrate the Icebox, determined to eliminate Fire Fist within its confines to safeguard his future wife and daughter. Scaling the concrete exterior of the prison, Cable retrieved a circular bomb, set the timer, and affixed it to the wall. With a thunderous explosion, a gaping hole was blasted into the concrete, allowing the frigid winds and swirling snow to rush in. Cable slipped through the opening, armed with modified weaponry, and began his stealthy incursion. Why, one might wonder. Was a mutant prison constructed in the midst of a snowy wasteland? What purpose did it serve? Following closely behind Cable, the enigmatic man strolled into the icebox with his hands clasped behind his back, as if meandering through a garden. He was in no rush to impede Cable's mission. Rather, he hoped that Deadpool would rescue Fire Fist and guide him back to the righteous path. Fire Fist, or Russell, was not inherently malevolent. He had been molded into a villain by the world's malice. If Deadpool proved resourceful and refrained from folly at a critical moment, he could instill a sense of care in Fire Fist, potentially welcoming a new member to the ranks of the X-Men or X-Force. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire echoed in the distance as Maine ambled towards the prison cells, observing the fierce clash between Cable and Deadpool, who were entangled in a relentless skirmish. Yet, something seemed to be lacking. Watching the lackluster exchange of blows, Maine set down his camera, stroked his chin, and felt an unmistakable void in the atmosphere. An exhilarating soundtrack was sorely missed. A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes. Retrieving his phone, he searched for a fitting song, tapped play, and cranked up the volume, sending the music soaring above the brawling duo, instantly enriching the scene. Who are you? Answer me, Deadpool demanded coldly, brandishing a high-caliber firearm snatched from Cable. Although he was fully aware of the situation, the theatrics demanded adherence to a script, even if merely for the sake of the absurd audience, lest they misinterpret their alliance in front of Fire Fist. Despite their eventual unity in the X-Force, that bond was not yet forged. I am Cable, from the future, he replied. Future man? Very well. Tell me, is the bass riff still popular in the future? The two continued their brawl, transitioning from the cell to the communal shower, where water cascaded from the ruptured pipes above, creating a torrential downpour. Amidst the cacophony, Cable remained silent. His virus-infected, mechanical eye flickered with intensity as he channeled a fragment of his telekinetic power to wrest control of the weapon from Deadpool, guiding it back into his own grasp. In a swift motion, he fired a shot at the ceiling. Buzz! An invisible shockwave rippled through the air, the forceful impact causing the iron frame to detach. Cable, having regained his footing, prepared to fire a shot to eliminate the avocado-hued adversary who obstructed his mission to vanquish Fire Fist. However, he was taken aback by Deadpool's remarkably swift regenerative abilities. The previous force had little effect on his agility. Deadpool surged forward, engaging in close-quarters combat. With a buzz, Deadpool deftly misaligned the muzzle of Cable's weapon, resulting in a shot fired into the void. The tremendous recoil propelled both men backwards, crashing against the collapsed iron structure. With the healing factor taking effect, Deadpool sprang to his feet ahead of Cable, who still clutched his firearm. Without hesitation, Deadpool delivered a swift kick to disarm him. Just as he intended to continue the melee, a brilliant light emanated from Cable's left cybernetic eye, and in the next instant, a formidable orange laser shot forth, slicing through the air and bisecting Deadpool. Deadpool, isn't this move exclusive to the comics? I distinctly recall we lacked the budget for laser eyes. Just then, a mobile phone floated into view, controlled by an unseen force, emanating an exhilarating soundtrack as if to heighten the intensity of this fervent battle. Deadpool, damn it. I knew it was that unscrupulous Marin who unjustly imprisoned me. And your background music could not have arrived at a more inopportune time. The fight is already over. I've risen, only to be taken down in an instant. In a single decisive move, the cumbersome Deadpool was dispatched by the cold and ruthless future warrior, Cable. Without uttering a single word, he retrieved the firearm from the ground, completely disregarding the floating music player, and strode past the lower half of Deadpool's body, returning to the cell to continue his relentless pursuit of Fire Fist Russell. Man, something is amiss with this Cable. Enough with the antics. If this continues, the plot will completely unravel. As Cable cornered Fire Fist, preparing to engage in unspeakable acts, Deadpool frantically screamed, drawing man's attention. Indeed, something felt off in the film. It took immense effort for Cable to strike even one blow, yet now he was dispatching his foes with the ease of slicing vegetables. Man, irritated with Deadpool, emerged from the shadows of the corner, having also noticed Cable's peculiarity. Although his exterior appeared unchanged, this version of Cable possessed laser eyes, an ability absent in the film. Cable, wait. Just as Cable was about to fire a bullet at Fire Fist, an overwhelming force accompanied by a voice enveloped him. Cable attempted to reclaim his firearm through telekinesis, but found the pull astonishingly strong, rendering his efforts futile without amplifying his mental power. To preserve his own life, Cable refrained from unleashing his full telekinetic strength, instead focusing his left eye on Fire Fist, gathering energy for a soul-piercing shot intended to avenge his wife and daughter. Before you eliminate him, do take a moment to examine your teddy bear. The unfamiliar voice resonated once more, causing Cable to pause in his charge, glancing down at the teddy bear hanging nearby. To his astonishment, the once filthy teddy bear appeared impeccably pristine, as if it had never endured the ravages of a fire. Upon witnessing this, Cable was momentarily taken aback. How could history have altered when he had yet to eliminate Pyro? Chapter 55, X-Force. We present a piece of news. The Essex House has been subjected to a surprise inspection by government authorities. This so-called mutant rehabilitation center has been discovered to employ various forms of torture, including electric shocks, to inflict suffering. Westchester, Genius Academy. The television broadcasted a report stating that the Essex House was shut down for the abuse of private punishment. Numerous advocates for mutant rights began to protest, steering history towards an alternate trajectory. Well done, Hank, Marn remarked, patting Hank's shoulder and bestowing upon him an approving glance. We owe our gratitude to the information provided by Charles. Otherwise, we might have struggled to uncover the fact that this institution was mistreating mutant children. Hank waved his hand, attributing the credit to Charles, who exchanged a knowing smile with Marn. The voices around him failed to draw Cable back from his reverie. He remained fixated on the news broadcast, casting a sidelong glance at Pyro, who was jovially conversing with a figure clad in tight attire. He found himself questioning whether he had inadvertently stepped into an erroneous timeline. Yet, the pristine teddy bear in his grasp assured him that history had indeed transformed. His wife and daughter had not met their demise at the hands of Pyro in the future. Instead, they were thriving, awaiting his return. Does it seem as though the entire world has spiraled into chaos? Fear not, for I share in that sentiment. Suddenly, a figure claiming to be Wade appeared behind him, their voice whispering in his ear. As if confronted by a formidable adversary, Cable felt a shiver run down his spine. Suppressing the urge to unleash a laser glare upon the fool, he turned around, his gaze icy, and inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Why have you brought me back?" After discovering that history had been altered within the icebox, he had intended to return to the future to reunite with his wife and daughter. However, a powerful mutant named M had invited him to the X-Men's headquarters, claiming there was something he needed to know. Coincidentally, he too was eager to understand the reasons behind the historical changes and why this individual appeared to possess knowledge of his affairs. Thus, he followed without hesitation, prompting Deadpool to stealthily comment to M along the way. Compared to Laser-Eye, Cable's stubbornness resembles that of Wolverine, truly a renowned family of three. Cable's gaze fell upon a bald man seated in a wheelchair not far away. If his memory served him correctly, this individual had perished years ago during the Apocalypse War and could not possibly be alive now. As for the middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, the original X-Men's Laser-Eye had vanished after the Apocalypse War, never to reappear. What was he doing here? And why was he regarding me with such a peculiar expression? Cable felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, instinctively distancing himself from the man in sunglasses. He had a wife and daughter. He was not inclined towards such inclinations. Scott observed Wade's assertion, noting that, by appearance, it seemed true. His son appeared to be older than him. Gazing at Cable's mechanized left arm and the mechanical patterns creeping up his neck, Scott was convinced that this was indeed his son. Contemplating the future devoid of parental care and being ravaged by a virus, it is certain that Cable has endured immense suffering. Overwhelmed by paternal instinct, Scott was momentarily seized by emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he yearned to embrace Cable in a heartfelt reunion. However, Cable swiftly seized Deadpool, employing his defensive maneuver to thwart Scott's advance. What do you intend to do? Cable's expression was one of vigilance. This world was exceedingly peculiar, utterly unlike the reality he once knew, compelling him to remain on guard. Could there be others who had transgressed the temporal laws, altering the course of history? He wants you to call him Dad. Ha ha ha, Deadpool, clutched by the collar and positioned in front of Cable, chuckled mischievously, only to be silenced by a blade pressed against his rear, rendering him incapable of such audacity. What does this imply? It signifies that Cable was indeed born in this era, albeit sent to the future for treatment, and this middle-aged man, donning sunglasses, is his father. Intervened midway, elucidating the entire sequence of events to Cable. So, I have not been abandoned. Certainly not. You are my son, and I love you. Upon hearing this, Cable fell into a profound silence. The revelation that Cyclops is his father was staggering. Moreover, the virus afflicting him was sown by Apocalypse, and being sent to the future for treatment was an unfortunate necessity, not an act of abandonment. Wait, how did they transport me to the future? Could it be? A realization dawned upon Cable as he gazed at the temporal transport device on his wrist, his expression betraying disbelief. The entity responsible for sending him to the future was none other than himself? When Cable posed the question, Mantis Scott responded, "Not at all. You need to lend this fool the time-space transmission device." With that, he yanked Deadpool over to demonstrate, then swiftly pushed him back. Mantis continued, "His unique ability can amplify your device, enabling you to transport your younger self to the future or send the present you back to that future. Should that be your desire?" "No way," exclaimed Deadpool, who, after being unceremoniously tossed aside by Mantis, sprang back to his feet and rushed to Cable's side, throwing an arm around him in camaraderie, urging, "Cable, listen to me. You belong to this era. The future does not belong to you. Stay here. You and I are officially designated partners. We can form a team, let us call it the X-Force, dedicated to addressing temporal anomalies." Deadpool was fervently attempting to persuade Cable. As the current script had unraveled beyond repair, he decided to embrace chaos. But Cable was different from the narrative. In many worlds, they were steadfast friends. And true friends ought to stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. I'll think about it. Cable initially believed he would expend the last energy of the time-space transmission on his younger self, thus becoming trapped in this timeline. Unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged. The fool in the tight suit possessed the ability to traverse time with others, instantly reopening a path previously thought closed. Cable found himself hesitating. After all, he had already breached regulations by traveling through time, and returning to the future would inevitably lead to judgment. Perhaps it would be wiser to remain here and, in doing so, alter this era, making the future a brighter place. Moreover, after enduring great difficulty to locate his father, it seems rather unreasonable to leave without fulfilling a filial duty, merely exchanging a momentary glance before departing. Setting aside the formation of the X-Force for the moment, one observes Cable handing the time travel device to Deadpool, who exclaims with delight as he traverses back to the past, rescuing Vanessa and sending young Cable into the future. Meanwhile, Domino approaches, retrieving a large poster of a purple sweet potato from Deadpool's collection and thrusting it into Cable's hands while raising her camera. Cable inquires, "Who is this purple potato? Why does it bear a resemblance to me?" "Come on, Cable, hold up the poster, look at the lens, and smile," she directs. Click, click. "Please elevate the poster a bit higher, ideally face to face." "Yes, precisely like that." Click, click. "Now, give the poster a kiss, and make sure to express yourself emphatically." Click, click. "Let us capture a moment together." Cable, with an inscrutable expression, holds the poster aloft and silently raises his middle finger towards the camera. Chapter 56. The Request of Colossus. Ultimately, Cable opts to remain. He wishes to spend more time with his father while also seeking to learn about his mother. Additionally, he harbors a burgeoning interest in the X-Force proposal suggested by Deadpool and desires to delve deeper into it. Fire Fist Russell, having developed a profound admiration for Deadpool after witnessing him dispatch the Mediterranean director with a bullet, insists on learning this technique, only to be told he must first shed 100 pounds. Otherwise, he might as well use his fat to absorb bullets. Upon hearing this, Fire Fist's expression turns sour. As for him, losing weight feels akin to facing death itself. Just as despair looms over him, a shadow falls upon his head. It is Colossus. Steelman proclaimed himself a master of fitness, asserting that if Fire Fist were to join their X-Men, he would attain a physique as robust as his own iron form. Fire Fist gazed at Steelman's body, infused with the essence of steel, his eyes ablaze with fervor, and promptly acquiesced. He was determined to master the technique of slicing bullets, no matter the agony of shedding weight. His resolve remained unshaken. In a corner, Professor X observed the flourishing scene before him, his telepathic senses detecting a bus slowly approaching the Genius Academy, filled with children from the Essex house. He exchanged a knowing smile with Hank, both understanding the thoughts coursing through each other's minds. The Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters was poised to commence enrollment once more after many years. "Logan, Charles, this antidote can, to some extent, reverse the decline of your abilities. While it may not restore you to your former glory, it will at least alleviate your symptoms, allowing you to utilize your powers with greater ease," Hank explained as he prepared to administer the reversal serum in a laboratory within the underground base. After Logan received the injection, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his cells. Clenching his fist, he extended his claws. Catching a glimpse of his reflection and realizing he appeared at least a decade younger, resembling Thomas to the point of indistinguishability. However, Laura could discern the difference. Much to Logan's relief, he chuckled at the thought that while Laura harbored hostility towards Thomas, she held a close affinity for him, eliciting Hank's amused glances. It is often said that pregnancy dulls the mind for 3 years. Could Logan, experiencing painless fatherhood, truly be a bit daft? The sensation of rebirth was invigorating. "Thank you, Hank." Charles regained control of his mind, ensuring that his powers would no longer spiral out of control. After expressing his gratitude to Hank, he effortlessly manipulated his body with an invisible mental force, returning to his wheelchair and making his way back to the academy. From this day forth, he could finally escape Logan's clutches and take charge of his own bathing rituals. As he passed by an activity room, he noticed that the newly inducted X-Men members, the young mutant known as Echo and his companion, were busy attending to a group of children who had recently fled the Essex house. These youngsters would require time to acclimate to their new environment and to learn to trust once more. In another classroom, the retired Cyclops had been rehired by Professor X and returned to the school as an instructor, mentoring the next generation of X-Men. Cable had spent several days with Scott, but the warrior instinct within him became increasingly restless. Eventually, he could no longer suppress his loneliness and decided to follow Deadpool. Curiously, despite Deadpool's time-traveling efforts to alter Vanessa's fate, everyone retained memories of his time at the Genius Academy. It was perplexing that, had Vanessa survived, he would not be present there, yet their recollections remained intact, a phenomenon that defied explanation. In response to this, Maine remarked that such occurrences were entirely normal. For once anything involved Deadpool, reason ceased to apply. Seated on a bench in the garden, lost in thought, Maine heard Charles's voice and turned to see the familiar wheelchair. With a raised eyebrow, he inquired, "Can you read my thoughts?" After all, he had been employing his mental shielding abilities non-stop for 24 hours. The professor, endowed with the ability to reverse the future, offered a skill that could sever external brainwave connections through an electromagnetic barrier, specifically targeting those with psychic abilities. I cannot, he murmured, shaking his head. He refrained from glancing at Ma An's forehead, which flickered with arcs of electricity, and instead focused intently on the latter's visage. But I do not require such, he continued. I can discern it from your expression. Upon hearing this, Ma En vigorously rubbed his face, ultimately yielding to futility with a sigh. You are correct, I do feel somewhat lost. Just days prior, Ma En had sought out Deadpool, hoping to leverage his time-traveling capabilities to swiftly reach the main universe of the Avengers in search of methods to enhance his life force. He had resolved that enhancing one's vitality could not rely on external forces, for all external powers within the Marvel Universe come at a cost, akin to how the X-gene could be suppressed by a leech. Therefore, he concluded that the only viable path was to focus on self-improvement through physical conditioning. The most suitable approach, it seemed, was Qi, purely biological electrical energy that could be harnessed through training, enhancing one's physical constitution with no adverse effects. Ma En's notion was commendable. However, Deadpool responded, Buddy, I can only traverse the timelines with you, but I cannot transport you across universes. That can only be accomplished by myself. Why is that? Ma En inquired. Isn't it within your power to break the fourth wall? Indeed, I can, Deadpool admitted, but I have been restricted. At this juncture, I can only rely on artifacts to transport others across the universe. You have seen Deadpool 3. Do you truly believe I am capable of transporting others solely by my own means? Deadpool shrugged, conveying his own powerlessness. Although he possessed the ability to break the fourth wall, his prowess paled in comparison to that of the comics. He lacked the strength to traverse universes without the aid of tools. Otherwise, the void would not be able to confine him. Furthermore, he currently lacked the rights to enter the Marvel Universe. Ma En found this reasoning both compelling and formidable, to the point of eliciting a bemused smile. The inability to directly access the Avengers universe, combined with the boundless expanse of the multiverse, left him feeling somewhat despondent. Who knew how many universes one would have to traverse to arrive at their destination? He felt a sense of bewilderment, realizing he required a master, or at the very least, a tome of knowledge to unlock the secrets of Qi cultivation. Yet, in a Fox universe teeming with mutants, the prospect of discovering such a manual seemed bleak. Of course, he could gradually enhance his physical strength through electrical and magnetic stimulation of his cells. But the pace was far too slow. Only by integrating the techniques of Qi could he truly ascend. His ambition was to refine his body using these two forms of stimulation. In truth, Ma En was not overly greedy. If he could not access the main Avengers universe, he would gladly settle for any world possessing the power of Qi. He was not picky. Otherwise, would he really have to rely on developing abilities to survive? Yet, with such a fragile physique, he felt a profound sense of insecurity. While confusion is not inherently daunting, the loss of courage to advance is truly fearsome. Professor X's voice, like a gentle breeze, helped to quell Ma En's slightly agitated emotions. This was not a result of any supernatural ability, but rather the art of language. Indeed, he had only traversed a few universes. How could he so easily contemplate giving up? I understand. I will seek the spatial nodes and continue my wandering. I refuse to believe that I cannot find this entity beyond the universe. Ma En, regaining his confidence, decided to bid farewell to everyone, leaving this world behind to embark on his journey anew. Professor. At that moment, Steelman rushed before the two, urgency etched upon his face. Professor, I require your assistance. What is the matter? I received a call from home, stating that my sister has not been seen for several months. I am quite concerned and would like to ask for your help in locating her. Of course. Meanwhile, a glint of insight flashed in Ma En's eyes. It seemed that Steelman's sister was no ordinary individual. She appeared to be a secretive entity capable of transdimensional travel. In the chamber housing the brainwave amplifier, Professor X donned his helmet and activated his abilities to search for Steelman's sister, Liana Rasputin. Behind him, Ma En observed the grand scenery re-emerging around him and suddenly recalled something. He turned to Steelman and inquired, Do you have a photograph of your sister? Yes, why? May I take a look? Ma En received Steelman's phone and, on the slightly cracked screen, scrolled through the album until he found an image of a blonde girl. Upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. This visage, New Mutants, is Deadpool and New Mutants set in the same universe? At that moment, Ma En's expression was one of sheer intrigue. If this secretive entity belonged to the New Mutants, then, regrettably, The notion of transdimensional travel to the primary universe would be utterly unattainable. Why? Though the enigmatic figure is undeniably striking, her teleportation capabilities fail to breach even the most rudimentary of defenses, let alone the cosmic barriers. Steel Titan finds himself at a loss, unable to ascertain her whereabouts. At that moment, Professor X's voice resonates as he opens his eyes, astonished to discover that he has been unable to locate Liana in this realm. Not on Earth. Could it be that she has remained in a clandestine sanctuary? Steel Titan shares his bewilderment. Typically, Liana does not linger long in such a place, as her primary domain remains Earth, where conditions are harsh and devoid of comforts. She would only seek refuge there out of fear, accompanied by her puppet, Lockheed. In light of this, Professor, please investigate the areas that may be obstructing your telepathic abilities. Steel Titan, mark these locations, and we shall scrutinize them one by one. Just as Steel Titan begins to articulate the phrase "never mind," Main interrupts him, recalling scenes from a film where an enigmatic being was imprisoned alongside a group of mutants within a facility, and he retains a vivid memory of that structure. If the enigmatic figure has not been rendered powerless, it implies that the barrier confining her possesses an extraordinary level of security, capable of sealing off even spatial dimensions. And surely it must also obstruct telepathic abilities. Otherwise, Professor X would have detected her presence. Acknowledging this, Professor X nods in agreement and swiftly acquires a multitude of findings. Main and Steel Titan promptly board the X-Jet, embarking on a mission to investigate these anomalies. A day later, they hover above a red edifice reminiscent of a monastery. In the stealth mode of the aircraft, Ma-In gazed at the familiar structures displayed on the screen, confirming that Steel Force's sister was imprisoned in this very location. Alongside her were the likes of Wolf Venom Rain, Solar Flare Robert, Cannon Sam, and the fear-manifesting Moonstar. Find a suitable place to land, lest the lightning strike you, he instructed. He urged Steel Force to find a safe hiding spot before opening the hatch and floating out of the aircraft, suspended in the wind. With arms outstretched, resembling a cross in the sky, Ma-In's eyes glazed over as he activated the terrifying disaster weapon. Thunder rumbled. On the ground, Wolf Venom Rain, who had just exited the confessional of the church, was startled by the sudden thunder, nearly transforming into her wolf form. Fortunately, she managed to regain control in time, preventing her transformation. Looking up at the heavens, the once overcast sky was now blanketed with dense, dark clouds. Occasionally, a flash of light would pierce the gloom, followed by an earth-shattering boom. A fierce wind rose, sending leaves swirling chaotically, striking her face as if to urge her to move indoors and escape the impending storm. Stay inside. A great wind is rising, and a heavy rain is imminent. Turning towards the cafeteria, she found everyone gathered there. Rain intercepted Liana, who was eager to venture out and spray paint, but was easily brushed aside by Liana, who carried herself like a leader. It's just a little rain. What is there to fear? She declared, forcefully pushing the door open, ready to step outside. Thunder crashed. A blinding light flooded their vision, and everyone present felt a palpable tremor, as if the very lightning had struck nearby. Liana unconsciously swallowed hard, taking a step back, too frightened to venture outside. Suddenly, a deafening crash resounded as blinding flashes of white light illuminated the windows, followed by the ominous roar of thunder. It felt as though divine retribution had descended upon this place, with relentless bolts of lightning crashing down as if they were devoid of cost, causing tremors that shook the very ground. Rain, could this possibly be God's punishment upon you? I am aware that you often seek solace in the church for confession. Have you committed some egregious sin that warrants such a tempest from above as a form of retribution? Liana, terrified by the ferocity of the storm, instinctively directed her accusations towards the wolfbane rain. The sheer intensity of the thunder evoked thoughts of divine wrath, conjuring images of churches and sacred places, compelling even a mutant like her to speculate whether the other had angered some celestial being. I have done nothing. It is unrelated to me. Someone seeks to breach the barrier and force their way in. You must return to your rooms at once and refrain from coming outside. Dr. Reyes, clad in a white lab coat, hurriedly emerged from the connecting corridor of the adjoining building, ushering everyone back indoors before confronting the tempestuous lightning himself. Boom. Moments later, the thunder abruptly ceased, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. A few restless teenagers, as if in silent agreement, emerged from their respective quarters. exchanging knowing glances as they silently coordinated their movement towards the cafeteria. As they passed Dr. Reyes' office, they discreetly filched several documents from within. Liana Rasputin, your brother has come to collect you. Please come out immediately. A voice amplified in some manner resonated from all directions, echoing in the ears of the crowd. At this moment, Liana felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and, unable to restrain herself, scratched the ground with her toes, creating a small border of hell. Who could it be? With a sense of curiosity, Liana took the lead, guiding her companions to the square outside. At first glance, she was struck by the sight of Dr. Reyes's charred corpse lying in a pool of blood, alongside a mysterious figure hovering in the air. Liana's pupils constricted. Reyes's protective barrier had been impenetrable even to her soul sword. Yet he had been slain? Serves him right. She had long harbored disdain for that doctor. Cloaked in the guise of healing, he had imprisoned them and deserved his fate. Suddenly, a warplane materialized before them, landing on the open space outside the iron gate. The cabin door opened slowly, revealing a towering figure of approximately 3 meters, an iron giant, who, with a heavy accent, greeted Liana. Hello, sister. It has been a long time. Humph. Pyatt, you are late. Liana huffed, boarding the aircraft with her companions, deliberately refraining from uttering another word to her brother, clearly harboring resentment for being confined for so long without rescue. The steel sentinel awkwardly scratched his head, offering an explanation under Ma'in's sympathetic gaze. Well, we actually have a very good relationship. I believe you, Ma'in replied, patting his shoulder before stepping into the aircraft and taking a seat opposite Liana. She was explaining to her companions that her brother was a member of the X-Men, garnering their admiration. With a hum, the cabin door closed, and the steel sentinel piloted the warplane back to the Genius Youth Academy. Chapter 58. Want a duel? Fine, ascend to the skies first. Hey, have you finished staring? On a jet hurtling towards New York, the enigmatic Liana maintained her composure under the intense gaze of the man opposite her. However, as half an hour elapsed, his gaze not only persisted but grew increasingly brazen. Her expression hardened, and she demanded sharply, "Oh, my apologies, I wasn't gazing at you. I was merely lost in thought." Marin replied, snapping back to reality, his once dull eyes now alight with vitality. Lost in thought? What could possibly require you to fixate on me? Liana raised a grimy dinosaur-shaped hand puppet, feigning it to be alive, both eyes fixed on Marin. I was pondering matters concerning you. Liana continued. Not in the way you presume. I was contemplating your abilities. I harbor a certain curiosity about that place known as the Hell's Border. At this revelation, Liana's countenance shifted dramatically, and she bellowed, Pyatt, have you been spreading my story indiscriminately? What? I haven't. The stalwart steelman expressed his bewilderment, utterly unaware of how Marin had acquired such information. Then how does he know about the Hell's Border? Do not press Steelman too hard. I possess my own channels of information. Marin deftly redirected the conversation. I wish to know how you arrived at the Hell's Border. Not long ago, he had inquired of Steelman regarding Liana, learning that the enigmatic figure was not snatched by demons, but frequently vanished into the night, only to reappear with the dawn. When asked where she had gone, she would reply that it was to her secret realm with Lockheed, a mysterious place adorned with jagged rocks, where magical flames burn eternally. Marin, not being a comic book enthusiast, was unaware of the origin story of the Secret Keeper. He only knew that she could transport individuals and that her method of teleportation seemed to involve a transit through the borders of hell. He pondered whether it might be possible to traverse those infernal boundaries to reach alternate universes. After all, the myriad dimensions of hell appeared to exist on the fringes of the multiverse, suggesting the feasibility of pinpointing a doorway to interspecific realms. How to access them? He mused that it couldn't be too difficult to simply step through. Liana rolled her eyes, realizing how foolish it would be to broadcast her secrets. And yet she spoke nothing but the truth. As a child, she had often sought refuge in the borders of hell during the night, terrified that the grinning monster would come to seize her. Over time, her speed in entering the hellish realm increased, deepening her connection to that place. While Lockheed transformed from a mere puppet into an adorable magical dragon, which explained why she always carried him with her. Though he appeared as merely a hand puppet when she did not utilize his powers, she could still hear him speak. Can you teleport to other places? Perhaps to other universes? Marin hesitated but ultimately posed the question. Despite her cinematic portrayal suggesting she could only blink within protective barriers, what if it were possible? Liana looked at him, bewildered. What is another universe? Indeed, this is a novice, entirely oblivious to the intricacies of his abilities. With a sigh of resignation, Maine lamented that he simply wished to cultivate his chi, yet found himself embroiled in unnecessary tribulations. Boom. The aircraft swiftly docked at the Academy for Gifted Youth, where the Steel Titan escorted his sister and her companions to arrange their accommodations. Meanwhile, Maine sought out Professor X to apprise him of the unique talents possessed by Yueshing, ensuring he would be adequately prepared for any potential chaos, particularly with the looming threat of a malevolent bear. Your concerns are valid, Professor X acknowledged with a nod. I shall prioritize teaching Yueshing to harness her abilities. Rest assured, Yueshing's powers revolved around the projection and materialization of fear, and given the harrowing backgrounds of many children within the Academy, most of whom were either experimental subjects or victims of abuse, the prospect of their collective fears manifesting was alarming. Should such fears be unleashed en masse, it would likely lead to another upheaval within the institution. Though wealthy, Professor X understood that such resources could not simply be squandered. Moreover, there was another matter he withheld from Maine. Among the information retrieved from Liana and the others, he had stumbled upon a name he had recently encountered, Essex. The connection between this name and two facilities that had housed mutants could not be dismissed as mere coincidence. An investigation was imperative. While Professor X contemplated these matters, Maine chose not to engage further. The management of this world was Professor X's responsibility. He was merely a transient figure, a passing savior of worlds. Since Liana lacked the understanding of interdimensional travel, it was time for him to embark on a journey to other universes, seeking methods of advancement, with the intention of returning once he had attained greater strength. Just as Maine swung open the door, a resounding chime echoed, "Surprise! It is I." A figure clad in a form-fitting black and red suit unexpectedly emerged, accompanied by a trio consisting of Electro, Star, and a strikingly coiffed black-skinned woman, Domino, a member of the X-Force. Upon catching sight of Domino, Maine's eyes sparkled with a sudden inspiration. Perhaps he could replicate her remarkable ability, accumulating a fortune of luck that might lead him to an alternate universe, one where he could find himself in the midst of the Avengers, fortuitously landing in the Kunlun secret realm or Daluo village, embarking on a journey of martial arts and chi cultivation. However, the fleeting thought was quickly extinguished as he recalled the current limitations of his own powers and the fact that Domino was a valued ally of Deadpool. The ability to absorb luck and alter probabilities might render him a solitary wanderer in the future, devoid of companionship. Maine was loath to reduce his circle of friends to just Deadpool. Such a fate seemed excessively dismal. Hey, Maine? Maine, please refrain from gazing at my new recruit in such a manner. Thank you. She is destined to join my X-Force, much like those young souls you rescued. They all belong to me, and you cannot take them away. Deadpool, noticing the dazed expression on Maine's face as he gazed at Domino, stepped forward, positioning himself between the two. With a gleeful demeanor, he attempted to dig at his nose through his mask, failing to do so, before removing the mask to reveal half of an avocado and continuing his antics. Their purpose for this visit was recruitment, according to Deadpool. Cannonball Sam and Wolverine Rain were members of the X-Force in the comics, and thus, it was only fitting for them to reunite in this world. Upon hearing the news, they had eagerly rushed over. The absurd Deadpool, finding the intrusion of a new mutant into his world utterly unremarkable, recalls the unexpected arrivals of Professor X and Wolverine. Even the sudden appearance of the Fantastic Four would not ruffle his feathers. Observing Deadpool carelessly fling the dirt he had unearthed in every direction, Mayan deemed him unworthy of attention. With a piercing gaze, he unleashed his magnetic field. Bang! The thick crap! Deadpool felt as though his dual katanas had developed a mind of their own, forcefully toppling him to the ground, the weight upon him increasing as if he were burdened by a mountain. After a considerable time had passed, and the pressure on his back finally subsided, Deadpool scrambled to his feet, eager to find someone to engage in combat. To his dismay, however, Mayan had vanished without a trace. Cursed be it. Where could mine have gone? How dare he tarnish my image in front of the new recruits? I shall challenge him to a duel. As Deadpool rambled on, Domino merely shrugged and gestured towards the sky. Wishing to confront Mayan? Certainly, but first, one must find a way to ascend. Chapter 59, What If? Mayan departed without bidding farewell to anyone. For reasons unknown, he harbored a sense that they would cross paths again one day. Perhaps it was due to Deadpool's presence that this world would not remain as isolated as others. offering the possibility of a future reunion. Boom. Once more, a rift in space opened, and Mayan dove headfirst into the cosmic barrier, invading other parallel universes. The scenery within the cosmic barrier was monotonously linear, a sight Mayan had grown weary of after multiple crossings. At that moment, he instinctively manipulated the currents of air to propel himself forward while absent-mindedly picking at his nails. Bang! A sound reminiscent of shattering glass emanated from the side. Before Ma-In could fully comprehend the situation, a figure moving at breakneck speed collided with him, propelling him in another direction. "I'm so sorry. Truly, I apologize." The voice of a young girl echoed briefly before fading away. Once Ma-In regained his footing, he looked up to behold a portal shaped like a pentagram, its design strikingly familiar. A tremendous gravitational force, akin to that of a black hole, tugged at him, drawing him closer to the opposite side of the portal. Noticing that the pentagram was gradually contracting, Ma-In hesitated momentarily, suspecting the girl's true identity. Then, with resolve, he darted forward, making his way into the portal just before it sealed completely. Indeed, the girl who had inadvertently sent him flying was none other than America, the remarkable traveler capable of traversing the multiverse, a victim of pursuit in Wanda's quest for family. With America's appearance, he found himself intrigued by the current timeline of the main universe of the Avengers. In an unknown universe, on Mars, a pentagram-shaped rift appeared abruptly, only to begin closing slowly. Just as it was about to vanish entirely, a foot emerged from within, breaking through the Martian atmosphere. That girl certainly was swift. As Ma-In stepped through the portal, he scanned the surroundings but found no trace of America or any other portals, letting out a resigned sigh. Is it really so challenging to catch a ride these days? Shaking his head, he gazed at the distant Azure planet, preparing to set off, when a vibrant rainbow stream burst into view, striking the earth like a celestial weapon. The Bifrost, Asgard. A glimmer of joy illuminated Ma-In's face as he swiftly activated the portal, shimmering and drawing ever closer to Earth. The presence of Asgard implied that Thor was also at hand. With the god of thunder in the fray, the possibility of the Avengers' existence loomed large. At last, it was not merely a universe of mutants. Hooray! Filled with excitement, Ma-In opened over 100 portals, leaping through the atmosphere of Earth, only to suddenly halt, scratching his head in contemplation. So, where exactly was the landing point of the Bifrost? Rubbing his chin, slightly pricked by his stubble, Ma-In observed that the outer space surrounding Earth seemed devoid of satellites or any debris. The electromagnetic signals he could capture were far less concentrated than those in modern society, and mostly chaotic. This led him to deduce that the technological level on the surface was likely not advanced, still lingering in the pre-20th century. Just as Ma-In was preparing to teleport down for a closer inspection, another Bifrost appeared, descending upon the Eurasian continental plate. A spark ignited in Ma-In's eyes, and the next moment, he found himself hovering above the point where the Bifrost had landed. The wild yet gentle winds cradled his body as he descended slowly. As he lowered in altitude, the objects within the crater below gradually grew larger, slowly coming into view. Was that Hela's crown? I had thought it was Mjolnir. Upon recognizing the debris cast down to Earth by the Bifrost, Ma-In's expression froze, and he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the scene before him. He instantly began to brainstorm, trying to recall where he had encountered this tableau before. Moments later, in the recesses of his memory, he stumbled upon a corresponding image. What if? Have I arrived in one of the universes of the Marvel series What If? Ma-In was astonished, yet not entirely surprised, for after all, America had once transported Doctor Strange through numerous universes, including several animated realms. It seemed plausible that he had arrived in the What If universe through her portal. Coincidentally, this episode narrates the tale of Hela, exiled by Odin, who entered the village of Daluo to master mystical arts, awakening as the goddess of justice, and joining forces with Su Wenwu, the bearer of the Ten Rings, to vanquish the tyrant Odin and liberate the cosmos. All he needed to do was wait patiently in this spot, following Hela into Daluo village, where he could learn the secrets of chi cultivation. A glimmer of determination shone in Ma-In's eyes as he rubbed his tiny hands together, silently praying for Hela's swift arrival. For he too wished to master the martial arts. Developing abilities would not save the mutants. He resolved to abandon the X gene in favor of martial prowess. Ahem. Merely a just mastery of combat was essential, and the development of abilities should not cease. In recent days, through contemplation of Storm and Magneto's experiences and understanding of their respective powers, Mon had been refining his grasp of these abilities, giving rise to two new skills. The first was Wind Blade, compressing airflow into a blade capable of effortlessly tearing through matter, formless and colorless, an adept means for a surprise attack. As for why Storm had not developed such a skill over the years, Mon could only surmise that it was no easy feat for a mutant. Wielding one's abilities is akin to using one's hands, fluid and instinctive, yet it demands physical stamina. The ability to manipulate is, in essence, predicated upon the expenditure of physical strength, supplemented by an additional drain on mental fortitude for fine-tuning. The more intricate the operation, the greater the attention required. In typical combat scenarios, a simple jab with a needle to the leg pales in comparison to the sheer force of a heavy brick hurled with might, or unleashing an area of effect skill to clear the battlefield in one fell swoop, thereby conserving the mental resources that would otherwise be spent on meticulous maneuvers. Conversely, when employing single-target skills, such as Thunder Strike, the Storm Woman thrives solely on these two techniques, rendering any contemplation of additional refined skills unnecessary. Main mused, it's confirmed. The Storm Woman is a brutishly simple-minded individual. Following the Wind Blade, he proceeded to discuss the second category of skills, magnetic pulse and magnetic field sensing. Both are rudimentary applications of magnetic force, which can be classified as a form of skill. After all, being a wielder of multiple abilities, should every minor technique be counted as a skill, it is conceivable that in the future, his skill repertoire could resemble a lengthy essay, overwhelming to behold. Much like Polaris, Main 2 can unleash a magnetic pulse, capable of dismantling devices with electronic components, while also perceiving various magnetic fields. It would be more accurate to say he can sense them. Within a specific range, magnetism extends like an extension of his senses, allowing him to detect biological magnetic fields, and even the waves produced by telepathic connections. Main understands how his electromagnetic barrier operates. Mentalists are not as unfathomable as one might presume. They do not merely glance and establish a telepathic link. Rather, they require an access point to enter another's mind. Under the protection of the electromagnetic barrier, Main's brainwaves cannot converge with external waves, thus preventing any form of manipulation. Professor X, relying on his understanding of his own abilities, has customized a skill utilizing the experiences of Storm and Magneto to prevent other telepaths from acquiring knowledge that transcends the universe, thereby averting chaos. Chapter 60. Some may appear to dominate for millennia, yet behind the facade lies a vulnerable being. Remaining oblivious is sometimes the sole survival strategy for the weak. To recklessly uncover secrets beyond one's comprehension can lead to either a despondent nihilism resulting in self-destruction or a descent into madness, culminating in the annihilation of others before one's own demise. The detriments far outweigh the benefits. For the sake of cosmic stability, certain truths must remain eternally concealed. Even the professor from the future merely offers his past self a fragment of information to steer history in a favorable direction, while other secrets are buried deep within, destined to fade with the timeline. Once again, gratitude is owed to old Logan for his generous support. Otherwise, relying solely on myself would have prolonged the development of my abilities for countless years. Ma sighed deeply, suddenly yearning to glimpse the new timeline of Days of Future Past, to see how the X-Men are faring now, whether the new Professor X still embodies his saintly nature. If Wolverine has indeed managed to win over Cyclops, or if Iceman has chosen to follow Shadowcat, or perhaps embraced a newfound orientation, engaging in romance with Colossus. Alas, returning to that realm is not an option at present. Reigning in his scattered thoughts, Ma-In descended to the ground, arriving before Hela's crown, his hands itching with anticipation. Although he was aware that he might not be able to lift it, he thought to himself, since I am here, what harm is there in trying? One must not display an overtly forceful expression. One should maintain an air of elegance. Suddenly, as Ma-In effortlessly grasped the crown, a flicker of panic surged within him. Could it be that I possessed the potential to ascend as a goddess? To hell with the notion of divinity, achieved through the barter of gender. I shall not partake in such triviality. 3 days later, on a planet still untouched by the information age, one must admit that even electromagnetic radiation seemed considerably diminished. Capturing a few images of my goddess-like demeanor, he returned the shameless crown to its rightful place. Clinging to the hope of waiting for Hela, Ma-In settled on a nearby hill with a splendid view. Utilizing his own capabilities, he borrowed a thatched cottage, donned simple garments, and acquired a modest sum of gold, thus leading a life of contentment. Indeed, one must say that the idyllic existence, far removed from the clutches of the internet, offered a unique charm. It provided an opportunity to cleanse the soul, focus the mind, and dispel distracting thoughts. Mon had even attempted to cultivate the land. However, before he could finish tilling the earth and clearing a plot, the distant sounds of footsteps and neighing echoed through the valley. Observing a procession emerging in his line of sight, Ma-in squinted, refraining from revealing himself, patiently awaiting Hela's entrance. In the original narrative, it was not Hela who first discovered the crown, but rather Su Wenwu, the master of the Ten Rings, with Hela following closely behind. Recently demoted to a mortal by Odin, Hela still believed herself to be the invincible goddess of death. In a public display, she attempted to unleash her queenly wrath, only to be met with ridicule from Su Wenwu. However, due to her fiery temperament, she garnered his admiration, leading to aspirations of an alliance through marriage. Reflecting on the personal film of Su Wenwu's son, Shang-Chi, Ma-in draws a comparison between the fates of two Su Wenwus and is taken aback by a revelation. Could this Su Wenwu perhaps be a masochist? In the live-action film, he is thoroughly beaten by Shang-Chi's mother, only to fall in love with her. In the animated version, he suffers a headshot from Hela and is then pinned to the table, awakening with a desire not to harm her, and upon their next encounter, he is entirely unfazed, circling around her like a devoted husky. Ultimately, he becomes Hela's right-hand man in her cosmic conquests, undeniably a sycophant. Due to his vivid imagination, Ma-in envisions two scenes. When being beaten by Shang-Chi's mother, Su Wenwu exclaims, "How formidable she is, I adore her." And during the headshot by Hela, he similarly professes, "How formidable she is, I adore her." Ma-in is struck by the startling truth he has uncovered. His gaze upon Su Wenwu can no longer remain composed, as he senses that there is much more beneath the surface, perhaps involving some letters of the alphabet. Given that he possesses the Ten Rings, with a physique and healing speed that far exceed that of an ordinary human, the possibilities are substantial. You've chosen the wrong opponent, mere mortal. I am the goddess of death. Ma-in finds himself lost in thought atop the mountain, while in the valley below, Hela, surrounded by foes, regards the human male before her with disdain, casually brushing her hair back in preparation for battle. She is not one to boast, but when it comes to combat, she has never known fear. Hela declares, "In the name of the goddess of death, I proclaim that this band of miscreants shall cease to exist." Oh, why is my hair so exquisitely smooth? The sensation feels amiss. Hela, upon running her fingers through her locks, suddenly realizes that her crown has long been lost. Now nestled within a nearby meteor crater, Hela's alluring attire. No, it is not merely her captivating figure. Rather, it is her demeanor that deviates from that of an ordinary woman, exuding an undeniable regal essence. Su Wenwu finds himself quite intrigued by her, bolstered by the confidence granted by the legendary Ten Rings. He permits Hela to approach the crown within the crater. As Hela mocks Su Wenwu, she yearns to reclaim the crown and once again don the mantle of the goddess of death, intent on slaying everyone present. However, much like her brother Thor, she finds herself unable to lift it, and in a moment of vulnerability, she kneels, gazing skyward, lamenting her father's injustices. Suddenly, ominous clouds gather, their arrival both timely and abrupt, unleashing a torrential downpour that drenches Hela, transforming her eye makeup into a smeared, feline visage. Crack! A portal, no larger than a fist, materializes nearby, capturing Hela's actions in a rapid series of 13 snapshots, each image potent enough to unravel the formidable Hela of the main universe. Who dares? Though the artifact remains ungraspable, he has at least encountered a remarkable woman who descended alongside it. Su Wenwu, not one to be greedy, intends to signal his subordinates to retreat. Yet, the sudden storm clouds and the peculiar snapping sounds heighten his senses. He swiftly surveys his surroundings, and with a decisive flick of his wrist, he launches a blue-glowing projectile, narrowly grazing a vanishing violet point. There are others nearby. Find them, he commands. Understood. A multitude of subordinates scattered in search of clues pertaining to others, aimlessly wandering in their quest. With a flick of his wrist, Su Wenwu summoned back the discarded wristband, positioning Hela protectively behind him, resembling a devoted servant shielding his master. Reporting to you, my lord, there is no one to the north. Reporting to you, my lord, there is no one to the south. Reporting to you, my lord, to the northwest. Before long, the dispersed subordinates returned unscathed. having found no trace of the enemy apart from the thatched hut atop the mountain and the uncultivated land. Upon hearing this, Su Wenwu felt a sense of unease. He dared not linger any longer. Employing the 10 rings to bind Hela, he mounted his steed and, cradling the struggling Hela in his arms, made his way back to his stronghold. The sensation was akin to a bandit abducting a beautiful woman to serve as his captive wife. Hela's western features seemed strikingly out of place. High above, concealed by the clouds, Mon stealthily followed, observing Su Wenwu galloping with Hela in his embrace, causing him a slight discomfort. Though the scene appeared to exude a bandit-like aura, were it transposed to a female-centric narrative, it would undoubtedly be a quintessential Mary Sue moment. Utterly captivating. Chapter 61. The Escaping Bride Whoosh. Above the clouds, a violet portal flickered momentarily. Mon watched as the figures below disappeared into the valley. Gazing into the distance, he spotted an ancient architectural complex nestled on the mountainside, where Su Wenwu was escorting the reluctant Hela towards the central hall. In truth, he was not merely guiding her but rather escorting her against her will. Su Wenwu entered the grand hall first, releasing his control of the 10 rings, allowing his subordinates to lead the unwilling Hela to change and bathe. Hela, seasoned by countless battles, could single-handedly confront 100 foes even with her divine powers sealed. Yet, Su Wenwu remained unfazed. His trained subordinates were no mere pushovers. Keeping an eye on one Hela was more than sufficient. He possessed that confidence. The hue of her attire was quite appealing. At least it would not stain with blood when he slit her throat. Half an hour later, the long-awaited Su Wenwu, bored, began to twirl the 10 rings on the table, momentarily suspecting that Hela had fled again. Suddenly, a languid, deep voice echoed from ahead, prompting him to look up and be instantly captivated. Hela, clad in a flowing crimson robe, could not conceal her impressive figure, and with her strikingly chiseled features reminiscent of an elven queen, she exuded a blend of elegance and sensuality that utterly enchanted the inexperienced Su Wenwu. Ah, men, such foolish creatures. Noticing the man adorned with 10 rings gazing at her with a foolish expression, Hela smirked internally, amused by the naivety of the Midgardian who had never encountered the grandeur of the world. With a smile, she sauntered closer. Since reclaiming the crown was not an option, she sought alternative means to regain her power. Hela subtly glanced at the 10 rings in Su Wenwu's possession, instinctively recognizing the weapon's formidable nature. If she could seize it, even without the crown, she might still have a chance to return to Asgard and exact revenge on her hypocritical father who had exiled her. This attire suits you well. Did you know? In our realm, some individuals believe that the color red symbolizes good fortune, even going so far as to choose it as the hue for wedding garments. Although Hela has yet to exhibit any inclination to rebel or escape, Su Wenwu is acutely aware that she cannot simply acquiesce. It is likely that her mind is concocting some nefarious plot. Enhanced by the 10 rings, his perceptive abilities have become extraordinary, and he has noticed her fervent gaze towards the rings, understanding her desire to harness their power. Nonetheless, Su Wenwu remains unconcerned. The artifact has acknowledged him as its master for an extended period, and he has yet to witness anyone capable of usurping it. Clearly, Hela is not the original wielder of the rings, and he does not believe they would be taken from him. Disregarding Hela's ulterior motives, Su Wenwu begins to gradually immerse her in the local culture, sharing insights about his influence and aspirations in an effort to cultivate a sense of identification and belonging, encouraging her to remain and fight alongside him. Unlike the portrayal in films, Su Wenwu's organization within this universe is not established for the sake of plunder, but rather for the purpose of protection. He invites Hela, hailing from an otherworldly realm, to join him in safeguarding this planet. Although Hela feigns agreement, her mind is evidently elsewhere. Only the occasional glimmer of the 10 rings in Su Wenwu's grasp captures her attention. After all, as the goddess of death who has traversed the 9 realms and a princess of Asgard, she has witnessed and experienced far more than this primitive world, which is incapable of breaching its own atmosphere. Apart from the 10 rings, another artifact from beyond, there is little here to warrant her concern, let alone any sense of belonging or identification. Moreover, Midgard is inherently a domain of the gods, under the protection of Odin. It is somewhat laughable for a native to claim the intention of safeguarding the world. At present, her only concern is to find a moment of solitude to strike Su Wenwu unconscious with a brick, seize the 10 rings, and take a shortcut back to Asgard to confront that old rascal Odin. Just as Hela was contemplating her cunning plan for the 10 rings, in a nearby grove, The ever-watchful Ma-In encountered an endearing creature devoid of a head. Plump and fluffy, it sported 2 pairs of small wings on its back, presenting an appearance that was utterly faceless. Its head could easily be mistaken for its rear, and vice versa, rendering distinctions negligible. Lacking a mouth for speech, it emitted sounds seemingly generated by the vibration of air, uttering but a single word. Its 4 short legs resembled those of a corgi, often leading to tumbles due to its low center of gravity. However, being a divine beast of the speed category, few had the opportunity to witness its falls. Could this be Di Jiang? The divine beast Di Jiang, as seen in the Shang-Chi film, suddenly appeared before him, babbling in a manner that suggested it was trying to communicate. Ma-In, bewildered and unable to comprehend the beast's language, was at a loss as to what Di Jiang wished him to do. The 2-legged creature received no response to its words, causing the divine beast Di Jiang to whirl in frustration. After contemplating for a moment, it finally turned around, tilting its head to beckon Ma-In to follow in its wake. Could it be that the group from Deluo has already taken notice of me? It should not be so. I am but an inhabitant of Earth, devoid of any dark or underworld powers. It is I who yearns for Deluo, rather than the contrary. Observing Di Jiang, this mischievous creature, enticingly swaying her rotund form, Ma-In narrowed his eyes slightly, intending to follow her for a closer look. Deluo represents a righteous faction. As long as I do not embody a villainous role, I may indulge freely. In contrast to the other universes depicted in the What If series, this universe is remarkably secure. Once the formidable Odin is vanquished, the valiant Hela will awaken entirely, forming an alliance with Su Wenwu to liberate the entire galaxy. As the headquarters of the alliance, Earth boasts an unparalleled level of safety, making it an ideal sanctuary for prolonged meditation, with no one daring to disturb the peace. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through, and Ma-In instinctively took to the wind. The powerful gusts rustled the surrounding trees, creating a cacophony of sounds. This unusual commotion caught the attention of the Ten Rings gang, as flickers of light began to approach, glimmering faintly through the woods. Upon witnessing this, Ma-In halted in place, dissipating the tempest and switching to a second mode of flight. With a hum, an invisible magnetic force enveloped the metallic components on his limbs. Ma-In ascended silently, taking advantage of the cover of night, soaring into the sky like a specter, and followed Di Jiang's trajectory until he reached a stable. Quack! Di Jiang glanced up as Ma-In descended from the heavens, and with a swift motion, she accelerated to her utmost speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. Noticing where Di Jiang had brought her, Ma-In suddenly comprehended, raising her gaze towards the ceiling before sidestepping into a corner, lifting her digital camera, poised to capture the moment. If her memory served her right, Hela seemed to have fallen from this very spot. Tap, tap, tap. Mere moments after Di Jiang departed, the roof above her reverberated with the sound of footsteps. As the steps approached the stable, accompanied by a crack, a red figure plummeted from the rooftop, landing with a thud. Snap, snap. The timing was impeccable. Ma-In flawlessly captured the iconic image of the goddess of death sprawled on the ground, and based on her attire, annotated it as the fleeing bride. She envisioned selling it to the Valkyrie for a handsome profit. Who are you? A strange sound reached her ears, and Hela quickly regained her composure from her fall, rubbing her slightly numb backside as she stood up to inquire about the man before her. She sensed a formidable power emanating from him, yet it was neither magical nor divine, which struck her as peculiar. If only she could harness this strength. Hello, Comrade Hela, I am Ma-In, the liaison dispatched by the organization. Satisfied, he tucked away his camera and grinned as he introduced himself. Hela replied, Organization? What organization? Please clarify. Chapter 62. Even reluctance demands movement. The situation was somewhat different from Hela's expectations. Just moments ago, she had been dining with a man named Su Wenwu when suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, reporting disturbances in the northeastern woods. Recalling a disturbance he had sensed not long ago, Su Wenwu promptly dispatched a team to investigate the situation, while he remained composed, leisurely sipping his tea. Seizing the opportunity presented by the diversion of the surrounding guards, Hela silently exulted in her fortune. She capitalized on a slight lapse in Su Wenwu's demeanor as he leaned in for a kiss, swiftly grasping his head and forcefully striking it against the table, rendering the unsuspecting Su Wenwu dazed and collapsing to the ground. Without wasting a moment, Hela seized the 10 rings, attempting to wrest the artifact from Su Wenwu, But alas, the artifact recognized its master, and deprived of her divine powers, she found herself unable to forcibly claim it. Hearing the footsteps of the guards approaching from outside, Hela had no choice but to retreat, leaping onto the rooftop and nimbly traversing the tiles, employing her agility to escape into the distance. However, she miscalculated her footing and tumbled into the stable, colliding fortuitously with an interstellar visitor who was not of Earth. "Who are you?" she demanded, adopting a defensive stance. Her gaze momentarily lingered on the man's camera, which she discerned to be a technological marvel beyond the capabilities of Midgard at that time, thus labeling him as a being of interstellar civilization. While his attire resembled that of Earth natives, Hela was not so easily deceived. The fashion of Asgard bore similarities to that of Midgard, yet Asgard was renowned throughout the cosmos as a formidable power, rendering clothing an unreliable indicator of one's origin. This suspicion was confirmed when the man introduced himself. Upon revealing his name, Mane, he effortlessly articulated hers, indicating a certain familiarity with Asgard. However, what Hela did not comprehend was which organization Mane was referring to. Could it be a clandestine cult venerating her as the goddess of death? Hela's thoughts wandered. As the goddess of death in the realm of Asgard, it was indeed plausible that some individuals from the worlds she had once conquered worshipped her, erecting statues in her honor and beseeching her for protection, hoping to evade the torment of the underworld. Yet, she was the goddess of death, not of life. Her attitude towards existence was one of indifference and disdain. She held no interest in those who merely pretended to venerate her, seeking favors as if she owed them anything. And she couldn't even muster the motivation to eliminate them, truly exemplifying the notion that when you converse with a deity, it is faith. When a deity speaks to you, well, perhaps your mind is faltered. The essence of her demeanor was one of complete disregard. "What do you mean by organization?" Out of caution, Hela inquired further. In her past, she had looked down upon such a trivial sect of worshippers, yet times had changed. Stripped of her divine powers, she could barely contend with a dozen robust men, and the coveted artifact, the 10 rings, remained beyond her grasp. Isolated and alone, returning to Asgard to reclaim her former glory seemed increasingly daunting, and she found herself in dire need of assistance. If this so-called organization truly constituted her worshippers, then, as the magnanimous goddess of death who regarded all life with equality, she might begrudgingly grant them an opportunity to prove themselves. Lost in her reverie, Hela's spirits lifted, and a foolish smile crept across her face, entirely oblivious to Mane raising his camera once more. Click, click. The blinding glare of the flash once again drew Hela's thoughts back to the present. She raised her gaze towards Mane, her head held high, reminiscent of a peacock displaying its plumage, as if to proclaim, "Come, hasten to offer your admiration. Praise your esteemed goddess of death. The organization I speak of will become clear to you in due time. It is not yet the moment for understanding." Observing Hela, who seemed oblivious to the whims of fate, her entire demeanor akin to a child seeking accolades, Mane resorted to the art of vague discourse, becoming a riddle maker. At this juncture, Hela had yet to undergo the enlightenment imparted by Deluo. She had not fully awakened to become the people's comrade. Discussing the liberation of the universe with her would only elicit laughter. It would be wiser to wait until her awakening. After all, in this world where Deluo exists, one can learn the art of chi cultivation in relative safety, and he anticipated remaining here for an extended period, allowing for a gradual approach. However, time was of the essence. If they did not depart soon, Suwonwoo's guards would be upon them. Quack! The divine beast Di Jiang returned, leaping over Mane, attempting to leap into Hela's embrace. The latter, quick to react, seized the creature, rendering it immobile. "You little thing, you possess quite a unique appearance." Quack! "Oh, pardon me. Am I addressing your rear end? One moment, let me adjust my position." Unlike Mane, Hela could comprehend Di Jiang's speech. After all, her foolish brother, Thor, understood Groot's language. As the elder sister, her experiences were far richer, allowing her to grasp even the rare dialect of Di Jiang with ease. With a deft twist, Hela observed the seemingly indistinguishable Di Jiang, her mind brimming with incredulity at the peculiar creature, whose head and tail bore an uncanny resemblance. "Quack!" she exclaimed. "What? You claim you can take me away from here?" Upon hearing this, Hela narrowed her eyes and turned to Ma-En, whose earlier response appeared to contradict her prior assumptions. This so-called organization was not a cult devoted to the goddess of death, but rather an enigmatic entity with ulterior motives for seeking her out. if they could be persuaded to join forces. Youth, may I inquire as to the number of members in your organization? Do not harbor such hopes. We shall not assist you in opposing Odin, Ma-in interjected, interrupting her spellcasting. He was acutely aware of Hela's intentions, knowing that each of the three princesses of the divine realm sought to prove themselves to Odin, as if their existence depended on his validation. Humph. Shrouded in mystery, clearly not a legitimate organization. I have no intention of joining forces with you to confront the old man. Before she could voice her thoughts, Hela was met with a disheartening rejection. Frustrated, she swiftly located a spirited steed within the stable, leapt gracefully onto its back, and burst through the partially opened door. Galloping away. Quick. She over by the stable. The sound of hurried footsteps mingled with the flickering glow of firelight, indicating that the Ten Ring gang had already caught wind of Hela's presence. Ma-in, left in the stable, had no desire to engage with them. After surveying his surroundings, he nonchalantly selected a black horse, harnessing the wind to ascend and take his place upon the steed. Giddy up. Having never learned the art of horseback riding, Ma-in found himself at a loss, relying solely on memories from television to mimic the motions. With a sudden jerk of the reins, the horse did not gallop as expected. Instead, it reared up in pain, attempting to unseat him. Hey, calm down. Ma-in tried to soothe the creature, but to little avail. As the guards of the Ten Rings approached, he reluctantly resorted to an alternative method of control. An invisible magnetic force spread forth, instantaneously connecting to the horse's shoes. Amidst the creature's frightened whinnies, it was compelled to gallop forward. There was no choice, given the horse's iron shoes. Even if it wished to remain still, Ma-in had the means to set it in motion. Chapter 63. Unfamiliar with the art of equine combat, yet slightly acquainted with magnetism. Tap. Beneath the cool moonlight, Hela, clad in a vibrant red robe, galloped forward, stirring up clouds of dust along the earthen path. Having torn away the cumbersome sleeves, she glanced back only to find no sign of Ma-in pursuing her, leaving her a tad disheartened. It seemed she was not as significant as she had imagined. What? You expect me to go back for him? Absolutely not. I tell you, even if Odin were to strike me down today, I would leap from here, and what are you saying? Upon hearing Emperor Jiang suggest she return to fetch Ma-in, Hela's temper flared. Just as she stubbornly retorted, a sound of hooves striking the ground emerged from her left, accompanied by a low, languid voice that invigorated her spirit. When did this happen? Turning her head, Hela beheld Ma-in, skillfully guiding a black horse that had silently caught up to her, devoid of any signs or magical fluctuations. Are you a gifted individual? Hela, well-versed and astute, without perceiving any fluctuations of magical energy, labeled the elusive Ma-in as a person of special abilities. Throughout her years of traversing the starry seas, she had encountered numerous celestial races endowed with unique talents, such as the Grut tribe, and thus felt no astonishment. Secretly speculating on the nature of Ma-in's extraordinary capabilities, her gaze shifted downward, as if she could penetrate the essence of the dark horse, confirming it to be merely a terrestrial creature rather than an extraterrestrial being. Yet, inexplicably, despite the enveloping darkness, she seemed to discern a semblance of bewilderment, shock, and fear, an intricate pie chart of emotions, etched upon the horse's visage, puzzled as to why such anthropomorphic expressions would manifest. Could it be displeasure stemming from the necessity of working late into the night? Suppressing irrelevant inquiries, Hela resumed her nonchalant demeanor and spoke with an air of indifference. It's nothing, merely a curiosity regarding your identity. You seem to know much about me. While I am only aware of your name, would you indulge my curiosity and reveal the star domain from whence you hail? Curiosity towards the opposite sex often serves as the initial step towards affection. This thought inexplicably flitted through Ma-in's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed before he resolutely cast it aside. The Hela of this world was destined to embark on greater endeavors, and as a formidable woman in her own right, she would be impervious to any attempts at flattery. I hail from the M78 Nebula, a place known as the Land of Light, Ma-in replied without a hint of shame, fabricating his identity as he ventured forth, confident that no one could unravel his deception. In his youth, he too transformed into light, becoming akin to Digga, who hails from the constellation of Orion, claiming to originate from the M78 Nebula, an assertion devoid of error. The M78 Nebula? Is that not Orion itself? I once traversed its expanse and heard naught of any land of light. Di Jiang soared ahead, guiding the way, while Hela galloped in pursuit, glancing back at the parallel Ma-in with a dubious gaze, suspecting him of fabricating tales to amuse himself. This suspicion was indeed warranted, for we had long ago migrated as an entire clan into another dimension. The M78 Nebula merely serves as one of the gateways to such dimensions. Our kin are notably unassuming, hence your ignorance of our existence is quite understandable. In a few brief words, Ma-in crafted a semblance of background, successfully deceiving the muscle-bound and conquest-driven Hela, yet again demonstrating the folly of substituting intellect with brute strength. The reason for withholding the truth about his origins from Hela was primarily the fear that, upon learning of the multiverse, she might find a single universe insufficiently exhilarating, igniting the spark of liberation to traverse into other realms, only to be ensnared by the malevolent Doctor Strange, who sought to harvest her as sustenance. Ma-in was acutely aware that during this temporal juncture of the hypothetical multiverse, the corrupted version of Doctor Strange was scouring the cosmos for collectibles, attempting to revive his beloved Christine, using the energies of formidable beings from various universes. Should he reveal the wonders beyond to Hela, inciting her to venture forth? It would be disastrous if she inadvertently stumbled into the clutches of Strange's collection. With the plethora of multiversal variants within Marvel, Hela, akin to the rare Deadpool in Deadpool 3, must be safeguarded, for this universe requires her presence. If, due to his actions, Hela were to be captured, it would indeed be a grave sin, transforming from a savior of the world into a harbinger of its destruction. A mere change of attire to a pink hue could allow one to stroll over to the neighboring set and make a cameo as Wang Xiaoming, effortlessly wielding an M4. I see. So your organization is also related to the Land of Light? To claim a connection would be misleading. However, if one were to assert that there is none, their philosophies are rather aligned. Hela evidently harbors confidence in her grand delusion of rallying her forces to strike back at Asgard, subtly probing for information regarding Ma-in's so-called mysterious organization. Yet, Ma-in deftly evades her inquiries with a barrage of vague assertions, ultimately leaving her empty-handed. Save for the remark, "When you don the crown once more, you shall behold this so-called organization." Until then, even if you were to encounter it, the alignment would be lacking. Ma-in tirelessly dismantles Hela's ambitions of recruitment, referring to the organization as the revolutionary army that she and Su Wenwu will eventually establish, a term naturally influenced by his origins. Presently, Hela requires spiritual guidance and purification to truly discover her path. Thus, he cannot intervene excessively, opting instead to divert the conversation while trailing behind Di Jiang towards the Luo village. A day later, two horses, one black and one white, halted before a dense bamboo grove. Clop, clop, clop. The two figures atop the horses gazed at the bamboo forest before them, yet before taking any action, the straight bamboo stalks, responding to an odd sound, parted to reveal a narrow path through the woods. In the afternoon, the sun cast its radiant glow, bestowing a golden hue upon the emerald bamboo. Di Jiang soared through the air, croaking insistently for Hela to enter the bamboo grove. Should we venture in? There may be peril within. The moving bamboo forest appeared rather uncanny. Hela furrowed her brow, sensing the essence of magic, and turned to Ma-in. "Ladies first," she declared. On a whim, Ma-in, having acquired a modicum of equestrian skill through half a day's anti-gravity training, gallantly relinquished his position, allowing Hela to take the lead. With a fleeting glance at Ma-in, Hela nudged her steed forward, spurring it into a headlong charge into the bamboo grove. "Go." Upon witnessing her resolve, Ma-in promptly followed, poised to harness his magnetic prowess to accelerate their steeds, propelling them into the depths of the wilderness. Though the magnetic acceleration paled in comparison to the might of battle-infused steeds, he was confident they could traverse the bamboo thicket. Clop, 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 boom. As anticipated by Ma-in, upon reaching two-thirds of the path through the bamboo grove, the foliage behind them began to converge frantically, racing forward with alarming speed, nearly colliding with the rear of Ma-in's horse. "Quickly, to the finish line," Hela shouted back, acting as a translator for the magical creature. "I know, hold on tight," Ma-in replied, his brows furrowed in determination as he unleashed his magnetic field, lifting both horses into the air and propelling them toward the finish line. Although he lacked the mastery of battle-infused steeds, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of magnetism, ready for combat. Chapter 64. De Luo, Arrival. Passengers disembarking, please pay attention. Boom. Boom. The bamboo forest surged like a verdant ocean, its delicate branches and leaves fervently brushing against one another, yet not a single leaf fell. As if bound by some formidable force, reminiscent of a hyper-realistic scene conjured by an underpowered virtual engine, exquisite yet utterly devoid of authenticity. In the heart of this boundless bamboo expanse, a yellowish gap was gradually vanishing, above which black and white lines stretched straight towards the horizon of the bamboo sea. "Who are you?" The horse beneath Hell's legs struggled and whinnied desperately. Lowering her gaze, she discerned that it was being manipulated by some mysterious power. Soaring into the air and galloping through the void, its fear propelling it forward with remarkable speed. Such an extraordinary phenomenon was clearly beyond the capabilities of the indigenous species of Midgard. Hel fixated her suspicions on the figure of Mon behind her, quickly honing in on the hand he had raised, inadvertently voicing the taboo question. "Since you have asked so sincerely, I shall generously enlighten you. To prevent the destruction of the world, to safeguard peace, and to uphold the justice of love and authenticity, I am Mon, the dashing and charming protagonist, a traveler traversing a realm of despair, with a bright tomorrow awaiting me." Hel's inquiry triggered dormant fragments of DNA in Mon's memory, igniting a fervor that led to a confusion of recollections. In his excitement, he mistakenly veered from the topic of Kamen Riders to that of Pokemon. Furthermore, his unintentional inclusion of himself in the dialogue was purely accidental, a consequence of his memory's disarray. He truly did not mean to. Hel was left speechless by Mon's sudden eccentricity. Abandoning her quest to uncover his true identity, she had begun to discern that, from the moment they met, Mon had not uttered a single truthful word to her. With a thunderous roar, the bamboo forest behind them surged forward, while Ma-In deftly maneuvered his steed at breakneck speed. As they neared the exit, he executed a literal horse trampling the swallows, his horse's hooves striking down two birds as he halted gracefully at the precipice. "What place is this?" Below the cliff lay an endless expanse of bamboo forest. Hela, soothing her startled horse, turned to Ma-In and inquired. Judging by his earlier anticipatory reaction, he must surely know where they were. "This is Daluo, a pocket dimension," Ma-In replied while surveying the surroundings. He offered no further explanation of what a pocket dimension entailed. As the goddess of death and ruler of the underworld, Hela was not unfamiliar with such concepts and required no elucidation from him. Quack! At that moment, the divine beast Di Jiang emerged, asserting its presence. It asked how she knew. Hela shot a sideways glance at Di Jiang, once again assuming the role of a translator for mystical creatures. Ma-In smiled without speaking. The inhabitants of Daluo had taken over the responsibility of watching over Earth from the Supreme Mage and had dispatched Di Jiang to seek out him and Hela, two interstellar visitors. Daluo remained an enigma to him, yet he possessed considerable knowledge about it. Ma-In declined to divulge further information, maintaining an air of mystery and exercising caution. At the very least, he would not find himself in a predicament akin to Hela from the series If, where she was effortlessly struck down. Hyla rolled her eyes, feeling the absence of a response from Ma-In, yet she sensed an overwhelming malice encircling her. She cast another glance at the precipice, resigned to the reality that, in her current mortal form, a fall would be fatal. With no other choice, she placed the Emperor Jiang upon the horse's back and led the steed into the bamboo grove, hoping to find an escape. Ma-In followed closely behind, guiding the trembling black horse, recalling that the inhabitants of Daluo village were soon to make their entrance. As if on cue, a melodious tune from a bamboo flute resonated from the depths of the grove, accompanied by the gentle rustling of bamboo leaves, which harmoniously blended with the music. The soothing sounds calmed the startled horses, and Hyla, who had been frowning, found her brow unknitting without her notice as she moved toward the source of the enchanting melody. A flicker of electric energy danced between Ma-In's forehead and the tips of his hair, severing the faint spiritual essence concealed within the flute's notes. Before him, a vision akin to a paradisiacal landscape unfolded. In the heart of the bamboo sea, a clearing revealed an ancient tree in full bloom with peach blossoms, its expansive canopy casting a lush shadow that perfectly filled the void amidst the bamboo. The blossoms swayed gracefully, casting an ever-changing tapestry of light and shadow, while a trickling stream emerged from an unknown source, winding over moss-covered stones and encircling the roots of the tree before disappearing into the depths of the bamboo grove, creating a scene reminiscent of an otherworldly paradise. Hyla and Ma-In, welcome to the secret realm of Daluo. Beneath the peach tree stood a slender figure holding a flute. "Who?" upon seeing her awaited guests, ceased her playing and lifted her head, revealing her visage partially obscured by a bamboo hat. Despite the subtle differences between animation and reality, Ma In recognized her, a member of the Elder Council of Deluo Jiai. Were you the one causing trouble just now? Hela inquired, her face etched with dissatisfaction. The magical array of the bamboo sea had undoubtedly been manipulated from behind, and it was evident that this woman before her was the mastermind behind the tumult in the bamboo forest. Jia, with her hands clasped behind her back, replied nonchalantly. That was merely a minor test, intended to deter those ordinary individuals seeking to probe into the mysteries of Deluo, rendering them discouraged and posing little threat to beings such as yourselves. Regardless of your reasoning, what do you desire? Hela pressed. I would like to invite you to our village as guests. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, a sudden tempest arose. Jai, channeling her energy with a single palm, summoned a tangible gust of wind that swiftly approached Hela, rendering her unconscious. Deluo remained ever vigilant against the dark entities of the underworld, ensuring that Hela could not enter with her eyes wide open, thus preventing her from discovering the precise location of Deluo and potentially returning with forces to assault their home. As for Ma In, who did not hail from the underworld, Jia exhibited remarkable etiquette, warmly inviting this brother, whose bloodline bore similarities to theirs, to join them in Deluo. This hospitality stemmed from her realization that she could not manipulate the wind elements surrounding Ma In. It was as if a sorcerer had stepped into a realm of magical suppression. The wind, once vibrant, now lay lethargic under Ma In's control, far exceeding her own capabilities. Thus, she resorted to such courteous and enthusiastic invitations. Given the circumstances, it would be wise to comply. Please, lead the way. Ma In readily agreed and responded in Chinese. Jia, using her will to control the surroundings, flung Hyla onto the horse's back and lifted the outstandingly accomplished Di Jiang, leading the steeds along the newly opened path through the bamboo grove. May I pose a question? At this moment, with the enigmatic Deluo before him, Ma In's mind wandered to another secret realm, prompting him to inquire. Please do. Jia nodded. She had not been idle during the journey. From Di Jiang's revelations, she gleaned some of Ma In's abilities and learned a portion of his character, concluding that he was unlikely to be a villain, perhaps merely a bit eccentric. I wish to know, do you have any dealings with the Kunlun secret realm? As soon as Ma In's words fell, Jia halted in her tracks. It was not the content of Ma In's inquiry that astonished her, but rather, Deluo, we have arrived.